I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 1643, 10th rank Heavenly God level. After dispelling the virtual realm cabin, Lin Huang returned to the material realm again. He had already thought about how he was going to elevate his ability over the next few days. Just before the sky darkened into night, Hong Zhuang returned Zanzhou's unlocked storage ring to Lin Huang. He immediately checked through Zanzhou's battle spoils. After a cursory scan with divine telekinesis, the items in the storage ring caused Lin Huang to exclaim in admiration at how wealthy a Lord-level powerhouse could be. Zanzhou had 11 Dao weapons alone, as well as 2 Lord-level dead bodies. He also had 3 sealed origin energy spheres, hundreds of inherited crystals, storage rings of various shapes piled high in a small mountain, as well as innumerable divine crystals and various minerals. Lin Huang guessed that many resources in Zanzhou's storage ring might not have come from the Great World at all. It was very possible that they had been obtained from other raiders in exchange and had come from other worlds or universes. As for the 3 origin energy spheres, they were obviously Lord level. Zanzhou must have obtained them from killing voids in the virtual realm. As to why Zanzhou had not absorbed the spheres, Lin Huang speculated that either he had encountered a temporary bottleneck and could not absorb them, or he had intentionally kept them. Perhaps he wanted to use them as goods to trade for resources with other people. After making a detailed inventory of Zanzhou's loot, Lin Huang did not post the 11 Dao weapons on Royal's auction. This was because he had previously calculated that the number of half-step lords, god territories he could get in exchange for selling Zanzhou's ancient palace ought to be sufficient. He retrieved the small mountain of storage rings inside and passed them all to Hong Zhuang again. Whatever the ability of the original owners of those rings, he would let Hong Zhuang unlock them all first before he decided on what to do. It was still better than nothing, however small. After seeing to all these matters, Lin Huang did not enter the virtual realm again, nor did he enter the Great Heaven Palace for closed-door cultivation. Instead, he waited patiently for the result of the ancient palace's auction. At noon the next day, the alarm clock Lin Huang had set went off as soon as the 24 hours for the auction was up. He immediately took out his royal token and accessed the royal auction page. The auction showed that the ancient palace had sold for 1,274 half-step lords, god territories. This number had far surpassed what Lin Huang required. When he saw the auction results, his mood grew increasingly cheerful. After confirming the transaction, the 1,274 half-step lords, god territories were entered into his account immediately and stored within his royal token. He took out all of them right away and put them in his storage ring. Now that he had possession of these half-step lords, god territories, Lin Huang did not delay any further. He had Xiao He create another virtual realm cabin card and walked to the courtyard with it, then crushed it immediately. The card turned into golden points of light again and consolidated into a virtual cabin that only Lin Huang could see. He went inside, removed his storage ring, and placed it on the floor. After opening the door and exiting, he had the Gate of All Realms create a virtual body for him. He then stepped into the virtual realm. When he entered the virtual realm again with his virtual body, Lin Huang immediately saw the cabin in the nearby courtyard. He strode over, pushed open the door, and entered. After picking up the storage ring on the floor, Lin Huang collected his thoughts and sat down with his legs crossed. A moment later, after his mind was completely calm, he took out the half-step lords, god territories from the storage ring one by one and began to refine them. Days passed in the virtual realm. In no time at all, 60,000 days had passed. When Lin Huang refined the 239th god territory, his combat strength successfully broke through to 9th rank heavenly god level. During his elevation to 8th rank, he had refined 17 extra god territories. Just as he had expected, he could clearly sense that his heavenly god level had yet to reach satiety, so he continued to refine more god territories. Nearly 120,000 days passed. When he refined the 751st god territory, his combat strength achieved another breakthrough, and he elevated to 10th rank heavenly god level. At this point, Lin Huang finally sensed that his god territory was full. He could no longer absorb any more half-step lords, god territories. Only now did he descend into his mind and begin checking over the current state of his body. His combat strength had elevated to 10th rank heavenly god level. After undergoing the baptism of combat strength elevation twice, his physical strength had officially achieved Lord level. Naturally, his God soul strength had also broken through to middle rank Lord level. Apart from that, his godly right had grown significantly stronger as well. The number of God sequence chains it could contain had increased to over 50,000. In his God territory, the total number of God sequence chains had skyrocketed to at least 180,000, while the number of God rules was immeasurable. These two consecutive elevations in rank had undoubtedly increased Lin Huang's ability significantly. However, he did not exit closed-door cultivation just yet, or halt his cultivation. Instead, he looked at the unknown divine telekinesis visualization images. He had set these aside earlier mainly because he genuinely did not have the time to visualize them. Even though time flow in the Great Heaven Palace had been accelerated 10,000 times, to Lin Huang, it was still insufficient. However, the elevation of his combat strength this time had increased the strength of his God soul to middle rank Lord level. Without a doubt, his visualization speed was much faster now. Moreover, he had the virtual realm cabin, which was the ideal place for cultivation. Naturally, Lin Huang intended to take advantage of it. After letting his mind submerge into his inner body, he soon began a new round of divine telekinesis visualization. He spent 27 years, approximately 10,000 days, visualizing the 103rd visualization image. He then spent 55 years, over 20,000 days, visualizing the 104th visualization image. At this point, the strength of his divine telekinesis had also skyrocketed to the limits of middle rank Lord level. However, Lin Huang did not stop just yet but continued with his visualization. He spent more than 500 full days, over 200,000 days, to visualize the 105th visualization image. He spent over 1,000 years to finally complete the visualization of the 106th visualization image. As for the 107th visualization image, Lin Huang merely glanced at it and completely abandoned any further attempts at visualization. If he continued to visualize at his current God soul strength, he might have to spend over 10,000 years to complete the 106th visualization image successfully. He felt that he could certainly wait until his God soul had another breakthrough before proceeding with any more visualization. He was fairly satisfied with the current strength of his divine telekinesis. After all, it was already at the peak of upper rank Lord level. After setting aside the visualization image, Lin Huang looked at the God's figurines' combat souls within him again. The combat strength of the 10 original God's figurines' combat souls had remained stagnant at 9th rank true God level. There was no reason other than they were restricted by the God's figurines' innate limitations. Lin Huang stared at the 10 God's figurines and thought for a moment. After that, he soon made up his mind. Xianxia, elevate all 10 God's figurines to pure spirit. Certainly. Let me have all of the Apocalypse Dragon Python's origin energy from previously, and supplement me with one more sphere of origin energy. Deal. Lin Huang agreed with alacrity, then took out an origin energy sphere and gave it to Xianxia. Lord level origin energy was a class 6 material. To elevate from class 5 to class 6, he would need a grade 5 advance card, which was a class 5 material. Furthermore, Lin Huang had requested to elevate 10 God's figurines and had not provided any other materials, so Xianxia would need to provide all of the origin energy. Therefore, this deal was still relatively fair. In fact, Lin Huang had even taken advantage of it. After all, his 10 God's figurines' combat souls were only class -4. They would need to elevate from rank 4 mythical level to rank 5 supreme God level. A moment later, advance cards appeared one by one in Lin Huang's hands. Lin Huang crushed them one at a time and inserted them into the 10 combat souls, bodies, respectively. Very soon, the 10 combat souls elevated to pure spirit rank 6 one after the other. After this, Lin Huang communicated with the Eternity Fire so it could imbue the 10 original combat souls with God's soul energy. After being infused with God's soul energy from the Eternity Fire, the 10 combat souls' combat strength kept skyrocketing. First rank, second rank, third rank, after a mere few minutes, they had elevated to 9th rank heavenly God level. However, that was not the end of things yet. The God's figurines' combat souls' combat strength merely paused at 9th rank heavenly God level for a moment, and then the next breakthrough occurred. They had been elevated to Lord level. Many inherently pure spirit rank monsters were born as lords. Even the weakest ones would automatically elevate to become lords when they grew to adulthood. However, the gods' figurines' combat souls were only dead bodies. After elevating to pure spirit rank 6, their combat strength elevation only required that their god's souls be replenished. Once their god's souls had been replenished to Lord level, they would naturally elevate to Lord level. This was why Lin Huang had decided to expend advance cards to perform this round of elevation. Compared to nurturing imperial monsters and sword servants, it was much faster to elevate his god's figurines' combat souls and far more convenient. However, the Eternity Fire halted the infusion of God's soul energy after elevating the 10 God's figurines' combat souls to lower rank lords. Although the Eternity Fire could theoretically produce an infinite amount of energy, creating 10 lords at once was a great strain on it. As far as Lin Huang was concerned, he could still make use of 10 lower rank lords, albeit grudgingly. He retrieved an origin energy sphere from his storage space to compensate the Eternity Fire. After that, he sat down again with his legs crossed and began another round of visualization. However, this time he visualized the True Spirit Guide instead. He was preparing to completely visualize the 10 pure spirit gods' figurines' combat souls into the forms that were in the True Spirit Guide, Chapter 1644, I'll Kill You. Upon his return to the Great World from the virtual world, Lin Huang's ability had undergone yet another significant increase. Not only had he elevated from 8th rank to 10th rank, but his abilities in all aspects had leveled up in a manner that could even be described as terrifying. After a full day, the evacuation of the residents of the Pfister Star and the several other habitable planets in the Devil Hunter Star Zone was finally entering its last stages. Lin Huang did a scan with his divine telekinesis. The sword servants were still busy. After using divine telekinesis to sense out Sword 1, Lin Huang communicated directly with him via voice transmission, informed the other sword servants to leave the Devil Hunter Star Zone and the nearby regions as soon as the evacuation is complete. Remember to bring Lin Xin and the others with you. There might be a Lord-level battle later on. I'm not sure how far-reaching the impact will be. Seeing that Sword 1 wanted to say something, Lin Huang continued, I know that all of you have powerful abilities, but when faced with a bona fide lord, it still won't be enough. If you stay, that would only be more of a distraction to me. He added after this, I'm confident about this battle. You don't need to worry. Only then did Sword 1 nod. This humble subordinate understands. After finalizing these arrangements, Lin Huang thought for a moment, then sent his coordinates directly to his 2 allies from the club Epic Player and Steel Fist. In reality, he did not really need assistance now. However, since he had requested their help earlier and they had agreed, he sent his coordinates over as promised. Lin Huang did not enter cultivation mode after that. Instead, he waited patiently for the raiders to come. Sword 1 and the rest finished evacuating the population of the entire Star Zone by the next morning. They took Lin Xin and the others along and departed far away from the Devil Hunter Star Zone. Epic Player and Steel Fist arrived the next evening. Epic Player's appearance was that of a young man in his early 20s. Tall and lanky with short blue hair, he was dressed in casual attire. Steel Fist, on the other hand, was not quite what Lin Huang had expected. They turned out to be female. She looked about 25 or 26 and was clad in form-fitting sports attire. Her shoulder-length hair was tied into a ponytail, and her skin bore a healthy tan. Her limbs were long and elegant, and she had a good figure. At a glance, one could tell she worked out frequently and was the type who loved outdoor activities. Hello gorgeous, it's been a while. Epic Player went forward to greet Steel Fist upon her arrival. Steel Fist merely shot him a glance, then turned her head to look at Lin Huang. So you're Shu Mu. She did a scan with divine telekinesis and discovered Lin Huang was the only person left on this planet, so naturally, he ought to be Shu Mu, the one who had invited the 2 of them here. Yes, I am. Hello, Senior Steel Fist. Lin Huang maintained the necessary courtesies. Although he might already be more powerful than both of them in terms of ability, his combat strength was not yet at Lord level after all. Moreover, he had joined the club later than the 2 of them, and he was definitely younger than they were. Before I came here, I thought you were just bragging about having killed a raider. From the looks of it now, you probably do possess that sort of ability, Steel Fist said bluntly. Her personality had always been like this. She had been suspicious of Lin Huang previously because there was an insurmountable gap between lords and non-lords. Moreover, his opponent was a raider who had a Goldfinger. The level of difficulty in killing them would be even higher. She had even suspected that Lin Huang was just bait for luring the club members into a trap. She had come this time because, for one, she had sufficient confidence in her abilities. Even if she could not fight the raider, she could run away. For another, she was worried that Lin Huang might be telling the truth. If this turned out to be a genuine situation and Lin Huang was killed by the raider, it meant the club would lose a new member. However, after seeing Lin Huang, her suspicions about him decreased significantly. At the very least, she had no doubts about his abilities now. This was because she could faintly sense danger signals emanating from his person. She would only experience a feeling like this if she were facing someone no weaker, or even more powerful, than herself. Actually, I felt the same way you did. I was skeptical of his ability before I came here, Epic Player said with a smile after Steel Fist's comments. But after meeting him, I think it's probably true that he killed Mr. Gate. Only then did Lin Huang realize that, just as he had mistrusted them initially, they had also been wary of him, keeping their guards up. They had been worried that he was merely bait the raiders had set up. Seniors, since you both have admitted as much, I may as well be truthful. In reality, I had to think twice before asking for your help because I couldn't rule out the possibility that the club might harbor raider spies as well. I was worried that I'd be inviting trouble for myself. That's why I didn't send my coordinates to you right away. Lin Huang also expressed his thoughts on the matter. Aren't you worried now? Epic Player asked playfully. Not at all, Lin Huang said, shaking his head with a smile. Is it because you feel we're reliable after meeting us? Epic Player persisted. Steel Fist looked at Lin Huang too, appearing rather curious about his answer to this question. It's because of another reason. Lin Huang smiled and shook his head. He secretly added in his heart, because my current ability is sufficient to handle every threat there is. He did not say it out loud because it sounded too pretentious and would not be very amicable to his two allies. Seeing that Lin Huang was unwilling to say any more, the two did not pursue the matter further. After interacting for a while, Lin Huang became a little more familiar with both of them. He invited them into the courtyard and served them tea. The three of them sat in the pavilion and began chatting in a relaxed manner. It was mainly Steel Fist and Epic Player asking Lin Huang how he had managed to offend the raiders. They also asked for some details about the killing of Mr. Gate. Lin Huang answered their questions one by one. The three of them chatted in this manner for over 2 hours. Suddenly, Lin Huang's communicator began to vibrate. He looked down and saw that it was a voice call from an unknown number. After a moment of consideration, he answered the call anyway. Once the call was connected, a voice that appeared to come from a synthesizer spoke before Lin Huang could ask who it was. I've found you, Lin Huang. Lin Huang narrowed his eyes slightly. As this spy, this individual had not only managed to find out his number but had also called him by his real name. Lin Huang immediately thought of the raider with the codename Spy. Don't hang up yet, I have a question for you. Hearing the other fall silent, Lin Huang continued, were you the one who killed Yang Ling? So you were the one who wiped out Yang Ling's information. Over this period, his lady friend probably has been hiding with you all this time. Despite the synthesized nature of the voice, Lin Huang could hear the excitement in it. All that looking high and low, and I stumble upon her whereabouts by sheer blind luck. Lin Huang, more and more I'm beginning to look forward to meeting you. I'm looking forward to meeting you too. Lin Huang's tone suddenly turned icy, and then I'll kill you. Chapter 1645. The first round. After Lin Huang ended the call with Spy, Steel Fist and Epic Player looked at him. Was that Spy from the raiders that you were talking to? Steel Fist asked immediately. It was. Lin Huang nodded. Based on the information you provided, that fellow is indeed a bigger threat. Since he was able to find out your contact number and verify your real identity, it proves that he might be able to find out our real identities too. He might even be able to locate our coordinates through our communicators. Epic Player frowned slightly. If he's a middle-rank lord, it'll be hard for us to kill him. As a close combat powerhouse, Steel Fist particularly disliked encountering this kind of opponent, who possessed showy abilities. Let me handle Spy. Lin Huang's tone was calm as if he were talking about something insignificant. Although Epic Player and Steel Fist still had some doubts about Lin Huang being able to kill a middle-rank lord, they could tell from the conversation between him and Spy earlier that both had an irreconcilable grudge. They did not delve further into the subject. Since he's already discovered your contact number and your real identity, it shouldn't be hard for him to locate your coordinates, Epic Player added. I reckon it won't take him long to get here. I wonder how many people they'll send this time. Steel Fist looked serious, she could not relax at all. If they don't know that both of you are here, they probably won't send too many people. I anticipate that there'll only be 3 or 4 people at most. Lin Huang put forward his speculations, but if the news that I requested your help has been leaked, they'll definitely send quite a few people, maybe even all the members they have. They certainly won't let a perfect opportunity to kill 3 club members slip by. What Lin Huang said made Epic Player and Steel Fist look even grimmer. All this while, they had never considered the possibility that there might be a mole in the club. After all, apart from Lin Huang, who was a new member, everyone had known each other for years. However, they did not refute what he had said either. They were also not entirely sure whether or not there were any moles in the club. We'll see when the time comes, but hopefully the situation won't be so dire. Epic Player sighed lightly. Lin Huang poured the 2 of them more tea and began leading the conversation in a lighter direction. In no time at all, it was already early next morning. The stars had just risen on the Fister star's horizon when Lin Huang sensed powerful auras approaching the Devil Hunter star zone. Epic Player and Steel Fist lifted their heads and looked in the same direction almost simultaneously. Their expressions were both extremely grave. There were 9 powerful auras. Lin Huang had been right after all. If the raiders had wanted to capture only Lin Huang, even if they were to take him alive, there was no need for all of them to make an appearance. Both of them exchanged glances and read the message in each other's eyes. There was a mole in the club after all. Almost the next instant after all 3 sensed the presence of the raiders, a series of formidable shockwaves surged through the void at practically the same time. Epic Player and Steel Fist dodged immediately. In the blink of an eye, they appeared outside the Fister star's atmosphere. Just when they had found stable footing, they realized that Lin Huang had not dodged at all. At the same time, both of them saw a curtain of black light rising from the Fister star's surface. It spread across half the planet almost immediately and just happened to obstruct the direction the shockwaves were coming from. There are 9 of them, he can't possibly defend himself against all of them. Steel Fist muttered softly. This Shu Mu fellow. Epic Player looked extremely grim. He had never expected Lin Huang to do something so risky the minute he showed his hand. This was an attack with the combined forces of 9 lords. Not only that, there were 2 auras that were clearly middle-rank lords. Even a middle-rank lord-level powerhouse would be forced to dodge an attack of such power. However, right as they thought Lin Huang was definitely going to die, the 9 shockwaves struck the curtain of black light at almost the same time. A second later, Epic Player and Steel Fist's eyes widened. The shocked expressions on their faces seemed to have frozen in place. What did I just see? The 2 of them had the same thought at almost the same time. Only a moment later were they able to confirm that what they had seen earlier was not an illusion. The 9 shockwaves of various colors were immediately deflected when they struck the curtain of black light. Not only was the black light curtain not perforated, but the entire Fister star remained intact and whole. What kind of defense technique is that? Steel Fist and Epic Player were immediately dumbfounded. On the other end of things, the 9 raiders who had attacked looked even more stunned. When the 9 of them saw Lin Huang using the curtain of light to envelop the Fister star earlier, they all thought that Lin Huang was signing his death warrant. They could almost imagine what would happen next. The curtain of black light would shatter the moment the shockwaves hit it, and the entire planet would be crushed into dust, including Lin Huang. However, what they had imagined was completely different from reality. The 9 of them had the same reaction when they saw the shockwaves being deflected. They thought they had been ensnared in an illusion. However, they immediately realized the truth a second later. This scenario was by no means an illusion, it had actually happened. Seeing that the deflected shockwaves were going to reach them in merely the time it took for a breath, all of them braced to take the impact head-on. Suddenly, the man leading the team and another middle-rank lord shouted a warning at the same time, "Get out of the way." Both of them had obviously sensed the peculiarity of the deflected shockwaves. All 9 lords hastily scattered immediately in an attempt to avoid the incoming shockwave attack. However, at this point, a black kitten the size of a human palm appeared out of nowhere. Its 9 tails were proudly raised high like swaying serpents, while its black eyes were full of disdain. As soon as the kitten appeared, the 9 lords sensed that their bodies had frozen in place. The 2 middle-rank lords freed themselves from this restraint at the first possible moment and immediately attacked the kitten. Clearly, they realized it was the kitten that was causing this mischief. However, the black kitten merely shot them a glance and vanished instantly, rendering their attacks futile. At this point, the shockwaves had already approached. Of the remaining 7 lords, only 3 managed to forcibly free themselves from their unseen bonds, barely dodging the shockwave attacks. However, the other 4 lords were killed instantly. Just this one encounter alone had caused their side to lose half of their members. The 3 lower rank lords who had barely escaped felt themselves break into a cold sweat over their entire bodies. If they had not broken free of their spatial bonds at the very last minute, they might not have been able to escape death. The middle rank lords were pale. They had not expected Lin Huang's abilities to be this powerful. Naturally, this encounter had been clearly witnessed by Epic Player and Steel Fist, who were hovering in the air. They were utterly dumbstruck. Even after a few minutes, they could not recover their composure. When the 2 of them had first met Lin Huang, they sensed faintly that Lin Huang's abilities were not weak at all. However, they had never expected him to be this powerful. Just one attack earlier, and he had easily disposed of 4 lower rank lords. The 2 of them, at least, could not do this. This fellow is really ruthless. Epic Player could not help exclaiming. We underestimated him. Steel Fist did not know what she was supposed to say now. Chapter 1646. Pure Spirit, Imperial Monsters. As Lin Huang petted the Ninetails lynx that had landed on his shoulder, he looked toward the distance in the direction the raiders were coming from. He was quite satisfied with the results of this first clash. After all, this Ninetails lynx was only a lower rank lord with a level 10 Dao seal. It was extremely difficult for it to use its space barrier abilities to restrain middle rank lord level powerhouses. Moreover, it was attacking 9 lords at once this round, so it made sense that some were able to break free. Furthermore, the 3 lower rank lords who had broken loose all had powerful abilities and more than 6 Dao seals. However, the Ninetails lynx seemed to be rather dissatisfied with the result. It sat on Lin Huang's shoulder, its pitch-black eyes staring at the 2 middle-rank lords in a somewhat unfriendly manner. If these 2 lords had not attacked it, the 3 lower-rank lords would not have been able to break free of their restraints so easily. A rank 6 Imperial Monster. The appearance of the Ninetails lynx attracted Steel Fist and Epic Player's attention immediately. The 2 of them could only roughly gauge its ability, but they did not pick up on the fact that it was one of Lin Huang's combat souls. This was because, ordinarily speaking, nobody would cultivate their god's figurines' combat souls to lord level in a fit of idleness. If they had the resources, it would be far better to utilize those resources themselves. A rank 6 Imperial Monster with a main cultivation path in spatial rule. That's rare. Epic Player looked envious. As a clone of a reincarnated being, he had obtained a few fairly excellent Imperial Monster cubs from his primordium and had raised them himself as well. The one with the highest combat strength was already at Lord level 2. However, compared to the Ninetails lynx on Lin Huang's shoulder, there was a big gap in their abilities. A single direct confrontation had killed almost half their members in one attack, but the remaining raiders did not give up on their pursuit. Instead, they immediately entered the Devil Hunter Star Zone and arrived in the starry sky not far from the Fister Star. Lin Huang, it seems we've truly underestimated you. The leader was a man with the codename Black Mountain. His build was stocky, and he was over 3 meters tall. He only gave Steel Fist and Epic Player a glance before turning his gaze toward Lin Huang, who was on the Fister Star. In a flash, Lin Huang disappeared from where he was and reappeared next to Steel Fist and Epic Player. It's not that you've underestimated me, it's that you've overestimated yourselves, Lin Huang replied calmly. He merely gave the middle-rank lord leader a glance, then turned his gaze toward the other middle-rank lord. He was a man of very ordinary appearance with an inconspicuous face. He was not even 1.8 meters tall. He looked thoroughly harmless. You must be spy, yes. Lin Huang's tone grew colder. The man lifted his head, and the smile on his face became increasingly bizarre. He then spoke in a synthesizer-like voice, that's right, I'm spy who killed Yong Ling. Give me Yong Ling's girlfriend, and I'll allow you a quick death. Unfortunately, I don't intend to give you a quick death. Lin Huang turned his gaze from spy and looked at the team leader again. Are these all of the raiders in this great world? Almost. Black Mountain gave a bland smile. What are you going to kill us all? I'm certainly planning on it, Lin Huang answered bluntly. You're young in years but certainly not small in your boasting. As soon as Black Mountain finished speaking, he signaled one of the lower rank lords with a glance. The lower rank lord moved his fingers slightly. No one knew at which juncture he had managed to set up divine telekinesis threads that twined around Steel Fist and Epic Player's arms, pulling them away from Lin Huang. At the same time, the other two lower-rank lords advanced on Steel Fist and Epic Player, respectively. Lin Huang watched this happening, completely expressionless, but did not try to prevent it. In reality, he had already noticed the lower-rank lords' maneuvers earlier and had guessed their battle strategy. They wanted to separate his allies from him, then muster the two middle-rank lords to dispose of him first. All they had to do on Steel Fist and Epic Player's side was to stall them, preventing them from coming to his rescue. The abilities of the two aides you've summoned here are indeed quite excellent, but unfortunately, they can't help you now. A ferocious grin appeared on Spy's face. You're not really thinking the two of you can definitely take me out, are you? Lin Huang remained extremely calm. He did not betray any traces of the anxiety and fear that ordinary people would have when facing two middle-rank lords. You restrain that cat, I'll get rid of him, Black Mountain told the nearby spy, not bothering to conceal his words. He was not worried about Lin Huang hearing him. After all, to him, Lin Huang was already a dead man. However, Lin Huang smiled when he heard that. I think you've made a mistake about one thing. What I've reared isn't just a mere cat. As soon as Lin Huang finished speaking, the remaining gods' figurines' combat souls appeared almost simultaneously. These were the Divine Sun Tree, Enchanted Fairy, the Destructive Divine Mammoth, Nightmare Taper, Undead Styx, Withered Flower, Creation Clock, Shackle Serpent, and Death Butterfly. Each of them was a lower-rank lord with a level 10 Dao seal. This was the result of Lin Huang spending countless years visualizing in the virtual realm. Only then were the 10 gods' figurines' combat souls able to consolidate level 10 Dao seals and achieve lower-rank lord level. Even middle-rank lords Black Mountain and Spy had a change of expression when they saw the 10 gods' figurines' combat souls appearing all at once. The two battlefields nearby also rapidly became aware of the anomalies happening on this end. The three lower-rank lords looked rather pale. After all, the Ninetails Lynx had displayed its abilities earlier for all to see, and the three of them had almost been killed. Meanwhile, Steel Fist and Epic Player's faces bore rather strange expressions. Both of them had initially been worried about how long Lin Huang would be able to face down the two middle-rank lords on his own. Now they saw that Lin Huang did not just have one aide in combat, he had an entire group of them. That aura strength, all 10 of them are rank 6 monsters. Epic Player could not help secretly exclaiming to himself. He had reared Imperial monsters before, and could tell at a glance that Lin Huang's gods' figurines' combat souls were all terrifying pure spirit rank 6 entities. Steel Fist, on the other hand, could not identify the Imperial monsters' ranks, but she could clearly sense that the aura of these Imperial monsters was no lower than her own. No wonder this fellow was so confident from the start. Although a lower-rank lord with 10 seals had not yet elevated to middle-rank lord level, they more or less possessed the ability to fight a newly elevated middle-rank lord. I'll stall these Imperial monsters. You look for an opportunity to kill him. Black Mountain changed his strategy right away. As a combat cultivator, he had more powerful defensive abilities. Under these circumstances, it was natural that he was more suited to drawing fire from the Imperial monsters. If he allowed Spy to draw fire from the Imperial monsters, instead, Black Mountain was slightly worried that all 10 of them would finish Spy off before he himself managed to kill Lin Huang. Clearly, Spy was aware of this as well. He did not put forward any objections. Lin Huang's expression remained calm, as if he were not really bothered about whatever battle strategy his opponents were going to use. As soon as he gave his order, the gods' figurines' combat souls immediately went into action. The destructive divine mammoth led the way, lumbering toward Black Mountain with its steel hooves. Chapter 1647, Yongling. Although the destructive divine mammoth was massive, it did not slow it down at all. It reached Black Mountain in no time and its steel hooves lashed out without holding back. Black Mountain did not dodge when he saw what was happening. He was a bona fide combat cultivator who would not retreat at all when encountering opponents with powerful physical bodies. This was the pride of every combat cultivator. Faced with the destructive divine mammoth's steel hooves, he attacked with both fists, throwing heavy punches. Two forceful beams of black and yellow light enveloped in layers of Dao seals collided with a loud, resonating boom. An instant later, rings of odalic force shockwaves imbued with God sequence power rippled outward. Wherever the shockwaves passed, countless planets exploded one by one. In the end, even the Fister star was not spared. The impact completely shattered it into cosmic dust. As the two combatants clashed, the destructive divine mammoth's body was sent flying backward. It only managed to stop after being flung back 100 kilometers or more in the star-filled heavens. In comparison, Black Mountain had merely been thrown back less than 10 meters. The disparity in ability between the two was very evident. However, Black Mountain's expression was rather grim. Although he held the upper hand during this collision, he could clearly sense that his attack had not breached the destructive divine mammoth's defenses at all. One must know that he had held nothing back earlier. The attack was practically full force, without the boost of a trump card. However, the assault had not made a dent in the destructive divine mammoth's defenses at all. Furthermore, there were still 9 more monsters of similar ability in his opponent's camp. This encounter made him wonder for the first time whether or not he had made the right decision in spearheading a team to kill Lin Huang. Amid Black Mountain and the destructive divine mammoth's mighty collision, Spy, on the other end, was targeted by the other god's figurines' combat souls. The Ninetails lynx attacked first, disappearing from Lin Huang's shoulder directly without so much as an overt move. A second later, it appeared behind Spy, slashing out with its sharp claws. In the void, layer upon layer of spatial blades attacked, surging toward Spy like an all-encompassing net. Spy's sense of danger immediately skyrocketed. Hurriedly, he fled. These waves of assault were no ordinary spatial blades but terrifying attacks compounded with level 10 Dao seals. However, right as Spy moved, Withered Flowers Frost and Creation Clock's Time Freeze were unleashed almost at the same time. Although he was prepared for the Ninetails Lynx's Time Freeze abilities, he was caught off guard by the attacks from the other 2 combat souls. Under the effects of 2 sets of restraining powers compounded with level 10 Dao seals, Spy's body froze involuntarily for a fraction of a second. At that very instant, his figure was completely swallowed up by countless waves of spatial blades. Lin Huang stared fixedly in the direction of Spy's besieged figure. The countless god weapon flying daggers in his sleeves were at the ready. That was to prevent Spy from escaping this fatal scenario. However, a moment later, Lin Huang frowned hard. He could sense that the Ninetails lynx's attack had failed. The countless spatial blades did not seem to have hit anything concrete. He escaped. Lin Huang was suspicious. He had clearly sensed earlier that Withered Flowers Frost and Creation Clock's Time Freeze had scored hits on Spy. Spy had definitely been struck by the attacks. Even if he had only been restrained for a second, he would not have been able to escape the Ninetails lynx's net of spatial blades. Lin Huang's brain kept churning as he thought of all the various possibilities. A moment later, an image of Virtuoso's body becoming insubstantial suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be that this fellow has a technique similar to an obscuring technique? If Spy had really mastered such an ability, he might actually be able to evade the Ninetails lynx's attack even while under restraint. This was just like Virtuoso. Although their body had been put under restraint, they could still use their obscuring skills. As soon as their body became illusory, almost all attacks on the material plane could do nothing to them. Not long later, the Ninetails lynx's spatial blades dissipated, and Spy was still where he was, completely unharmed. He flashed an irritating smile at Lin Huang. The survival technique I used earlier was retrieved from Yang Ling's memory. I must say that it's pretty useful. You're dead meat. Lin Huang's killing intent soared. What Spy said made him recall that Yang Ling had indeed possessed such a technique. It seemed as if it turned his body into something digital to dodge material attacks. However, Spy's words also enraged Lin Huang. Previously he had not been sure all along whether Yang Ling was really dead or not. After all, he had only learned the news from Hong Zhuang's story and had not seen any concrete proof. Now that Spy had mentioned extracting something from Yang Ling's memory, he was now fundamentally sure that Spy had really killed Yang Ling. I love seeing that expression on your face, so desirous of killing me and yet totally helpless. Spy's smile grew more and more savage. I don't mind telling you that since mastering Yang Ling's technique, even an ultimate rank lord might not be able to kill me. You're just too inexperienced. At that moment, the Ninetails lynx abruptly attacked again. However, it did not use spatial blades this time but a spatial bind. Withered Flower and Creation Clock attacked simultaneously as well. As the 3 binding techniques struck Spy, Shackle Serpent, which had concealed itself in the dark, launched an attack. Countless black shackles wrapped around Spy's limbs and neck. I've told you it's useless. Spy's laughter stopped abruptly because he sensed that the Dao seals in his body had been disconnected. Not only that, the God sequence powers, rule-bending powers, and even the divine power within him were vanishing. What's happening? Spy was now in a complete state of panic. Now that it had elevated to Lord level, Shackle Serpent's sealing abilities were no longer restricted to merely divine power. Dao seals, God sequence chains, rule-bending powers, divine power, God territories, and all kinds of God skills and divine abilities, it could seal off just about anything. Although the sealing duration for a lower-rank lord sealing off the abilities of a middle-rank lord was extremely short, it was enough for Lin Huang. A second later, countless blood-red electric arcs shot like lightning out of Lin Huang's sleeves. Over 10 million God weapon flying daggers surged through the air. The sword seal imbued over 50,000 levels of sequence power crushed Spy's body to dust immediately. An ultimate rank lord might not be able to kill you, but that doesn't mean I can't, Lin Huang commented indifferently as he looked in the direction of Spy's dissipating body. However, as soon as he finished speaking, something odd occurred at the spot where Spy's body had dissipated. A figure rapidly began to form at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Huang raised his brows and looked confused. Xiao Hei's push notification had popped up, stating that he had successfully killed Spy. Naturally, Spy could not possibly be still alive. Now there was a body consolidating. What on earth was happening? Lin Huang did not rashly launch into an attack, halting the gods' figurines' combat souls, attacks as well. A moment later, the figure finally consolidated fully. Lin Huang was stunned when he saw its face. Yongling. Although Yongling looked much more mature now and his physique was more muscular, Lin Huang recognized him at a glance. Chapter 1648. Yongling's Revival. I genuinely never thought that you'd be able to kill Spy. Yongling's expression was also full of astonishment as he stared at Lin Huang. After that, he unhurriedly fashioned a set of illusory garments and put them on. It was not the first time Lin Huang had seen him naked anyway. Lin Huang could tell that the person in front of him was really Yongling. However, this was not his actual physical body but a digital projection. Hong Zhuang told me you had been killed by a raider and that your connection with your Goldfinger had been completely wiped. What's going on now? Lin Huang was rather confused about Yongling's current state. Yongling sighed when he heard Hong Zhuang being mentioned. After a brief moment to settle his emotions, he began relating what had befallen him. I wasn't killed at all. Theoretically, it could be considered being captured alive. After sending Hong Zhuang off the other day, I digitized my consciousness as I knew I was no match for Spy. After that, I separated my consciousness into 9 layers from the core to the surface, setting a password for each layer to seal them off. The deeper the layer, the harder the password. I set a group of passwords on the last layer, the core, that would definitely change randomly. I knew that given Spy's character, he would certainly try to decode them. That's because all along, he's wanted to surpass me in every aspect. I left passwords that ranged from easy to difficult, firstly to prevent him from becoming humiliated and angry at being unable to decode the password and immediately destroying my consciousness data. For another, I wanted to buy myself more time to stay alive. I knew very well that with Spy's intelligence, he would easily discover my plan. However, I was also aware that he would most certainly take up my challenge and fall into my trap. Apart from setting up passwords, I'd also made other preparations for my return. One of them included Spy's death. I made his death a trigger condition. As soon as he died, my consciousness data would automatically be unsealed. Now that you've killed him, you've successfully triggered the conditions for my revival. Simply put, that's the entire process. As for the disconnection from my Goldfinger, that ought to have been caused by my consciousness being sealed. We'll talk about the details later after we get back. After Yongling had given a quick summary of what had happened to him, he immediately switched to the topic which concerned him most. Oh yes, is Hong Zhuang alright? She's doing pretty well. Lin Huang nodded slightly. After you were captured alive, she located me approximately 4 months later, and I set her up safely in the Devil Hunter Star Zone. A few days ago, in anticipation of the raiders showing up, I arranged for her, Lin Xin, and the others to move to another star zone. They have peak lord powerhouses guarding them now, so their safety is definitely guaranteed. That's great. Yongling could at least finally be fully at ease. You should stay in digital form for the time being. We'll talk more after I settle these fellows. Lin Huang could tell that Yongling was still in his digitized form. His body was not a materialized physical entity but a virtual projection. If not, he would have been pulverized by the aftermath of the battle between the destructive divine mammoth and Black Mountain earlier, since his cultivation base was not yet at heavenly god level. Yongling nodded and turned his head to look at where the destructive divine mammoth and Black Mountain were. At his current level of eyesight and divine telekinesis strength, he could not catch any of the battle proceedings at all. He could only rely on his eyes to see the sparks from the encounter. Although he was only a digitized form now, he could faintly sense the shockwaves rippling from the collision between Lord-level powerhouses. The terrifying aftershocks even interfered slightly with the digital world. Lin Huang merely transmitted a thought, and all 10 gods' figurines' combat souls joined in to besiege Black Mountain. At that moment, Black Mountain was endlessly bemoaning his current predicament mentally. When Lin Huang had killed Spy earlier, he already had decided to pull out from the battle. After all, he knew Spy's abilities. Although Black Mountain was a combat cultivator with powerful defense abilities, Spy had far surpassed him in terms of survival abilities. However, Spy, who had claimed that even ultimate rank lords could not kill him, had been disposed of by Lin Huang in less than 10 seconds. Black Mountain was not even really able to fathom how Spy's digitized physical body had been decoded. That made him even more fearful of Lin Huang now. We can consider this hunt an utter failure this time. Black Mountain gave Lin Huang a long, hard look and merely hesitated for a moment before he made up his mind. His opponent had 10 imperial monsters. If the battle continued, Black Mountain would exhaust his divine power sooner or later. Moreover, the other 2 people on Lin Huang's side had abilities that were close to middle rank lord level. Meanwhile, on Black Mountain's side, apart from himself who still could fight, it was only a matter of time before the 3 remaining lower rank lords were killed. If he did not pull out now, he might not have the chance to do so later. Black Mountain did not even spare a glance for his 3 partners. He forced the destructive divine mammoth, divine sun tree, and the other combat souls back with an attack, then immediately retreated as fast as he could. As a combat cultivator, the speed of his retreat was really quite astonishing. When Lin Huang saw what Black Mountain was doing, his mouth twisted in a sneer of disdain. A second later, a black kitten blocked Black Mountain's way. Beside the kitten was a dark blue butterfly flapping its wings. Move! Black Mountain did not slow down, he charged right at the 2 little creatures. Naturally, the Ninetails lynx was not used to his temper. It slashed continuously with its sharp claws, and countless spatial blades surged forth torrentially like a violent storm. A ferocious gleam flashed through Black Mountain's eyes. He made no move to dodge at all. Instead, he used his Dao Seal to raise a heavy shield in front of his body to counter the spatial blades that were raining down on him. He did this because he knew that the other Imperial monsters behind him would catch up if he stopped for even a second. At that point, he would only be surrounded by more Imperial monsters. That was why he was willing to risk injury and meet the Ninetails lynx's attack head-on. Only by breaking out from the circle of Imperial monsters that surrounded him would he stand a chance of survival. He did not even spare a glance to see how the battle was going for his 3 partners. To him, all 3 were just cannon fodder for attracting the attention of Lin Huang and the others. The heavy shield was soon dented and scarred from being slashed by the spatial blades. Some spatial blades even pierced through the shield's defensive layer, slicing bloody wounds on Black Mountain's body. Black Mountain did not pause at all. He did not even fight back only because he wanted to reserve enough divine power to escape. Just as Black Mountain's figure approached the Ninetails lynx, Death Butterfly abruptly stirred its wings from beside the kitten. An instant later, a colorless, formless wave began to ripple outward. The already heavily damaged shield began to collapse inch by inch under the rippling of the wave. The moment Black Mountain's muscular frame was exposed, his body appeared to be sliced by countless thin blades and began spurting copious amounts of blood. Chapter 1649, Killing Another Middle-Rank Lord. Black Mountain did not slow down at all. In fact, he completely ignored the wounds on his body. He was a combat cultivator, so his physical body was more resilient than ordinary lords. Death Butterfly's attack seemed terrifying, but in reality, it only caused him superficial wounds rather than any actual damage. After taking the brunt of this attack with his physical body, Black Mountain bypassed the Ninetails lynx and Death Butterfly, his body entirely covered with blood. Although both the creatures were within arm's reach, he still did not retaliate by attacking them. This was because he knew even a second's delay might cause him to be trapped by the encircling Imperial monsters. Although he had never before in his life experienced this injustice of being unable to fight back despite being attacked, Black Mountain chose to use reason to suppress his fury. He knew very well that he might die here if he made even the slightest mistake. What he did not notice was that just as he bypassed the two imperial monsters obstructing his way, Lin Huang's mouth curled up in a faint smirk. A second later, Black Mountain saw blood-red arcs of light surging toward him in quick succession. His mind instantly panicked because he had seen this move previously. In fact, Spy had been killed by this technique. Do I brace for it, or do I dodge? Both choices flashed through Black Mountain's mind for only a moment before he twisted his body aside without hesitation. The reason he chose to dodge so decisively was that his body was instinctively sending out furious warning signals. If he met this attack head-on, even if he were not killed, he would definitely be severely injured. In truth, his instincts were not wrong. Although Lin Huang had currently only mastered a level -1 sword seal still, this level -1 sword seal was not compounded with 10,000 levels of sequence power like before, but with over 50,000 levels. This attack exceeded most middle-rank lords with 20 seals in terms of power, more so even than many middle-rank lords with 30 seals. The instant Black Mountain moved, he did not dare stop. Instead, he diverged from his current direction and tried to escape. When he lifted his head, he saw countless bloody red arcs raining down on him like a torrential storm. He switched directions again without hesitation. However, the other end was also blocked by blood-red arcs like a sky full of stars. Naturally, Lin Huang was the one who attacked first. The 10 million or more god weapon flying daggers were like a giant hemispherical wall that covered the entirety of the starry heavens, blocking Black Mountain's way forward. Black Mountain scanned with divine telekinesis and realized it impossible for him to keep forging ahead. He steeled himself and turned around right away, charging in the direction of the several gods' figurines' combat souls. The way forward was blocked, so he could only escape by turning back. He was also taking a gamble. He was betting on Lin Huang not having more telekinetic flying daggers, or not being able to control more telekinetic flying daggers. However, he did not see that the instant he turned around, Lin Huang's smile became more pronounced. Ignoring the Ninetails Lynx and Death Butterfly's fresh wave of attacks, he passed the two of them again. At that moment, the remaining 8 gods' figurines' combat souls arrived in succession. Divine Sun Tree compounded 10 levels of Holy Fire Dao Seal, its branches lashing at Black Mountain's body. This attack practically caused Black Mountain to feel that his physical body had reached its capacity for enduring high temperatures. Even as a middle-rank Lord-level combat cultivator, his body was shriveling. It felt as if all the moisture and fat content in his body were being squeezed out by the intense heat. Enchanted Fairy's assault hit him a moment later. That terrifying chill way below 0 degrees Celsius could even freeze time and space. Frost climbed up Black Mountain's body immediately. Even the speed of his movement slowed down. At that moment, Creation Clock attacked as well. It utilized a time-stopping skill, and added the power of pausing time as strong as shackles and compounded with a level 10 Dao seal to Black Mountain's body. Black Mountain's body suddenly ground to a halt. When he saw Shackle Serpent appear, however, his pupils contracted suddenly. This was the Imperial monster that had immobilized Spy's body earlier when he had been killed. Black Mountain roared in fury and forcibly shook off Enchanted Fairy and Creation Clock's layers of restraints. The instant Shackle Serpent attacked, Black Mountain's body expanded to several times its size. He threw heavy punches with both fists in Shackle Serpent's direction. At that moment, the destructive Divine Mammoth trumpeted and lashed out with 2 feet at Black Mountain's fists, taking the brunt of the attack. However, the destructive Divine Mammoth was sent flying thousands of kilometers away when it collided with the attack. Lin Huang raised his brows when he saw Black Mountain's body enveloped in vital blood energy, eyes spurting blood-red flames. He used a fire element Dao seal to ignite vital energy, blood, and divine power. In terms of strength alone, that earlier punch was at least 6 or 7 times more powerful. After sending the destructive Divine Mammoth flying with one hit, Black Mountain did not continue fighting. Instead, he launched into the air with both legs and fled several times faster than before. His initial speed was already very swift. Now that it had increased several dozen times, apart from the Ninetails Lynx, the rest of the gods' figurines' combat souls could not catch up with him. The Ninetails Lynx had not been able to do anything to Black Mountain when it had joined forces initially with Death Butterly. Now, on its own, it was doomed to fail. However, Lin Huang did not intend to let Black Mountain go just like that. He shook his sleeves lightly, and blood-red electric arcs shot out in quick succession. In an instant, they had amassed to over 10 million in number. They surged toward Black Mountain again, intercepting him and immediately blocking his way, forcing him to turn back. The God's figurines' combat souls caught up in pursuit once more. The Ninetails lynx, which was the first to arrive, cast a spatial bind without hesitation. It knew its attack had a limited effect on Black Mountain, so it chose to use its control skills to prevent him from escaping again. However, Black Mountain, having ignited his vital energy, blood, and divine power, had increased more than a level in terms of ability. In an instant, he had freed himself from Ninetails lynx's spatial bind. He was intending to flee again when the destructive divine mammoth attacked in a rage. It was livid at being sent flying in the attack earlier. It displayed almost 120% of its power in this attack, charging toward Black Mountain. Black Mountain threw a punch again, and the destructive divine mammoth was sent flying once more. However, the distance was clearly less this time. It only shot back some 200 kilometers. After being momentarily impeded by the destructive divine mammoth, Black Mountain was surrounded again by the remaining 9 gods' figurines' combat souls. Under the continuous siege from Divine Sun Tree and the rest of the combat souls, Black Mountain rapidly became exhausted from fighting back. He kept his gaze fixed on Shackle Serpent to prevent himself from falling victim to its technique. As for the other combat souls, he countered them as much as possible, trying his best to reserve divine power for his escape. Black Mountain's several attempts to break free were futile. However, the gods' figurines' combat souls could not do anything to him even after taking turns to attack him. Both sides fell into a stalemate. Now that the battle on Steel Fist and Epic Player's side was in its last stages, Lin Huang finally stopped merely watching from the sidelines. It was not that he was deliberately toying with Black Mountain. He was just using him as a means of gauging the current abilities of his 10 gods' figurines' combat souls. At this point, he had basically seen everything necessary, and he already had an idea of their capabilities. It was useless for the battle to continue like this. Lin Huang finally took a hand in the proceedings. Dozens of telekinetic flying daggers found their way through the fighting to the scene of battle where Black Mountain and the gods' figurines' combat souls were. Black Mountain immediately became nervous and did not dare to delay any further. To Black Mountain, the pressure from the 30-odd telekinetic flying daggers far exceeded the pressure from all 10 gods' figurines' combat souls taken together. The reason was that he knew Lin Huang was his most powerful enemy here. Although he did not quite understand why Lin Huang did not activate all of his telekinetic flying daggers at once, he did not dare underestimate him in the least. He did his best to dodge whenever he saw the telekinetic flying daggers coming. If he were unable to evade them, he threw heavy punches to knock them aside. After several rounds, the 30 or more telekinetic flying daggers had failed to gain even an inch of ground. Right as Black Mountain was considering how he might find an opportunity to escape, he suddenly felt a tightening around his 4 limbs. A second later, even his neck was entwined by threads. He panicked. Only after a careful scan with divine telekinesis did he discover that his limbs and neck were now bound by telekinetic threads. He had not noticed this earlier at all. He tried hard to struggle free, but he could not move at all. One must know that Lin Huang's divine telekinesis strength was already at peak upper rank lord level. As soon as they saw Black Mountain's body abruptly stop as if he were tied up and dangling in midair, the gods' figurines' combat souls immediately knew that it was Lin Huang who had done that. This time, Shackle Serpent finally found an opening to attack. It was the first to launch an assault and did not hesitate at all. Black shackles began forming out of thin air on Black Mountain's body. As the black shackles appeared, Black Mountain could only sense his divine power fading rapidly, including even the secret skills he used in the battle earlier. His body reverted to its original form. At the same time, he realized that he could no longer sense the Tao seals within his body, his god sequence chains, his god rule powers, or even his god territory. That very instant, he finally realized why Spy, who had claimed that even ultimate rank lords could not kill him, had been killed. In that split second, he felt utter despair. He knew that he was finished. An instant later, he saw the attacks of the Imperial monsters coming at him in succession, and his consciousness went dark immediately. He did not even know which attack finally killed him. Chapter 1650. Die, Babel. Lin Huang put away Black Mountain and Spy's corpses and turned his head to look at the other battlefield. The fight between the three raiders, Steel Fist, and Epic Player was coming to an end. Two of the three raiders were severely wounded. A lady assisting in the battle was clearly a cultivator whose main path was God's soul and divine telekinesis. She had been using telekinetic flying daggers to interfere with Steel Fist and Epic Player. Not only that, she would launch spirit attack maneuvers every now and again. Lin Huang immediately guessed the other party's identity. She was most probably Babel, the one who had invaded Death Sickle and killed Sun Zan. Of the team Black Mountain had brought this time, this lady was the only one whose main cultivation path was God's soul. As if she sensed that the other fight over there had ended, Babel glanced at the battlefield on Lin Huang's end and saw him weighing her up. Not only that, Black Mountain, Spy, and the other two middle-rank lords were nowhere to be seen. A layer of cold sweat suddenly sprang up on her back. She took only a moment to come to a decision and abandoned both her teammates without hesitation, beating a rapid retreat to try and escape the battlefield. At that moment, the corners of Lin Huang's mouth curled up in a faint smirk. If the other party had not tried to run, it would have been rather impolite for him to interfere. After all, she was Steel Fist and Epic Player's enemy. However, now that she was fleeing, it gave him an excuse to attack. It was not for the sake of plundering one more Goldfinger, but because she had killed the people in Death Sickle's headquarters. Lin Huang felt that bringing her corpse back to Death Sickle would be a more fitting final destination for her. If she had not fled and had ended up being killed by Steel Fist or Epic Player, it would have been awkward for him to ask for the body. Babel moved at full speed. She only wanted to be able to escape the battlefield before the others noticed and then summon the dimensional portal. However, before she had retreated less than 1,000 kilometers away, a voice drifted to her ears. "Where are you going?" As soon as the voice finished speaking, a black cat appeared elegantly before her, blocking her way. Its 9 tails undulated like snakes, swaying in the starry sky. At the same time, Babel felt herself pausing abruptly. Her body seemed to be restrained by an invisible force. It was exactly like when they had just landed on the Devil Hunter Star Zone earlier. A spatial bind. Babel felt a sudden chill in her heart, and her pupils suddenly turned pitch black. A second later, the Ninetails Lynx's body shuddered suddenly, and the spatial bind was removed, just like that. Interesting. Lin Huang raised his brows as he watched. She had actually controlled the Ninetails Lynx for a second using a God's Soul secret skill. One must know that the Ninetails Lynx's current God's Soul strength was already at peak lower rank Lord level. In terms of Dao Seal level, the Ninetails Lynx had reached level 10, while Babel had only consolidated a level 7 or level 8 Dao Seal at most. After freeing herself from the spatial bind, Babel did not dare to stop in her bid for escape. The reason was, she knew that Lin Huang had more than one Imperial monster. Not only that, Black Mountain had been killed by this group of Imperial monsters. She did not have sufficient confidence to confront enemies that even the two middle-rank lords, Black Mountain and Spy, could not defeat. However, she did not have Black Mountain's speed. She had not fled very far before she encountered a combined attack from a few of the gods' figurines' combat souls. The Ninetails Lynx that Babel had controlled attacked in a rage. Its sharp claws slashed out, sending countless spatial blades surging toward Babel like a net. Almost simultaneously, Death Butterfly attacked as well. Its wings stirred slightly, and an invisible death wave spread through the starry heavens, fanning out toward Babel. This was followed immediately by attacks from the destructive Divine Mammoth and the other combat souls. Babel's pupils turned pitch black again, and black blood began trickling from her eyes. She released another God's Soul attack that rippled through the starry sky like waves of water. The attack stunned almost all the gods' figurines' combat souls into a trance as it passed them. However, when the God's Soul attack reached Nightmare Taper suddenly released a shriek. Babel immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the remaining gods' figurines' combat souls regained their senses. Lin Huang clearly sensed the full process of the gods' souls colliding this time. Nightmare Taper already possessed the combat strength of a peak lower rank lord, and its God's Soul strength was peak lower rank lord as well. However, it specialized in God's Soul power and was able to wield its God's Soul attacks to yield middle rank lord level results. In reality, Nightmare Taper and Babel were on par with each other in the earlier collision between God's Souls. However, Babel had too many targets to attack, so the strength of her assault was reduced. Thus, she was injured by Nightmare Taper's counterattack. If they were to fight one-on-one, Lin Huang felt the chances of Nightmare Taper defeating Babel would be 50-50. Although this woman, Babel, was only a lower rank lord, her overall abilities were by no means very much weaker than Spy's earlier. Lin Huang attacked mercilessly. At the same time, he found it rather amusing to see his god's figurines' combat souls being repeatedly embarrassed. Dozens of electric arcs resembling blood-red lightning shot out from his sleeves. Sensing the incoming threat, Babel did not dodge. Instead, she used the same skill, turning her head to look directly at Lin Huang. Her black pupils bled without stopping as her god's soul attack surged toward Lin Huang. Her idea was simple. Since she was unable to escape from the encircling Imperial monsters, she would directly attack the Imperial monsters' master. Even if she failed to kill Lin Huang, the master, injuring him severely could increase the chances for her escape. However, Babel released a devastating shriek a second after she released the god's soul attack. At the same time, her eyes immediately burst, eye sockets becoming two bloody holes. Her god's soul attack had backfired instantly. After all, Lin Huang currently possessed god's soul strength at peak upper rank lord level. He was only half a step away from becoming an ultimate rank lord. Not only that, he had a spirit level god weapon in his god's soul space that could increase the strength of his god's soul. Babel attacking head-on with a lower rank lord's god's soul strength was utterly ineffectual. Right as Babel shrieked in agony, her god's soul nearly shattering, a blood-red electric arc flashed through the air and pierced right through the middle of her brow. The several gods' figurines' combat souls looked at Lin Huang with mixed emotions on their faces. The 10 of them had surrounded Babel and attacked but failed twice. However, with just a single blow, Lin Huang had killed this powerful spirit cultivator. After using divine telekinesis to retrieve Babel's corpse and put it away in his storage space, Lin Huang glanced over in the direction of the other battlefield. Steel Fist and Epic Player's fight had come to an end in quick succession, with the 2 lower rank lords being slaughtered on the spot. Their battle appeared to have taken a long time, but in reality, less than 10 minutes had passed. It felt much longer because the battle on Lin Huang's side had ended far too rapidly. After putting their acquired loot away, Steel Fist and Epic Player approached Lin Huang. Their faces bore extremely complicated expressions as they looked at him. Although they had not seen the full proceedings of Lin Huang's battle when the 2 of them had been fighting, they had taken moments to observe. Therefore, they had caught the instance when Lin Huang had killed the 2 middle-rank lords in Babel. Having discovered that the new club member had such terrifying abilities, they were not too sure what to say at the moment. Lin Huang, however, initiated the conversation when he saw how awkward both of them felt. "Thank you so much for your aid. If there's anything you need help with in the future, I'll definitely help out if it's within my power to do so." "Don't say that. The 2 of us didn't help at all. We're just here to freeload off the loot." Epic Player gave a wry smile. "With your abilities, you don't need our help at all. I don't understand why you asked both of us to come." Steel Fist looked as if she had been stunned by a blow. "I didn't know their exact abilities after all, so I asked for your help just in case." Lin Huang only disclosed part of the truth. He did not tell them that his abilities had skyrocketed after he had requested their presence. Although the answer sounded a little like prevarication, the 2 of them believed it regardless. "What are your plans after this? Are you going to the universe?" Steel Fist could not help but ask. "I doubt I'll be leaving the great world for the foreseeable future. There are still a great many things I need to settle here." Lin Huang shook his head. "Which means to say we can still be in contact," Epic Player said with a smile. "Of course, we're colleagues at the club." Lin Huang smiled and nodded. Speaking of colleagues, Steel Fist's expression turned a touch colder. "I think there's an 80% chance that Brat Cunning Rabbit is the Raider spy." "What 80% chance? It's 100% that it's him," Epic Player scoffed. "Otherwise, how would the Raiders know to send all their members to hunt the 3 of us?" The 2 of them had already found out from Lin Huang that he had only sent the 3 of them a request for help. Cunning Rabbit was the only one who had not replied. Therefore, Cunning Rabbit had to be the one who had leaked the information to the Raiders. "Does Cunning Rabbit have a permanent address?" Lin Huang looked at Steel Fist and Epic Player with a beatific smile. "I know of a foothold he uses, but I'm not sure if there's where his permanent residence is," Steel Fist replied with a smile. "I think we can pay him a visit and surprise him." Lin Huang looked at the 2 of them with a smile. "I think we can do that. I think it's a great idea too." Chapter 1651. Bigger trouble. After putting Yongling into his god territory temporarily and recalling the 10 gods figurines' combat souls, Lin Huang concealed his aura and disguised himself. After that, he departed with Steel Fist and Epic Player. After passing through the dimensional portal, Lin Huang appeared directly on the rooftop of a tall building. He could not help frowning slightly when he saw the never-ending stream of crowds, vehicles, and horses below. A place like this was not ideal for a fight. Is this the Ricky Star? Epic Player asked at once after he swept his gaze over his surroundings. Clearly, he was familiar with this planet. The Ricky Star in the Coin Star Zone. Lin Huang had heard of this planet as well. The Coin Star Zone was in the core zone of the God territory. It was one of the top 3 commercial trade star zones. Furthermore, the Ricky Star was the richest of the several planets in the God territory. Anyone who had been in the God territory for some time would have probably heard the saying, Ricky Star, divine crystals everywhere. That's right, Steel Fist nodded slightly, confirming Lin Huang's suspicions. This isn't a good place for a fight. Epic Player verbalized what Lin Huang was thinking, looking rather helpless. Let's confirm first whether he's here or not. Lin Huang did not say much. To keep from alerting the enemy, the 3 of them concealed their auras and even disguised their appearances. They certainly could not use divine telekinesis either. Lin Huang had given the matter some thought and decided on his plan. If Cunning Rabbit were really hiding on this planet, he would summon Shackle Serpent to seal off his Dao seal immediately and take him somewhere safe before dealing with him. Follow me. Steel Fist was now in a black leather dress, and her charisma was considerably more beguiling. In a flash, she vanished on the spot. Lin Huang and Epic Player immediately followed suit. A moment later, the 3 of them appeared in the air above a bar. They no longer had to hide their auras once they had arrived at this location. Cunning Rabbit opened this bar. The private room in the furthest part of the basement is his, Steel Fist communicated to the other 2 via voice transmission. The 2 of you stand guard here, I'll check it out. Lin Huang nodded slightly. In a flash, he appeared directly at the door of the room that Steel Fist had mentioned. The room seemed to have a unique barrier in place. Even Lin Huang's divine telekinesis could not penetrate it. Not only that, there was a defense barrier as well. Lin Huang drew his sword and shattered the door with one slash. He then stepped inside. The private room was actually a luxurious suite, but it was empty. At the moment, Lin Huang scanned through once with divine telekinesis, however, he did not find anything of note. He only contacted Steel Fist and Epic Player with divine telekinesis after he left the room to summon them both down here. The 2 of them scanned the room with divine telekinesis as well after entering. They then began a physical search of the place. After approximately 10 minutes or so, the 3 of them gathered in the living room after a fruitless search. This room has quite evidently been cleared out. Even most of the furniture has been taken away, Steel Fist said with a frown. Apart from a few paintings on the living room walls, nothing remained. Even the wardrobe and bed in the bedroom had been removed. The entire suite appeared vacant. I'm guessing he used some method to find out about Black Mountain and the others being killed. Lin Huang turned his gaze to Steel Fist. Furthermore, he was very much aware that you knew about this foothold of his, so he rushed back to clean everything up and avoid exposing his tracks. Unfortunately, I only know about this foothold of his. Steel Fist frowned slightly. Now that this lead has fizzled out, it'll be hard to find him again. His running away is further proof that he's the spy. Lin Huang did not show very much emotion. He had already anticipated that this might happen. Let's send the information about him being a spy to headquarters first, Epic Player said and looked at Lin Huang. Since he already knows the result of our battle earlier, he'll definitely transmit information about you to the Raiders' headquarters the first chance he gets. Once you've come to the attention of the Raiders' headquarters, the Raiders in the universe will most certainly send even more powerful Raiders to hunt you. Black Mountain and Spy were middle-rank lords, so the Raiders they send next will definitely be more powerful than both of them combined. They might even send upper-rank lords. Lin Huang could not help frowning at this point. He had never imagined that the aftermath would bring so much trouble. That's why we must send the information about him being a spy to the club's headquarters right away. Then we'll tell them about your situation in detail and request headquarters for backup. But even if the powerhouses from headquarters can defeat the Raiders from the universe, your troubles might not be over yet, Epic Player continued. There might be more Raiders who will accept the mission to kill you. What you've just said makes me want to kill Cunning Rabbit even more now, Lin Huang said with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. In reality, he already felt a sense of danger. Initially, he had thought he was already powerful enough. However, from the looks of things now, this was entirely not the case. With the threat of the raiders hanging over his head like a huge mountain, Lin Huang just could not feel completely at ease. That's why I asked if you were planning to go to the universe. Steel Fist could not help commenting from where she was. As soon as you enter the universe, it will be difficult for the raiders to find you since it's so vast. However, if you stay in this great world, it will be much easier for them to find you. Lin Huang shook his head still. There are matters in the great world that I haven't sorted out, so I can't leave just yet. What do both of you intend to do next? We'll have to hide for a while in the universe. Epic Player gave a wry, resigned smile. If the raiders really do send upper rank lords over, both of us can't fight them. From beside him, Steel Fist did not raise any objections. The three of them went their separate ways after chatting for a while. Lin Huang had fully anticipated failing to capture Cunning Rabbit. He did not dwell further on the matter. After returning to the Devil Hunter Star Zone, he glanced at the near-total destruction rod on the area and did not linger. He appeared on a planet in a nearby star zone. Ignoring the bustling crowds of people, Lin Huang pushed open the door and entered a particular courtyard. Lord Swordmaster. A figure welcomed him immediately. It was Sword One in a purple robe. Is everyone on this planet? Lin Huang asked immediately after a faint nod. Not at all. To be safe, we're scattered over 5 different star zones. Sword One shook his head. Is there a problem? The danger isn't fully past yet. Lin Huang's expression remained tense. Summon all of them here, please. Less than 5 minutes later, everyone from the Sword Alliance had gathered in the courtyard. For a while in the future, there might be more powerful raiders from the universe coming to attack. The great world isn't safe, in particular the areas around the Devil Hunter Star Zone. For safety, I've decided to place all of you in the God territory within me. After this brief explanation, everyone present did not raise any objections at all. Lin Huang then put all of them into the God territory within him. Once he was done, Lin Huang looked toward a specific direction in the distant heavens. It was where the Nephilic Judge tribe was. Chapter 1652. 6 Goldfingers, those who have already elevated to rank 5 and those who have prepared the materials for elevation to rank 5, or who have already elevated to rank -4.5 can come to the Ricky Star in the Coin Star Zone. I'll elevate you immediately to Supreme God rank 5 and Pure Spirit rank 6. Those who haven't completed collecting materials, send me a detailed list of the materials you haven't managed to obtain yet. I'll help you gather them. Once I've completed gathering everything, I'll notify all of you, then follow it up with your elevation in rank. Also, please inform me as soon as you've elevated to 9th rank Heavenly God level. There'll be a pleasant surprise at that point. Lin Huang sent these 3 messages to all his Imperial monsters through telepathic voice transmission. Now that Xiaohe had lifted its restrictions, as long as it was supplemented with origin energy, it could create advance cards in batches to elevate all the Imperial monsters to Pure Spirit rank 6. When the Imperial monsters received the voice transmission messages, their first reaction was to wonder if Lin Huang had made a slip of the tongue. They were all aware that Xiaohe could elevate monsters. However, from mythical level rank 4 onward, each advancement required a massive amount of materials. It was very clear what Lin Huang's voice transmission message meant. They only required materials for rank 5 to be able to elevate 2 ranks and advance to Pure Spirit level. Don't we need materials to elevate to rank 6? The first one to ask a question through voice transmission was Bai. This time, he did not choose to message Lin Huang privately via telepathic voice transmission. Instead, he asked his question publicly so the rest of the Imperial monsters could hear him. No, Lin Huang gave a straightforward, public answer. Due to some special reasons, you don't need materials to elevate from rank 5 to rank 6. When all the Imperial monsters heard Lin Huang's reply, their expressions were full of surprise and delight. This was fantastic news for all of them. After all, they had already exhausted their efforts collecting elevation materials for just rank 5 alone. The difficulty in gathering materials for rank 6 would only increase. At that moment, Kylie, who was with the Nephilic Judge tribe far away, spoke up as well. What's the surprise when we elevate to 9th rank? Kylie had already elevated to rank 6. Moreover, her combat strength had advanced to 8th rank Heavenly God level. She was only a step away from 9th rank. Naturally, what she cared more about now was the reward for elevating to 9th rank. Lin Huang did not answer her question. Instead, he asked through voice transmission, would it be convenient for you to leave the Nephilic Judge Tribe's star zone? I have ways of not being found out. Kylie nodded. That's perfect. Let me know as soon as you elevate. Lin Huang said this because it was impossible for him to keep tabs on the changes in his monster cards at all times. As for the surprise, you'll find out then. I definitely won't disappoint all of you. Lin Huang still kept things a secret in the end. He glanced over Kylie's card. Her combat strength was 8th rank now. He knew that she would probably break through to 9th rank in less than a month. Grimace spoke as soon as the two of them had finished conversing. Are you on the Ricky Star now, Master? I am, Lin Huang responded immediately. When he went to the Ricky Star with Steel Fist and Epic Player earlier, he had secretly used the Gate of All Realms to program the coordinates. After making sure everyone from the Sword Alliance was settled, as well as Lin Xin and the rest, he had teleported here at once. Then we'll sort out a few matters at hand and come by later. We're not too far from you, Grimace said at once. Where are you guys? Lin Huang asked, slightly puzzled. We're in the Cash Star Zone. The Cash Star Zone was also in the core zone of the God territory. Just like the Coin Star Zone, it was one of the richest star zones in the God territory. Grimace had said they were not too far away. In actual fact, there were 3 star zones in between. Taking into account the distance of the void as well, they were over 5 million light-years away. However, this was certainly not considered very far in the vast God territory. Although he was curious why Grimace and his group had gone to the Cash Star Zone, Lin Huang did not delve further into the matter. Alright, just come over later then, Lin Huang agreed quickly. The other Imperial monsters listened enviously. They already knew that Grimace and his group had elevated to rank -4.5 pseudo-supreme god level. It was completely in accord with the elevation conditions that Lin Huang had mentioned. After informing the Imperial monsters about the matters pertaining to their elevation, Lin Huang glanced at the hotel room he was in. There would be barriers in such a high-end hotel. Moreover, they would have been put in place by heavenly god-level powerhouses. It could easily block the probing of most heavenly gods. However, it was still not sufficient for Lin Huang. He set up several barriers himself and isolated the entire room from the outside world. He then sat down again with his legs crossed to look through the spoils he had obtained from killing the group of raiders. The only whole corpses he had obtained were those of Black Mountain, Spy, and Babel. As for the 3 people he had killed using Mirror's reflection, their corpses had been blown into bits. Not only were the defense Dao weapons on the 3 incomplete bodies damaged, but there was only 1 storage ring that remained intact. If I had known this was going to happen, I wouldn't have shown off with Mirror, Lin Huang sighed helplessly. He felt he had lost far more than 20 million. He felt grateful that Black Mountain and the other 2 storage rings had been preserved in perfect condition. I'll give these bodies to the Queen Mothers to use as materials. They should be able to nurture rank 6 Bug Emperors or Queen Mothers. However, the prerequisite is that I need to advance the Queen Mothers to rank 6 first, then directly elevate them to Lord level. After staring at the bodies for a moment, Lin Huang very soon came up with a way of dealing with them. He withdrew his divine telekinesis from the storage ring and sank his mind into his inner world. When he killed the group of raiders, he had simultaneously obtained their goldfingers as well. Those were the most valuable of all his loot. Earlier, he did not have time to check them through in detail. Now that he was free, he could finally take some time to look at them. The first one was Black Mountain's Goldfinger. It was a tiny golden man the size of a human palm. A Goldfinger that strengthens one's physical body. Lin Huang used divine telekinesis to scan the Goldfinger and found out what its functions were. This Goldfinger could plunder the physical energy and divine power of all living things that the host killed, as well as inherit their combat cultivation inheritance, rules related to combat cultivation, sequence powers, and Dao seals. Lin Huang raised his brows after checking it through. As far as he was concerned, this Goldfinger was not very powerful, but it could remedy his shortcomings at this stage. His biggest shortcoming at the moment was that his physical body was not strong enough. His god soul was already at the strength of a peak upper rank lord, but his physical body was merely at the standard of a lower rank lord. Once he refined this Goldfinger, he could inherit Black Mountain's physical body right away, and the strength of his own body would directly advance to peak middle rank lord level. After this, Lin Huang looked at the second goldfinger. It was a piece of meat, shaped like a brain. Lin Huang scanned it with divine telekinesis and soon found out the goldfinger's function. This isn't bad at all, a god's soul type goldfinger. Without a doubt, this had to be Babel's goldfinger. The main function of this goldfinger was to plunder their opponents, God's soul, and strengthen the host's God's soul. It could also read their opponents, God's soul's memory and replicate inheritances. It was certainly a very useful goldfinger. After putting the second goldfinger away, Lin Huang looked at the third goldfinger. It was a gold metal piece the size of a little finger and similar in shape to the chip inside an electrical device. Lin Huang scanned it with divine telekinesis and obtained a rough idea of what the goldfinger's function was. This was Spy's goldfinger. Although its functions were quite outstanding, he did not intend to keep it. Instead, he planned to give it to Yongling. After all, Spy had plundered Yongling's goldfinger back in the day, and Yongling had been pursued by Spy for hundreds and thousands of years all this while. Giving him the goldfinger would help him gain closure. Moreover, the usage and utilization of this goldfinger was extremely complicated. Lin Huang did not plan to waste time and effort on it. As far as he was concerned, Yongling was perhaps the only person who could best exploit the goldfinger's functions. The remaining three goldfingers held no attraction for Lin Huang. Their functions could basically be replaced by Xiao He and the other goldfingers. Moreover, their effects were nothing like those of Xiao He and the rest. Chapter 1653. I'll follow you. In the living room of the hotel, Yongling's digitized body gradually materialized. Lin Huang tossed him a set of God sequence relics for defense right away. Yongling caught them and acknowledged ownership of them by putting them on. To be honest, when Hong Zhuang found me, I thought all along that you couldn't really be dead. Lin Huang watched Yongling fashion a set of illusory casual attire with the defense relics, before stating calmly, until Spy fought me and I saw him digitizing his physical body. While telling me that he had extracted that skill from your memory, only then did I believe you were truly dead. Yongling sat on the armchair to Lin Huang's left and took a sip of the tea on the coffee table. Only then did he slowly explain, to prevent him from damaging my digitized body right away, I divided my consciousness into 9 parts. Apart from the core, the remaining 8 layers actually had information hidden within them that he wanted. One of them was the technique of digitizing the physical body. He was dying to get his hands on it. I intentionally placed the digitization of the physical body in the first layer to create the illusion that the deeper the layer, the more valuable the information. In the end, over the past half a year or so, he was only able to decode 3 layers of passwords. That was much slower than I expected. Initially, I thought I'd set up 9 layers of passwords to buy myself as much time as possible. Although I harbored a very faint wish that Hong Zhuang might grow and avenge me, I didn't hold out much hope. I knew very well it was only a matter of time before I was well and truly dead. My purpose in transferring the Goldfinger's remaining power to her was so that she could grow quickly, and have the ability to protect herself in the great world. I asked Hong Zhuang to look for you only because I was thinking of her safety. I never expected you to avenge me. After all, apart from you and me, she doesn't know anyone else in the great world. Furthermore, you're the only person I trust. What I didn't expect was that you'd grow so fast, and to this extent. Yongling subjected Lin Huang to a long, in-depth scrutiny. He was quite astounded at Lin Huang's cultivation speed. Definitely a little faster than most normal people, Lin Huang replied humbly with a faint smile. Yongling could not even find the words to poke fun at this statement. Alright, let's just skip all the sentimental stuff. Seeing that Yongling wanted to say more, Lin Huang interrupted him, we've known each other for so many years. You took good care of me in the past and helped me a lot. You can consider me killing Spy as returning the favor. After he finished speaking, Lin Huang took out a gold metal piece that was the size of a little finger. He flicked it toward Yongling with one finger. I'm giving back your goldfinger. What? Yongling's expression was somewhat torn. Since Spy's goldfinger was Lin Huang's loot, technically, Yongling ought not to take it. However, this goldfinger had devoured his own goldfinger before there were even remnants of a familiar aura. He was rather unwilling to relinquish it. When Lin Huang saw the expression on Yongling's face, he knew what was going through his mind and spoke up again. Stop dilly-dallying. This goldfinger belongs to you by right, I can't use something so complicated. It will only be able to display its full abilities when it's with you. Anyway, I have quite a number of gold fingers now, so it doesn't matter if I lose one or gain one. If you really feel guilty about it, then don't charge me when I go to you to unseal gold fingers and check information. Yang Ling was finally relieved upon hearing that. Alright, just treat it as if I borrowed it. In the future, when I get hold of other gold fingers, I'll give them to you in exchange. Not a problem. After some consideration, Lin Huang did not decline. This was because if he rejected Yang Ling's proposal, Yang Ling might not accept the gift. Since you're just borrowing it, why don't you choose one or two more? As Lin Huang spoke, he took out the 3 gold fingers that did not interest him. Yang Ling was stunned when he saw this. Immediately he asked in astonishment, "How many raiders did you kill?" He had only awakened after Lin Huang killed Spy, so he had seen him kill Black Mountain and Babel later on as well. However, he had no idea what had happened in the earlier stages of battle. Including Spy, I killed 6 of them. Lin Huang's tone was utterly calm as if he were talking about something insignificant. There are 2 gold fingers that will be fairly helpful to me, so I retained them for myself. The remaining 3 aren't very useful as far as I'm concerned. See if you can make use of them. If you can, take them with you. You can return them to me later on in the future. Lin Huang was being so generous mainly because travelers were the only ones who could use gold fingers. Even if he kept the extra gold fingers, he would not use them. At most, he could only use them as materials for refining. Of all the people he was close to, aside from Lin Xin, Yang Ling was the only one who could use a gold finger. Yang Ling was rendered speechless at Lin Huang's casual tone as if he were merely selling cabbages at the market. However, he scanned the gold fingers with divine telekinesis anyway and checked them out in detail. Regardless of whether it was 1, 2, or 3 items, he would still be borrowing them. Since he was already indebted to Lin Huang, a few more debts would not matter. If he really were to encounter gold fingers that were suitable for him and could boost his abilities or remedy his shortcomings, he would be able to grow more powerful much more rapidly if he obtained them now. At this point, he decided not to stand on ceremony any longer. He picked one of them after thoroughly checking them all with divine telekinesis. I'll take this God's Soul type gold finger. The strength of my God's Soul has a significant impact on my abilities. Sure. Lin Huang tossed Yang Ling the gold finger that he had chosen and put away the remaining 2. He had already thought of what to do with the remaining gold fingers. What do you intend to do after this? Lin Huang asked as he watched Yang Ling putting away the 2 gold fingers. I don't have any plans. Yang Ling thought for a moment, then lifted his head to look at Lin Huang. I might as well follow you now. Spy is dead, and I don't have any goals at present. If you're willing, Hong Zhuang and I will stay on and work for you. I can forego a salary, but I do need to have time off. Of course, Lin Huang agreed immediately. If you stay on with me, it'll be more convenient if I need to get hold of you. There's no need for you to work for me, though. You can just be an honorary professor. Both of you aren't my subordinates, and you won't be bound to me. You'll have absolute freedom as well. You can leave any time you want. Alright, it's settled then. The 2 of them were in accord. As far as Lin Huang was concerned, Yang Ling was an assistant who was hard to come by. For unsealing storage rings, forging identities, and some tasks involving the retrieval of secret information, Yang Ling was undoubtedly the best candidate. He needed Yang Ling. Meanwhile, for Yang Ling, his purpose in staying on was actually mainly to repay Lin Huang for what he had done. Not only had Lin Huang saved his life, but he had also killed Spy for him and even gave him Spy's gold finger. These 3 things were, without a doubt, significant favors. Now that he had been avenged, he genuinely did not have a clear goal any longer. Since it did not matter to him where he went, he would just stay on for the time being to help Lin Huang. After he had repaid the favors or when he finally had a clear goal, it still would not be too late for him to leave. Therefore, the 2 of them came to an agreement very quickly. Chapter 1654. The threat that the soul-controlling tablet sensed after agreeing to work together with Yang Ling. Lin Huang sent him back to the God territory within him. Unlike before when he had casually put Yang Ling back into the God territory, this time, Lin Huang sent Yang Ling directly to the planet where Lin Xin and Hong Zhuang were. He even sent him directly to the courtyard entrance where Hong Zhuang was. When Yang Ling opened the door and emerged before Hong Zhuang, she was utterly stunned. She stared in Yongling's direction and stood in a daze for a good while before she rubbed her eyes. She thought she was seeing an illusion. When she opened her eyes again, Yongling had already come over to stand right before her. Hong Zhuang could not control the tears from welling up in her eyes. I thought you were truly dead this time. I definitely almost died. Yongling pulled Hong Zhuang into his arms, smiling. Hong Zhuang hugged Yongling tightly as if she were afraid that he would disappear again. Her tears kept flowing as if a dam had broken. The two of them did not say anything else. They remained where they were, holding onto each other, and stayed thus for a long time. When Hong Zhuang finally stopped crying, she wiped away her tears and finally let go of Yongling. He reached out and brushed away the tear stains on her face. It must have been hard on you all this while. I'm all right. Hong Zhuang shook her head then asked curiously, how did you manage to escape? I didn't escape at all, Yongling explained with a smile. Lin Huang killed Spy. Yongling very quickly related the events that had unfolded later. Lin Huang had no idea what was going on in his inner world. After sending Yongling into the god territory within him, he began busying himself with his own affairs. The gold fingers I have now are Xiao He, the soul-controlling tablet, the eternity fire, Qi Mushang, Yin Yin, great heaven, the gate of all realms, Mr. Gate, the tiny golden man, Black Mountain, and the brain of the soul, Babel, as well as these two extra ones. In truth, strictly speaking, Yongling was the only traveler that Lin Huang knew very well. Although Lin Xin had a goldfinger, the emperor's heart, Lin Huang had not spoken with her at all regarding the matter of travelers. He had kept this from her all along. However, he felt that it was probably time they talked about it now. Lin Huang greeted Lin Xin with his consciousness via voice transmission, then teleported her out of his god territory. Lin Xin was delighted to finally meet her brother face to face again after not seeing him for such a long time. Come sit down, silly girl. Lin Huang poured Lin Xin a cup of tea as he spoke. He was thinking of how to bring the matter up. Lin Xin sat down obediently. Noticing the tense expression on Lin Huang's face, her initial happiness was now marred by a touch of anxiety. Big brother, has something happened? Lin Huang fell silent for a moment, then looked straight at her and said, Emperor's heart, please come out. What? Lin Xin was shocked when she heard this. She had never expected Lin Huang to find out her secret that she had a goldfinger. Not only that, he knew its name. Just as Lin Xin was somewhat at a loss, a three-dimensional projection shone from the communication ring on her finger. It was a lady who looked almost exactly like Lin Xin. Only two things were different: her hair was purple, and her eyes were golden. Lin Huang was slightly taken aback when he saw what the emperor's heart projected. He knew that this was how Lin Xin had looked in her past life. Since the emperor's heart had appeared in this form, it clearly had not told Lin Xin about her past life. Is anything the matter? The emperor's heart looked at Lin Huang in a rather unfriendly manner. Before it had acknowledged Lin Xin as its owner, it had come to an agreement with Lin Huang. It would keep his identity as a traveler secret, and Lin Huang would keep the emperor's heart's past a secret from Lin Xin. However, now that Lin Huang had suddenly summoned it like this, it suspected that Lin Huang might be intending to break their agreement. Both of you know each other. Lin Xin's face was full of confusion. Initially, she thought that her possession of this goldfinger, the emperor's heart, was a secret from her brother. She had never expected that her brother seemed to know her goldfinger. I've seen it a few times before you claimed ownership of it, Lin Huang explained immediately. He still did not wish the emperor's heart to expose his identity as a traveler. After all, his soul had traveled into another body, so theoretically, he was not Lin Xin's brother. He was not sure how Lin Xin would react if she found out about that. We've only met 2 or 3 times, so we're not well acquainted. Emperor's heart nodded in agreement with Lin Huang. It turned its head to look at Lin Huang after it finished speaking. So tell me what's going on, that you insist on summoning me out. Lin Huang sorted out what he wished to say first before stating, you know that I have a goldfinger. In fact, I have more than one. More specifically, I've obtained 2 more of late that I won't be able to use. I think Xiao Xin can take a look and see if she might be able to make use of them. Lin Huang took out the goldfingers that he did not need as he spoke. Surprise flashed through the emperor's heart's eyes, but it did not say anything. It could more or less guess how he had managed to obtain the 2 goldfingers. You can have more than 1 goldfinger. Lin Xin was stunned to hear that. Yes, you can. It's just that it's something rather rare. so it's difficult for an ordinary person to possess even one. Lin Huang nodded. Lin Xin turned her head to look at the emperor's heart after she heard this. It seemed to matter to her how the emperor's heart felt. The emperor's heart, however, was not bothered at all and nodded. Yes, take a look at them. If they're suitable, you can take them. After all, every Goldfinger has somewhat different functions. Some of the functions might just be the ones you need. Only then did Lin Xin nod and direct her divine telekinesis toward the 2 Goldfingers on Lin Huang's palm one after the other. A moment later, she raised her head and looked at Lin Huang. Both of them seem like all right to me. Although the Emperor's heart's functions were powerful, they emphasized more on various aspects of online networks. The immediate boost to Lin Xin's combat abilities was insignificant. Of the 2 Goldfingers on Lin Huang's palm, one had energy storage and conversion abilities, which was equivalent to a weaker version of the Eternity Fire. The other one contained the ability to create mechanical devices. They were completely useless to Lin Huang. However, Lin Huang seemed to be very interested in both Goldfingers. She had even begun to conceptualize designing firearms and weaponry with this ability to create mechanical devices. Take both of them then. Lin Huang tossed both Goldfingers to Lin Xin. Lin Xin did not stand on ceremony this time and caught both of the Goldfingers. Thank you, big brother. Lin Huang chatted for a little bit with Lin Xin after having settled the matter of the 2 extra Goldfingers. He then transported her back to the god territory within him. Right after he had sent her back, a voice came from within him all of a sudden. Lin Huang, I've thought it through. Lin Huang instantly identified that this was the soul-controlling tablet's voice. He said in some astonishment, what have you thought through? All this while I've been obsessed with becoming the host's only Goldfinger. However, it's only now that I've realized it's not very likely that true powerhouses among travelers would own merely one single Goldfinger. Back in the day, the soul-controlling tablet had requested that Lin Huang replace Xiao He before it would follow him because a traveler could only have one primary Goldfinger. This primary agreement was completely fair, whereby the primary Goldfinger was bound to the host for good or ill. As for the Goldfingers that made agreements with the host later, theirs would be more of a master-slave relationship. Back then, Lin Huang had been unwilling to replace Xiao He. The soul-controlling tablet did not force the issue either. Instead, it had left a clone in Lin Huang's body, letting Lin Huang find it a new host. However, over the last few years, Lin Huang had hardly met any trustworthy travelers. Therefore, he had not been able to find the soul-controlling tablet a suitable host all this time. The soul-controlling tablet had not been in a rush either. Since it was a Goldfinger, its lifespan was much longer than most living beings. Now, however, it saw the ease with which Lin Huang obtained multiple Goldfingers, so many, in fact, that he could give them away as he wished. At last, it was beginning to realize that it was not so rare and unique after all. Do you want to make me your host? Lin Huang immediately understood what the soul-controlling tablet meant. That's right. The soul-controlling tablet fell silent for a while before continuing, but currently my primary form is still in damaged condition. If you truly acknowledge me as your master, of course I'll help to restore you fully, Lin Huang promised readily. Then it's a done deal. The soul-controlling tablet was finally able to be at ease after hearing confirmation from Lin Huang. In reality, it had been worried that Lin Huang might reject its request. After all, it had rejected Lin Huang initially. Lin Huang had not expected that giving the Goldfingers away would make the soul-controlling tablet feel threatened, causing it to be willing to acknowledge a master. In a flash, he returned to the god territory within him and appeared right away in front of the cliff where he had found the soul-controlling tablet. He approached the cliff wall and passed through it, emerging in the void that the soul-controlling tablet had created. After a glance at the huge stone tablet, which was more massive than all the stars, Lin Huang's figure appeared on top of it in a flash, standing on it. Have you thought it through thoroughly? Lin Huang asked, looking down. I have. The soul-controlling tablet did not hesitate any longer. The next instant, a black stone tablet as big as a human palm sank into the giant stone tablet beneath Lin Huang's feet. This was the clone the soul-controlling tablet had previously left behind in Lin Huang's body. A moment later, the giant stone tablet began to shrink rapidly. In the time it took for a breath, the huge stone tablet shrank from the massive size of a star to the size of a palm. It transformed into a stone tablet full of cracks and penetrated through Lin Huang's brow. Chapter 1655. The Imperial Monsters return. After dinner that evening, Lin Huang went strolling around the night market. The Ricky Star had an abundance of nightlife. Even the night market was on a much bigger scale than any Lin Huang had been to on other planets. This night market was the size of an Earth city, at least a few times bigger even than Wulin Town in the gravel world where he used to live. There were 30 to 40 intersecting streets, both big and small. The longest street stretched fully 10 meters or more and was densely packed with hundreds upon thousands of stalls. There were even more people than that strolling through the streets, however. Although their shoulders did not touch, the crowd could be considered an endless stream of moving figures. As the sky darkened gradually, warm lights began to light up one by one above the night market, a decorative touch that made the place seem even lovelier. As the lights came on, more people began showing up at the night market. Lin Huang relaxed and strolled around aimlessly. Along the way, he saw countless weird and wonderful snacks, as well as many local crafts. For a while, he was dazzled by the sheer amount of things to look at. He also rapidly discovered that the night market on the Ricky Star must have been inspired by humans. Aside from the larger scale, the types of items for sale were generally the same. There were all sorts of snacks, drinks, tidbits, crafts, little trinkets, and children's toys. After strolling around for almost an hour, Lin Huang suddenly sensed the auras of Grimace in his group. Only then did he return to his hotel room in a flash. A moment later, the three imperial monsters found him by following their contract sense. As soon as Grimace, Lancelot, and Charcoal appeared in front of Lin Huang, they were subjected to a divine telekinesis scan. All three of you have improved quite a lot. Lin Huang nodded in satisfaction after the scan. The three of them were already at 8th rank heavenly god level now. They were almost as fast as Kylie in terms of advancement speed. Furthermore, the three of them had successfully elevated to pseudo-supreme god level rank 4.5. At this level of rank and combat strength, as long as they did not encounter half-step lord level or lord level powerhouses, they would be practically invincible in the god territory when the three of them joined forces. Grimace gave a faint smirk when he heard Lin Huang's compliment. Lancelot was expressionless. Charcoal was the only one who was so happy that his tail began undulating. We worked really hard the past few months. Charcoal immediately wanted to show off. Grimace took us, however. Grimace, who was standing to one side, coughed lightly once. Charcoal glanced at him and swallowed the rest of his words with an effort. What did Grimace take you all to do? Lin Huang raised his brows. He had a vague sense that it was probably something illegal. Otherwise, Grimace would not have purposely interrupted Charcoal. Well, Charcoal failed to respond for a while. At this point, Grimace finally spoke up from where he was standing off to the side. I just took them along to collect a few treasures, then exchanged those for money. Lin Huang eyed Grimace. He knew that this fellow was certainly lying. If that were really the case, there would have been no need for him to stop Charcoal at all. At that moment, Lancelot spoke up as well from beside them. Can you truly elevate us directly to rank 6 this time? This fellow was obviously helping to change the subject. When did the three of you get so close? Lin Huang teased, looking at Lancelot and Charcoal. Both of them looked in other directions immediately. They did not dare meet Lin Huang's gaze. I don't care how you obtained your resources, but there's a bottom line you can't cross. Lin Huang glanced over the three of them. You're not allowed to do things that will do harm or commit atrocities. Lin Huang did not extrapolate on the subject after he finished speaking. He opened the door to his god territory with a wave of his hand, then gestured at the three of them. Come with me. Lin Huang appeared directly in front of the Great Heaven Palace together with the three imperial monsters. If one wanted to talk about the safest available place, it would undoubtedly be the Great Heaven Palace. Therefore, Lin Huang chose to elevate his imperial monsters. Here, when Charcoal saw the two guardian beasts at the door, he involuntarily shrank back slightly. The two three-legged golden crows were combat souls of archaic descent. Not only were they supreme god level rank 5, but their combat strength was also peak heavenly god level. Charcoal, whose main cultivation path was the fire element, could clearly feel the sense of oppression emanating from the two guardian beasts. He could also sense even more that he was no match for both of them. However, what he did not know was whether even King Kong and Peerless Overlord would be able to hold the advantage if these two three-legged golden crows were to join forces. Naturally, Lancelot and Grimace also sensed how powerful the two guardian beasts were, but they could not sense it as clearly as Charcoal could. Both of them could not help warily eyeing the two sculpture-like three-legged golden crows. The two three-legged golden crows observed the three of them for a while as well, only withdrawing their gaze when they saw Lin Huang bringing the group over to the steps. The three imperial monsters followed Lin Huang and arrived at the Great Heaven Palace's entrance only after going up the steps. The three became nervous again upon seeing the two palace doors. The eyes of the two relief-carved archaic fire dragons on the doors slowly began moving round and round, then fixed their gaze on Charcoal and the other two imperial monsters. The two archaic fire dragons merely gave Lancelot and Grimace a glance, then turned their eyes upon Charcoal to check out this member of their tribe. They were not scrutinizing Charcoal. As pure-blood dragon tribe members, naturally, the two were more curious about this junior who possessed the same bloodline. Charcoal felt an immense pressure bearing down on him at that moment. He could clearly sense how powerful the bloodlines of the two dragon tribe members were. He merely gave the relief carvings a glance, then lowered his head and did not dare to look at them again. Only after Lin Huang pushed open the Great Heaven Palace's doors and the two archaic fire dragons closed their eyes once more did Charcoal feel that the pressure had lifted. Hurriedly, he caught up with Lin Huang and slipped into the palace. Grimace and Lancelot also released a sigh of relief almost simultaneously. Although they had not been singled out by the archaic fire dragons, the pressure from the dragon's aura was still tangible. Lin Huang led the three imperial monsters deep into the palace. He only stopped when he arrived at the dais where the throne was. "Sit down first, all three of you, and settle your state of mind." The three of them sat down immediately with their legs crossed when they heard this and began to regulate their breathing with their eyes closed. In all honesty, their auras had been affected by their emotions since meeting up with Lin Huang and had been continuously fluctuating. When they saw the three-legged golden crows and the archaic fire dragons, especially, it was hard to calm their auras under such immense pressure. Lin Huang had sensed this, which was why he had asked the three of them to regulate their breathing to calm themselves. After a moment, sensing that their emotions had gradually stabilized and their auras were no longer fluctuating, Lin Huang contacted Xiaohe and requested for consolidation of all the rank 5 and rank 6 advance cards. "You don't have to open your eyes. Just feel the sensation of being elevated, that's good enough." As soon as Lin Huang finished speaking, he targeted the three intended card users and crushed the cards in his hands. The 6 cards turned into golden points of light that entered the bodies of the 3 imperial monsters, respectively. The golden points of light had barely been in their bodies for a few seconds before cocoons rapidly began forming over their figures at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 1656, The Mysterious Gift. Days passed in the Great Heaven Palace. Soon, the days turned into months. Given that time had been accelerated 10,000 times, less than 20 minutes had passed in the outside world. Lin Huang returned from the god territory within him to the Ricky Star. He poured himself a drink that the hotel had prepared and slowly walked to the hotel balcony. He sat on a deck chair, sipping his drink. As he looked up at the starry sky, his thoughts were already drifting. He had almost finished his drink when he felt a sudden premonition. Lancelot and the other two had awakened one after the other in the Great Heaven Palace. Lin Huang put down his drink. He returned to the god territory within him in a flash and appeared in the Great Heaven Palace. He saw all 3 imperial monsters, now out of their cocoons, and their auras were quite different from before. They were also countless times stronger. The 3 of them were checking through their own transformations in delight. Meanwhile, their cards had popped up in front of Lin Huang. Monster card. Charcoal, rarity, pure spirit, monster name, black flame dragon forefather, type of monster, archaic dragon, pure blood nickname, flame forefather, combat strength, 9th rank heavenly god, major, true dragon Tao, major skills, power of the dragon forefather, archaic dragon flame, ancient dragon breath, ancient secret draconian, dragon forefather kingdom, minor skills, elemental immunity, physical reflection, cell immortality, immortal dragon soul, summon authority, activated. Card remarks, please spare no efforts in cultivating this. Monster card. Grimace, rarity, pure spirit, monster name, mysterious lord, type of monster, absolute mystery, nickname, the king of secret techniques, combat strength, 9th rank heavenly god, major, control, major skills, mask control, puppet domination, god of deceit, king of divine illusion, minor skills, supreme intelligence, divine telekinesis, mysterious trap, mysterious mirror, summon authority, activated. Card remarks, please spare no efforts in cultivating this. Monster card. Lancelot, rarity, pure spirit, monster name, ruthless sword master, type of monster, holy blood, nickname, killer, combat strength, 9th rank heavenly god, major, sword Dao, major skills, supreme sword master, darkest sword spirit, sword Dao holy method, sword kingdom, minor skills, sword steps, dark mirror, summon authority, activated, card remarks, please spare no efforts in cultivating this. The 3 cards clearly showed that the 3 of them were pure spirit rank 6 now. Not only that, their combat strength had advanced as well. They had been directly elevated to 9th rank heavenly god level. Lin Huang made a thorough check through the other information changes on the cards. Their skill panels were already densely packed. For main cultivation path skills alone, there were already over 100 of them listed on the main skill branch. As for supporting skills, altogether they came to almost 1,000. Their secondary cultivation path skills were even more numerous. There were over 150 core skills on the main skill branch and 2,000 to 3,000 supporting skills. Lin Huang only discovered after checking through the skill descriptions that the main skill branch was comprised of the main skills derived from the god sequence chains that Lancelot and the others had fully mastered. In other words, the 3 of them had mastered over 200 god sequence chains. One must know that someone as powerful as Great Heaven, who had dominated the great world for an entire era, had only mastered 42 god sequence chains at 9th rank heavenly god level back in the day. Even Buried Heaven, who had recently elevated to become a lord, had only manifested 27 god sequence chains during his unification. The number of god sequence chains the 3 imperial monsters had mastered at present was almost tenfold the number that Buried Heaven had mastered. One could well imagine that if their abilities were placed within the great world, the 3 of them would be able to subdue all enemies who were under lord level. Lin Huang was rather shocked as he stared at the 3 cards. He was not shocked by the number of god sequence chains they had mastered, but by the effect of the advance cards. Previously, he had not paid too much attention to the connection between rule-bending powers and sequence powers in the main branch of the imperial monsters, skill trees. Only now was he finally able to see the connection clearly. It turned out that the advance cards could simultaneously bestow terrifying inheritances upon the imperial monsters during their elevation, including rule-bending powers and god sequence chains. That was also why Lancelot and the others did not need to spend time consolidating god sequence chains. Their god sequence chains had skyrocketed to over 200 in number from just the initial 20 or so god sequence chains that they had mastered. After ascertaining this, Lin Huang was even slightly envious of this group of imperial monsters. What a great thing to be able to immediately become so powerful without needing to cultivate. Naturally, Lin Huang could only think such a thing in secret. It would not be very nice to verbalize it. It would hurt Lancelot and the other two's self-esteem if he said it out loud. "How are you feeling?" Lin Huang asked, smiling faintly. "I feel invincible." Charcoal's eyes lit up. He looked like he was eager to find someone to spar with. "That's merely an illusion caused by your abilities skyrocketing." Lin Huang poured cold water on this notion at once. Charcoal's moment of enthusiasm was immediately doused. "I'm so much more powerful now. I probably can battle a half-step lord if I encounter one." Lancelot thought about it and gave his opinion. Lin Huang shook his head still after hearing what Lancelot said. "All of you still haven't grasped the disparity between heavenly gods and lords. A heavenly god's godly right can only be used within his own god territory. However, a lord's godly right has been integrated with a Dao seal, so it can be used outside the god territory and still have a boosting effect. Right now, you've mastered over 250 god sequence chains. In the god territory, with the addition of the godly right, that would be an effect of an 81-fold boost. In other words, the actual effect would be equivalent to over 20,000 chains. This number certainly surpasses that of all half-step lords and most lower-rank lords. However, you'd only have 250 or so chains outside the god territory. Although those lords and half-step lords haven't inherently mastered as many god sequence chains as you have, they can use their godly right outside their god territory. With the godly right's boosting effect, they'll far exceed your abilities. Which means all we've got to do during battles is to drag the opponent into our god territory, then we'll be invincible." Grimace gave an eerie grin from where he was standing off to the side. "You could look at it that way." Lin Huang glanced at Grimace and added, "But don't underestimate any enemy. Those half-step lords and lords certainly aren't going to let you drag them into your god territory so easily. Lin Huang chatted with the three of them for a little, and the subject soon expanded to include talking about the gift for elevating to 9th rank heavenly god level. Boss, all of us have elevated to 9th rank heavenly god level now. What's this gift that you said would definitely delight us? Charcoal asked, his face full of anticipation. Although Lancelot and Grimace said nothing, their ears had obviously perked up, worried that they might miss out on something. Lin Huang glanced at the three of them and thought they looked rather comical. He decided not to keep it a secret any longer and directly told them what it was. The gift is to directly elevate you to become lords. The three of them were stunned when they heard this. They thought they had misheard or that Lin Huang was just joking with them. Boss, please don't joke about such a thing. Charcoal gave two forced laughs and stared at Lin Huang in a shifty manner. He did not believe Lin Huang but still harbored some faint hopes. Who says I'm joking? Lin Huang raised his brows. You aren't joking, Charcoal bellowed at the top of his voice. He was so thrilled he almost overturned the roof. Can you really do that? Grimace also found this hard to believe. Isn't this kind of elevation considered to be forcing things to happen before we're ready? Lancelot asked. He was the calmest of the three. After all, it had not even been a day since the three of them had elevated to 9th rank heavenly god level. He felt that elevating his current abilities again would be proceeding too quickly. Don't worry, there won't be any side effect. The certainty of Lin Huang's tone set the three imperial monsters at ease. At least up until now, Lin Huang had never yet disappointed his imperial monsters. You can go into closed-door cultivation with your minds at ease. When you finish, you'll be my right-hand men. When Lin Huang finished speaking, 3 Lord Elevation cards had already appeared in his hands. He crushed the cards an instant later. The 3 cards turned into 3 streams of light and penetrated through the brows of the 3 imperial monsters. Chapter 1657. Lord-level imperial monsters. After returning once again from the god territory within him to the Ricky Star, Lin Huang poured himself another drink. This time, he did not go to the balcony. Instead, he sat on the sofa in the living room and began pondering, his gaze not focused on anything in particular. He had previously questioned Xianxia about directly elevating his imperial monsters' ranks and combat strength. Xianxia's response was that there would not be any side effects. Only after persistent questioning had Xianxia finally explained why there would be no side effects. All the cards that Xianxia created were derived from Lin Huang's energy. The difference between creating monster cards and item or function cards was that monster cards possessed a cognizance of self. This consciousness could not be created out of nothing, so Xianxia had to divide out consciousness seeds to be implanted into the cards. However, after the consciousness seeds had entered into the bodies of various monster cards, they would grow into all kinds of individual characters after absorbing the essence of memories and inheritances. Essentially, all of the monster cards that Xianxia created through capturing origin energy were its clones. To be exact, whether it was Bai, Lancelot, Kylie, or Charcoal, all of them were projections of Xianxia on the material plane with different concrete, individual characters. Therefore, Bai and the others could elevate without having to follow regular elevation and advancement rules. They could inherit myriads of god sequence chains and rule-bending powers without incurring a burden. As long as there was sufficient origin energy and Xianxia had sufficient authorization, they could even be elevated to terrifying entities higher than lords, and there still be no side effects. Lin Huang was soon pulled out of his reverie by energy waves within the Great Heaven Palace. Thanks to the time flow being accelerated 10,000 times, Lancelot and the other two had completed their elevation to lords one by one after less than 5 minutes had passed in the outside world. Recalled to his senses, Lin Huang returned to the Great Heaven Palace in a flash. Only after sensing that the auras of all 3 imperial monsters were undoubtedly lord level did Lin Huang finally set his mind at ease. He checked their card information again. All 3 had successfully consolidated Dao seals. Although they had only consolidated level -1 Dao seals, there were over 20,000 Dao tattoos on their Dao seals. This was comparable to many lower rank lords who had compounded level 10 Dao seals. It also meant that ability-wise currently, all 3 were almost invincible among lower rank lords. If they were to encounter a lower rank lord with a level 10 Dao seal, even if the 3 of them could not defeat the lord, they had the ability to go head-to-head with them. However, to prevent the 3 of them from becoming arrogant, Lin Huang concealed the truth from them. Your current abilities are at lower rank lord level now. That's already considered fairly powerful. However, in the great world, there are lords with 7 or 8 Dao seals, so don't think that you're invincible now. Charcoal nodded immediately after hearing that. Beside him, Lancelot said nothing, while Grimace, on the other hand, seemed excited to try out his new abilities. After the 3 of them had elevated to lord level, the inheritances within them had been unsealed even further. They were also aware of the divisions within lord level cultivation. They knew that they had only consolidated 1 Dao seal, so their abilities were definitely nothing compared to lords with more Dao seals. However, what they did not know was that the Dao seals they had consolidated were much more powerful than the Dao seals consolidated by others. Don't stir up trouble after all of you return to the god territory. Lin Huang's gaze lingered on Grimace intentionally when he said this. You can gather more high-level resources during this period. You're going to need a huge amount of resources to support your cultivation when we go to the universe in the future. After giving them a few reminders, Lin Huang led the 3 of them out of the Great Heaven Palace. This time, the 3 imperial monsters could sense very clearly that the archaic fire dragons on the doors and the 3-legged golden crows at the bottom of the steps were no longer threats to them. Charcoal's expression was proud as he walked past the several guardian beasts. He even raised his tail high like a male peacock who had defeated a rival in love. Lin Huang eyed Charcoal's childish behavior, but he did not stop him. Instead, he waited for Charcoal to finish showing off before bringing all 3 of them back to the Ricky Star. After returning to the Ricky Star, Lin Huang gave them reminders again. He also specifically sent Lancelot a voice transmission, asking him to keep tabs on Grimace and prevent him from stirring up trouble. Only then did he let them leave. Lin Huang frowned slightly, looking in the direction where they had vanished. He had no idea why, but he kept having a nagging feeling that Grimace would cause trouble. After sending the 3 of them off, Lin Huang thought for a moment, then asked the Gate of All Realms to open the passage to the virtual realm. Before setting up the virtual realm cabin so he could cultivate later, he first had to clear the voids nearby. He stepped through the passage with his virtual body and entered the virtual realm. As soon as he teleported through, he sensed intense battle fluctuations being transmitted over. He lifted his head to look and was immediately rather stunned. Battling it out were Black Mountain and Spy whom he had killed previously, while Babel and the other 3 lower-rank lords stood on the sidelines, trembling. Why have they showed up on the Ricky Star? Lin Huang felt rather puzzled. Could it be because their corpses are with me? But why would they suddenly fight among themselves? Lin Huang was even more confused by this. However, his sense of confusion had not lasted for very long before he discovered he was being targeted. Sensing Lin Huang's aura, the battle between Black Mountain and Spy stopped abruptly. Both of them looked right at him. Lin Huang did not know why, but he could clearly sense the ill intent emanating from these few voids. It was not just Black Mountain and Spy, even Babel and the rest who were watching the battle nearby had obvious murderous intent in their eyes when they looked at him. Right as Lin Huang sensed the voids, malicious intent, Black Mountain and Spy attacked almost simultaneously. This time, their target was Lin Huang. Lin Huang gave a cold snort and shook his sleeves. Countless blood-red electric arcs shot out in a burst. There were millions of electric arcs. Each of them was guided by the sword seal and imbued with over 50,000 levels of sequence power. Black Mountain and Spy made a lightning retreat when they saw that. However, Babel and the other 3 lower-rank lords nearby failed to dodge in time. They were impaled by so many blood-red electric arcs that they were practically turned into sieves, and died on the spot. Spy digitized his body in an instant and avoided Lin Huang's attack this round. Black Mountain, however, evaded the attack and used his overwhelming defense techniques to defend himself. As expected, it's still rather difficult to kill a middle-rank lord instantly. Lin Huang was also very much aware of his own abilities. The next second, he did not hold back any longer and summoned his 10 combat souls right away. Although the god's figurine's combat souls had the physical form of a god's figurine, in essence, they were combat souls and part of Lin Huang's body. Naturally, he could bring them into the virtual realm. As soon as the god's figurine's combat souls were summoned forth, Lin Huang could sense even more clearly that Black Mountain and Spy's killing intent grew increasingly intense. I thought voids don't possess their memories from the material realm. Lin Huang did not really understand. However, he suddenly realized why Black Mountain and Spy were fighting. In the virtual realm, both of them had no memory of each other. Now that they were in the same space, it was only natural that they would fight for territory. As soon as the 10 gods' figurines combat souls joined the battle alongside Lin Huang's millions of god Dao weapons, Black Mountain was immediately subdued with no trouble at all. After Black Mountain had been disposed of, Spy was soon captured and sealed by Shackle Serpent. He was killed on the spot. Within less than 2 minutes, Lin Huang had managed to obtain 6 portions of origin energy. Among them were 2 that were middle-rank lord in strength. The rewards he obtained this round were handsome indeed. Chapter 1658. Lin Huang's conjecture. After killing Black Mountain and the others who had turned into voids, Lin Huang spread his divine telekinesis to scan through the several nearby star zones. Unexpectedly during the scan, he discovered another void. He did not know if Black Mountain and the other voids had not managed to discover it when they were fighting earlier, or if they had noticed its presence but chosen to ignore it. When Lin Huang appeared in a flash, the lower rank lord level void was still trembling. Its ability could not be considered particularly powerful. Lin Huang estimated that it had only consolidated 4 or 5 seals. Its eyes brightened when it saw Lin Huang, and it stopped trembling. Clearly, what it feared was the battle fluctuations from earlier. However, it was not in awe of Lin Huang, whose ability it was unable to probe. Sensing the other's intent to kill, Lin Huang did not wait for it to attack but made his move first to gain the advantage. A red gleam shot out of his sleeve and immediately pierced through the void's head. A moment later, he obtained yet another portion of origin energy. Lin Huang spread his divine telekinesis again in the void's location. After discovering that there were no more voids in the surrounding star zones, he returned to where the Ricky star was. The coined star zone in the virtual realm had been almost completely destroyed by the massive battle between Black Mountain and Spy. The Ricky star had long since been turned into a mass of cosmic dust. Lin Huang glanced around him and very soon picked a planet that had not been destroyed. It was a neutron star with an extraordinary gravitational force. In the material realm, it was highly improbable that there would be any living beings on it. It was one of the most uninhabitable stars in the universe. Lin Huang appeared on the surface of the planet in a flash, then crushed a virtual realm cabin card. He summoned the Gate of All Realms and returned to the Great World only after making sure that the virtual realm cabin had fully consolidated. After returning to the material realm, Lin Huang was still in the same initial location he had been at when on the neutron star. He pushed open the door and entered the virtual realm cabin. He removed his storage ring from his finger and placed it on the floor of the room. Then he turned around, opened the door, and left. Lin Huang summoned the Gate of All Realms again after leaving the virtual realm cabin and entered the virtual realm once more. As soon as he entered the virtual realm, he pushed open the door immediately and entered the virtual realm cabin. He picked up the storage ring on the floor. He had decided to cultivate in the virtual realm cabin this time because he had a new conjecture about the next step in his cultivation, and he was quite eager to verify it. When he crossed the threshold of 9th rank heavenly god level, the godly right in his body seemed to have reached satiety and had stopped absorbing any half-step lord level god sequence chains. This had also led to the number of god sequence chains his godly right could contain reaching its upper limit of 51,200 chains. Although the total number of god sequence chains in the god territory within him had surpassed 180,000 chains, due to the limits imposed by the godly right, he could only compound 51,200 god sequence chains outside his god territory. Lin Huang had been considering whether or not to elevate to lord level in this condition. In fact, he had been thinking about the matter for days. However, for the past few days, he had a vague sense that his godly right ought not to be completely satiated yet. Sitting in the virtual realm cabin with his legs crossed, Lin Huang took out a lord's body. This body belonged to a lower rank lord in Black Mountain's group. It was one of the 3 lower rank lords whom Lin Huang had killed with mirror. To be honest, Lin Huang could not tell exactly which one among the 3 it was. After taking out the body, Lin Huang pressed his hand against its abdomen and soon retrieved its god territory. Before giving this lord's body to the Queen Mothers to use as material, he decided to make full use of it first. Looking at the illusory crystal in his hand that was smaller than half his palm, he hesitated no more and pushed it between his brows with a smack. The next second, the illusory crystal sank into Lin Huang's brow and disappeared. He followed suit with his consciousness and sank into his inner world immediately. As soon as he entered the god territory within him, he felt the entire god territory shaking as if the whole universe were quaking. A moment later, Lin Huang saw a piercingly bright light unfolding in the far-off starry sky. After a long time, the white light that had illuminated everything as bright as day finally began to dim. At the same time, Lin Huang sensed that the god territory within his body had expanded again. It was successful. Lin Huang was over the moon. He checked his godly right immediately. As he had expected, the limit for god sequence chains in his godly right had finally been triggered. It increased to 51,201 chains, then 51,202 chains, 51,203 chains. The entire process was slow and steady. Lin Huang finally completed refining the Lord's God territory after goodness knows how long. The number of God sequence chains that the God territory in his body could contain had skyrocketed to over 230,000 chains. The number of God sequence chains in an ordinary Lord's kingdom within them far exceeded the number he could invoke using his Tao seal. Furthermore, the limit for God sequence chains that the godly right in his body could contain had doubled instantaneously. It had skyrocketed to 102,400 chains. However, he could clearly sense that he had not reached his limit yet. He realized that his previous conjecture was completely accurate. Lin Huang took out the second Lord's God's corpse without hesitation and extracted its God territory from its body. He then began a new round of refining. He did not know how long this round of refining took either. However, the total number of God sequence chains in the God territory within him had skyrocketed to over 270,000. The limit for God sequence chains that his godly right could contain had also increased. It had skyrocketed to 153,600 chains. Lin Huang subsequently refined the God territories from the remaining two lower rank lords, bodies one after the other. The unknown lower rank lord boosted the total number of God sequence chains within Lin Huang's body to over 60,000 chains. As for the lower rank lord with the codename Babel, her God territory was considerably more powerful. It added another 120,000 God sequence chains to the existing ones within Lin Huang's body. At this point, the God sequence chains within Lin Huang's body had reached over 460,000 in total. However, Babel's God territory did not boost Lin Huang's godly right, it remained at 51,200 chains. Refining the two lower rank lords, God territories had also resulted in the number of God sequence chains that Lin Huang's godly right could contain increasing to 256,000 chains. Compared to previously, this was a fivefold increase. Looking at the remaining two middle rank lords, bodies, Lin Huang did not hesitate any further and extracted their God territories. However, he was unable to refine the God territories after they entered his body. Instead, they occupied a corner of the God territory in Lin Huang's body and went into hiding. He tried twice, and the result was still the same. Lin Huang guessed that the middle rank lords' rankings were probably too high, which caused the refining to fail. Feeling helpless, he had no choice but to give up. However, he did not come out of closed-door cultivation just yet. Instead, he retrieved the remaining 523 half-step lords, God territories from his storage ring. He absorbed all of them into the God territory within him and began a new round of refining. After a mere moment, Lin Huang smiled wryly and shook his head. As I expected, half-step lords, God territories can't boost the godly right's containment limit any longer. However, Lin Huang did not stop refining this time, as the God sequence chains inside his God territory were still increasing. This new round of refining made Lin Huang lose the concept of time entirely. He was focused heart and soul on the refining process and completely forgot about the passing of time until he had refined all the half-step lords, God territories. Although there were no changes to his godly right at all, this round of refinement boosted the total number of God sequence chains in his God territory to over 630,000 chains. When Lin Huang opened his eyes again, he gave a very long exhale. It seems I'll need to use a large number of resources to trade for lower rank lords, God territories next. Chapter 1659. I don't understand your sense of aesthetics. After returning to the great world from the virtual realm, Lin Huang immediately contacted Steel Fist, an epic player from the club. He was not sure if there were lords, kingdoms in other people's possession, but he knew that his two colleagues from the club who had just been in a battle with him definitely would have some. The reason was that the two of them had just killed 3 raiders together. Moreover, the two of them had been lords for many years, so they might also have killed other lord-level powerhouses in the past. Within 10 minutes, Lin Huang had come to an agreement with both of them. He would trade 3 lords, bodies for 3 lords, kingdoms. It was a pity the two of them did not have more lords, kingdoms. They had long since refined the kingdoms of the lords that they killed in the past. Epic Player even stated frankly that if Lin Huang had not managed to contact them in time, both of them might have decided to refine the kingdoms. For lord-level powerhouses, refining other lords, kingdoms did not have any boosting effects on their abilities. At most, this would just further strengthen the foundations of their own kingdom and expand their kingdom's size slightly. The reason was that the number of god sequence chains their Dao seals could control was limited. Moreover, under normal circumstances, the number of god sequence chains in their kingdoms would already have exceeded the limit their Dao seals could manage. Even if they refined more god sequence chains, they could not convert them into abilities. However, having 3 lords, kingdoms was certainly better than having none at all. After sealing the deal, Lin Huang turned off the communication page and took out his royal token. He then opened the trading page. After keying in the keywords, lower rank lord's kingdom, he instantly saw information on hundreds of sellers who had this item up for bids. He quickly clicked on them one by one. Lin Huang felt rather frustrated after spending over half an hour reading all the information. Most of these people were trading for rare and unusual items. There were even some Lin Huang had never heard of before. Clearly, there were many things in the universe that the great world did not possess. After thinking about it, he decided not to trade Black Mountain and Spy's God's Corpse for now. Although he knew he could definitely trade middle-rank lords, God's Corpses for many lower-rank lords, kingdoms, he made up his mind that he would only decide after unlocking Black Mountain and the other storage rings. He had only passed the 4 storage rings to Yongling recently. In Yongling's current condition, he would probably not need very long to unlock them. If there was nothing valuable in their unlocked storage rings, Lin Huang would have no option but to trade the 2 corpses for lords, kingdoms. If there were many valuable items that could be used in exchange for a sufficient number of lords, kingdoms, naturally, he was more willing to keep the gods' corpses as materials for the Queen Mothers. At this point, Lin Huang could not help sending his consciousness into the god territory within him. He communicated to Yongling through voice transmission, "Please remember to notify me as soon as you're done unlocking those few storage rings. I'll be done with them latest by tomorrow afternoon," Yongling replied immediately. Lin Huang's spirits instantly lifted when he heard that. As for Death Sickle, his other channel, Lin Huang had initially not planned on contacting them. After all, prior to Buried Heaven, no lords had emerged from Death Sickle before. The possibility of them having lords, bodies and kingdoms was low. However, after thinking about it, Lin Huang still sent Buried Heaven a message anyway to ask about the matter. On the off chance that they did indeed possess such items, he did not want to miss out. However, as Lin Huang had expected, Buried Heaven's answer was no, and he replied instantaneously. After turning off the communication page, Lin Huang sat on the sofa in the hotel room. He browsed through Death Sickle's forum while sending part of his consciousness into the god territory within him. He observed the Dao seals with their various colors, all of them like eternal stars. There were currently 31 Dao seal stars like that in his body. He had obtained them from refining the kingdoms of Zanzhou, Babel, and the rest. However, he could not refine these 31 Dao seals, nor could he use them. Unlike the sword seal, they were consolidated within Lin Huang's body from Dao seal fragments. These were Dao seals that had originally been whole. Although their initial will imprint had been erased, they were still in a self-sealed, unactivated state. Lin Huang had tried using many ways in the virtual realm but failed to communicate with them still. He conjectured that he might only be able to refine these Dao seals and use them for himself after he had elevated to become a lord. Lin Huang turned his gaze from the Dao seals and looked at the Dao seal fragments that dotted the void like stars. He had obtained these from refining the half-step lords, god territories. For the time being, he had not figured out how he ought to deal with these thousands of Dao seal fragments. After a moment of consideration, he decided not to think about it for now. He sent his consciousness deep into his god territory, where 2 giant spheres hovered in the void. They were like 2 giant eggs floating in the sea. These 2 spheres were the kingdoms of the 2 middle-rank lords, Black Mountain and Spy. Even though they were in a self-sealed state, their size was still comparable to a star zone. They existed in a form like this within Lin Huang's god territory and had not become a part of it because Lin Huang could not refine them. He had no option but to leave them as they were for the time being. Anyway, Since their wills had been erased, the two god territories were now in an ownerless state. They would cause no harm hovering in the air like that. After withdrawing his consciousness from his inner world and feeling rather helpless, Lin Huang slowly began thinking of other ways to strengthen his ability. Time passed. The night proved uneventful. Public security on the Ricky Star was so well maintained it was uncanny. After all, this was the territory of Precious Treasure Pavilion, the Grade 7 organization. Even though there were no lords guarding the place, there were still half-step lords. Furthermore, there were a great many organizations here as well, with multitudes of heavenly god-level powerhouses coming and going daily. Naturally, there were not very many people who would dare to cause trouble here. Lin Huang, too, enjoyed the peace and quiet. The next morning, not long after Lin Huang had finished breakfast, a visitor came calling. It was Epic Player from the club. He was still in casual attire, but his originally blue hair was now dyed a shade of manure-like yellow. Furthermore, it had been cut into an asymmetric style with one side short and the other long. The fringe on the long side curved down from his forehead, not only covering his entire right eye but also extending all the way to his lips. Lin Huang could not even bring himself to compliment the aesthetics of Epic Player's hairstyle. He merely glanced at it and hurriedly averted his gaze from Epic Player's head. Steel Fist said something came up at the last minute and asked me to help her handle the exchange. Lin Huang nodded. I've just received her message. He did not tell Epic Player that Steel Fist's message had been, I won't be coming with Epic Player this round. His hair annoys me every time I see it. He even discussed hairstyling tips with me for ages. It took me forever to get rid of him. What do you think of my new hairstyle? Epic Player suddenly pointed to his head and asked. It's pretty nice. It suits you. What else could Lin Huang say? I think it's pretty nice too. Can you believe that girl Steel Fist actually said it's hideous? Epic Player said in puzzlement. She also told me that even if I shaved my head, I'd look better than I do now. I'm not One Punch Man. I won't become more powerful if I shave my head. I really don't understand women's sense of aesthetics. Lin Huang secretly added to himself mentally, I don't understand your sense of aesthetics either. Chapter 1660. Bai and Tang Ran, now elevated to become lords after seeing Epic Player off, Lin Huang eagerly entered the virtual realm again and refined the 3 kingdoms he had just obtained. After this round of refining, the number of god sequence chains his godly right could contain went up to 153,600 chains. The total number had increased to 409,600 chains. As for the total number of god sequence chains in the god territory within him, they had increased significantly from over 630,000 chains to 780,000 chains. Lin Huang's abilities also received another round of boosting. After returning from the virtual realm to the great world, he patiently waited for Yongling to unlock the storage rings. To kill time, for lunch that afternoon, he specifically picked a restaurant with excellent reviews and which required queuing up for entry. The queuing alone took up 1.5 hours. Lin Huang returned to his hotel room after lunch. Just as he was about to take a nap, he suddenly sensed familiar auras approaching. The instant Lin Huang sensed this, someone knocked on the hotel room door the next second. When he opened the door, he saw it was Bai and Tang Ran. What surprised him was that Bai and Tang Ran had already elevated to 9th rank heavenly god level. They had even surpassed the speed of Kylie's combat strength elevation. The speed of your combat strength elevation. We entered the abyss, Tang Ran said, his expression rather helpless. He even, specifically glanced at Bai, who was standing beside him, before he made his reply. Lin Huang was utterly bereft of speech. Both of you really have some nerve. One must know that even Lin Huang would not go into the abyss as he pleased despite his current level of ability. We were only hunting in the middle layer, and if we sensed any unusual fluctuations in the abyss, we retreated immediately, Bai explained calmly as if it were something not worth mentioning. Naturally, Lin Huang was aware of Bai's anxiety. Bai had been trying his best to catch up with Lin Huang in the hopes that he could be Lin Huang's right-hand man. However, the gap between their abilities had kept increasing to the point where the Imperial monsters could no longer battle Lin Huang's enemies. However, Lin Huang also knew it was sheer luck that Bai and Tang Ran had managed to come back safely. Based on the timeframe that Bai and Tang Ran had elevated to Supreme God level rank 5, they must have entered the abyss earlier than Lin Huang. Their exit from the abyss ought to have been around the same time as Buried Heaven and his group. During that period, the abyss just so happened to be in a state of hibernation. The fact that both of you survived at all is pure luck alone. Lin Huang's tone contained a hint of reproach. The Abyss happened to be in a period of hibernation. The God Territory's earlier expedition to the Abyss probably awakened many abyssal powerhouses. When the two of you get out of closed-door cultivation this time, don't go to the Abyss again. Monster Paradise's revival function has limitations. If the two of you are killed by lords, you'll really die. No wonder the number of monsters in the Abyss suddenly started increasing, Tang Ran muttered quietly. From beside Tang Ran, Bai remained silent. It was not clear if he had taken Lin Huang's words to heart or not. All right, come with me. Lin Huang summoned up the door to the God Territory with a mere gesture after he finished speaking. He led both the Imperial monsters into the Great Heaven Territory. When they arrived in front of the Great Heaven Palace, Tang Ran looked left and right, scrutinizing his surroundings. Bai, on the other hand, remained silent. He merely glanced at the three-legged golden crows, then turned his gaze away. After pushing open the door and entering the Great Heaven Palace, Tang Ran could not help questioning Lin Huang when he noticed that there was no one inside. Master, hasn't Lancelot's team come yet? This was a subject that obviously mattered to Bai as well. They've completed their elevation and already left some time ago. When he said this, Lin Huang deliberately stole a glance at Bai to see his reaction. As expected, Bai's change of expression indicated that he was definitely affected by the news. However, this was only visible on his face for a brief moment before he erased all traces of it from his expression. So soon, Tang Ran's expression was full of confusion which he did not bother to conceal at all. The Great Heaven Palace has the power to accelerate time. Time flow in here can be sped up to 10,000 times faster than the outside world, Lin Huang explained patiently. According to the time flow in the outside world, the two of them used approximately 20 minutes or less to elevate from rank 4 to rank 6. How about their combat strength? It shouldn't be higher than both of ours, right? Tang Ran persisted. Before they elevated, it was definitely lower than yours, Lin Huang said with a smile. The penchant for men making comparisons with each other was vividly on display at the moment. Tang Ran's lips curled slightly. They've elevated to 9th rank now after their advancement. The three of them have already broken through to Lord level now, Lin Huang told them the truth straight away. Tang Ran's expression froze abruptly. As for Bai, a mixture of emotions including shock and astonishment flickered over his face. Although Bai tried his best to hide his expression, Lin Huang still caught that look very clearly. Lin Huang observed the interesting expressions on his imperial monsters' faces, then smiled and said, "Don't worry. Both of you will be able to elevate to become lords later on too." You mean, the surprise? Bai immediately recalled something after hearing what Lin Huang said. You'll find out in a while. Lin Huang preserved the secret for now. Since it was a surprise, naturally, he did not wish to reveal it in advance. After asking the two of them to sit with their legs crossed and regulate their breathing to its ideal state, Lin Huang crushed two advance cards, which entered into Bai and Tang Ran's bodies, respectively. The advance cards he used at present were slightly different from the ones he had used on Kylie previously. When he elevated Kylie, he had used 5 grade 5 advance cards. Actually, Xiaohe had set restrictions on the cards to limit the Imperial monsters' abilities and to make Lin Huang work harder to obtain cards. In reality, the functions of 5 advance cards could entirely be integrated into a single card. Once the authorization limits were lifted, naturally, he no longer needed to use 5 cards. It was also after the restrictions were removed that Lin Huang had discovered how much he had been exploited. After he observed the 2 cards turning into stars and entering Bai and Tang Ran's bodies, and their forms rapidly becoming swaddled in cocoons, Lin Huang activated the time flow acceleration in the Great Heaven Palace to 10,000 times once more. He then departed from the palace and returned to the Ricky Star. This time, he only waited for about 10 minutes at most. He had only sat on the sofa for a little while, watching the news, before he sensed tremors coming from Great Heaven Palace. He then returned to the Great Heaven Palace again. After seeing that Bai and Tang Ran had broken out of the cocoons and their auras were vastly different now, Lin Huang did not bother checking through their card information. Straight away, he told the two of them, "Now you can receive your surprise." When he finished speaking, the 2 Lord Elevation cards in his hand had already turned into 2 streams of light that entered Bai and Tang Ran's bodies, respectively. Lin Huang only began looking through Bai and Tang Ran's cards after he returned to the Ricky Star from the Great Heaven Palace. Monster card. Buy, rarity, pure spirit, monster name, blood demon monarch, type of monster, vampire king, nickname, vampire king, combat strength, 9th rank heavenly god, major, blood bond, major skills, supreme god blood factor, blood galaxy, blood demon forbidden code, blood demon nation, minor skills, particle immortality, summon authority, activated, card remarks, please spare no efforts in cultivating this monster card. Tang Ran, rarity, pure spirit, monster name, archaic Tang snake, type of monster, archaic mutated serpent, nickname, snake forefather, combat strength, 9th rank heavenly god, major, spear Dao, wind elemental truth, water elemental truth, major skills, god slaying spear, god crashing storm, galactic frost, minor skills, illusory world, fright, summon authority, activated, card remarks, please spare no efforts in cultivating this. Before Lin Huang had the time to look through the cards thoroughly, more tremors came from the Great Heaven Palace. Bai and Tang Ran had elevated to become lords. Chapter 1661. 10% ability. When Lin Huang returned to the Great Heaven Palace, Bai and Tang Ran were checking out in detail the changes that had taken place within them. Lin Huang did not rush them, he waited patiently for them to finish their examination. After some time, Tang Ran was the first to withdraw his consciousness from within him. When he saw Lin Huang, he could not help smiling as he said, I truly never thought that I would be able to achieve this in my lifetime. Nobody knew whether he was talking about elevating to pure spirit rank, or lord level, or perhaps even both. This is still a far cry from what all of you will be able to achieve in the end, Lin Huang responded with a smile. As they were chatting, Bai had finally withdrawn his consciousness from within him as well. How are you feeling? Lin Huang asked with a smile. I feel very powerful. All along, Bai never did have a boastful personality. I'm under the illusion that I'm in control of everything. I'm under the same illusion too, Tang Ran said with a smile from where he was standing off to one side. However, after speaking, Bai was now scrutinizing Lin Huang closely. He shook his head a moment later, unfortunately, I'm still not powerful enough. At present, I still don't have sufficient abilities to protect Master. From where he stood on the sidelines, Tang Ran's expression was full of confusion when he heard Bai say this. I thought Master hasn't yet elevated to become a lord. Clearly, he had not sensed the abilities that Lin Huang was concealing. As expected, Xiao Bai saw through me, Lin Huang teased with a smile. Tang, you should learn from Xiao Bai. What sort of nonsense nicknames are these? Tang Ran covered his face with one hand. Standing where he was to one side, Bai remained expressionless from beginning to end. Would you like to experience the gap between our abilities? Lin Huang looked at the two of them with a cheeky grin. For one, he was truly bored, and for another, he did not want these two to enter the abyss again without being aware of their own abilities. When he heard Lin Huang's invitation, Tang Ran's expression was full of puzzlement. Even Bai, who had always been impervious to strong emotion and desires, displayed some interest. He was the imperial monster who had been with Lin Huang the longest. This was not the first time Lin Huang had invited him to spar. However, it had been a long time indeed since he had last sparred with his master. You can both attack together. Also, under no circumstances must you hold back at all. If you don't give it everything you've got, there's a chance I might kill you right away. Lin Huang chuckled, and the Great Heaven Palace instantly transformed into a sky full of stars. Bai and Tang Ran locked eyes for a moment, then went into action at practically the same time. They had developed this rapport over the last few months. A blood-red mist shrouded the area behind Bai's figure almost immediately. An instant later, countless blood-colored tentacles shot out of the blood-red mist like lightning, aiming straight at Lin Huang. On every blood-red tentacle was a complex bright red Dao seal. Over 20,000 Dao tattoos swirled on each bolt of lightning like hot molten iron. There were over 1,000,000 tentacles. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Ran's entire body was enveloped in golden scales. Golden battle spear in his hand, the pair of wings on his back stirred suddenly, and he charged forward at a speed faster than even that of the tentacles. On the point of the golden spear was a shining Dao seal as well, with over 20,000 Dao tattoos swirling on it. He was like a golden star hurtling at Lin Huang head-on. Lin Huang's lips quirked up very faintly. He raised both hands slightly, and two blood-red arcs of lightning shot out. One of them seemed to have a consciousness of its own, moving furiously through the sea of blood-red tentacles. The tentacles were destroyed wherever it passed through. The sensation was that of plastic being scorched by high heat, melting quickly and vanishing. The other lightning arc collided directly with Tang Ran's spear. With a loud boom, Tang Ran's body was flung backward at a speed over several times faster than before. Bai's pupils contracted slightly because he noticed that Tang Ran's body was now headless as it hurtled backward. Tang Ran's head had exploded in the collision with the flying dagger. His powerful life force was instantly annihilated. Only at that moment did Bai realize that Lin Huang's ability was much more powerful than he had expected. Bai was only distracted for a moment but immediately sensed an immense threat coming his way. He lifted his eyes and saw the flying dagger that had crushed Tang Ran's head turning around and coming straight at him. Bai's expression changed slightly, but his hand movements were not slow in the least. He performed hand seals rapidly with both hands. A blood-red shield with many layers consolidated instantly. The giant shield had 12 layers and was 3 meters tall. Like an iron city gate, it formed a barrier between Bai and the flying dagger. There was a lava-like Dao seal carved on each layer of the giant shield. Over 20,000 bright red Dao tattoos filled almost every corner of the shield. A second later, the blood-red lightning arc collided with the shield. Subsequently, like the point of a needle piercing through a sheet of paper, the lightning arc easily pierced through all the layers of the giant shield. The divine telekinesis flying dagger did not slow down in the least. It pierced right through all 12 layers of the shield's defenses and shattered Bai's head. The illusory scene in the Great Heaven Palace faded quickly as the headless body toppled to the ground. In the Great Heaven Palace, Bai and Tang Ran stood where they were, faces pale, unable to speak for a long time. Although they had only been fighting in an illusory simulated battle earlier, both of them knew that it was no different from what would happen in actual combat. In the illusory simulation, Lin Huang had killed the two of them instantly. In the real world, he would be able to do the same thing. "Master, have you truly not elevated to Lord level yet?" Tang Ran asked with a gloomy expression. He felt that Lin Huang was concealing his combat strength from them. "I definitely haven't elevated to Lord level yet." Lin Huang nodded and smiled. "You didn't use full force earlier, did you?" Bai, on the other hand, lifted his head to look at Lin Huang. "I'd like to know how much of your actual ability you did use." "Approximately 10% or so," Lin Huang answered after giving this some thought. In reality, he had only used a sword seal compounded with 30,000 levels of god sequence chains. This was not even 1/10 the number that his godly right contained. He had only used middle-rank lord-level divine telekinesis to power the two flying daggers. Overall, that was far less than 10% of his actual ability. However, he was genuinely worried that he would crush Bai and Tang Ran's confidence. "I'm more of a special case though," Lin Huang added. "In reality, both of you aren't considered weak at all among lower-rank lords. With your current ability, apart from the Abyss, you can explore most of the regions of the Great World." Despite what Lin Huang said, Bai and Tang Ran's moods did not improve very much. "Don't be so gloomy, it's not embarrassing to have lost to me. Come on, I'll take you both for some good food." Lin Huang put his arms around their shoulders and teleported back to the Ricky Star. He then treated the two moody imperial monsters to a sumptuous meal. Although Bai and Tang Ran were not in high spirits, they could not resist when they saw good food. After the meal, they were clearly less upset now. Lin Huang reminded them not to go to the Abyss again before sending them off. It was already past 3 p.m. when he saw Bai and Tang Ran off. Right as Lin Huang returned to his hotel room, he sensed a message being transmitted from Sword 1. "Lord Swordmaster, Yongling is asking to see you." As messages from the communicators were unable to be sent to Lin Huang from the inside of Lin Huang's god territory, Yongling had no option but to go to Sword 1 and get him to send a telepathic voice transmission message. Lin Huang was aware of this as well. After receiving Sword 1's voice transmission, in a flash, he returned to the god territory within his body straight away. Chapter 1662, Black Mountain's background. When Lin Huang returned to the god territory within him and saw Yongling again, he could obviously tell that Yongling's mental state had undergone significant improvement. It was not clear if this was because Spy's death had eliminated the pressure or if it was because Yongling had now reunited with Hong Zhuang. Lin Huang did not inquire further into this. He merely smiled and commented, "You look much better now." Yongling had a cheeky grin on his face. "Exercising is beneficial for your mind. I've been exercising more. I can tell. Lin Huang was rather speechless. As expected, this fellow had once more resumed his lecherous nature. Sensing Hong Zhuang glancing in his direction from not too far off, Yang Ling hurriedly contained his grin. He took out all 6 storage rings and passed them to Lin Huang. They've been unlocked. There's lots of good stuff inside. Is there anything that you'd like? Lin Huang asked with a smile after taking the rings. No, Yang Ling shook his head, but there are a few things that I'd like to talk to you about. Go ahead. Lin Huang nodded at once. Haven't you put together an organization in the great world? I think you can start an internal trading platform so the members can enjoy some preferential treatment. I can do that. Actually, we also did that in the gravel world previously, and it was quite a success. Lin Huang agreed to this suggestion immediately. If you're willing, you can lead this project. If you need help from other people at any point, just let Sword One know up front. On my side, I'll take some time to sort things out and put in the resources I don't need. For Lin Huang in his current state, any treasures below Dao weapon grade were completely useless to him. Moreover, within the loot he had obtained previously, there were many god sequence relics and sequence items which he had disposed of directly at the black market. It would actually be better to let his own people benefit instead. Also, I checked the previous communication logs in these rings. Some of this information ought to be useful to you, Yang Ling continued. Lin Huang nodded and did not interrupt, implying that Yang Ling should carry on. Firstly, Black Mountain, Spy, and that lady called Babel have powerful connections in the Raiders. Black Mountain has the backing of an ultimate rank lord in the universe. This Raider's codename is Lonely Peak. This Lonely Peak is reportedly only half a step away from the level above Lord, and his abilities are fairly terrifying. Is he close to Black Mountain? Lin Huang asked this because some superiors did not even know the names of their subordinates. Based on the information records that I managed to find, these two have an extremely complicated relationship. Both of them became brothers after transmigration. Black Mountain was the elder brother, around 5 years older than Lonely Peak. It seems Black Mountain transmigrated here earlier than Lonely Peak did. However, Lonely Peak's Goldfinger is more powerful, and he's also more talented. After transmigration, his ability soon surpassed that of Black Mountain. When Lonely Peak's brilliant talents came into prominence, he soon received an invitation from the Raiders to join their organization. It was Lonely Peak who recommended Black Mountain for membership later on. In other words, the relationship between these two is practically no different from that of actual biological brothers. Lin Huang frowned when he heard this. If that's the case, then as soon as the news of Black Mountain's death gets out, Lonely Peak will very likely come to the great world to hunt me down. The situation won't become as dire as you think. Yang Ling shook his head. I only found out that there are countless great worlds in the universe after reading Black Mountain and the others' communication logs. These great worlds are divided into regions and are managed by organizations in the universe. The great world we're currently in falls under Royal's jurisdiction. Since the highest level of local combat strength in this great world is only lower rank Lord level, to avoid upsetting equilibrium, other organizations are only allowed to send middle rank lords as guardians if they want to settle here. Not only that, guardians can't be middle rank lords who are too powerful. If something goes wrong with the branch organization that's settled here, their headquarters will need to apply to Royal for authority to investigate. Not only that, they will have to conduct the investigation under Royal's surveillance. If something happens to a lower rank lord, the highest possible combat strength allowed for the investigator is middle rank lord level only. If something happens to a middle rank lord, then the highest possible combat strength allowed for the investigator is upper rank lord level only. This is expressly stipulated in the universe's Oath of Alliance. This rule alone puts paid to the possibility of Lonely Peak coming here in person. When Lin Huang heard this, he was finally able to be a bit more at ease. He was very much aware of his current abilities. If he worked harder, he should be able to go head-to-head in a direct confrontation with an upper-rank lord. However, if he wanted to fight on equal footing with an ultimate-rank lord, he would not be able to do this, at least not in the immediate future. However, the Raiders won't send only one upper-rank lord to investigate this time. Yang Ling elaborated again. Now let's talk about Spy and Babel's backgrounds. Babel's background is still much simpler. She has a lover in the universe, and this lover's codename in the Raiders is Rose. A female. Lin Huang raised his brows. That's right, she's an absolute beauty. However, she's also an upper-rank lord with overwhelming abilities. She successfully consolidated a level 1000 Dao seal already and is only one step away from achieving ultimate rank Lord level. Rose has many lovers both male and female, she has at least 1,000 lovers, including flings. However, she doted on Babel, who was definitely on her top 5 list of lovers. Reportedly, this is because Babel had the divine ability to enter one's dreams. Nobody can replace that, so she might come to the great world to avenge Babel. Lin Huang asked. It's possible, but the chances of her arriving here in her primordial form aren't high. After all, her ability is too close to that of an ultimate rank lord. The chances of obtaining an investigator's ID and passing Royal's assessment are extremely low. I think there's a higher chance of her sending a lover here to investigate the matter for her. However, I've no idea which one she'd send. How about Spy's background? Lin Huang asked immediately. Spy's background is much more complicated. Yongling paused and only continued after organizing his thoughts. First of all, he's a member of the electronic tribe, a mechanical species. This tribe possesses powerhouses above lord level. In the universe, they've conquered practically the entire information industry, occupying an almost 70% share of the market. Naturally, Spy isn't anyone important in the electronic tribe. However, he's still a middle-rank lord who has now died. The chances of the electronic tribe coming to investigate are quite high. However, we have no way of ascertaining to what extent the electronic tribe will pursue this matter. Compared with his identity as a member of the electronic tribe, though, what's even more problematic is that Spy was Lonely Peak's treasury designer and gatekeeper. He has the key to the treasury, so he's no less important to Lonely Peak than Black Mountain is. Lin Huang was even more puzzled when he heard this. Then why did Lonely Peak send 2 such essential people to our great world? Because Lonely Peak was preparing to achieve a breakthrough in secret. On the surface, he wanted the 2 of them to believe that they were going to the great world to plunder loot. In reality, he was worried that if the breakthrough failed, he would die and bring disaster down upon Black Mountain. He also probably did not want the collections that he had spent years amassing to wind up in someone else's possession. Yongling put forward his conjecture. So that's why this time it wasn't just me, you were Lonely Peak's target too. Lin Huang finally realized why Yongling was discussing the matter with him so seriously. Yongling nodded, unsure whether to laugh or cry. I have the key to his treasury now. Chapter 1663. A little trick. Lonely Peak's treasury, can it be accessed with just the key? Or does the key have to be used at specific coordinates to open it? Lin Huang gave a malicious smile. The space isn't anchored to a set point. Anyone can open it as long as they have the key, Yongling explained, a touch resignedly. Right now the key is bound to Spy's Goldfinger. Apart from necessary items, Lonely Peak seems to have put almost all of his collections in there. I have a feeling he might not be very confident about achieving a successful breakthrough. That's why he left a back door for himself. As soon as the breakthrough failed, he would reincarnate immediately, then have Black Mountain and Spy locate his reincarnation. By doing this, his reincarnated self would be able to directly inherit everything he left behind once he obtained the key. He also wouldn't need to expend a great deal of effort to specify a particular set of coordinates. Which means to say we can directly access his treasury right now. Lin Huang's eyes lit up. We could, but, Yongling was clearly concerned. No buts, just open it right away. Listen to me first. Yongling still felt he needed to explain exactly where the problem lay. First of all, Lonely Peak very likely has some sort of setup on the treasury or the key. At the very least, if the treasury is accessed, he'd definitely sense it. Otherwise, if Spy stole something, he wouldn't even know. He won't have let his guard down entirely with Spy. Secondly, there's almost certainly a safeguard mechanism in the treasury. We have absolutely no idea what kind of traps Lonely Peak might have left in there. However, given his personality, whatever methods he used ought to be able to kill an upper-rank lord easily. Lin Huang nodded slightly to express his agreement. The first problem you mentioned, Lonely Peak sensing. Someone opening the treasury isn't a problem at all. We've already killed Black Mountain, and we've obtained Lonely Peak's treasury key. That's already a grudge. Whether or not he knows we've accessed his treasury won't affect his determination to kill us. In the face of Lin Huang's rebuttal, Yongling was rendered somewhat speechless. Since Lonely Peak already had a grudge against the 2 of them, one more thing would not affect matters in the least. Stealing one of his treasures would certainly not make any difference. As for the traps he left in the treasury, that's certainly a problem, but it's not something that can't be solved. An idea suddenly popped into Lin Huang's mind. You can use a clone to try instead of going in yourself, but it's not entirely safe either. Yang Ling saw that Lin Huang had stopped speaking and guessed that he might have been intending to use a clone. Lonely Peak is sure to have thought of every possible situation, so he probably won't have overlooked this. Whatever he set up might be able to kill one's primordial form directly through its clone. I think the wisest thing to do is to leave this great world temporarily and avoid the arrival of the raiders' investigators. Yang Ling paused and put forward his suggestion anyway. Even though he knew Lin Huang possessed sufficient ability to kill Black Mountain and Spy, Yang Ling still felt he would not stand a chance if he were to face down the raiders' investigators. Don't get so worried first. If, as you say, the universe's oath of alliance has sufficient restrictions to prevent ultimate rank lords from coming here, then I have ways to deal with things. What ways? Are you going to get the club's upper rank lords to help? Yang Ling persisted. Seeing that Lin Huang did not reply, he continued. I kept rejecting the club's invitation back in the day because I knew there were spies in their midst. Furthermore, there are a considerable number of them. Don't put too much trust in any assistance from the club. If you really do ask them to help, we have no way at all of confirming whether the assistance we get are raider spies or not. I have another plan that has nothing to do with the club. Lin Huang was very much aware that Yang Ling had a great deal of psychological trauma regarding the raiders. Even though Spy was now dead, the crippling fear he felt for the raiders had not receded by very much. Seeing that Lin Huang was still unwilling to disclose his plan, Yang Ling did not pursue the matter any further. After all, with his current ability, he could not participate in Lord-level battles at all. If I'm absolutely certain my plan won't work, I'll consider your suggestion and leave this great world. Lin Huang patted Yang Ling's shoulder. After their conversation ended, Lin Huang returned to the Ricky Star again. He sat down on the sofa in the hotel living room and took out the 6 storage rings that belonged to Black Mountain and the others. He then checked through each of them. It did not take him long to make a list of the items he could upload onto Royal's auction platform. The first thing he noticed in the storage rings were dead bodies. This was because what he needed most now was the kingdoms in the bodies of lords. However, most of these bodies were carcasses of heavenly god-level monsters. There were only 10 or so lords, and only 2 of them had not had their god territories removed. Lin Huang immediately put away the 2 lords' bodies in his storage ring. Apart from corpses, there were a total of 48 Dao weapons. Of these 48, 37 were low-grade Dao weapons, and only 11 of them were intermediate-grade Dao weapons. There was not a single expert-grade Dao weapon. Although Lin Huang was slightly disappointed, he had expected this. Dao weapons were different from God sequence relics. They were the same in that the higher the grade, the more powerful they were. However, the more Dao tattoos there were, the greater the consumption of odalic force to activate the Dao weapon. With Black Mountain and the rest's ability, since they had only consolidated 20 to 30 Dao seals, intermediate-grade Dao weapons were fully sufficient for their use and were the most convenient weapons to utilize. Not only would more powerful expert-grade Dao weapons accelerate odalic force consumption significantly, but their power would also not experience a significant boost. Within the storage rings were also hundreds of bottles of elixirs with different effects. They were exclusively used by Lord-level powerhouses. There were some elixirs that could temporarily boost one's god's soul strength and some that could increase the ferocity of one's odalic force. There were also some precious mineral stones and medicinal materials. Lin Huang even noticed quite a few elevation materials for his imperial monsters. Apart from these, the rest were miscellaneous items. Among these miscellaneous items, Lin Huang even discovered several runes. These runes had temporary Dao seals sealed within them. When they were activated, one could temporarily utilize the Dao seal's power. Lin Huang considered for a moment, then uploaded all 37 low-grade Dao weapons on the auction page. The trading condition he said was, only accepting lower-rank lords, god territories, including god territories of abyssal tribes, the bug tribe or any other tribes. The auction was set for a duration of 24 hours. Based on what Yang Ling had said, the raiders would have to expend some time going through the necessary processes required by Royal so they could send their investigators here. However, if the process was swift, it could be completed in 1 or 2 days. He could not afford any delays. After setting up the list on Royal's auction page, Lin Huang did not waste any more time. He passed through the gate to the virtual realm and entered the virtual realm cabin once more. This time, his main objective for entering the virtual realm was not to refine the god territories he had retrieved from the two lords' bodies earlier. After sitting down in the middle of the virtual realm cabin with his legs crossed, he took out the nirvana trees one by one from the god territory within him. This was the loot he had obtained from the abyss with Virtuoso and the others. The nirvana trees were derived from the death spring. Once they were refined, they would be able to appropriate massive amounts of cultivation resources from the death spring. Previously, Nine Gloom had used the nirvana trees as filters to appropriate the energy of the death spring. However, that was not Lin Huang's purpose this time in bringing out the nirvana trees. Instead, he planned to refine these trees into his clone by using the secret skill he learned from Nine Gloom. If he were killed, the clone could be used as a death substitute. This was the little trick he had only just thought of using for exploring Lonely Peak's treasures. Chapter 1664. The Death Spring. What is this place? Wasn't I refining the nirvana trees earlier? Lin Huang stood naked on a blood-red beach, confusion filling his face as he looked at the golden sea not far away. He tried to spread his divine telekinesis but discovered there was no response at all even though it was peak upper rank lord level. It was as if something had completely sealed off his divine telekinesis. It was not just his divine telekinesis, even the divine power in his body could not be used at all, much less his god rules, god sequence chains, and his sword seal. Lin Huang tried to communicate with his gold fingers like Xiao He and the soul-controlling tablet within his body, but they displayed no response either. At this point, Lin Huang was really somewhat panicked. It was his first time encountering something like this since his transmigration to the gravel world. It was as if he had completely turned back into an ordinary person. What's happening? Is this an illusion? After taking a moment to calm down, Lin Huang looked around. No matter what had transpired, there had to be some clues in his surroundings. At the very least, he needed to find out where he was. Not far away on the blood-red beach were massive trees, their branches swaying in the wind. Are those nirvana trees? As soon as Lin Huang saw the nirvana trees, he vaguely recalled something and immediately turned his head to look at the golden sea. Only upon looking this time did he realize that it was not a golden sea at all. It was an enormous river formed by countless particles that were enveloped in golden light. It stretched as far as the eye could see and seemed to have no end. From afar, it looked like a massive sea. A small number of golden particles were stirred by the surging waves and the strong winds. They drifted toward the nirvana trees, and were caught by the trees' branches, turning into nutrients. Lin Huang had a vague sense that the aura coming from the golden particles was familiar. Only upon a closer look did he discover that the particles were tiny fragments of origin energy. Unlike the origin energy spheres in the virtual realm that were still whole, the golden particles here seemed to be crushed fragments of origin energy. Lin Huang harbored a faint suspicion that the reason these origin energies were in particle form was most probably from continuously colliding with each other as they swirled along in this powerful current. Nirvana trees, a massive golden river. Lin Huang stared at the sea, and muttered quietly, "Is this the Death Spring?" The minute he uttered the words, "Death Spring," the entire world suddenly began quaking. Countless massive waves seemed to roil and churn in the Death Spring. A feeling of helplessness arose in Lin Huang's heart, the sort felt by mankind in the face of nature's power. At the same time, his consciousness blacked out suddenly, and his naked figure gradually faded. The next second after Lin Huang's figure faded, a golden eye formed in the air above the golden river, staring at the direction where Lin Huang had disappeared. An ancient divine tone resonated above the Death Spring. If one could understand what it said, it would translate to, "What a strange little brat, descending upon my kingdom in the form of a true spirit." Curious, after the divine tone faded, the golden eye looked at the stretch of nirvana trees not far away. A few ancient syllables could be heard after it stared at the forest. This translated to, "Interesting. Happy emotion." As soon as the syllables were heard, endless golden waves emitted golden points of light, as if a golden mist had covered the entire forest. Obviously, Lin Huang did not know what had happened after he left. When he regained consciousness, he realized he had returned to the virtual realm cabin. Did that happen because I'm refining the nirvana trees? I actually saw the legendary Death Spring. In truth, Lin Huang still could not really understand exactly what had happened. The Death Spring's persona is certainly above Lord level. My power was actually sealed in the face of an entity like that. I couldn't even contact my gold fingers. Lin Huang still felt a trace of fear when he thought about it. He sank his consciousness within his body again and very quickly sensed the existence of his goldfingers. Divine power, divine telekinesis, Tao, seal, God sequence chains, God rule powers, all of them were back. Xiao He, did all of you sense an anomaly earlier? Lin Huang could not help asking. Lin Huang was rather surprised at Xiao He's response. Didn't the rest of you sense it either? Lin Huang asked the other goldfingers, the soul-controlling tablet, Yin Yin, and the rest. We didn't sense anything unusual, the soul-controlling tablet and Yin Yin replied, their tones filled with confusion. The rest of the goldfingers, simple responses were the same. Didn't all of you sense that we were disconnected for a while earlier? Or that you were temporarily sealed off by some force? Lin Huang pursued. Not at all, Xiao He responded without hesitation. Haven't you been sitting here this whole time refining those nirvana trees? Yin Yin asked Lin Huang. In any case, nothing unusual happened at all in my sensory perception, the soul-controlling tablet said with absolute certainty. The rest of the goldfingers gave the same answer as well. So the goldfingers didn't sense any anomalies when that entity sealed the goldfingers in my body. Lin Huang frowned slightly. The goldfingers' answers caused him to feel that the death spring was even more terrifying now. He did not think that he had encountered an illusion earlier. If it were truly an illusion, the goldfingers would instantly sense an anomaly in his god-soul fluctuations. Therefore, the only logical explanation was that the death spring used some specific method to block his goldfingers' senses. Lin Huang did not dare dwell any further on a matter like this, which kept getting more frightening the more he thought about it. After calming himself down a little, he set these distracting thoughts aside and checked the refinement state of the nirvana trees within him. The minute he checked, he was immediately somewhat startled. The nirvana trees in his inner world seemed to have been galvanized by some force and had unexpectedly broken through to Lord level. Not only that, their auras were still increasing significantly. As he watched the nirvana trees growing into giant trees comparable in size to stars, their branches swaying like massive living beings gliding in the galaxy, Lin Huang was so stunned his mouth was left hanging open for a long time. He only came back to his senses after a long while and discovered that the 200 over nirvana trees only slowed down their combat strength elevation speed finally once they had reached upper rank lord level. Only when they had achieved peak upper rank lord level did they completely halt their combat strength elevation. Impressively enough, the nirvana trees, God's soul strength had now reached the same level as Lin Huang's God's soul. Lin Huang connected his God's soul to the nirvana trees, and a massive volume of information surged into his head like waves. The feeling was exactly the same as when he was refining the origin energy from the virtual realm and had obtained its inheritances. He closed his eyes, rapidly digesting and sorting all of it out. The volume of information was truly enormous, at least several hundred times more in total than the information he had obtained previously when refining the Apocalypse Dragon Python's memory. However, it was also very disorganized and jumbled up. It was as if there were countless memory fragments belonging to different people. However, each fragment had a different length. Some were short, some were long, but all of them were complete segments of memory. It took Lin Huang fully half a day before he finally managed to sort out all the memories. Unlike the inherited memories he had previously obtained from the virtual realm that had no memory images of the material realm, the memories Lin Huang obtained this time had a massive number of images from the material realm. He saw countless scenes from various great worlds, as well as the beauty of untold galaxies. Of these memory fragments, the weakest was only true God level, while the most powerful was peak ultimate rank Lord level. He even saw numerous tragic scenes of some ultimate rank lords, attempts to break through to the next level. When his consciousness returned to his body, he silently recorded these inheritances down in detail, whether they were strong or weak. He felt that these legacies needed to be inherited by a successor. Chapter 1665, Consolidating a Sword Seal. After sorting out the inheritances, Lin Huang looked through them one by one. Very quickly, he discovered that within all these inheritances were at least several hundred sword Dao inheritances. Some of them were merely a single sword skill, while some might only be a little bit of cultivation knowledge. Naturally, there were also a small number of complete sword Dao inheritance. Although these origin memories had been crushed into particles, each inheritance had not lost its information. They were complete, the only difference lay in the quantity of information they harbored. What surprised and delighted Lin Huang even more was that more than half of these hundreds of sword Dao inheritances were Lord-level inheritances. He checked them carefully one by one, from the weakest level to the strongest. After digesting a mere 200 or so Sword Dao inheritances below Lord level, he already felt that they had truly opened his eyes. Subsequently, Lin Huang did not hesitate at all and began to digest the Lord level inheritances. Out of 300 or more Lord level Sword Dao inheritances, only 3 of them were fully complete. Of these 3 complete inheritances, 2 were lower rank Lord level, while the third was upper rank Lord level. Most of the remaining inheritances only contained 1 sword skill. However, as far as Lin Huang was concerned, that was good enough. Lord level sword skills were all activated by a sword seal. Perhaps non-sword cultivators could only see the utilization of the surface-most sword skills. However, a sword cultivator like Lin Huang could see more than that. He could easily tell from the other party's sword skills how many sword Dao sequences their sword seal had consolidated. It was also not difficult for him to determine the effects of each sword Dao God sequence chain, as well as how to use them, and how to combine them with other sword Dao sequences. In the virtual realm cabin, there was neither day nor night nor any seasons. Lin Huang studied these sword Dao inheritances, heedless of time. He also corroborated everything that he had learned. After goodness knows how long, an ethereal emptiness abruptly filled his mind. All of a sudden, his comprehension of sword Dao seemed to have broken through its initial ceiling to reach new heights. All the sword Dao inheritances and sword skills that he had ever obtained and or learned had now reached a new level of understanding. Lin Huang paid no attention to what had happened and seized the opportunity to madly absorb the nutrients of all the inheritances. All the different inheritances and sword skills were automatically stripped out and separated into the most basic sword Dao elements. They were then rearranged, inferring countless new sword skills and inheritances. Within his body, the sword Dao God rules and sword Dao sequences were now furiously being built up, as if an accelerator had been pushed to speed time up. It was unclear how much time had passed before he finally came out of cultivation mode. Only then did he realize that his sword Dao had achieved a breakthrough. He had advanced from the initial complete stage sword Dao heavenly rule to heavenly Dao. Not only that, a brand new sword seal had been consolidated within him. Lin Huang was stunned when he saw the sword seal. He immediately checked his body and discovered to his surprise that he had not elevated to Lord level. Theoretically, a sword seal was also a type of Dao seal. Most sword cultivators would elevate to become lords right away through the consolidation of a sword seal. The peculiar thing was that Lin Huang's combat strength remained at 10th rank heavenly god level. No breakthrough had happened in that area. He was not sure if it was because he did not go through the process of unification, or for some other reason. However, Lin Huang actually felt relieved. The truth was, he had not planned on achieving a breakthrough to Lord level at the moment. The reason was that he knew that he was still very far from reaching the limits of a heavenly god. If he broke through to Lord level right away at this point, it would be the equivalent of undermining his potential. A Dao seal consolidated from 9 god sequence chains and a Dao seal consolidated from 90 god sequence chains were utterly different levels of ability and future potential. Lin Huang could clearly sense he was far from reaching the maximum number of god sequence chains his godly right could contain. If he wanted to achieve a breakthrough, he had to achieve that limit. This was the condition he set for himself. However, Lin Huang was still satisfied with the new sword seal that had been consolidated. Not only did this give him a sense of achievement from his sword Dao breakthrough, but it also gave him a boost in ability. An additional sword seal means that the god sequence chains I can invoke outside my body will be doubled. Lin Huang's eyes lit up. Due to the limit on the number of god sequence chains his godly right could contain at the moment, right now there were less than 4,100,000 chains. Naturally, in the past, he could also only invoke less than 4,100,000 god sequence chains through his sword seal. However, he had 2 sword seals now. This meant that the number of god sequence chains he could use outside of his god territory had effectively doubled. This was the boost effect of the Dao seal on the godly right. However, this sort of boost would be restricted by the total number of god sequence chains in the god territory. Theoretically, the maximum number of god sequence chains that Lin Huang could use at present with his 2 sword seals was 819,200 chains. However, even with his newly obtained sword Dao god sequence chains, the number of god sequence chains in his body at the moment was less than 800,000. For Lin Huang, this was not a problem at all. As long as he refined a sufficient number of god territories, the total number of god sequence chains in his god territory would definitely exceed the limit of the Dao seal boosts. The newly consolidated sword seal's boost effect on the godly right had, without a doubt, tremendously strengthened Lin Huang's abilities. This is a real surprise. Lin Huang had actually never expected to be able to consolidate a sword seal. His main purpose for entering the virtual realm cabin this time was to refine the nirvana trees so he could set up a death substitute method for himself. He had never expected to receive consecutive surprises. After calming himself down, Lin Huang finally began inspecting the connection between his god soul and the nirvana trees. However, before he had the chance to check on the status of his death substitute setup, he noticed that the 200 or more nirvana trees were still absorbing massive amounts of information resources from the death spring, even though they had stopped elevating in combat strength. It felt as if someone were forcibly flooding the nirvana trees with all this information. Fortunately, each of the nirvana trees' combat strength was at peak upper rank lord level now. Their god souls could sufficiently hold this vast quantity of information resources, so they could still contain it all without anything overflowing into Lin Huang. When others obtained nirvana trees, their main intention was to use the trees like a water pump to draw the death spring's information resources into their heads. However, on Lin Huang's end, the 200 or so nirvana trees were more like a giant dam and reservoir, preventing information resources from flooding Lin Huang. This made Lin Huang suspect that something might be wrong with the way his god soul connected to the nirvana trees. He had read Nine Gloom's memories previously, and the situation Nine Gloom had encountered was completely different from what Lin Huang was experiencing. Every time Nine Gloom drew an inheritance from the death spring, it would take several years at least. Some inheritances with more information could take up to dozens, even hundreds of years. Throughout this process, spiritual energy had to be channeled to the nirvana trees every day to maintain the trees' consumption. Despite this, the problem was that very often, the information resources the nirvana trees drew were not even heavenly god level, which was not exactly useful to Nine Gloom. Since Lin Huang knew what Nine Gloom had encountered in the process, he had not considered the nirvana trees' ability to draw information resources from the death spring an effective technique. Therefore, he had chosen to use the nirvana trees as the object for his death substitute. However, the situation he was encountering now was completely different from what Nine Gloom had experienced. This made him take the nirvana trees' ability to plunder information resources more seriously. As far as he was concerned, whether something went wrong with the way his god soul connected to the nirvana trees or not, at the very least, the end result was still positive for the time being. Chapter 1666. Going into closed-door cultivation again. Since Lin Huang had no idea whether the anomaly in the nirvana trees' connection to the death spring would be temporary or permanent, he did not dare let the opportunity slip by just like that. He immediately focused his entire being and received the massive volume of information resources furiously. He was afraid that if he bypassed this round of benefits and the connection channel returned to the state that Nine Gloom had encountered, that would be a bitter pill to swallow. However, Lin Huang did not look over all this information in detail this time. Not only did he not look through it in detail, but he only preserved Lord-level information resources. Any information resources below Lord level, he stored in memory crystals. To prevent redundant information in his mind, he completely sealed all of the information resources lower than Lord level after they had been transferred to the memory crystals. Days passed in the virtual realm cabin. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Huang had accumulated tens of thousands of Lord level inheritances in his mind. The nirvana trees' retrieval of information resources from the death spring still showed no signs of drying up at all. Not only that, the absorption speed did not slow down in the least. Only now was he basically able to confirm that the unusual connection between the nirvana trees within him and the death spring was most probably not a temporary one. Although he had no way of being sure whether it was permanent or not, he felt that it would not stop in the immediate future. He did, indeed, feel that the information resources he had retrieved were more than sufficient. More importantly, the thousands of memory crystals in his storage rings were all full. Lin Huang put aside the information transfer from the nirvana trees for now. He did not bring out the bodies of the two lords in his storage ring to refine their kingdoms. Instead, he got up right away and left the virtual realm cabin. As soon as he returned to the Ricky Star, he contacted Bloody through telepathic voice transmission. He transferred all of the inheritances to Bloody through telepathic voice transmission, including the Lord-level inheritances. As the load of information was massive, even with telepathic voice transmission, Lin Huang spent a full day and a half to complete transferring all the information resources. After delegating the task of sorting out the information to Bloody, he returned to the god territory within him in a flash. He gave the entire batch of memory crystals to Yongling so he could digitize the information and sort it out for storage. After seeing to the matter of the memory crystals, Lin Huang returned to the Ricky Star again. Now he finally had the time to take out his royal token to check on the auction status of the Dao weapons. The final bid for the 37 low-grade Dao weapons surprised Lin Huang once more. 101 lower-rank lords, kingdoms. Based on his initial expectations, it would be incredible if he could trade the 37 low-grade Dao weapons with 30 lower-rank lords, kingdoms. That would be an astonishing number already. He had never expected that he would be able to get 101 of them. He clicked into the trading details to check and soon saw the description of the traded items. As expected, all 101 of them are abyssal lords, kingdoms. In reality, Lin Huang had already speculated this might be the case when he saw the unusually high number of items traded. However, he had not expected that all 101 lords, kingdoms would be abyssal. None were from other tribes. Lin Huang had always known that the god territory shell remnants of abyssal half-step lords were not valuable, but it had never occurred to him that the kingdom shell remnants of abyssal lords were equally worthless as well. What he did not know was that for many people, cleansing god territories was an exceptionally troublesome task. He had within him the eternity fire, which could easily devour all of the abyssal energy in the abyssal god territories. However, for most other people, the cost of cleansing abyssal god territories was extremely high. First of all, only powerhouses who were middle rank lord level or above could cleanse a lower rank abyssal lord's kingdom. Moreover, an ordinary lower rank abyssal lord's kingdom would take a middle rank lord hundreds of years at least to fully cleanse it. If the kingdom's size was slightly larger, or if it possessed more living beings, the time required for cleansing would be even longer. Unless they were in dire straits of poverty, no lords would waste their time cleansing abyssal god territories. Therefore, such a thing would usually be sold at a cheap price. Furthermore, Dao weapons were hard currency in the universe. Divine crystals were hardly used for trading between lords. Bartering was basically the common practice now, and Dao weapons were practically the equivalent of currency. Conversely, abyssal lords, kingdom shell remnants and abyssal lord bodies were items that were harder to sell. The lords from Royal were more than willing to trade abyssal kingdoms for hard currency like Dao weapons as long as the price was not too outrageous. This had made Lin Huang the biggest beneficiary in the exchange. After transferring all 101 abyssal lords, kingdom shell remnants from his identity token to his storage rage, Lin Huang returned to the virtual realm cabin again. The investigators from the raider would be coming soon. He did not have much time to waste. Therefore, the minute Lin Huang obtained these kingdom shell remnants, he wanted to convert the kingdom shell remnants into abilities as soon as possible after obtaining them. He picked up the storage ring in the virtual realm cabin and took out the two lords' bodies. He retrieved their kingdoms and began to refine them. At the same time, the eternity fire began to cleanse the 101 other kingdoms. When the refinement of the two kingdoms was complete, the eternity fire had cleansed all of the kingdom shell remnants. The vast quantity of abyssal energy was a rare delicacy for the eternity fire. This round of abyssal energy consumption had advanced at another level. It was even more powerful now. As for Lin Huang, he did not stop refining the kingdom shell remnants at all. Days passed. He worked day and night refining kingdom shell remnants without taking even a second or a minute of rest. As he was refining the 13th kingdom, he finally sensed that the godly right within him had now come to satiety. The number of god sequence chains his godly right could contain had reached its upper limit, 1 million god sequence chains. At present, the number of god sequence chains in the god territory within his body had skyrocketed to 1,860,000 chains. Although his godly right was now at its upper limit, Lin Huang did not stop refining kingdom shell remnants. Without hesitation, he chose to continue refining them. The number of god sequence chains in his god territory kept increasing, just like previously. After an indeterminate length of time, he finally managed to fully refine all the remaining 88 kingdom shell remnants. The number of god sequence chains his godly right could contain was still 1 million, but the total number of god sequence chains in his god territory had increased to 7,116,000 chains, an increase of more than several times over. Lin Huang did not come out of closed-door cultivation even after his ability had increased significantly. Instead, he sat with his legs crossed and his eyes closed and began inferring God sequence chains again. One must know that the God sequence chains he currently possessed were borrowed from the God territory in his body. He had not truly mastered them. Excluding the Sword Dao heavenly rules that he had comprehended from consolidating the Sword Seal earlier, in reality, he had mastered very few God sequence chains. However, inferring God sequence chains was easier than comprehending God rules himself and then elevating them into God sequence chains. After all, he had used those God sequence chains before and possessed an in-depth understanding of the sequence power within them. Lin Huang crushed an epiphany card and rapidly immersed himself, heart and soul, into inferring God sequence chains. The God rules in his body swiftly began to consolidate and assemble into God sequence chains. The speed at which the God sequence chains consolidated exceeded what everyone else generally understood about God sequence chains. Chapter 1667. That's more like it. Lin Huang completely lost track of time in the virtual realm cabin. He had no idea whether 100 years had passed, maybe 1,000 years, even 10,000 years, perhaps even longer. The God sequence chains in his body consolidated one by one from nothingness. Only at the end, when they reached 1 million God sequence chains, did Lin Huang finally open his eyes. The number of God sequence chains had skyrocketed to 1 million, which was the maximum number his godly right could contain. He instinctively sensed that the number of God sequence chains he could consolidate had reached its limit as well. He even tried to consolidate the 1 million and first God sequence chain, but it failed at the very last second of its consolidation. He only gave up trying after 3 consecutive failures. So if I want to elevate my abilities any further, the only thing I can do is consolidate a Dao seal, I suppose, Lin Huang considered for a moment. He seemed to have reached the true limits of heavenly God level at present. He could not go any further. In order to advance his abilities even more, his only option was to consolidate a Dao seal and become a lord. Do I want to consolidate the Dao seal now? Lin Huang thought about it and felt that he did not really have much reason to continue procrastinating. However, he soon ran into a problem that troubled him. All raptors are voids. If I consolidate the Dao seal in the material realm, the process should be similar to buried heavens. The biggest difference will probably be the strength of the raptor. But what if I consolidate the Dao seal in the virtual realm with my virtual body? Will I attract more raptors? Lin Huang was considering whether or not he wanted to seize this opportunity to bait and lure large numbers of voids over to kill them. It doesn't matter even if this virtual body dies anyway. My virtual body has 3 lives every day. Lin Huang hesitated no longer at this point. He got up right away and stepped out of the virtual realm cabin, returning it to card form. Although he was not very sure if the virtual realm cabin could be destroyed, he did not wish to experiment and find out. Watching the still, dead black and white world before him, Lin Huang calmed his state of mind slightly. The aura of his entire being began to rise. This time, he did not suppress his strength at all. He released the full power of the God sequence chains one by one. His body began to detach from the neutron star and its terrifying force of gravity, gradually floating into the starry heavens. In this boundless black and white universe, he was as tiny as a particle of dust. However, his aura had shrouded all the stars around him completely. If there had been other living beings present in the surrounding star zones, even an ordinary person with no cultivation base would have been able to clearly sense the holy power of a god spreading through the entire galaxy. Lin Huang closed his eyes, his body completely relaxed. On his body, God sequence chains of various colors surged out from within him like endless tentacles. These God sequence chains were no longer invisible to the eyes of ordinary folk, they had materialized into actual chains. If onlookers were to witness this scene, they would certainly be shocked by the number of God sequence chains surging out of Lin Huang's body at present. There were 1 million God sequence chains. This terrifying number was beyond all common logic. One must know that when Buried Heaven had elevated to become a lord previously, he possessed only 27 God sequence chains. Furthermore, he was already the top powerhouse among heavenly gods in the Great World. Even Great Heaven, who had subdued the Great World for an entire era, had only mastered 42 God sequence chains at the time of his unification. This was no longer a simple disparity in numbers, it was one of magnitude. The more God sequence chains a heavenly god mastered, the more powerful his Dao seal would be after unification. The reason was that the number of God sequence chains would be equivalent to the number of Dao tattoos. This was common knowledge among all heavenly gods. Furthermore, the number of Dao tattoos on the Dao seal consolidated during each lord's first unification would determine the number of Dao tattoos on all subsequent Dao seals. The Dao seal consolidated during unification would determine a lord's foundation. Two lords who started with a different number of Dao tattoos would have a bigger gap between their respective abilities in the future as they consolidated more and more Dao seals. Naturally, the greater the number of Dao tattoos, the greater the difficulty in consolidating the Dao seal. It would also take much longer. Therefore, lords with fewer Dao tattoos were not entirely at a disadvantage. They would be able to elevate much faster. However, for Lin Huang, elevation speed was not a problem at all. His cultivation speed had never been slow. Now that he had the Gate of All Realms, which enabled him to enter and exit the virtual realm whenever he wished, he did not have to worry about the amount of time he spent on cultivation at all. He had enough resources to do what others could not do. If this were someone else, even if they had sufficient talent and potential to consolidate millions of God sequence chains at heavenly God level, they could not afford to expend that amount of time to do so. Possibly by the time they had consolidated millions of God sequence chains, their opponent would have long since elevated to become a lord, maybe even a middle rank or upper rank lord. Moreover, hardly any cultivators of the same level had God territories as powerful as Lin Huang's, which could contain so many God sequence chains. Lin Huang's time resources, his constitution, as well as his God soul, God territory, and his talent and potential, no ordinary individual could compare in practically every single one of those aspects. All these factors combined were what gave him such terrifying abilities. In the void, after the God sequence chains had extended themselves out of Lin Huang's body, they rapidly began weaving around menacingly, as if each of them had a consciousness of their own. Not long later, the God sequence chains started to detach from Lin Huang's body one by one, beginning to dance riotously above his head. They even unleashed all sorts of sequence powers and began to fight. It seemed as if none of them wanted to submit to each other, and all were trying to gain the upper hand. Lin Huang, however, did not panic at all. He had known about this already from watching Buried Heaven's unification previously. This was the first stage of unification psychic communication. Moreover, when he obtained the Lord's inheritances from the Death Spring earlier, he had looked through some information regarding unification as well. He was now very experienced in how to handle each stage of unification. During the psychic communication stage, the God sequence chains would gain a measure of intelligence. Therefore, they would battle amongst each other, all vying for supremacy. This stage was also called the chaotic sequence period and was a very dangerous state. If one's God soul were not powerful enough to subdue the God sequence chains, the unification would instantly fail. It was even possible that one's God soul might be crushed by the berserk God sequence chains, and the individual would die on the spot. As far as Lin Huang was concerned, solving the issues involved in this stage of the process could not be easier. As soon as his peak Lord level God soul was unleashed, myriads of divine telekinesis threads shot out, tightly binding the strange creatures that the God sequence chains had become and forcing them to blow up. The entire process ended in less than 3 seconds and was extremely violent. Lin Huang watched as the creature manifestations of the 1 million God sequence chains blew up one by one to reveal the original forms of the God sequence chains. They retreated back into his body, crestfallen, and Lin Huang nodded, displaying a satisfied grin. That's more like it. Chapter 1668. Unification. The first stage of unification psychic communication went by easily, just like that. Inclusive of the time the God sequence chains took to manifest as creatures, the entire process only lasted less than half a minute. After the God sequence chains withdrew into the God territory within Lin Huang's body, they consolidated into lines of Dao tattoos in the heavens above his God territory. Once the millions of Dao tattoos were fully consolidated, they began releasing an endless frenzy of divine power. At the same time, Lin Huang's God territory finally manifested on its own around him. The size of his God territory was like a boundless universe that had descended into the virtual realm. Lin Huang himself did not know at present exactly how many star zones it covered. However, he could clearly sense that many voids were contained within his God territory. Fortunately, he did not sense the existence of anything threatening. After all, he was in the Great World right now, not the universe. At present, the Great World did not even have a publicly visible middle-rank lord. Fewer still had died and become voids. Even back in the ancient era, when resources in the Great World were ample, not many upper-rank lords would stay in the Great World, so very few of them had died in the Great World and become voids. This was also the main reason why Lin Huang dared to try unification in the virtual realm. However, he was by no means certain if the unification would attract powerful entities from the universe. Lin Huang ignored the voids contained within his god territory. He focused his entire attention back on the process of unification. This was the second stage of unification. Simply put, this was the transformation of God sequence chains into Dao tattoos, which would then consolidate into a Dao seal. This stage was also the one with the highest failure rate in the process of a heavenly god's unification. Over 80% of individuals had their unifications fail at this point. This was because the process of God sequence chains consolidating into a Dao seal would release terrifying energy, somewhat similar to a nuclear fusion reaction. It was a triple test for the physical body, God's soul, and God territory of the individual performing the unification. The energy released from the God sequence chains consolidating into a Dao seal would impact the individual's God territory first. At the same time, some of the energy would leak out and impact the individual's physical body and God's soul. The unification would instantly fail if either the individual's God territory, physical body, or God's soul failed to sustain the impact. Therefore, for most cultivators in general, this was a very dangerous stage. However, Lin Huang was different. Even as early as imperial level, his God territory had been different from that of everyone else. Back then, he could already refine and integrate others' God territories. As for later on, despite being newly elevated to heavenly God level, he could integrate many God territory shell remnants of half-step heavenly gods. He could even refine the God territories of lower rank lords right away. For ordinary cultivators, there were limits on the number of God territories each individual's God territory could refine and integrate. Not only that, there were severe restrictions on refinement strength. They could not increase their strength limitlessly like Lin Huang could. Great Heaven, who was powerful enough to subdue an entire era, had mastered 42 God sequence chains. However, from 1st rank heavenly God level to 9th rank heavenly God level, he only dared to refine 9 heavenly gods' God territory shell remnants. That was already the limit his God territory could take. Lin Huang, on the other hand, did not merely have a powerful God territory. The strength of his God soul was peak upper rank lord level now. Although his physical body was slightly less powerful, he was still on par with a peak middle rank lord. In the void, the millions of Dao tattoos rapidly consolidated into a golden Dao seal. The Dao seal was like an intensely burning star suspended above the God territory, releasing endless energy in all directions. The piercingly bright golden light spread to practically every corner of the God territory. Any place it passed through was immediately reduced to scorched earth. Without hesitation, Lin Huang immediately invoked more God sequence chains from within his God territory to envelope the Dao seal in layers. One must know that only 1 million God sequence chains were required to consolidate this Dao seal. However, there were over 7 million God sequence chains in Lin Huang's God territory. Excluding the 1 million God sequence chains used to consolidate the Dao seal, there were still over 6 million of them remaining. Under Lin Huang's control, these 6 million and more God sequence chains swiftly enveloped the Dao seal like a giant cocoon. Although the divine rays released from the Dao seal were powerful, they could not break through a barrier several times more powerful than themselves. The divine rays released from the giant God sequence chain cocoon were now less than 10% of what had previously been released. This level of energy was no longer sufficient to cause any shakeups in Lin Huang's massive, boundless God territory. As time passed by, the golden rays released from consolidating the Dao seal soon faded entirely. The 1 million God sequence chains had fully consolidated into a golden Dao seal. From beginning to end, Lin Huang's God territory did not experience even a tremor. The unification stage had passed. He did not even sense any of the 3 challenges other lords faced in the unification stage. Most of the energy released from consolidating the Dao seal had been absorbed by the giant cocoon formed from the 6 million and more God sequence chains. It did not shake Lin Huang's God territory in the slightest, much less bleed through into his God territory and impact his God soul and physical body. The second stage of unification was now complete, in fact, far more smoothly than Lin Huang had anticipated. In reality, he had been a little worried that his physical body might not be strong enough and had wondered if it would be crushed by the energy impact resulting from consolidating the Dao seal. However, from the looks of it, this was an entirely extraneous worry. The second stage of unification had now finished, and the Dao Seal had been formed. The next would be the third and last stage of unification, Dao plundering. Once the Dao Seal had been formally consolidated, it would attract covetous raptors. A raptor would then come to the material realm and attempt to snatch away the Dao Seal. Only through defeating the raptor, protecting the Dao Seal, and letting it absorb the raptor's origin energy would the Dao Seal truly be successfully consolidated. However, this stage was the most difficult in the entire process of unification. This was because raptors were attracted by the Dao Seal's aura, and their abilities would usually be on par with the individual performing unification. The problem was that raptors were all Lord-level powerhouses. They were far more familiar with using a Dao Seal than the individual performing unification. Furthermore, both raptor and individual would be in different states of mind. The individual would mostly desire to protect the Dao Seal, a more passive state of mind. The raptor, however, would be in a predatory state of mind, which was more active. Raptors would definitely have the upper hand in terms of combat experience and state of mind. Naturally, the individual performing the unification was not entirely at a disadvantage. At least they had the advantage of home ground, as the battlefield would be within the individual's god territory. Despite this, throughout the ages, individuals performing unification would lose to raptors in battle more often than not. If the second stage of unification was extremely dangerous, then the third stage, Dao plundering, was akin to burning one's bridges. If one managed this stage successfully, they would be reborn and become a lord. If they could not navigate this stage, they would fail, and all their efforts would be for naught. Lin Huang was no stranger to Dao plundering. Several months back, he had witnessed Buried Heaven's Dao plundering and had fought a raptor more than once after that. Many raptors, voids, had died at his hands as well. However, Lin Huang could not help but feel rather anxious at this moment. This was because, from what he knew, everyone performed unification in the material realm. He had absolutely no idea what kind of raptors he would attract now that he was performing unification in the virtual realm. Chapter 1669. A being above Lord level in the virtual realm, Lin Huang's god territory spread far and wide, enveloping an untold number of star zones. The shining golden Dao Seal hung like a large golden sun above the god territory. It radiated countless golden beams into the far reaches of the starry heavens, and its overwhelming aura spread in all directions like a wave. To the void's senses, the aura released by a Dao Seal in the material realm was like an incomparable delicacy that made them drool. In the virtual realm, the first to sense Lin Huang's Dao Seal aura were the voids contained within his god territory. They were like sharks that had scented blood, rushing in a frenzy to Lin Huang's location. Since this was happening in his god territory, he could clearly sense the void's movements. Lin Huang did not panic at all. Instead, he felt rather excited. The reason was that he clearly sensed over 90% of these hundreds of void auras were lower-rank lords. The small number of remaining voids were middle-rank lords. Not only that, they were only at the level of an ordinary middle-rank lord. For Lin Huang, no matter how many there were, they were insufficient to be any kind of threat to him. Practically the next second after the Dao Seal had formed, the first void appeared in front of Lin Huang. It was a humanoid monster wielding blades. It was of a burly build, and its body was clad in a full suit of armor. It had a white mask over its face. Each of its 6 arms wielded a weapon: a saber, a spear, a sword, a polearm, a hook sword, and a shield. 5 weapons in one piece of defensive equipment could be considered a fairly comprehensive array. A white-faced King Kong, Lin Huang recognized the monster at first glance. The white-faced King Kong that had become a void targeted Lin Huang and took a step forward. Right as it was about to attack, a blood-red gleam flashed through the air, swift as lightning, and instantly pierced right between its brows. The white-faced King Kong's burly body froze. A second later, its body disintegrated at once and turned into a cloud of mist, seeping into the shining golden Dao Seal. After being infused with this origin energy, Lin Huang's Dao Seal seemed a little brighter, although this was barely perceptible to the eye. The white-faced King Kong had only just been killed when the second and third voids landed at almost the same time. One was obviously a pure-blood dragonkin. Its whole body was covered in golden dragon armor, and its size was so massive it could compare with a star. The other one was a curly-haired baboon. Although it was much smaller than the dragon beast, it was still as big as a mountain and was tens of thousands of meters tall. Once the 2 voids landed, they targeted each other instead. As if they were rivals, they utterly ignored Lin Huang's existence. If this had happened under normal circumstances, Lin Huang would have been more than happy to watch them fight. After seeing the two monsters tear each other apart, he would simply gather the spoils. However, he was in the process of unification right now. The longer things dragged on, the more unforeseen circumstances might happen. Therefore, he did not wait for the two monsters to fight. He attacked at once, bringing an end to what might have been a very interesting battle. Two blood-red electric arcs easily took the two voids' lives. After the two voids were killed, they also turned into two cloud-like spheres of origin energy which were then absorbed by Lin Huang's Dao seal. Lin Huang could not help raising his brows as he watched the Dao seal absorbing three lords' origin energies one after the other. "I'd like to see how much you can take." As soon as Lin Huang spoke, a third wave of monsters landed. This time it was another two monsters as well. He attacked and killed them both right away without hesitation, letting his Dao seal continue to absorb their origin energies. Right after that, voids began arriving continuously one wave after another. Lin Huang easily killed all of them. Within less than 3 minutes, he had killed hundreds of voids. His Dao seal was like an infinitely alluring bait, attracting a frenzy of voids one after the other. When the Dao seal had absorbed the origin energies of 100 voids, it was finally satiated and began to retract its aura. Lin Huang felt slightly relieved only after he saw this. On a certain level, only now could he be considered to have officially succeeded in unification. However, within the range of his god territory, he could still sense that there were voids rapidly heading for his location. As the Dao seal retracted its aura, the god territory spread out around Lin Huang swiftly began to collapse. This was not because it was damaged but because it was ending its manifestation. A gleam flashed through Lin Huang's eyes when he saw the voids that were still heading toward him in a frenzy. Dozens of blood-red electric arcs shot out from his sleeves at lightning speed, furiously attacking the monsters that were heading his way. He had initially thought to use the Dao seal as bait to lure many voids over. Once he had killed them, he would obtain large quantities of origin energy. He had never expected that the origin energy of the voids he killed would basically be completely absorbed by his Dao seal. This resulted in him not gaining any extra benefits at all. Seeing that his god territory was collapsing, he did not want to let this hunting opportunity pass. He attacked without hesitation. At the very least, he managed to kill 28 voids before his god territory collapsed completely. He then used divine telekinesis threads to collect the 28 origin energy spheres. However, a second before the god territory that Lin Huang manifested collapsed completely, a black dimensional whirlpool suddenly appeared above the Dao seal, swiftly beginning to form. Lin Huang fixed his eyes on the dimensional whirlpool. Before it could even consolidate fully, an extremely terrifying aura was transmitted through from the other side. Lin Huang's danger instincts began sounding an alarm. Goosebumps ran down his spine, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. It felt as if there were a terrifying being staring at him from the side of the whirlpool. He instinctively sensed that the power of this entity was far beyond anything he could imagine. Before it, he was just an insignificant ant. A being that's above Lord level. The thought suddenly popped into Lin Huang's mind. It was as if someone had cast an immobilizing spell on him. He could not move his body at all. He could only watch the dimensional whirlpool swiftly forming in front of him. The only thing he could do was to hope that the god territory he had manifested would collapse even more swiftly. He wanted it to collapse totally before the whirlpool had fully formed so the space anchor points would be erased. Only if that happened would he have a chance of survival. Lin Huang felt as if 10 million years had passed right at that moment. However, a golden ray of light suddenly cut through the air from some unknown direction and beamed into Lin Huang's collapsing god territory. Not only that, it landed with extreme accuracy right on the black dimensional whirlpool. The still-forming dimensional whirlpool instantly exploded. At the same time, a furious shriek came from its other side. The shriek even passed through the dimensional whirlpool right away and surged toward Lin Huang's god territory. Everywhere it passed was instantly crushed into nothingness. Its subjugation speed far exceeded the speed of light. Watching as the sound wave surged toward him, Lin Huang could imagine himself being pulverized into a bloody splatter. At that moment, a thunderous sound overwhelmed the destructive mystic sound. Get lost. The mystic sound stopped abruptly. Chapter 1670. Lin Huang, now elevated to Lord level, what happened? Lin Huang stared in a daze at the peaceful black and white sky in front of him. He could not really understand what on earth had just happened. Just an instant before his god territory collapsed, there seemed to be a being above Lord level that had sensed his Dao seal and tried to cross over to snatch it away. Right as this other party was about to get their hands on the Dao seal, another unknown entity had attacked and instantly destroyed the dimensional whirlpool. The being above Lord level had used a mere mystic sound to penetrate through space and had almost killed Lin Huang's virtual body. The unknown entity had spoken then and obliterated the mystic sound. After the danger had been resolved, Lin Huang's god territory collapsed completely soon after, and the unknown entity had not revealed themselves either. He did not know whether it was because the space anchor points had been erased when his god territory collapsed so they could not lock onto his coordinates, or because they did not wish to meet him. Looking at the still, calm sky spread out before him, Lin Huang even had a moment of doubt, wondering whether everything that had just happened was merely a figment of his imagination. That voice, why do I feel like I've heard it before? That, get lost, was uttered in a clear, cold female voice. Lin Huang had a vague sense that it was somewhat familiar, but he was not able to connect it with any of the girls that he remembered. Perhaps I'm overthinking this. Lin Huang shook his head with a wry smile. He felt it was not very likely to be a girl he knew. The reason for this was that his cultivation speed had been very swift all along, far outstripping all of his friends. It was highly unlikely that there would be a girl whose cultivation speed was faster than his, who could cultivate into a being above Lord level within a short few years. Lin Huang felt that even if it were another traveler with a goldfinger, it was also highly unlikely that her cultivation speed would outstrip him by so much. After setting aside these jumbled thoughts, Lin Huang released his divine telekinesis and scanned his surroundings but did not find anything. He had a feeling that the girl who had saved him was probably nowhere nearby. However, he cupped his hands in a respectful fist palm salute toward the sky and bowed. Thank you, Senior, for saving me. If there's anything you require from me at all, I'll try my best to fulfill it for you. Lin Huang purposely waited for a few seconds after saying this. However, he did not receive a response. He had expected this, but one should show proper respect to one's seniors after all, especially since this individual had intervened and saved his life twice. After retracting his divine telekinesis, Lin Huang checked on the state of things within his body and nodded in satisfaction. Only then did he summon the gate of all realms and return to the material realm. As soon as he returned to the material realm, he began looking over the state of his body in detail. The first thing he noticed was an inexplicable surge in the number of god sequence chains within his god territory. Before, there had only been a total of 7.16 million god sequence chains in his god territory. However, there were now 14.71 million, more than double the previous amount. Lin Huang thought back on this carefully and realized that it was a result of his Dao seal devouring a massive amount of origin energy in the last step of unification, the Dao plundering. Furthermore, his successful consolidation of a Dao seal during the unification process seemed to have caused his godly right to undergo a transformation as well. Now Lin Huang could borrow not only the god sequence chains from his god territory but also the Dao seals that he had refined from those lords. An example would be the Dao seals that he had absorbed and refined from the origin energy of the voids he killed this round. There were over 800 seals. Although all of them did not have the same number of Dao tattoos, when added up together, their Dao tattoo power was comparable to the compounding of over 1.2 million levels of god sequence chains. Together with the level 3 Dao seal within Lin Huang's body, this Dao tattoo power that could inherently fuel 3 million god sequence chains was the equivalent of compounding 4.2 million or more levels of Dao tattoo power. It looks like I need to consolidate more Dao seals. Lin Huang knew that the most direct way to elevate his ability would be to consolidate Dao seals. The total number of god sequence chains in his body had already come to over 14 million chains. Furthermore, including the Dao seal power that he could borrow, he could only invoke 4.2 million god sequence chains, which was less than 1/3 of the total amount. To use more Dao tattoo power, it was necessary to consolidate even more Dao seals. Apart from the changes in his godly right authorization and his god sequence chains, the massive volume of divine power in Lin Huang's body had transformed entirely into Odal. Odal was considered the high-level form of divine power that could perfectly integrate Dao seals and Dao tattoo power. With this surging spread of Odal, Lin Huang's physical body and god soul were strengthened even further. Currently, the strength of his physical body was now at the level of an upper-rank lord. His god soul, initially peak upper-rank lord level, had achieved a further breakthrough and was now at ultimate rank lord level strength. His overall abilities had undoubtedly received a transformative boost. However, Lin Huang was not the only one who had gotten stronger. The god weapons within him had also leveled up, following the elevation of his combat strength. They had broken through from low-grade Dao weapons directly to supreme-grade Dao weapons. This was, without a doubt, another round of external enhancement. Lin Huang even felt that his current ability ought to be sufficient for him to go head-to-head in battle with some newly elevated ultimate rank lords. An ultimate rank lord would have consolidated thousands of Dao seals at the very least. However, even if one were to use Buried Heaven as a benchmark, a level -1 Dao seal could only invoke the Dao tattoo power of 1,800 or so God sequence chains. A level 1000 Dao seal could only invoke the Dao tattoo power of less than 2 million God sequence chains. At present, Lin Huang only dared to go up against a newly elevated ultimate rank lord. An ultimate rank lord with more powerful abilities would have consolidated at least 3,000 Dao seals and above. Lin Huang's abilities were not yet sufficient to fight back. However, Lin Huang was in no hurry. He knew that as the number of Dao seals in his body increased, he would only become more and more powerful. It was incredibly difficult for the ultimate rank lords in the universe to further elevate their abilities. At my current level of ability, I should be able to handle the investigators that the raiders send. The threat present in Lin Huang's mind abated slightly after he checked his body thoroughly. According to the information Yang Ling had provided, Royal would not allow ultimate rank lords to enter the Great World, which was their territory. Therefore, the most powerful investigators that the raiders could send would only be upper rank lords. For Lin Huang at present, upper rank lords no longer posed any kind of threat to him. However, he did not plan to just wait passively for the investigators to arrive. Although the investigators were no longer a threat to him, he had no intention of ending his cultivation just yet. After mulling over the possibility that his coordinates in the virtual realm might have been exposed, for safety purposes, Lin Huang opened the gate of all realms and directly teleported himself to an uninhabited planet in the human world. This place was millions of star zones away from the Riki star in the God territory. After arriving at this new location, Lin Huang summoned up the virtual realm cabin again. He took out his storage ring and put it in the cabin. After that, he opened the gate of all realms and stepped into the virtual realm again. Upon entering the virtual realm, Lin Huang spread his divine telekinesis and noticed 3 lower rank lord level voids within the perimeter of the dozens of star zones nearby. After using his god weapon flying daggers to dispose of the voids without hesitation, Lin Huang was finally able to be at ease and enter the virtual realm cabin. He picked up the storage ring from the floor, then sat down with his legs crossed. Chapter 1671. Coming out of closed-door cultivation, Lin Huang raised his head and looked toward the deep reaches of space in the kingdom within him. 2 giant spheres hovered in the air there, like 2 massive eggs suspended in the ocean. These 2 spheres were the kingdoms that had been extracted and refined from the 2 middle-rank lords Black Mountain and Spy after Lin Huang had killed them. Although they were sealed at the moment, the size of both spheres was comparable to a star zone. They existed in a state like this within Lin Huang's kingdom and had not yet become a part of it, because Lin Huang had been unable to refine them previously. Although their wills had been erased, the 2 kingdoms were currently ownerless. Lin Huang had been unable to refine them, so he had had no choice but to set them aside for the time being. However, now that he had elevated to become a lord, he was fully certain that his current self would not encounter any hindrances when refining middle-rank lords, god territories. He immediately set about the matter with barely any hesitation. All it took was a mere thought, and endless blood-red divine fire seemed to appear out of nowhere. It enveloped the 2 giant eggs instantly and began the refining process. Days passed in the virtual realm cabin. After an indeterminate amount of time, the 2 kingdoms were finally fully refined. They then became part of Lin Huang's kingdom, including 48 Dao seals from Black Mountain and Spy, 300,000 God sequence chains, and a massive number of God rules also became part of Lin Huang's kingdom. After successfully refining the 2 kingdoms in their entirety, Lin Huang lifted his head once more to gaze at the heavens of his kingdom. There were still 541 Dao seal stars there, moving around in disorderly fashion. Apart from the ones he had obtained from killing Babel's group of lower-rank lords, there were also those that Lin Huang had extracted and refined from the kingdoms of the lower rank lords he had obtained from trading on royals' auction. As his godly right could not control Dao seals previously, he had not refined these Dao seals. He could only let them drift around in the starry heavens. Now, however, he could refine them at last. Lin Huang summoned up a thought, and blood-red fire blazed up again in the kingdom, enveloping all of the Dao seal stars that were not under any control. Time did not exist in the virtual realm cabin. Lin Huang did not know exactly how long this round of refining had taken. Regardless, after the refinement was complete, the number of Dao seals in his possession had exceeded 1,400 in total. Including the 3 Dao seals within his body, he could now invoke over 5.5 million Dao tattoos. Previously it had been God sequence chains. The Dao tattoos in Lin Huang's kingdom had also increased exponentially from the initial 14.71 million to 18 million. After refining all the Dao seals in his kingdom, Lin Huang looked at his 3 Dao seals again. He took a moment to consider whether or not he should continue consolidating more Dao seals. After all, for every Dao seal he consolidated, the number of Dao tattoo powers that he could invoke would increase by 1 million. However, after some thought, he set that aside for now. He was not sure if he would attract the attention of the previous being above Lord level if he were to consolidate more Dao seals. If that entity showed up again, he might not be able to count on a second chance of survival. After all, the lady who had intervened to save him before was also a being above Lord level. Lin Huang did not think that she would be watching over him constantly and protecting him at all times. Moreover, he now owed her a considerable favor. It would be embarrassing for him to owe her another one. Lin Huang abandoned the idea of continuing to consolidate more Dao seals and immediately came out of closed-door cultivation. He put the virtual realm cabin away and stepped back into the material realm. After glancing at the barren planet where he was, he summoned the Gate of All Realms again and returned to the Ricky Star. As soon as he returned to his hotel on the Ricky Star, Lin Huang took out his royal token and uploaded the 11 intermediate-grade Dao weapons onto the auction page. His conditions for the auction were as follows. Trading in exchange for middle-rank lords, god territories that have 50 seals and above. The more Dao seals, the better. No restrictions on the Dao seal type, abyssal and bug tribe seals are fine as well. This time, Lin Huang set the duration of the auction for 10 days. For one, the trading conditions he had set out were more exacting. If the duration was too short, the Dao weapons would not go for a good price. For another, obtaining the god territories of lords was not a matter of urgency for him. At his current level of ability, he was more than able to face down any investigators the raiders would send. There was no need to be in a hurry to refine more god territories to advance his abilities. Lin Huang had a lot of free time in the next few days. He had already used up whatever resources he could currently utilize. If he wanted to elevate his abilities any further, he had to wait for Royal's auction to end. Fortunately, there were many trading markets on the Ricky Star and within the Coin Star zone. Lin Huang just happened to be able to use them to pass the time. At his current level of ability and experience, there were far fewer items that caught his interest. Therefore, he browsed more and purchased very little. After strolling around all sorts of marketplaces for a few days, Lin Huang was finally able to gain new awareness about the pricing of various items. All along previously, he had busied himself with cultivation and had not actually made a note of what resources he did not need. Apart from that, he had only just discovered that there were grades of marketplaces in the god territory. For instance, heavenly god level powerhouses would usually shop at Precious Treasure Pavilion's Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion basically did not sell any items below the level of god sequence relics. Not only that, the quality of all their items was assured. However, item prices were much more expensive compared to the black market. It was normal for some rare items to be priced 3 to 5 times higher. Virtual gods and true gods, however, usually shopped at the Precious Treasure Market, which was also a Precious Treasure Pavilion site. This market was almost the size of a town. However, it was rented to various stall owners, and the goods were all provided by the various owners themselves. It was said that Precious Treasure Pavilion had a secret treasure pavilion that only Lord-level powerhouses could enter. Rumor was that the collections were all treasures such as Dao weapons and the like. However, Lin Huang had only heard about it, he had never been there either. Although he was a lord now, he did not want too many people to know about his abilities. He was quite interested in the secret treasure pavilion, but he did not think that the items would be anything that Royal would not have. After all, Royal did have beings above lord level in their midst, they also had countless lords under their command. A minor organization like Precious Treasure Pavilion could not compare with that. For the past few days, Lin Huang had strolled around various markets large and small while waiting patiently for the investigators from the raiders to arrive. Unlike his previous state of mind when his abilities were insufficient, now he hoped more and more that they would show up earlier. The sooner they arrived, the sooner he would be able to resolve the issue. Furthermore, he hoped that they were more powerful and that there would be more of them. After all, he was severely lacking in lord-level god territories. Moreover, the more powerful the investigators were, the more Dao seals and Dao tattoos he could refine. As for whether he might be subsequently targeted by even more powerful raiders from the universe, this no longer mattered to Lin Huang. This was because as long as he showed his face anywhere, it was just a matter of time before he would be targeted by raiders. That is, unless he kept his head down for the rest of his life. Until he was more powerful than everyone in the raiders. Lin Huang felt he could not do that. By nature, he was not someone who wanted to stand out and was willing to keep a low profile in the process of his development. However, if he were truly to encounter certain situations, he would make a stand if he had to. That was his character. An example would be now, with the raiders sending investigators over. Lin Huang could actually flee if he wanted to, but he did not wish to run. Instead, he chose to work hard to become more powerful, then directly confront his enemy. Chapter 1672, Wanted by the Whole World. Lin Huang's wait lasted 3 days. At the black market that day, as he was going past a shop that specialized in selling intel, he suddenly saw information on a wanted individual being projected on the shop wall that directly faced the entrance. Mission: Manhunt target. Lin Huang gender: male race, human age, unknown combat level, unknown target's information, joined Death Sickle previously under the identities of Xie Lin and Xu Mu. His main cultivation path is in sword skills, with a secondary cultivation path in divine telekinesis. Carries disguise equipment on his person and could be disguised as anyone of any appearance. Mission request: if you see this man, all you have to do is provide his coordinates, and you will get a top-grade God Sequence relic or another item of the same value. If any Lord-level powerhouses assist in the capture, they will be rewarded with an expert-grade Dao weapon or another item of the same value. Remarks: this man's abilities are not known, but he is extremely dangerous. It is not recommended that cultivators below Lord level confront this individual. Apart from this textual information, there were also several holographic projections of his various identities beside it. Lin Huang could not help raising his brows after he finished reading. The group of investigators has finally shown up. He immediately went into the store and asked, pointing at the projection, can this mission be taken on by just anyone? Before he had arrived for his temporary stay on the Ricky Star, he had disguised himself with a new form. He had also gotten Yang Ling to create a new identity for him, so he was not worried that he would be recognized. That's right, anybody can take up this mission, there aren't any restrictions, the female staff responded with a professional smile. Clearly, she did not recognize Lin Huang. Alright, I'll give it a shot. Lin Huang grinned and scanned the info code at the bottom right corner of the projection. Almost immediately, he received the black market mission that the store had sent. He made a show of looking around and glanced at some of the other missions. After listening to almost everyone in the store talking about him, he left the black market unhurriedly. After returning to the hotel, Lin Huang pulled up the mission information and read it over in detail. It had to be said that the information the raiders had on him was quite complete. Practically all the identities he created since coming to the Great World had been exposed. Furthermore, his real identity as Lin Huang and his identity as a human had been revealed as well. This was not surprising in the least. After all, Spy had done some digging into Lin Huang's identity before, it would have been very difficult to keep that information concealed from him. From the looks of things now, he must have put Lin Huang's information on file at the raiders' headquarters. In other words, if Lin Huang used any of these identities, Lin Huang, Xie Lin, Huang Mu, Xu Mu, and was discovered by anybody in the black market, they would definitely report him. After closing the black market mission, Lin Huang checked Death Sickle's forum. He logged in with Xu Mu's identity using incognito mode, which would not attract any attention. However, If he used his Blood Sickle member authorization, anyone on the system's backend would be able to see his login status. He used Shu-Emu's identity because it had Gold Sickle authorization in Death Sickle. This meant he could see more information using that identity. However, as soon as he logged in, he saw that forum's main page was practically swamped with discussions about him. There were also all sorts of strange headings. Xie Lin, Shu Mu, can't tell them apart, Shu Mu, Xie Lin's true identity exposed, Shu Mu, the human spy who sneaked into the god territory. A boss is still a boss no matter how many identities he switched. My night with that sleaze Shu Mu. Lin Huang could not help clicking into a few threads to read the contents. The ones exposing his identity were all wild guesses. There were a few conspiracy theories saying that he was a human spy, but none of them provided a shred of solid evidence. They all insisted on laying the blame for various matters at his door. As for the threads that proclaimed he was a sleaze, Lin Huang did not click into those stories at all. However, he glanced at a few of the posters' accounts. They were all men. Given the state of the forum, Lin Huang did not even need to think about it to know that everyone from Death Sickle must have seen the manhunt information which listed him as its target. He clicked into the mission section. As expected, the first mission pinned on top was the mission to hunt him down. Furthermore, the thread was authorized for public viewing. Even reserve members could see it. Lin Huang did not think there was anything untoward in Death Sickle posting the mission about the manhunt. He knew that Death Sickle had had no choice but to do it, under pressure from the raiders' investigators. If not, they would be destroyed in the investigators' fury. There would be at least one upper-rank lord among the investigators. Death Sickle would not be able to contend against this at all. Death Sickle might have a backer behind the scenes in the universe, but in the great world, it was just a small branch organization without a guardian lord. Buried Heaven had elevated on his own later on. If Death Sickle truly did enrage the upper-rank lord and they were wiped out, at most, the raiders would compensate their backer in the universe out of courtesy. It was highly unlikely that there would be more serious consequences. Although he had already faked his death to sever any ties to Death Sickle, the raiders' investigators most certainly would not allow any possible clues on Death Sickle's end to slip through their hands so easily. However, Lin Huang did not know how much contact the investigators had had with Death Sickle, or if they had been in touch with Buried Heaven. Given Buried Heaven's character, Lin Huang was rather worried he might bring down trouble upon himself by protecting Lin Huang. Currently, seeing the mission that Death Sickle had posted actually helped him feel slightly less worried. At the very least, Death Sickle's compromise meant that they had not been wiped out. After closing Death Sickle's forum, Lin Huang checked out the forums of a few Grade 7 organizations by logging in as a guest. Based on the situation in Death Sickle's forum, any news in the Grade 7 organizations should also be accessible to the public. Just as he expected, the discussions on all the forums of the Grade 7 organizations were entirely about him. Most of the topics were discussions about his identity as a human, while most of the threads had nothing good to say. Of all the discussions, the ones on God Capital's forum were the worst. It was almost entirely one-sided abuse, using the most derogatory of terms. After all, God Capital was an organization of pure blood Protoss. They even looked down on those of their own kind who were not of pure blood. Naturally, they looked down on humans even more. Lin Huang ignored these vituperative threads and looked at the mission section. The 5 major GRADE 7 organizations, the Combat God Temple, God Capital, Precious Treasure Pavilion, Xeno, and Divine Clapnet had published the mission about the manhunt. Not only that, it was accessible to the general public, even guests could view it. It was the Combat God Temple and God Capital that puzzled Lin Huang a bit more. One must know that these 2 Grade 7 organizations never accepted external missions. However, not only had they accepted the mission this time, but they had even made the mission public. Lin Huang then checked on news from the human side. It turned out that they were discussing him as well. The 3 saints and 7 sects Deluo Temple, Sanctuary, Lei Temple, and the rest had also posted up the mission about the manhunt. The time of the mission's publication was even several hours earlier than the organizations in the God territory. This alone had shown Lin Huang how powerful the raiders were. It did not matter if the investigators went door to door requesting the organization's cooperation, or whatever other reason. All of this was sufficient to prove how afraid of these investigators the organizations in this great world were. Just as I expected, force wins the day. Lin Huang smiled and shook his head. If this had occurred before he had performed unification and become a lord, he might have panicked a bit upon seeing this news. After all, the situation made one feel as if the entire world were against them. However, right now, Lin Huang merely found it amusing. Chapter 1673. The arrival of unwelcome guests. The God Territory, Blood Sickle Shelter, Death Sickle's headquarters. In the conference room, the expressions of Buried Heaven and the several Blood Sickle members were not very pleasant. Sitting across from Buried Heaven at the conference table was a red-haired man with a red beard. He rested both his legs on the table, his upper body practically slouched on the chair. He had a cigarette in his mouth and was blowing a cloud of smoke. His tone of voice sounded rather indifferent. I'll give all of you a bit more time to think over whether or not you want to ask Lin Huang to show himself. However, I suggest that you make up your minds soon, as my partners aren't going to ask so nicely. Seniors, Lin Huang hasn't made an appearance since he entered a secret heavenly god territory as Shumu over 2 years ago. If not for your mentioning him, we'd have thought all along that he had already died, one of the Blood Sickle members said, looking helpless. The red-haired man blew out a puff of smoke and fixed his gaze on Buried Heaven. Mr. Buried Heaven, I've heard that personally, you got on fairly well with Lin Huang, and you took good care of him in the past. Hasn't he contacted you since then? No, Buried Heaven responded expressionlessly. I took good care of him in the past because he had extraordinary talent and incredible potential. I felt he was a worthy young successor and decided to train him up. After he went missing, I tried contacting him, but to no avail, so I just left it at that. Anyway, I've been busy with pre-unification preparation work for the past 2 years. I certainly haven't had time to spare any thoughts for a person who's most probably dead. Buried Heaven's reply was fully convincing, but the other party clearly did not believe him. The red-haired man flicked away his cigarette ash and glanced at Buried Heaven. His tone remained casual. To be honest, I'm a lazy individual. Whenever I encounter an issue, I always hope to be able to resolve it in the easiest manner. Distinguishing whether a person is lying or not isn't my strong suit. However, some of my partners specialize in this. I hope that what all of you say remains consistent when they show up. Otherwise, the consequences might be extremely serious. Alright, I'll end my questions here. The red-haired man glanced at his cigarette, which was already down to its end, and stubbed it into the ashtray. He then lit another cigarette and said rather indistinctly to Buried Heaven and the rest, "You won't mind if we borrow your conference room for a moment, will you?" "Not at all. Please go ahead, seniors," one of the Blood Sickle members returned immediately. Just as Buried Heaven and the rest were getting up to leave, they heard the red-haired man's voice again suddenly. "Oh yes, later on, when our partners arrive, you can just bring them up here straight away, and that will do." After Buried Heaven and the others departed, the only ones left in the meeting room were the red-haired man and 2 other men seated on his left and right, who had not said much the entire time. The man on the left was extremely cadaverous, practically skin and bones like a mummy. The one called Buried Heaven was clearly lying. Why didn't you detain him directly and force him to contact Lin Huang? If we directly read his memories, perhaps we might find something useful. The one on the right, a tall, lean individual over 3 meters tall, nodded as well in agreement. Do the 2 of you really think we can do as we please in the great world just because we've applied to Royal for an investigation permit? The red-haired man glanced casually at the 2 people on either side of him. This is Royal's affiliate territory. Everything we do is constantly under Royal's surveillance. Furthermore, the top organizations of the universe's affiliated territories are usually under the protection of the organizations in the universe. Judging by how the organizations in this great world are graded, Death Sickle belongs in the top category. They're a grade 7 organization under Royal's protection. If we want to move against Death Sickle, we must have a solid reason. Otherwise, Royal will very likely intervene. The red-haired man took a deep drag of his cigarette, blowing the smoke out after he had finished speaking. It's not worth coming into conflict with Royal over something so insignificant. Then what do we do now? The cadaverous man asked again. We wait, the red-haired man responded simply. Buried Heaven and the rest looked grim as they walked out of the meeting room. Although this time only 3 individuals from the universe had come to call, all 3 were lords. Buried Heaven was unable to discern the red-haired leader's combat strength at all. However, he could clearly sense that the 2 who hardly spoke were middle-rank lords. He was vaguely conscious of the deadly threat emanating from these 2 myrmidons. As for the red-haired man, Buried Heaven could only hazard a guess that he was an upper-rank lord. The crux of the matter was that more than 3 of them had arrived in the Great World. Given that the veteran Grade 7 organizations like the Combat God Temple and God Capital had posted the orders for Lin Huang's capture under coercion from the red-haired man's partners, Death Sickle had no choice but to post the mission regarding Lin Huang as well. The red-haired man had made it very clear. If they did not cut ties with Lin Huang now, he could regard Death Sickle as accessories in the death of his raider partners. If they could not find Lin Huang, they would have no choice but to take revenge by killing all of his Death Sickle teammates. No matter how close Buried Heaven was to Lin Huang, he could not sacrifice all of Death Sickle's members just to protect him. Besides, it was merely posting a manhunt mission. They were not being asked to move against Lin Huang. It was an expedient compromise. Buried Heaven believed that Lin Huang would understand their situation if he saw the mission that they had posted. What do we do now? Blood Sickle Gao Ming asked Buried Heaven via voice transmission, his brow furrowed tightly. Buried Heaven fell silent upon hearing the question. He did not know what he could do at the moment either. Right now, the only thing he could do was to try his best to keep Lin Huang's hiding place a secret. He had no idea that Lin Huang's previous hiding place, the Devil Hunter Star Zone, had already been reduced to ruins. I think that red-haired fellow isn't lying. His partners are likely to be even more dangerous. As soon as they show up at our headquarters, we might run into even bigger problems. Boundless Blood voiced his concerns from where he was standing when he saw Buried Heaven remaining silent. So what you're saying is that we should betray Lin Huang for Death Sickle's sake? Buried Heaven shot a dismissive glance at Boundless Blood. All along, he had harbored a deep respect for this senior who had participated in the founding of Death Sickle. However, right now, Buried Heaven felt that Boundless Blood was being selfish. Buried Heaven, Senior Boundless Blood definitely doesn't mean that. Beside them, the nine-tailed fox Hushana hurriedly smoothed things over. I think we should at least discuss a plan on how to respond. It doesn't matter what we plan, once we make our move, our odds of winning are 0. Buried Heaven shook his head helplessly. As a lord, he was the most capable of intuitively sensing the gap in abilities between himself and the 3 raiders. What if we collaborate with the Combat God Temple and the other organizations? Wouldn't that work? Hushana followed up with another question. Why do you think the Combat God Temple and God Capital made an exception and posted a reward for capturing Lin Huang? Why do you suppose they made the mission public as well? They haven't made their missions public for a few eras now, Buried Heaven asked in return. Because they've been threatened by these outsiders from the universe. Hushana answered rather uncertainly. Let me put it this way. That red-haired fellow in the meeting room could easily destroy all the Grade 7 organizations in the entire God territory on his own. What Buried Heaven said stunned the several Blood Sickle members. For a while, they had no idea what to say. Right as the atmosphere turned chilly, almost to freezing point, Buried Heaven's communication ring suddenly began vibrating. Chapter 1674, Where are you? By the time Lin Huang finished perusing one round of information on the internet, the sky was beginning to darken on the Ricky Star. He thought for a moment, then called Buried Heaven. When Lin Huang heard the ring tone being cut off before it had even rung halfway, he smiled. This was because it meant Buried Heaven was still alive. If the communicator sensed the host's death, it would be locked and shut down within less than a minute. If one called, they would get a message saying, "The number you have dialed cannot be reached." He ended the call in such a hurry. Lin Huang raised his eyebrows. That means the investigators are still at Death Sickle. Now that he had ascertained this, Lin Huang composed a message and sent it off. If investigators arrive at Death Sickle, just give an honest answer to whatever questions they ask. There's no need to cover up for me. If they want my contact, just give it to them right away. All of you can't handle these people from the raiders. Don't put up any resistance. Let me deal with them. Buried Heaven merely glanced at the communication page and ended the call immediately. Beside him, Boundless Blood and the others glimpsed the name of the caller, Shu Mu. The atmosphere became even weightier now. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from in front of them. Why didn't you answer the call? It was not clear when the red-haired man had shown up in front of them. Smiling, he barred Buried Heaven and the others' way. Almost at the same time, 2 figures appeared behind the Blood Sickle members. They were the subordinates who had not spoken at all in the conference room earlier. Buried Heaven and the few Blood Sickle members looked extremely grim. However, at that moment, Buried Heaven's ring vibrated again. The vibration was slightly gentler this time and only sounded once. It was clearly a message notification. The red-haired man smiled at Buried Heaven. Take a look and see. Maybe it's Lin Huang. Buried Heaven kept his head down and did nothing. He knew that he would die if he were to attack. He would not be able to escape either, even if he tried. Please open your communication page. The red-haired man smiled as he looked at Buried Heaven, his tone still mild. This isn't a suggestion, by the way. Buried Heaven knew that he would die if he did not obey the order. He raised his hand rather stiffly and tapped open the communication page. A new message notification popped up instantly. The sender was Xu Mu. The entire corridor instantly went silent. The Blood Sickle members' faces turned ashen when they saw the sender's name. Even Buried Heaven had some difficulty swallowing. His mind was rapidly churning as he tried to find a counter-strategy, but nothing occurred to him. Ooh, what a coincidence. Isn't this the friend we're looking for? The red-haired man smiled and walked over to Buried Heaven, then put an arm around his shoulders. Why are you hesitating? Open it and see what he says. We can read it together. Feeling the weight on his shoulders, Buried Heaven tapped open the message helplessly. The moment the message popped up, everyone focused their eyes on it. There were only a few short lines in the message. Practically everyone finished reading it almost at once. After reading the message, Buried Heaven's mind was a tangle of confusion. Since matters had come to this point, he no longer knew what he should do afterward. The red-haired man next to him patted his shoulder with a smile. This young fellow is certainly very loyal and self-sacrificing to suggest on his own that you should give him up. I think it's not a bad suggestion at all. What about the rest of you? The red-haired man tilted his head and stared at Buried Heaven. Buried Heaven kept his head down expressionlessly and did not answer. Clearly, despite matters coming to this, he was still unwilling to betray Lin Huang. Observing that Buried Heaven said nothing, the red-haired man kept on smiling. Mr. Buried Heaven, Xu Mu already sent you a message. Isn't it rather rude not to reply? He paused, then shook his head. You should call him back right away. I think a video call would be even more polite. Buried Heaven remained motionless. He used silence to indicate his defiance. However, he suddenly felt as if his body had lost control of itself. His right hand lifted on its own. Not only that, his finger extended and pressed the sender's name above the message on the communicator display. He then pressed the video call request in a practiced manner. Buried Heaven stared at the red-haired man beside him, appalled. Since you're unwilling to betray your friend, I had no choice but to give you a little help. The red-haired man's tone remained mild. He's calling back. Has he found a safe place to talk then? Seeing the sudden video call request from Buried Heaven on his communicator, Lin Huang did not give it another thought and accepted the call. After that, he saw Buried Heaven and another person's projections appearing simultaneously in front of him. A red-haired man had his arm around Buried Heaven's shoulders in what seemed to be a very friendly manner. However, Lin Huang caught the stiff expression on Buried Heaven's face at first glance and instantly guessed the red-haired man's identity. If I'm not mistaken, you ought to be one of the Raiders' investigators. Amazing, Mr. Lin. It seems you've guessed my identity with just one look. The red-haired man gave a thumbs-up sign. You're certainly worthy of being the man who destroyed our branch. Let's talk, shall we? Lin Huang returned calmly with a smile. The red-haired man had obviously not expected Lin Huang to be so calm. However, he nodded immediately. Very well then, let's talk. How many of you came this time? Can you tell me? Lin Huang asked, still smiling. His tone sounded as if he were catching up with a friend. Are you scouting out the enemy's position? The red-haired man asked with a smile. I just want to make sure beforehand so I can prevent any fish slipping through the net when the time comes. Lin Huang's reply stunned the red-haired man for a moment. Clearly, he had not anticipated such a reply. He then laughed. I never thought that you would be such a fascinating person. Since you're so interested, I can answer your question. 9 of us have come this time. Of these 9, 3 are upper-rank lords, and 6 are middle-rank lords. The red-haired man stared at Lin Huang as he was talking, as if he wanted to see the shock on Lin Huang's face. Unfortunately, from beginning to end, Lin Huang did not display any trace of being disconcerted in the least. That's more or less what I anticipated. Lin Huang nodded, smiling. However, Buried Heaven found it hard to stay calm. He had earlier guessed that the red-haired man was an upper-rank lord, but he had not expected that there would be 2 more upper-rank lords on the way. The Blood Sickle members behind Buried Heaven all displayed shocked expressions. They knew that the red-haired man and the rest were powerful, but they had not expected that there would be upper-rank lords coming. You asked me a question, so now I can ask you a question. It's only fair this way, the red-haired man smiled and asked Lin Huang. Sure, ask away. Lin Huang nodded with a smile. I want to ask, the red-haired man continued after a moment, where are you right now? Buried Heaven's pupils contracted slightly as soon as this question was asked. The rest stared fixedly at Lin Huang's video projection as well. Chapter 1675. I can't leave a single one of you out. Upon hearing the red-haired man's question, Lin Huang smiled. What? You're so anxious to meet me? That's right, the red-haired man was smiling too. If we don't meet you, we'd even lose our appetites. It's not that I can't tell you where I am. Lin Huang glanced over the 3 investigators. But only 3 of you are here, it's no fun with so few of you. I prefer more people to liven things up. We'll talk about it when the rest of you arrive. You're not afraid to disclose your location, are you? The red-haired man said with a smile, trying to provoke Lin Huang. I'm just worried that after I kill off the 3 of you, the other 6 won't dare to come here. Since 9 of you arrived, I ought to send all 9 off together. I can't leave a single one of you out. Buried Heaven and the rest of the Blood Sickle members felt their hearts quake when they heard what Lin Huang said. They had not expected Lin Huang to be this unyielding when confronted by an upper-rank lord. What made them speechless was that they felt Lin Huang's tough attitude did not seem to be an act at all. He genuinely appeared to be that confident. The red-haired man was furious, but he smiled instead. You're the one who said it. I'd like to see if you'll still dare to share your coordinates once all of us have shown up. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. Lin Huang did not forget to issue a reminder. Don't forget to send me a video call request as soon as everyone on your side has arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Huang immediately ended the call. The video projection of him instantly faded. The red-haired man stared at the spot where the video projection had faded and growled in irritation. This fellow, it had been years since he last lost a verbal fight to anyone. However, in his conversation with Lin Huang this time, he had not managed to get the upper hand at all. Lin Huang had even ended the call before he had, which also made him feel extremely out of sorts. Might there be an ambush? The cadaverous man asked. Would an ambush even work? Judging by the entry restrictions Royal has set, this great world has no upper-rank lords at all. Besides, we have 3 upper-rank lords on our side. What's more, Master Nine Snake is a peak upper-rank lord. Even if this fellow could get help from hundreds of middle-rank lords, he won't be able to turn the tables. The tall, thin man had full confidence in the team's abilities. He was just pretending to be calm earlier in the video call. When all of us have arrived later on, I'm sure he won't accept the video call request. The red-haired man said nothing. However, he clearly felt that Lin Huang was merely putting on an act in the video call earlier. The reason for this was that he could not figure out what sort of methods Lin Huang might be able to use to extricate himself from this situation. The investigators were not bothered by the fact that Buried Heaven and the rest were right there during their discussion. It seemed that as far as the investigators were concerned, there was no need to conceal anything. The several Blood Sickle members kept their heads low and pretended not to hear anything. In their hearts, they were silently hoping that this band of murderers would leave Death Sickle as soon as possible. Buried Heaven, on the other hand, looked depressed. He put himself in Lin Huang's shoes right now and tried to think of a counter-strategy. However, he could not come up with any way at all to turn things around. This was a hopeless situation. He could not help feeling sad for Lin Huang. Send word to Nine Snake and the others, and have them come here as soon as they're done with their missions, the red-haired man ordered his 2 subordinates. He then patted Buried Heaven's shoulder. Good job, all of you. After that, he headed straight for the conference room where they had been earlier. The cadaverous man and the tall, thin man immediately followed suit. Lin Huang could not help giving a faint smirk after ending the call. I was originally wondering how to contact all those investigators. I never thought that they would show up at my doorstep on their own. Initially, he had only wanted to ascertain the situation with Buried Heaven and Death Sickle. If the opportunity presented itself, he would ask about the investigators' movements. He had not expected that there would be investigators standing guard at Death Sickle. What was more, they had used Buried Heaven to contact him. Not only that, the entire exchange could be considered fairly pleasant. So in that case, after this, where should I set my battlefield? Lin Huang tapped open the star map and began choosing suitable battlegrounds. In the evening, a man with snake eyes showed up in the conference room of Death Sickle's headquarters. As soon as he arrived, the 6 remaining people in the conference room immediately came to their feet. Master Nine Snake. The snake-eyed man nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the red-haired man. Scarlet Fox, why don't you tell me the specifics of the conversation all of you had with Lin Huang? The snake-eyed man's codename was Nine Snake. His position in the raiders was higher than the other 2 upper-rank lords. This was because he was a direct subordinate of the ultimate rank lord, Lonely Peak. He had even been called Lonely Peak's right-hand man. As for Lonely Peak, he was only half a step away from surpassing lord level. Among the raiders, he was one of several lords with the most potential. He had already received the message that Scarlet Fox and the others had sent, so he had a rough idea of what had transpired during the video call with Lin Huang. The red-haired man Scarlet Fox nodded and began to recount the conversation he had had with Lin Huang. He did not leave out even the slightest detail. Scarlet Fox had been dispatched here by Rose. To be exact, he could not be considered Rose's underling, in fact, he was her lover. Of course, Rose was not his only girlfriend, he had hundreds of other girlfriends and boyfriends. His tribe was rather unique, they could change their genders whenever necessary. Nine Snake narrowed his eyes slightly after listening to Scarlet Fox's account of what happened. He directed an inquiry at Scarlet Fox only after falling silent for a moment. Do you think he's pretending to be calm, or is he genuinely calm? He didn't look as if he were pretending to be calm, but I think his acting skills are excellent. I couldn't see any flaws, no matter what, Scarlet Fox admitted truthfully after thinking things over for a moment. However, I did consider things for a good long while. If I were in his place right now, I wouldn't be able to find a way out at all. Nine Snake turned his gaze to the cadaverous man and the tall man. What do both of you think? I think he's just putting on a show, the cadaverous man said expressionlessly. As far as I'm concerned, he was clearly pretending to be calm. The tall man was even more certain of his answer. Nine Snake gave a slight nod and did not dwell any further on the matter. He turned his head and looked at the only metal robot present. This was a bright silver humanoid being. In appearance, he looked like a human formed from metal. His skin, as well as the clothes and shoes on his body, was bright silver like metal. Silver, will you be able to pin down his coordinates when we call his number later? Only if the call is answered. Silver's voice sounded like it had been electronically synthesized. He was a mechanoid. Although he was not from the same electronic tribe as Spy, he had taken the initiative to apply for the mission. His purpose for doing so was naturally to obtain Spy's Goldfinger. As an upper-rank lord, he was also one of the 3 investigation team leaders. After the call is picked up, how long do you need? Nine Snake followed up with another question. Given the size of this great world, I can lock down his coordinates in 5 seconds at most. The closer he is, the less time I'll need, Silver answered with complete certainty. What if he doesn't pick up? Nine Snake asked. Then there's no way we can locate him, Silver said very frankly. Nine Snake's expression immediately darkened. Find a way even if there's none. The meeting room instantly went silent. Alright, get Buried Heaven in here, and let's give Lin Huang a video call. Chapter 1676. I don't like meeting tardy dates, I'll pick this one. Lin Huang spent over half an hour before finally deciding on a battleground that he felt was suitable. He immediately felt much happier. After that, he stepped through the gate of all realms. It was almost an hour or so later before his communicator finally vibrated again. Lin Huang clicked into the communication page and saw that it was Buried Heaven who had sent the video call request. The corners of his mouth quirked up slightly, and he clicked on the answer button. As soon as the video call connected, the red-haired man and the others immediately appeared in the projected image. The few of them sat around a long table, but Lin Huang did not see Buried Heaven. He was most likely on the other side of the table. Good evening, Mr. Lin Huang, red-haired Scarlet Fox greeted with a smile. In truth, he was rather confused right now, just like everyone else present. They had thought that Lin Huang most likely would not answer the call. They certainly had not expected him to pick up before the first ring. As Nine Snake watched the projection of a clearly relaxed Lin Huang, his own expression was obviously rather stiff. Now that he was seeing Lin Huang for himself, he, too, felt that the other's ease of manner was not faked. It's noon over here, Lin Huang responded with a smile, then asked, "Is everyone there?" "Of course. All 9 of us are here." As he nodded, Scarlet Fox shifted the camera angle slightly to include all 9 people in the conference room in the shot. "You can make good on your promise now, can't you?" Scarlet Fox asked with a smile. However, up until now, he still did not think that Lin Huang would truthfully disclose his coordinates. Silver had begun trying to locate Lin Huang as soon as the video call connected. "Of course, but before that, I need all of you to promise me something." Lin Huang swept a glance over the 9 people in the shot. Scarlet Fox glanced at Nine Snake when he heard that. "Go ahead," Nine Snake said expressionlessly. "I hope that all 9 of you will come together without leaving anyone behind." Lin Huang stared at Nine Snake, smiling. "Can you do that?" Nine Snake stared back at Lin Huang and fell silent for a moment before responding, "Very well. In that case, I'll tell you my coordinates now. Please make careful note of it since I'll only say it once," Lin Huang emphasized, smiling. "The 10,000 bug maze in the Queen Mother Star Zone. Are you messing with us?" Nine Snake's eyes were cold. Way before coming here, they had gathered information on this great world, including information from star maps. They had noted down some key landmark regions as well. The Queen Mother Star Zone was the core star zone of the Bug Tribe's territory. What was known as the 10,000 Bug Maze was actually the Bug Tribe Mother Hive in this great world. Practically all the Queen Mothers lived there. By giving this location, Lin Huang clearly intended to make use of the Bug Tribe's advantage in numbers to deal with his opponents. Nine Snake was not the only one who thought this. Almost all of the investigators at the scene did so as well. However, right at this point, Lin Huang switched the camera angle to the other side. Very soon, Nine Snake and the rest saw that Lin Huang was really in a hive. "I'm definitely not kidding." Lin Huang switched the camera angle back, smiling as he looked at Nine Snake and the rest. "Do you think that will stop us?" Nine Snake remained expressionless. "I just thought it would be more fun if I chose this place," Lin Huang answered with a smile. "I'll be here for 1 hour waiting for you. If you don't make it here within that hour, I'm very sorry, but we'll have to meet again next time. I'm the sort of person who doesn't really like meeting tardy dates." The countdown starts. Lin Huang extended his hand and tapped open the timer. He raised his brows at Nine Snake and the rest and pressed the timer button without hesitation. Now, the minute he finished speaking, the video projection in Death Sickle's conference room instantly vanished. Only Nine Snake and the others were left, staring at each other. "What a nasty character." Scarlet Fox could not help growling in disgust. Nine Snake looked at Silver right away. "Have you locked down his coordinates?" Silver projected the star map at once. A set of red coordinates was blinking on it. The location was right in the Bug Tribe's territory in the Queen Mother Star Zone. "So he's really in the Queen Mother Star Zone." Scarlet Fox's eyes widened, and he immediately pulled himself together. "This fellow definitely intends to take advantage of the Bug Tribe's numbers to drain our odal." Nine Snake looked grim. He turned his head and looked at Buried Heaven. "Get out." Buried Heaven stood up and left without hesitation after hearing this. Although this was Death Sickle's territory, he felt no sense of security in this conference room. He was also aware that the affairs of these investigators were not things that he could listen in on. As soon as he heard anything that he should not be privy to, there would only be one end for him: death. Nine Snake only spoke after he saw Buried Heaven leaving and closing the conference room door. "I don't think this affair is as simple as it seems." As soon as he said this, everyone in the conference room looked at him. He didn't seem like he was pretending to be at ease. "I think there are 2 possibilities. The first is that he doesn't fear death. Therefore, it doesn't matter how many of us are here or how powerful we are, it doesn't bother him at all. The other possibility is that he genuinely has a trump card to go up against us. What's more, he's very confident that he can kill all of us with it. That's why he requested that all 9 of us show up there, without leaving anyone behind. He might be trying to confuse us by choosing the hive for a showdown so he can conceal his true objective. Of course, there's another possibility, which is that he needs the help of the Bug Tribe to unleash the trump card's effects." "Should we change the meeting point, then?" Scarlet Fox asked immediately, "or else we can just wait for an hour and let him suggest a change of location. He's not going to let the advantage fall into our hands, so he most certainly won't agree to our meeting point suggestions." Nine Snake shook his head. "As for waiting for an hour, if we really do that, I suspect he'll use even more vicious methods to take revenge." It's highly likely he might instantly go incommunicado rather than picking another location like we want. Our position would be even more passive then. After all, as investigators, our time in this great world is limited. So, what do we do now? Scarlet Fox asked again. We get to the coordinates he's given as soon as possible. Nine Snake's murderous intent flared up instantly. After that, we join forces to consolidate a battle formation and kill him at once. We won't give him a chance to attack at all. Clearly, he had come up with a strategy. No matter what Lin Huang had up his sleeve, things would be fine as long as they disposed of him fast enough before he had sufficient time to initiate whatever he had in store. After all, Lin Huang was someone who was not even Lord level yet. Even if he possessed methods that could kill upper-rank lords, it was highly unlikely that he would be able to pull them off instantly. He probably needed a certain amount of time to prepare. Nine Snake and the rest did not have any inkling at all that Lin Huang had already elevated to become a lord. Are all of us really going to go? Scarlet Fox frowned slightly. He felt that if Lin Huang truly did possess methods of killing them instantly, they would be going straight to their deaths if all of them went. The more people, the more powerful the battle formation. Nine Snake gave his opinion. The power of a battle formation created by all 9 of us is comparable to that of an ultimate rank lord. Even if he does manage to initiate whatever special methods he has, we should be able to handle him. Scarlet Fox did not raise any further objections after hearing that. Silver, plan the route. We'll get there as fast as possible. Chapter 1677. Dog Eat Dog. After ending the call, Lin Huang's figure gradually transformed into a Mantis King. His level of disguise was already no longer mere simple camouflage but a transformation resulting from a card contract. This sort of transformation allowed him to take on the appearances of all of the monster cards he owned. Furthermore, he would also be able to fully inherit all of the relevant monster card skills. The Mantis King that he had currently transformed into was one of his monster cards. As long as he did not remove the disguise, he could maintain it indefinitely, and no one would be able to see through the ruse. At the very least, Lord-level beings would certainly not be able to see through his disguise. Hiding in the biggest bug tribe mother hive in this great world as a bug king was practically equivalent to being in the safest place in the entire great world. However, Lin Huang was not concealing himself here for safety. He knew very well that in this mother hive, be it queen mothers or bug queens, even their most powerful abilities would not exceed middle-rank lord level. It was only a matter of time before Nine Snake and the other 2 upper-rank lords would annihilate this hive once they had joined forces. At most, it would only drain a small fraction of their odal. However, as far as Lin Huang was concerned, this was not his goal. It was merely a small supplemental benefit. Initially, when he had begun choosing battlefields, he had been considering barren regions. This would allow him to avoid casualties. In the Great World, there were actually quite a few regions that met this condition. After looking at several of these places, Lin Huang suddenly discovered a region that was in the core zone of the bug tribe. It surrounded the 10,000 bug maze in the bug tribe mother hive. This was an empty zone constructed by the bug tribe specifically to protect the mother hive of the 10,000 bug maze and had been specially cleared out for this purpose. However, any living beings that dared to enter this empty zone would be surrounded by the bug tribe army immediately. Lin Huang's discovery of this empty zone was what had led him to transfer his sights to the 10,000 bug maze. He suddenly felt that his previous way of thinking had been wrong. The 10,000 bug maze was clearly a better battlefield. The bug tribe had wreaked havoc in the great world for countless eras. They now occupied a small, distant plot of land and had become one of the most powerful tribes. Furthermore, given the bug tribe's reproductive ability, this entire great world might have become their empire if not for the fact that various parties had joined forces in eras past to limit the bug tribe's numbers through occasional wars. The 10,000 bug maze was the largest bug tribe hive in the great world. Throughout the eras, the hive had continued expanding. Currently, it already encompassed more than 20 star zones. Over 50% of the bug tribe in the great world lived in this giant hive. What was more, there were at least 10 bug tribe lords guarding it. Lin Huang had intentionally chosen this place as his battlefield primarily to draw upon the group of raiders' powers to destroy this hive, thus removing a grave threat to humans in the great world. Secondly, he could attack without holding back in here and not worry about harming innocents. Thirdly, Killing mass numbers of bug tribe monsters would mean he would definitely be able to obtain many complete bug beast monster cards and card fragments. He could use these to expand the numbers of his bug tribe army. Fourthly, all of the bug tribe lords that died here would enter the virtual realm. Lin Huang would subsequently be able to harvest another round of benefits there. This could be considered killing 4 birds with 1 stone. Compared to other barren regions, this was undoubtedly the better battlefield. Lin Huang, in his Mantis King disguise, hid himself in a bug cave and patiently waited for the raiders to arrive. An hour practically flew past just like that. Just as Lin Huang was about to start his countdown, 9 Snake appeared above the giant hive of the 10,000 bug maze with the 8 investigators. As they were too quick, the bug tribe could not stop them in time. However, since enemies had appeared right before their eyes, the bug tribe responded immediately without hesitation. A massive horde of bugs swarmed furiously at the 9 invaders. Naturally, 9 Snake and the others did not take the bug horde seriously. Only one middle-rank lord attacked. It was a white-robed priest. He struck at the air with an open palm. In an instant, frightening white rays of light like those of an exploding star lit up the entire 10,000 bug maze. The swarming bug horde rapidly melted like accumulated snow under a bright sun. Within 3 seconds, the tens of billions of bugs in the first bug horde wave were completely annihilated. This was suppression resulting from an absolute gap in abilities. Naturally, Lin Huang was able to observe everything happening in the outside world using divine telekinesis. Even he could not stop nodding as he watched this subduing of the bug horde. However, the second bug horde wave arrived merely a moment later. A massive number of bug beasts surged in a frenzy from various hive exits. Almost in the time it took to breathe, hundreds of billions of them had gathered. This time, the bug hordes were no longer coming at their opponents in a frontal assault. Instead, they swarmed toward the 9 raiders from every direction. Not only that, the number of bug beasts joining the battle kept on increasing. This did not surprise Lin Huang at all. The bug tribe was an extremely ferocious tribe. They would not easily negotiate with their enemies. What surprised Lin Huang was that 9 Snake and the rest did not seem as if they were intending to negotiate with the bug tribe either. Instead, they were planning to die in here with the bug tribe. He realized why after thinking about it carefully for a moment. The bug tribe was inherently enemies with every other tribe in the universe. The raiders must have slaughtered countless bug tribes in the universe as well. Now that they had arrived in the great world, the raiders looked down on these native bug tribes even more. Although they knew Lin Huang was merely drawing on the might of the bug tribe, the 9 raiders attacked the bug tribe without hesitation anyway. This antagonism was also what Lin Huang was most desirous of seeing. Like a tsunami, massive numbers of bugs surged from all directions toward the 9 raiders hovering in midair. 9 Snake and the rest did not panic in the least. The 3 upper-rank lords were even calmer. They did not look like they were going to attack at all. Just a split second before the wave of bugs was about to swamp all 9 of them, the white-robed priest took action again. He tapped the air with a finger. A silver gleam the size of a needle point seemed to slowly drift above their heads. Suddenly, it seemed to freeze in midair. The next instant, endless silver gleams spread out in all directions. Not a single spot was overlooked. Wherever the gleams passed through, all the bug beasts were charred to ashes and dissipated in the air. The silver gleams even found their way through the bug hordes and struck the surface of the 10,000 bug maze, creating a loud buzzing sound. Priest smiled faintly. This hive's defenses are pretty good. It's at least as powerful as an intermediate-grade Dao weapon. Red-haired Scarlet Fox's interest seemed to have been piqued. He turned his head and looked at 9 Snake beside him. Let me have this hive. I'll trade it with something of the same value. 9 Snake did not even look at Scarlet Fox. He merely stared at the hive. Up to you. When 9 Snake said this, disappointment clearly flashed through the eyes of the few middle-rank lords present. Within their midst, the white-robed priest betrayed a slight change of expression as well. However, he did not dare to argue with Scarlet Fox over this matter. He even had some regrets about the words that had slipped out of his mouth earlier. He wondered if Scarlet Fox would have coveted the hive if he had not brought up the power of its defenses. Naturally, Scarlet Fox noticed all these micro-expressions. However, he merely smiled and ignored them. Chapter 1678. This ought to be fairly worth seeing. Lin Huang lay quietly inside a cave deep within the hive, happily using divine telekinesis to observe the battle in the outside world. Since elevating to become a lord, his divine telekinesis strength had broken through to ultimate rank Lord level. Furthermore, he was only using its sensing function to do peripheral spying, so he did not need to worry about being discovered. After 2 rounds of futile attempts, the bug tribe still had no intention of negotiating. Instead, they were becoming increasingly frenzied. Watching the trillions of bug tribe fighters swiftly gathering to consolidate a bug formation outside the hive, Lin Huang could more or less understand the bug tribe's fury. This was their stronghold. It was also the temporary dwelling of tens of thousands of queen mothers, as well as many bug queens that had not yet grown to full maturity. Any living beings who barged in were not only showing utter disrespect to the queen mothers, but they were also an immense threat to the queen mothers, the young bug queens, and even the future of the entire bug tribe. A hive was sacrosanct to the bug tribe. The 10,000 bug maze was the most sacrosanct of all sacrosanct objects to the bug tribe in this great world. It was understandable that they seemed to have abandoned all reason, wanting to drive out Nine Snake and the others. Nine Snake and the team had possibly been aware of this since the beginning, so they had not made any overtures to negotiate at all. They did not even bother to explain why they were here. They were also aware that Lin Huang was certainly secretly watching the drama unfold at the moment. However, they had no choice but to play things according to what Lin Huang had scripted out. Even as they watched the bug formation consolidating in the air, Nine Snake and the others made no move to stop it in the least. A one-sided massacre was indeed rather boring. It was much more interesting to see one's opponent struggle on occasion. With that attitude in mind, Nine Snake and the rest patiently waited for the bug formation to finish consolidating. The formation created from trillions of bug beasts had heavenly gods as its core and true gods as auxiliary support, consolidating into a gigantic celestial beast. Its massive size exceeded many of the surrounding stars. This was a galactic titan bug, a mutated bug from ancient times. Back in ancient eras, the galactic titan bugs consumed stars, absorbing the metal mines within them to strengthen their bodies. When they were young, their size could compare to a planet. As they consumed more and more stars, they would continue to increase in size. The biggest ones were comparable to a star zone and consumed star zones as food. As they looked at the galactic titan bug that had been consolidated from the bug formation, Nine Snake and the rest remained calm. For a moment, nobody was willing to make a move, even. Seeing the galactic titan bug charging over like a tank, a muscular brawler finally stepped forward. He was short, only around 1.6 meters tall, but his entire body was terrifyingly muscled. From where he was watching in the distance, Lin Huang felt that the thickness of this fellow's arms might be at least twice the size of his thighs. He thought the man's pectoral muscles were even bigger than his own head. As for the man's legs, the word, bucket, was insufficient to describe how thick they were. More precisely, they were as thick as water tanks. Lin Huang stared at the man's bald head and secretly gave him a nickname: Short, Burly Baldy. He abbreviated this to Short Baldy. After Short Baldy walked out, his body swiftly began to crystallize. Instead of transforming into a white crystal, he changed into a red crystal. He seemed to have been entirely transformed into a short, burly, bald ruby in human form. He glittered under the light of the nearby stars. Lin Huang noticed that the crystallization was not just a superficial change on the surface of the man's skin but a transformation of the cells in his body. Every single one of his cells seemed to have transformed into crystalline structures from the inside out. "He looks pretty tough," Lin Huang commented casually. The second his body completely crystallized, Short Baldy grinned ferociously. Suddenly he sprang forward to confront the galactic titan bug, throwing a punch. An instant later, the blood-red crystal fist collided with the galactic titan bug's head. Boom! A violent boom shook the entire galaxy, even transcending the restrictions of a vacuum and spreading in all directions. A second after colliding with that fist, the galactic titan bug's head instantly exploded. Immediately after, the punch's power continued to spread deep into the formation itself. The galactic titan bug's body rapidly began to disintegrate like the collapse of a large building triggered by building implosion. That single punch easily tore through the bug formation made up of trillions of bug beasts. More than half the bug beasts were killed or injured. Nine Snake and the team watched the entire scenario expressionlessly. They did not display any traces of surprise or delight. It was as if everything went without saying. Lin Huang, watching the battle from afar, was not surprised at all either. Although this bug formation was powerful, the consolidated galactic titan bug was only lower rank lord level. However, the short, burly bald man was a bona fide middle-rank lord as well as a combat cultivator. It was not surprising that the bug formation had been shattered by a single punch. This third round of assault has been countered as well. Lin Huang was rather curious what the bug tribe's reaction would be next. Honestly speaking, the bug tribe should have had a fairly accurate gauge of the abilities of Nine Snakes' team after the 3 rounds of testing. If nothing else, they could determine that these arrivals had the abilities of at least middle-rank lords. Logically speaking, at this point, they ought to have abandoned resistance and considered making peace with their opponents instead. After all, given that all 9 arrivals were middle-rank lords, all these bug tribe beasts in the 10,000 bug maze had no chance of winning at all. This was not yet taking into consideration that there might be beings above middle-rank lords among these 9. The problem was that the bug tribe could not maintain rationality once someone had laid hands on their sacrosanct object. Lin Huang felt the situation was hard to predict. However, a moment later, he witnessed the answer to this question. A massive number of bug tribe beasts swarmed out of the hive. Among them were even 10 lower-rank lord-level bug queens, as well as a middle-rank lord-level bug queen. Lin Huang was quite surprised to see this battle array. It had to be said that the number of lords in the 10,000 bug maze was indeed frightening. Not only that, this was clearly not everyone in the hive because not a single lord-level queen mother had revealed themselves yet. Lin Huang knew that there was at least one lord-level queen mother in the 10,000 bug maze. The 11 lord-level bug queens immediately gathered, creating a bug formation. One by one, they consolidated into the form of ferocious mutated bugs from the ancient era. Each bug formation was made up of a lord-level bug queen as the core, with tens of billions of bug tribe heavenly gods and trillions of true gods as auxiliary support. Within the time it took to breathe, 11 bug formations had consolidated. The mutated bugs in the heavens were comparable to a star in size. Their aura was skyrocketing. The weakest aura was middle-rank lord level, while the aura of the bug formation created by the most powerful bug queen had definitely reached upper-rank lord level. The team from the Raiders was clearly stirred when they saw that. Nine Snake was the only one who remained expressionless. His emotions did not display any changes whatsoever. This ought to be fairly worth seeing. Deep in the hive, Lin Huang stared with great interest at the battlefield where both parties were. If not for the fact that he was worried the other bug beasts would smell it, he almost felt as if he wanted to bring out the popcorn. Chapter 1679. What's the bug tribe best at? This time around, the bug tribe finally began taking things seriously. Without any further testing of the waters, the 11 lord-level bug queens marshaled their bug formations, assembling 11 ancient mutated bugs of various forms in the air. The mutated bug formed by the leading middle-rank lord-level bug queen was a divine magic winged bug. This was a mutated bug beast that possessed extremely powerful overall abilities back in archaic times past. It had 108 pairs of wings, and each wing was a heavyweight killing weapon. Every single scale on the wing surface could transform at will into weapons and defense equipment of all kinds. Not only did the bug possess powerful attack capabilities, but its speed was also top-notch among monsters of the same level. The divine magic winged bug's 108 pairs of wings slowly unfurled. After that, it let out a high-pitched shriek. The shriek was like a bugle sounding the charge. The remaining 10 mutated bugs immediately went into battle mode and besieged Nine Snake and the others. The raiders did not dare delay their response. The white-robed priest and the remaining 6 middle-rank lords attacked almost simultaneously, charging at the 10 mutated bugs. However, the 3 upper-rank lords Nine Snake, Scarlet Fox, and Silver watched quietly from the sidelines and did not attack. For one, they thought it was not necessary. For another, they wanted to reserve their odal to fight Lin Huang later. On the bug tribe's side, the divine magic winged bug with its upper-rank lord-level combat strength did not attack either. In reality, the middle-rank lord-level bug queen that controlled the bug formations had only sensed Nine Snake and the other two's real combat strength after consolidating the bug formation. The 3 of them had not attacked before this, nor had they intentionally released their auras. With the hive in between, the bug queen could not sense how unusual these 3 were. Not until the bug formations had been consolidated and the hive was no longer separating them did the bug queen finally become aware that the sense of danger Nine Snake and the other 2 gave off was still extremely threatening. This also made it somewhat reluctant to attack. The reason was that it knew once it acted, at least one of the 3 individuals opposite would definitely take a hand. Not only that, there was the worst-case scenario of all three of them joining in the fight together. The Bug Queen was very much aware of its own abilities. It was not so arrogant as to think it could battle 3 upper-rank lords just because it had assembled a bug formation. The truth was, the 3 raiders did not attack because they saw that the divine magic winged bug across from them had not made a move. As a spectator of the battle, Lin Huang was actually the most qualified to voice an opinion. If Nine Snake and the other 2 fought, this battle would lose all its suspense. It might even be over completely in just a few seconds. After all, Nine Snake was a peak upper-rank lord. Once he attacked, he could easily destroy the entire hive on his own. As for the divine magic winged bug assembled from the bug formation, the strength of its aura was upper-rank lord level. However, if someone who had mastered a level 101 Dao seal was an upper-rank lord, so was someone who had mastered a level 1000 Dao seal. The disparity in ability between the two could almost be considered an insurmountable gap. Nine Snake was clearly the latter. As for the divine magic winged bug, it was not that much more powerful than the former. In terms of the combat strength of the middle-rank lords in both parties, Lin Huang did not even need to look to know that the raider team was more powerful. Although the bug tribe had more bug formations, their numbers were far from sufficient to compensate for the disparity in ability. However, all along, the bug tribe's strong suit had never been their abilities. Rather, it was their teamwork in battle. At least judging by the bug tribe's team deployment this time, Lin Huang anticipated that victory would not be so easy for the 6 raiders. Therefore, this round of battle was sure to be interesting. The battle between both parties swiftly began in the starry heavens outside the 10,000 bug maze. As their massive size was not an advantage in this current battle, since this would only result in them become giant targets, the 10 mutated bugs consolidated from the bug formations shrank themselves from the size of a planet to the size of a regular bug beast. The first group of formations spearheading the charge on the front lines consisted of 3 heavily armored mutated bugs. One was a sacred beetle that looked as if it were made entirely from gold, one was a demonic jumbo bug that seemed as if it were carved from obsidian, and the last was a dragon-scaled beetle with scales that enveloped its entire body. The second group of formations consisted of 3 attack-type mutated bugs. These were a 6-winged golden cicada, a flying centipede, and a demonic armored mutant. They were superb fighters in terms of speed and attack capabilities. The third group of formations was comprised of 3 control-type mutated bugs. These 3 were an archaic demon spider, a devilish sonic cicada, and a black abyssal demon bug. The formation bringing up the rear was a shadow bug that specialized in stealth attacks. On the raiders' side, the short, burly bald man enthusiastically faced down the attack from the 3 heavy armored mutated bugs. The first target he chose was the dazzlingly glittering golden sacred beetle that was as tall as himself. 2 golden rays of light collided in the starry heavens. Just that one collision sent the sacred beetle flying backward. However, it was evident that its defenses had not been breached. However, just as the sacred beetle was sent flying, the 6-winged golden cicada suddenly attacked. Both its wings stirred in the air, and countless colorless sabers were sent flying at the short, burly bald man. In a mere instant, tens of thousands of saber gleams shot through the air. The short, burly bald man was immediately swallowed up in the colorless saber gleams. The 5 remaining raiders made no move to act. They knew how powerful the short, burly bald man's defense capabilities were. The might of the 6-winged golden cicada's attack was not enough to breach his defenses at all. However, a devastating shriek sounded an instant later from where the short, burly bald man was. Even Nine Snake and the other 2 upper-rank lords looked over in his direction with some confusion. A moment later, Nine Snake looked across the void with his snake eyes. His gaze fell on a mutated bug at the back. It was the devilish sonic cicada. At present, a faint light was radiating from its entire body, and it was muttering softly as if it were chanting. The short, burly bald man's physical defenses were indeed still intact. However, the devilish sonic cicada's mystic tone had infiltrated his mind and was directly attacking his god's soul. Lin Huang, watching the battle in secret, was able to observe this even more clearly. The devilish sonic cicada was extremely adept at seizing opportunities to attack. It had taken advantage of when the short, burly bald man was defending himself against the saber gleams. The bald man had thought that his opponent's attack would not breach his defenses, so he had relaxed his guard for just an instant. It had to be said that the bug tribe's collaborative efforts were indeed splendid this time. The remaining 5 people on the raider team soon noticed the anomaly. "Muscle Overlord, you missed this time," the white-robed priest teased, pointing all 10 of his fingers in the air. Countless golden beams of light shot in the devilish sonic cicada's direction like bullets being fired continuously. In less than the time it took for a breath, the golden beams already numbered over 10,000. Themselves, the white-robed priest was not only attacking the devilish sonic cicada, but also the nearby archaic demon spider and black abyssal demon bug. However, the demonic jumbo bug suddenly let out a high-pitched cry. The sound wave rippled and formed a black mirror in the air, shielding the devilish sonic cicada and the several mutated bugs. It devoured all of the golden beams of light, not a single one escaped. The white-robed priest raised his brows when he saw what happened. "This is quite interesting." At that very moment, a bewitching sound suddenly arose in his head, and his gaze abruptly became vacant. At the same time, a tall, thin humanoid figure rapidly consolidated within his shadow. An inky black, sharp arthropod leg stabbed toward the back of the white-robed priest's head. An instant before the priest's head was about to be impaled, the arthropod leg suddenly froze in its tracks. Blood-red threads wound themselves around the shadow bug's body. The red-robed woman's voice was charming. "I've got you now." Before she finished speaking, the body bound by the blood-red threads gradually faded, as if what had been captured earlier was merely a phantom. The white-robed priest struggled free from the illusion at the same time. He was panting hard. "Damn it, I nearly failed at something so easy." Chapter 1680. This guy is really lucky. Watching the bug tribe's beautifully timed cooperation over and over again, Lin Huang could not help cheering for them. He suddenly realized that the battle was much more interesting than he had initially anticipated. On the bug tribe's side, there were tanks, strikers, controllers, and even covert killers. The 10 mutated bugs had their own duties. They worked together seamlessly in practically every round of battle. Clearly, they had trained countless times before this. However, the 6 individuals on the raiders' team obviously had no rapport. Even with the few rescues that had been enacted, Lin Huang could still clearly see how hastily they had been carried out. If they had been just a second late, the white-robed priest would have been killed by the shadow bug. Even a layman could tell by a glance that the 6 of them had definitely never worked together before. Lin Huang even had some suspicions that among all 6, some might have been meeting their partners for the first time because of this mission. With that in mind, it made total sense that some of them had no sense of rapport at all. The fight between both sides was still going on in the starry heavens. Their several embarrassing performances caused the 6 individuals from the raiders to begin taking things seriously. The bug tribe's camp, however, was orderly and methodical. They were old hands at working together. Their plan remained the same: 3 defense mutated bugs, 2 assault bugs, and 1 mobile defense that was ready to take the attacks for the other mutated bugs at all times. The 3 high damage dealing mutated bug strikers attacked in a frenzy as soon as they decided on their target. The 3 control type mutated bugs were ready to take control of the battlefield at any time. They were watching for any chances to create an opportunity for the mutated bug strikers to fight. As for the shadow bug proficient in stealth attacks, it was watching the entire battle situation attentively. It would attack immediately as soon as it found an opportunity to do so. Whether or not it managed to kill its target, it would slip away immediately after its attack without lingering. The 10 mutated bugs worked together in a practically flawless manner. Lin Huang could almost imagine the extremely strict training these bug beasts had gone through in private to be able to perform so competently on an actual battlefield. In comparison, the raiders' side messed things up completely despite having superior abilities. As the 10 mutated bugs fought steadily, the 6 middle-rank lords from the raiders' camp were gradually split up. The courageous short, burly bald man's heavily muscled, resilient physique was useless at present. As soon as he came back to his senses in the slightest, the devilish sonic cicada and black abyssal demon bug would take turns to attack his god's soul. He could only strive to protect his god's soul. He did not have the strength to attack at all. The white-robed priest, who possessed the fastest attacking speed, was being targeted by the shadow bug. It would attack him whenever it could seize the opportunity to do so. He was completely unable to defend himself against this. The few control-type mutated bugs would attack him once in a while as well. After almost being killed 2 or 3 times in a row by the opportunistic shadow bug, his mental state completely went under. He could only unleash less than 50% of his ability. Meanwhile, the red-robed woman who used the blood-red threads had been targeted by the demonic armored mutant. The blood-red threads she unleashed were easily cut through by the demonic armored mutant's blade-like legs. In addition, the several control-type mutated bugs had been controlling the battlefield, so she was practically being subdued the entire time. She felt as if the demonic armored mutant was pursuing her to her death. There was also a plump man who specialized in violent damage dealing, but his defense capabilities were nowhere near those of the short, burly bald man. However, his ability to deal damage as an individual was probably the most powerful of all 6 raiders. He had almost killed the 6 defense-type mutated bugs in the beginning. However, the bug tribe had very soon found a counter-strategy. The flying centipede, the most mobile of the mutant bugs, confronted him, with the 6-winged golden cicada acted as auxiliary support and the archaic demon spider controlling from a distance away. Under the effects of the flying centipede's toxin, the plump man's condition very evidently deteriorated. The space between his brows was already gradually beginning to turn jet black. Watching the entire battle via divine telekinesis, Lin Huang noticed that even the plump man's god soul had been contaminated by the flying centipede's toxin. However, the plump man himself did not seem to notice this at all. Instead, he continued to deal out massive damage, venting his fury. Judging by how fast the toxin's contamination was spreading, Lin Huang's best guess was that the plump man could only last for another half an hour at most. After half an hour, even an upper-rank lord would not be able to be revived. Lin Huang saw from the surveillance image that the 2 middle-rank lords were obviously not in good condition at this point. From a distance, the 6-winged golden cicada's colorless saber gleams targeted the cadaverous man by kiting him. As soon as he went after the cicada, however, he would inevitably be blocked by the archaic demon spider's spider webs. His defense capabilities were second only to the short, burly bald man. Therefore, the bug tribe's strategy was to restrain him instead of treating him as the main hunting target. However, the plump man was worn out from the 6-winged golden cicada's interference. Not only that, he would occasionally be hampered by spider webs and did not have extra energy at all to go to anyone else's aid. As for the tall, thin man, the situation was worse. He specialized in God's soul attacks. However, this ability was not very useful when he was faced with the bug formations. This was because a portion of his God's soul attack was filtered off by the bug formation. The load of attack power that passed through the bug formation would be disseminated among the massive numbers of bugs in the bug formation. One must know that there were trillions of bug beasts. After the bug formation had filtered the attack and the bug queen lord at the core of the formation had taken the brunt of the impact, the shared load of the God's soul attack that each bug beast bore would be somewhat minimalized. After sensing his condition, the bug tribe immediately put him on the list of those that absolutely had to be killed. The tall, thin man was the one with the highest rate of interference from the 3 control-type mutated bugs. Not only that, he was the main target of the 6-winged golden cicada's kiting. He was also the shadow bug's primary target. Within just a short few minutes, he almost died several times. Lin Huang broke out in a cold sweat for the tall, thin man as he watched, giving a running commentary. "Hey, he hasn't died yet. That still didn't kill him. This fellow may just have used up a lifetime of luck in this battle." Right as the shadow bug ambushed the tall, thin man once more, and Lin Huang felt that he was truly doomed this time, a blood-red electric arc shot into the air, crushing the shadow bug's newly consolidated shadowy figure. It was Scarlet Fox who had attacked. Unable to restrain himself anymore, the upper-rank lord had finally been moved to act. Nine Snake's expression displayed no signs of joy or sadness. Silver, whose whole body seemed to be made of metal, showed no trace of emotion on his face either. However, the irritation on Scarlet Fox's countenance was clear for all to see. He did not conceal it at all. Scarlet Fox had been annoyed ever since the battle started, and he saw the 6 raiders falling into the tempo of battle the bug tribe had set. However, since Nine Snake had not said anything, he had forced himself to tolerate things until now. At this point, he could take it no longer and finally made a move. This was because he knew the tall, thin man he had brought along would die if he did not do so. The 10 mutated bugs from the bug tribe's side swiftly fled the battlefield as soon as Scarlet Fox attacked. The 6 disgraced middle-rank lords from the raiders' side did not pursue them. Instead, they returned to their camp. The intervention of an upper-rank lord was a signal that the fighting was about to escalate. The warm-up battle had ended, and the second stage was about to begin. As he watched both sides stop fighting at the same time, Lin Huang felt as if he were left wanting more of that excitement. Tisk, tisk, that tall, thin fellow escaped death again. This guy is really lucky. Chapter 1681. First display of ferocity. As soon as Scarlet Fox attacked, he entirely disrupted the initial balance of the battlefield. Both parties began the next stage of battle proper. With regards to this stage, Lin Huang felt there would be no real suspense to it. After all, there were 3 upper-rank lords in the raiders group. What was more, one of these was Nine Snake, who was a powerhouse nearing the level of an ultimate rank lord. However, Lin Huang still continued to watch the battle with great interest. On the raiders' side, after Scarlet Fox's attack, Nine Snake remained expressionless and silent throughout. Silver remained where he was. He did not have any intention of taking a hand. Scarlet Fox rubbed his nose and had no choice but to step forward. After all, he was the one who had intervened earlier, not Silver or Nine Snake. On the Bug Tribe's side, the middle-rank Lord-level Bug Queen that was the core of the Divine Magic Wing Bug felt slightly relieved when it saw Scarlet Fox standing out there on his own. When it saw him attacking earlier, its biggest concern was that a war would fully break out, and the 3 upper-rank lords would attack together. Fortunately, such a situation had not happened. Seeing Scarlet Fox coming forward, it immediately controlled the Divine Magic Wing Bug to shrink it down to a smaller size. My apologies, I was curious. I was wondering if I could experience for myself how powerful your bug formation really is. Scarlet Fox's tone remained polite. The Divine Magic Wing Bug said nothing, instead, it immediately made its move. Its 108 pairs of scale-covered wings vibrated at high speed. Countless blade-like rays rained down like a storm, deluging the entire area in an instant. They filled the sky as far as the eye could see, and all of them surged toward the lone figure of Scarlet Fox. Although Nine Snake and the rest were standing not far behind Scarlet Fox, the Divine Magic Wing Bug still did not dare to include them in its attack. It only dared to target Scarlet Fox alone. It knew very well that if it dared to attack anyone other than Scarlet Fox, it would definitely be met by combined suppression from the 3 upper-rank lords. It was not even sure if it could defeat Scarlet Fox, so of course, it was unwilling to face the combined forces of all 3 lords. Scarlet Fox watched as the blade-like rays that filled the whole sky headed toward him. Remaining utterly calm, his figure moved continuously, forming tens of thousands of shadows in the air. For a while, the spectators had some difficulty differentiating which figure was real and which was false. This fellow is definitely something. Lin Huang was also staring at Scarlet Fox's display of movement skill. This was a Lord-level movement skill that clearly combined Shadow Rule and Illusion Rule. Cultivators who had weaker God's Soul strength than Scarlet Fox were entirely unable to counter movements like this because there was no way at all to differentiate the real from the false. On the outer perimeter of the battlefield between the 2 combatants, the eyes of the 6 middle-rank lords in the Raiders team widened at this point. On the Bug Tribe's side, the 10 lower-rank lords who were the core of the mutated bugs looked completely dumbfounded as well. The truth was, when one's movement skill had reached this level, the shadows were not totally illusory, they were clones that could be made tangible. Not only that, Lin Huang could tell that Scarlet Fox was probably even able to switch his own position with that of the shadows as he pleased. This set of movement skills was so subtle and exquisite that even Lin Huang felt a slight urge to learn it. In a little while, Scarlet Fox's figure and the tens of thousands of shadows were completely swallowed up by the massive torrent of blade-like rays. Any of the spectators watching with divine telekinesis could clearly see that the illusory figures were rapidly destroyed by the attacking blade-like rays. However, many more illusory figures consolidated to take their place. Eventually, when all the blade-like rays had faded, Scarlet Fox's figure was still standing where it had been all along, as if it had not moved at all from the beginning until the end. This round at least has some sort of standard to it. Thumbs up for you, Lin Huang commented, smiling. Naturally, he had clearly seen that Scarlet Fox did actually move, switching his position with the shadows at least 10 times. However, in the end, he had gone back to his initial position on purpose. It was just that he had performed all of this with extreme subtlety. If not for the fact that Lin Huang possessed a more powerful god soul than Scarlet Fox, it would have been hard for him to notice this. Since the first round of attack had failed, the Divine Magic Wing Bug launched a second assault without hesitation. It did not know what kind of rules its opponent had mastered or what kind of abilities Scarlet Fox possessed. Therefore, it chose to attack first to subdue him and not give him a chance to attack. The 108 pairs of scale-covered wings on the divine magic wing bug's back mutated abruptly, spawning countless tentacles which surged towards Scarlet Fox like a tsunami. However, on the other side of the battlefield, Scarlet Fox's hair swiftly grew out at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it had already reached his waist. As Lin Huang watched in shock, Scarlet Fox's chest began to expand like an inflating balloon, and the lines of his facial features began to soften. One by one, fiery red, furry tails rapidly sprouted from his coccyx, 9 in total. What's happening? Lin Huang's expression was full of shock. This was a scenario he had obviously not anticipated at all. Lin Huang was not the only one on their side, the bug tribe was rather stunned as well. Even on the raiders' side, the eyes of the 6 middle-rank lords widened too. Clearly, it was their first time seeing this as well. Some of them might have heard about Scarlet Fox's abilities and were aware that he could change gender whenever he wished. However, this was the first time they were seeing it with their very own eyes. Even Nine Snake, who had been calm all this while, had a faint, startled expression flash through his eyes upon seeing Scarlet Fox in a female body. The only one who remained unmoved was Silver, the mechanoid. To him, gender was quite obviously something completely immaterial. After the transformation, it was very evident that Scarlet Fox's aura was no longer the same. It was much more ferocious now. Her 9 tails transformed into 9 bright red flames. They increased dramatically in size in the face of the opposition and attacked the tsunami of tentacles surging toward her. This time, she did not dodge the attack at all, meeting it head-on instead. Lin Huang kept his gaze intently on Scarlet Fox. This fellow's character seems to have changed as well after the transformation. Is that a different personality? It was not just Scarlet Fox's aura that had changed. Even his style of fighting and his demeanor were completely different from before. Previously, he had always given the impression that he was indolent, unable to rouse up much enthusiasm to do anything. His style of fighting had also always seemed to concentrate on frontal attacks. However, right now, he was very clearly on the warpath and full of energy. His current style of fighting was full of animosity, as if he had swallowed dynamite, eager to fight tens of thousands of rounds to vent his internal rage. After observing him for quite a while, Lin Huang was almost certain that this was Scarlet Fox's second personality on display. His personality changed after he transformed. I wonder if he would display more personalities and fighting styles if he transformed into other appearances. When Lin Huang was delving into this issue, someone from the raiders' camp was thinking about matters outside the battlefield. Lord Rose is so lucky. On the battlefield, the clash between both parties swiftly produced an outcome. Scarlet Fox was obviously more powerful. She attacked continuously with her 9 tails, inexorably vanquishing the tsunami-like wave of tentacles and subduing her opponents by direct confrontation. Not only that, her figure continuously flickered from point to point as she approached the divine magic winged bug, attempting to fight it at close range. The divine magic winged bug's 108 pairs of wings finally displayed their ferocity as well. One by one, the pairs of wings began to transform into different Dao weapons for attack, control, and defense. The single mutated bug abruptly transformed into a team formed from hundreds of mutated bugs. Even Lin Huang's eyes lit up as he observed how it utilized its abilities. He rapidly began thinking about how he could construct a similar fighting style. Chapter 1682. This bug formation is quite powerful. Clearly, everyone present did not expect the divine magic winged bug to suddenly display such a move. Everyone knew that its wings could transform into various forms. However, nobody knew that they could transform into Dao weapons, let alone that they could possess the abilities of those Dao weapons. 12 of the wings turned into massive bells. As they rang loudly, circle upon circle of formless ripples began spreading out. Scarlet Fox's rapidly approaching figure was dozens of times slower now, as if he had suddenly fallen into mud. Another 48 of the divine magic winged bug's wings transformed into sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, seizing the opportunity to attack Scarlet Fox. When Scarlet Fox saw this, his form immediately altered again. This time, he transformed into a muscled strongman standing more than 2.5 meters in height. His build was even wider than that of the short, burly bald man. At the same time that his transformation completed, his body immediately turned a bronze color, its surface entirely covered with odal. Inexorably, he faced down this wave of attack. Lin Huang particularly noticed that the divine magic winged bug's attacks did not leave any wounds on Scarlet Fox's body at all. A transformation like this probably isn't a rule power, it's his Goldfinger's ability, Lin Huang rapidly conjectured as he watched Scarlet Fox laughing arrogantly at the divine magic winged bug. What's the principle behind his Goldfinger's function? It likely isn't as simple as being able to transform when he sees someone. Could it be that after he kills someone, he's able to transform into that person and gain all of their abilities? His personality seemed to have changed again after this transformation, so the price for using his Goldfinger is that he gains a personality each time he obtains a new transformation privilege. In his heart, Lin Huang silently speculated about this. If gaining split personalities isn't the cost of utilization, then this Goldfinger's abilities can probably be considered extremely powerful. After his transformation into the muscular strongman, Scarlet Fox's fighting style had clearly become increasingly crazed. He began making his way closer to the divine magic winged bug, disregarding everything else. Snarling and roaring as if he had lost his mind, he ignored all his opponent's attacks. The divine magic winged bug possessed considerable combat experience. Immediately, it changed its battle strategy. Its wings transformed into more massive bells to restrict its opponent's movements. On another front, its initial attack weapons also instantly transformed into spiritual attack Dao weapons. They transformed into ghost heads. The dozens of ghost heads simultaneously uttered piercing shrieks, spreading circle after circle of God's soul attacks. Not only was it hard for Scarlet Fox to move forward, but there was an excruciating stabbing pain in his head. He felt as if his God's soul was being bitten by tens of thousands of ghosts. This time, Nine Snake finally could not stand it any longer and took a hand. His tongue darted out like an electric arc and coiled around Scarlet Fox's waist, dragging him out of the battlefield. Rest for a while. Seeing that the heavily muscled Scarlet Fox was still holding his head in pain, Nine Snake immediately gave an order and signaled to Silver, who was standing beside him with his eyes. Naturally, Silver did not dare to refuse. He turned into a silver ray of light and closed in on the divine magic winged bug. Despite noticing that it suddenly had a different opponent, the divine magic winged bug remained calm. The battle with Scarlet Fox earlier had clearly boosted its confidence. It used the same technique from just now on Silver. Although Silver's movements did slow down considerably, the God's soul attack did not seem to work on him at all. When the divine magic winged bug saw this, the ghost heads instantly turned into Buddha statues. The Buddha statues were striking wooden fish percussion instruments made from hollow blocks of wood while chanting scriptures. For a while, there was chanting in the air accompanied by the percussion sounds of the wooden fish and the ringing of bells. Lin Huang felt as if he had been transported into a temple. The only thing lacking was a stick of burning incense. This technique involving Buddha statues was still a God's soul attack, it merely used a different method to do so. However, apart from his body being slightly dented, Silver remained unaffected by the God's soul attack. Only then did the divine magic winged bug realize that its opponent's God's soul might be anomalous, making it immune to God's soul attacks. Without hesitation, it decisively changed methods. One by one, the Buddha statues transformed into sabers, spears, swords, and halberds again, as well as a comprehensive variety of other weapons. It only did this so it could test which kind of weapon would be most effective on its opponent. However, all the weapons comparable to expert-grade Dao weapons could only cause light scratches less than 1 centimeter deep when they struck Silver's body. Silver was even able to repair those light scratches instantly. They did not remain on his body for any longer than 1 second at most. A powerful mechanical species with dual defense capabilities, Lin Huang fell into deep thought as he stared at Silver. He was considering how he would respond if he encountered an opponent like this, and he could not use force to break their defenses. Silver was practically immune to God's soul attacks because he was a purely mechanical being that did not have a God's soul at all. His consciousness was stored in a mechanical tinder somewhere within his body. Naturally, God's soul attacks would not work on him in the least. If one wanted to kill Silver with God's soul attacks, one had to possess a God's soul so powerful that it could break into the tinder within his body and erase his consciousness by force. The divine magic winged bug's God's soul had obviously not reached such a level yet. Even Lin Huang was not really sure if he himself could do that. After all, the other party was an upper-rank lord. Silver was clearly top-notch in terms of physical defenses. Purely mechanical beings were top-notch in physical defense capabilities even if these abilities were transplanted into the universe. Not only did they have powerful defense capabilities, but they were also immensely strong. They were by no means inferior to many ferocious combat cultivator-type beasts from the ancient epic, even. To kill an individual with such powerful physical defense capabilities, the best method was still subjugation via might. Either one mastered Dao seal power that was much stronger than that of the other party, or else one could use Dao weapons that surpassed the opponent's physical strength. However, the divine magic winged bug clearly possessed neither of these. Lin Huang even envisioned putting himself in the divine magic winged bug's shoes for a moment and imagined himself fighting, using the divine magic winged bug's current level of abilities. He ran a simulation in his head and realized it would still be difficult to breach his opponent's defenses, despite being a sword cultivator with powerful attack ability. Now that's quite difficult. Lin Huang glanced at the divine magic winged bug with a touch of sympathy. Any attack methods that the diving magic winged bug could use had been completely suppressed by Silver. Apart from control-type skills that were still effective, spiritual and physical attacks had very little effect. Just when Lin Huang thought the divine magic winged bug had exhausted its bag of tricks, an unusual change abruptly occurred on the battlefield. The divine magic winged bug let out a shriek, and the 10 mutated bugs not far behind moved almost simultaneously. One by one, they began to integrate with the divine magic winged bug's bug formation. As the mutated bugs integrated one by one, the divine magic winged bug's aura began to skyrocket extremely quickly. Its aura, initially early upper rank lord level, soon rose to peak upper rank lord level at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. This bug formation is quite powerful. Lin Huang could not help raising his brows when he saw what was happening. When the bug formation was fully integrated, the strength of the divine magic winged bug's aura was only a step away from that of a lord. Nine Snake had preserved his calm all along, but when he saw the divine magic winged bug's transformation, a grave expression flashed through his eyes. The bug formation's elevation in power was enough to make him feel threatened. Chapter 1683. The formidable Nine Snake. After the divine magic winged bug had integrated with the remaining 10 mutated bugs, its abilities were boosted significantly. Due to the vibrations from the giant bells that the bug's wings had transformed into, Silver seemed as if he had fallen into a bog. He could barely move forward and was practically a target now. The divine magic winged bug seized the opportunity without hesitation. It charged at Silver again after transforming its remaining wings into all manner of weapons such as sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. This round, the attacks were clearly much more powerful than before. Almost all of the Dao weapons that the wings had transformed into left deep wounds on Silver's body. Silver could do nothing except to protect his vital body parts and attempt to retreat out of the area that was under the giant bell's control. However, the wounds on his body were increasing significantly almost every second. 1, 10, 100, 1000, very soon, there was an obvious decline in how swiftly his wounds recovered. Silver, who had almost entirely subdued the divine magic winged bug earlier, was now the one being subdued completely. He did not have the strength to fight back at all. The divine magic winged bug was aware that it would be very difficult to kill Silver, but it was trying its best to drain the odal within his body. Nine Snake, who had been observing the battle all along from not too far away, hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to take a hand. He hesitated because he knew that Silver had yet to use his trump card. Nine Snake was deliberating on whether Silver might still have a chance to turn the tables. However, after a moment of consideration, he decided to attack anyway. This was because he felt that under such circumstances, it meant little if Silver used his trump card and won the battle. It would be better for him to save his strength to fight Lin Huang later. After all, their biggest enemy was not the bug tribe in front of them, but Lin Huang, who was somewhere watching secretly. A shadow suddenly sprang out from behind Nine Snake. It turned into a dark ray of light that wound around Silver's body, then swiftly pulled him back. Nine Snake could not help frowning slightly when he sensed the massive resistance that came from the giant bells. He had originally brought the entire team of raiders here to forcefully subdue the bug tribe and display the raiders' might in front of Lin Huang. He had never expected that matters would escalate to this point. Scarlet Fox and Silver had been defeated one after the other. He had no option but to take the initiative to rescue them. He had intended to punish the bug tribe as a warning to his enemy, but his plan had backfired, and he was now being laughed at. After pulling Silver back to the raiders' camp with his snake tail, Nine Snake turned a cold-eyed gaze toward the divine magic winged bug, whose aura strength was now not that much weaker than his own. Naturally, he was confident that he could defeat his opponent. However, if he were going to fight, then he had to win the battle decisively and in style. The divine magic winged bug did not take the initiative to attack him. The bug queen in the core had a fearful expression on its face. Naturally, it knew that this leader with the vertical pupils was the most powerful of the 9 intruders. The bug queen had known this after watching 9 Snake save his teammate earlier. Although it had fortified itself to this extent at present, the dozens of massive bells still did not seem to decrease 9 Snake's speed by much. To be honest, even I find it quite admirable that all of you have managed to get to this level. 9 Snake took a step forward. The aura around his whole body began to skyrocket. But let's end this nonsense now. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant shadow suddenly appeared above his head. It was a giant snake monster. Black scales covered its entire body, which was wreathed in black mist. A pair of solid gold snake eyes with vertical pupils stared fixedly at the divine magic winged bug. An instant later, the black snake tail lashed out like a long whip that also resembled a full moon scimitar, attacking the divine magic winged bug. The arc-shaped black ray was extremely fast, reaching the divine magic winged bug almost at once. The divine magic winged bug was completely unable to dodge the attack. It could only try its best to transform its wings into massive shields to block the front of its body. Almost at the same time that all these layers of shields consolidated, the arc-shaped black ray collided with them. The divine magic winged bug felt a burst of immense power the second the collision happened. Its entire body was sent flying back, completely out of control. It then crashed hard into the hive. The attack dented a large crater at least 3 meters in diameter on the hive. Even the entire 10,000 bug maze shook slightly, emitting a dull rumble. Deep in the hive, even Lin Huang clearly sensed the tremor. Truly worthy of a being who's almost an ultimate rank lord, Lin Huang's divine telekinesis traversed the void, allowing him to clearly see that practically all the divine magic winged bug's wings that had reverted to their original form had faint cracks on them. He could also distinctly sense that the divine magic winged bug's aura had slumped significantly. However, what he could not see was that the bodies of many true god fighters in the bug formation had instantly ruptured from the impact of the earlier attack. A small number of bug tribe heavenly gods also died at the same time. 9 Snake could be considered to have held almost nothing back in this attack. The strength of the assault had obviously exceeded what the bug formation could sustain in terms of force. This impact, which was over the limits of what the bug formation could sustain, automatically spread through the inner sections of the formation, killing many bug tribe fighters. However, 9 Snake did not seem to be fully satisfied with the result of this attack. He could not help frowning slightly when he saw that the bug formation had not been destroyed by the assault and that the divine magic winged bug's aura had only decreased slightly. I'd like to see how many more hits you can take. 9 Snake attacked again as soon as he finished speaking. The giant python shadow over his head locked onto the divine magic winged bug as its target, and the inky black snake tail lashed through the air again. This time, the divine magic winged bug did not dare delay its response to the attack. It flapped all 108 pairs of wings suddenly and swiftly moved. It had witnessed how powerful 9 Snake was and did not dare meet the attack head-on. However, right at that moment, the black snake tail abruptly split into countless snake heads, hurtling like a giant net toward the divine magic winged bug to try and encompass it. The divine magic winged bug speeded up to its limits to try and escape. However, the snake heads frenziedly divided over and over again until, at last, they enveloped the bug's body entirely. Its 108 pairs of wings turned into sharp blades, slicing at the snake heads that had divided multiple times. Sparks flew as the blades sliced down, leaving no trace behind at all. Currently, the divine magic winged bug had been reduced to a bird in a cage. However, the cage kept on getting smaller. The snake heads continued shrinking. In the end, everything was swallowed up entirely. Right at that moment, the 10,000 bug maze suddenly began to shake. Lin Huang thought the bug tribe had more tricks up its sleeve and wanted to mount a rescue. However, he soon sensed a wave of immense dimensional power. They're trying to escape. Lin Huang was stunned for a moment but realized why an instant later. This move seemed ruthless, but it was actually a wise one. They were no match for their opponent. The entire hive would fall into enemy hands if the battle dragged on. Naturally, the best choice was to sacrifice a proverbial pawn to save the queen. Before the divine winged magic bug was completely annihilated, they would seize the opportunity to escape. The hive immediately tore open a space rift and headed straight for the deep reaches of the heavens. Clearly, they had made escape preparations much earlier. However, fleeing was not going to be as easy as it seemed. Before Nine Snake stepped into fight, he had communicated with Scarlet Fox and Silver through voice transmission, telling them to watch the hive. He wanted to prevent it from escaping. He had crossed paths with the bug tribe in the universe numerous times and had seen them playing similar tricks many times over. Since Scarlet Fox and Silver had lost their battles, naturally, they did not dare neglect Nine Snake's order. On the surface, it looked as if they were fully concentrating on watching the battle. In reality, they had never stopped covertly observing the hive with divine telekinesis. As soon as the hive made the slightest move, both of them noticed and intercepted it immediately. As the two upper-rank lords joined forces, the space rift that the hive had torn open was instantly obliterated. Half the hive that had initially made it through the rift into space was sent rebounding right back. The escape plan was considered a total failure. Chapter 1684. Ding, the fighters have been credited to your account. Watching as the hive was intercepted, Lin Huang, who had been hiding deep within it, was relieved. He had genuinely been worried earlier that the hive would flee, which would be the equivalent of him failing to keep his appointment with Nine Snake's team. The crux of the matter was that they might make trouble for Death Sickle if they were stood up. This was what Lin Huang did not wish to see happen at all. Naturally, he did not know that as a Grade 7 organization, Death Sickle was protected by Royal in this great world. If the matter was not a direct conflict, Royal would expel the raiders if they were to take action against Death Sickle. Lin Huang had cut ties with Death Sickle in name by faking his death previously. The conflict between him and the raiders could be said to have little connection with Death Sickle. That was why Scarlet Fox and the rest had mounted guard at Death Sickle, but they had not forced Buried Heaven's group to hand Lin Huang over to them. If not for Lin Huang contacting Buried Heaven of his own volition and Scarlet Fox finding out, the raiders might have needed to take a great many more twists and turns to find him. Deep in the hive, Lin Huang had been observing the changes in the outside world through divine telekinesis. However, he was unable to probe the state of things inside the hive. Now that their escape plan had failed, the Queen Mothers in the 10,000 bug maze were in despair. The divine magic, winged bug's bug formation outside had amassed practically all the forces of the entire hive. Currently, only the old and the weak, the Queen Mothers, a small number of young bug queens, and many unhatched eggs remained in the hive. The divine magic winged bug's defeat in battle was the equivalent of the entire hive's defeat. If they wanted the hive's legacy to live on, their only recourse was to escape. However, that solution was now a dead end. The space tunnel that the hive opened up had now been destroyed by Scarlet Fox and Silver. It was no longer just the two upper-rank lords, even the short, burly, bald man and the other 5 middle-rank lords were watching the hive now. They were standing guard in case of any unexpected moves. Escape was definitely not possible now. Not too far off, the divine magic winged bug had been taken captive by Nine Snake. However, it was still resisting stubbornly. Any discerning person could tell that it would not be able to last long. The bug formation itself was a method that gained its immense strength through putting pressure on the participants in the bug formation. The more powerful the bug formation, the heavier the burden on the host in the core. In one respect, all of the bug beasts that participated in the bug formation would have constant pressure applied to the divine power, God soul, God rules, sequence powers, and even odal within their bodies. On the other hand, the longer the bug formation lasted, the more the damage inflicted on the God soul and the physical body of the host in the core. As a result, the formation could only be sustained for a limited amount of time. Now that it was imprisoned by the snake tail, the divine magic winged bug could not even dodge anymore. It could do nothing except forcefully resist the snake tail's continuous shrinking and strangling. However, each time it resisted, this would result in the death of many bug beasts in the bug formation. This was caused by the odal shockwaves that were beyond what the bug formation could bear. This also resulted in a decline of the divine magic winged bug's ability. The middle rank lord level bug queen controlling the core was coming under more and more pressure. A scant few moments after being imprisoned by the snake tail, the entire bug formation was already at the point of collapse and could fall apart at any time. Nine Snake remained expressionless from beginning to end. As far as he was concerned, he was merely defeating a bunch of hillbilly bug beasts. It was no cause for happiness. From the very beginning, he had not taken these bug beasts seriously. If not for Scarlet Fox and Silver's consecutive defeats, he would not have wished to take a hand at all. Lin Huang watched Nine Snakes' one-sided subjugation of the divine magic winged bug from far away. He had already begun counting down to the moment when he would show himself. After all, there were 11 Lord-level bug beasts in the divine magic winged bug's bug formation. Among them were at least 10 Supreme God rank 5 bug queens. Lin Huang even suspected that the middle rank Lord-level bug queen might be pseudo-pure spirit rank 5.5. He was not about to let Nine Snake have these creatures. Ever since Xiaohe had released authorization, card fragments no longer dropped whenever Lin Huang killed monsters. As long as he agreed, Xiaohe could consolidate complete monster cards right away. As far as Lin Huang was concerned, the 11 bug tribe lords were already his. Naturally, he was not about to let Nine Snake kill them. However, Nine Snake did not know what Lin Huang was thinking. He only wanted to dispose of the divine magic winged bug as soon as possible, then kill Lin Huang and bring his body back to the universe. That would signal the successful completion of his mission, this time as an investigator who had arrived in this great world. After his snake tail imprisoned the divine magic winged bug, he began using it to violently strangle the bug. He could even distinctly sense that the divine magic winged bug's bug formation was weakening drastically. Practically within the time it took for a few breaths, it plummeted to initial stage upper rank Lord level. In another few more breaths, the divine magic winged bug's combat strength nosedived significantly again, dropping to middle rank Lord level. Almost at the same time, the bug formation rapidly began to collapse. Nine Snake felt a slight frisson of happiness. It's finally going to end. Once the bug formation was crushed, it would be much easier for him to kill this horde of bug beasts. However, blood-red lightning bolts abruptly lit up the sky. They filled the heavens. In almost an instant, they had reached the area where he was. Shock flashed through Nine Snake's eyes. Simultaneously he abandoned the bug beasts and beat a frantic retreat. A second later, the area where he was standing was deluged by endless blood-red lightning bolts. Scarlet Fox, Silver, and the others stared at the blood-red lightning bolts with utterly shocked expressions. They could distinctly sense how terrifying the lightning bolts were. If those lightning bolts were to swallow them up, there might not even be dregs remaining. More terrifying was the fact that from start to finish, they had not even seen where this attack originated from. Even Nine Snake was frowning hard. He had spread his divine telekinesis earlier but had not found anything at all. His gaze finally landed on the hive. There was no powerful aura within the periphery of the dozens of surrounding star zones. In that case, the individual who had attacked was most likely in the hive that was right in front of them. As to whether it was Lin Huang hiding in the hive or other beings within it, he was not very sure yet. However, an instant later, he sensed that the auras of the bug beasts which formed the bug formation were rapidly being obliterated. Nine Snake swiftly came to a conclusion and his gaze grew even keener as he stared at the hive. Lin Huang, are you brave enough to come out and face me in battle? His voice rumbled like thunder and spread toward the hive. Scarlet Fox and the rest looked utterly confused. It was Lin Huang who attacked. Currently, Lin Huang was indulging in the joy of having obtained the bug beast's cards. After using a dimensional secret technique and his divine telekinesis flying daggers to kill all the bug beasts that formed the divine magic winged bug, he had Xiaohe consolidate 11 complete bug tribe lord monster cards. As he had expected, of the 11 bug queens, the 10 lower rank lords were Supreme God rank 5, and the middle rank lord was pseudo-pure spirit rank 5.5. He was thrilled to have obtained 11 bug tribe fighters out of the blue ones he could immediately utilize, even. When he heard Nine Snake's deliberately provoking comment, he was not angry at all. The show that all of you put on was even more interesting than what I had imagined. I was so engrossed in watching that I didn't really have the heart to interrupt things. At the same time that this voice was heard, Lin Huang's figure slowly materialized outside the hive. With a faint smile, he looked at Nine Snake and his team. Chapter 1685. Lin Huang vs. Nine Snake. Nine Snake did not display any delight when he saw Lin Huang reveal himself. He could not help frowning slightly either when he realized that he could not read this young man in front of him. He was unable to sense how powerful Lin Huang's aura was, but his instincts told him that the young man before him was extremely dangerous. Scarlet Fox and Silver, who were nearby, had similar reactions. However, they could not sense things as distinctly as Nine Snake. They were only able to get a vague sense of the threat emanating from Lin Huang. Under normal circumstances, powerhouses who had elevated to lord level usually had very acute preternatural senses. For a while, the three upper-rank lords fell silent, quickly trying to think of a plan. Perhaps because the disparity in their abilities was too great, the short, burly, bald man and the remaining 5 middle-rank lords did not sense the danger. They even thought that Lin Huang's aura was less powerful than their own. Seeing that Nine Snake and the other two remained silent, the few middle-rank lords assumed they wanted them to test Lin Huang's abilities. The short, burly, bald man who had full confidence in his defense capabilities took the lead and spoke first. "So you're Lin Huang?" "That's right, I'm Lin Huang." Lin Huang turned his head to look at the short, burly, bald man, smiling. He continued after that, "Your defense capabilities aren't bad. I want them." The moment he finished speaking, a blood-red arc pierced right through the short, burly, bald man's forehead, leaving a hole that was as big as 2 fingers. Everyone else present could distinctly sense that the short, burly, bald man's life force seemed to have been instantly snuffed out. His face still retained its arrogant expression, but he had already become a corpse. It was obvious that he had utterly failed to defend himself against Lin Huang's attack. Upon seeing the short, burly, bald man's sudden demise, practically everyone present felt their hair stand on end. The 3 upper-rank lords, including Nine Snake, were no exception. Although they could not consider themselves close with the short, burly, bald man, they knew that he was a formidable combat cultivator. Among the raiders' middle-rank lords, his defense capabilities were in the top 3 ranks. Scarlet Fox and Silver were secretly making some assessments. At their current upper-rank lord-level combat strength, it would be very difficult to kill the short, burly, bald man in a direct confrontation, much less kill him instantly. Nine Snake also had a general idea of the abilities of the current team that he had brought with him. He knew that at his present level of ability, it would not be difficult for him to subdue the short, burly, bald man, but killing him would take some effort. Although he could kill him instantly like Lin Huang had, it would require the use of some trump card techniques. He had to admit that the attack Lin Huang had used to kill the short, burly, bald man was no less powerful than if he himself used a trump card. He did not even have enough confidence to pull off a move like that. However, he did not know whether Lin Huang had merely launched an offhand attack or if he had used a trump card to intentionally intimidate them. Only Lin Huang himself knew that his attack earlier had been an offhand one. His god weapon Flying Dagger was inherently already a supreme grade Dao weapon. Even if he were to encounter ultimate rank lords, he could easily breach his opponent's defenses without utilizing any defensive techniques at all. The short, burly, bald man, on the other hand, only had the physique of an upper-rank lord at most. Even with maximum compounding of defense techniques, at best, he would still only achieve peak upper-rank lord level strength. Naturally, Lin Huang's god weapon Flying Dagger had easily impaled him. Furthermore, Lin Huang had compounded 2 Dao seals onto the Flying Dagger in this attack. However, any single one of Lin Huang's Dao seals was different from everyone else's because it was constructed from millions of Dao tattoos. Compounding 2 such Dao seals was comparable to the odalic force released by 2 million Dao tattoos simultaneously. Moreover, under normal circumstances, even an ultimate rank lord possessing over 1,000 Dao seals would have less than 2 million Dao tattoos in total, even if they were all added up. On top of that, Lin Huang's divine telekinesis was ultimate rank lord level in terms of strength, so even though he had not unleashed his full power, it was a legitimate ultimate rank lord level attack. It was no wonder that the short, burly, bald man had been killed instantly. The short, burly, bald man being killed instantly was a scene so shocking to everyone that nobody dared to stop Lin Huang when he collected his victim's goldfinger and corpse. Lin Huang calmly put away the man's goldfinger and his corpse. Only then did he turn his gaze to everyone else present. However, no matter where he looked, practically everyone kept their heads down and did not dare to meet his eyes. Nine Snake was the only one who stared at Lin Huang, his expression betraying mixed emotions. Initially, he had thought that coming to a great world in a corner of nowhere and apprehending a local brat would be an easily accomplished task. After all, according to the information Royal had provided on this great world, there were only 3 middle-rank lords here. He had not anticipated that his target would have hidden his abilities so well. The information Royal gave us has caused us a great deal of trouble. Nine Snake cursed secretly in his heart, then rapidly began thinking of a counter-strategy. What he did not know was there was actually no error in the information Royal had given. In the great world under Royal's jurisdiction, every powerhouse who elevated to become a lord would be registered and reported to the relevant authorities as soon as the staff in the great world found out about it. Royal's headquarters would then enter the information on the lord and file it on record. The issue was that Lin Huang had only elevated to become a lord 3 days ago and had not displayed his abilities since his advancement. Therefore, Royal had no idea that he had elevated to lord level. Naturally, this information was also not on record. Nine Snake made up his mind immediately after only a few moments of consideration. His voice transmission spread to the remaining raiders. Don't be scared by him. He may have used a special technique to attack just now, so his subsequent attacks might not be as strong. His defense capabilities might not be that powerful either. Let's attack together. I'll be responsible for dealing with him, the rest of you find opportunities to deal some lateral damage. What Nine Snake did not know was that Lin Huang, whose divine telekinesis was significantly more powerful, had intercepted the voice transmission loud and clear. However, Lin Huang's expression did not change outwardly at all. He continued smiling faintly. He calmly observed the figure of the giant python above Nine Snake's head as it abruptly grew a second and third snake head. Immediately after that, more snake heads began sprouting one after the other. Within a blink of an eye, a massive 9-headed python had fully consolidated. The strength of its aura was infinitely close to that of an ultimate rank lord. The instant the giant 9-headed python finished consolidating, Nine Snake initiated an attack without hesitation. This time, he held nothing back at all, utilizing an ultimate move with the strongest attack power. The giant 9-headed python's heads opened their mouths at practically the same time. Black electric arcs rapidly consolidated in their maws. The next second, 9 black shock waves shot forward almost simultaneously at maximum speed. Practically an instant later, they were right in front of Lin Huang and were about to swallow him up. However, Lin Huang extended a finger into the void and a mirror so black it could swallow up everything consolidated, blocking the shock waves like a massive wall. He could not help but sigh faintly when he saw the 9 shock waves being swallowed up by the mirror. Why do all of them like releasing shock waves as soon as they attack? As soon as he finished speaking, 9 blood-red shock waves shot out from the mirror, aiming straight at the giant 9-headed python above Nine Snake's head. Chapter 1686. Annihilated en masse. The 9 blood-red shock waves shot through the void like lightning, more than several times faster than the shock waves Nine Snake had released. Lin Huang secretly added 2 Dao seals to this round of deflection. The blood-red shock waves immediately shot through the void. Before Nine Snake could even fully react, they had struck the shadow above his head. The next instant, the giant 9-headed python's 9 heads exploded almost all at once. Immediately after that, the shadow swiftly disintegrated, transforming into countless black points of light and fading away. Below, Nine Snake abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. Although Lin Huang had not directly attacked Nine Snake's actual person this round, Nine Snake had still suffered a backlash. Nine Snake's technique was powered by his god soul and had integrated divine power, odalic force, and Dao seal power. Since his technique had been shattered by violence, naturally, his god soul was impacted. Fortunately, he managed to withdraw his divine power in time, so he only suffered the aftermath of the impact. However, in order for the giant 9-headed python to absorb Lin Huang's attack, he had drained an immense amount of the divine power and odalic force within his body. Almost 1/3 of the divine power and odalic force within him was stripped away by the attack. He had no choice either because by the time he could respond, the 9 shock waves were already practically in his face. There was no way he could evade them at all, so he was forced to take the brunt of the attack head-on. If he did not do that, his god soul would have been instantly annihilated. Nine Snake thought that Lin Huang must surely have seen through the nature of this technique, which explained why he had not attacked Nine Snake's physical body, instead launching an assault on the giant 9-headed python above his head. However, the truth was that Lin Huang had not made a study of Nine Snake's technique at all. The mirror's deflection angle could be adjusted as necessary to attack whatever target he wanted. However, he had not bothered to make any adjustments. The giant 9-headed python was massive and obviously a target that would be easier to hit. Moreover, crushing an energy being like this would definitely drain a great deal of his opponent's divine power and odalic force. This was something one would know even without even needing to study the technique. The first clash between both of them began abruptly and ended just as abruptly. Scarlet Fox and the others watched, dumbfounded. As upper-rank lords, Scarlet Fox and Silver could distinctly sense the giant nine-headed python's terrifying aura, which was already almost as powerful as that of an ultimate-level lord. An offhand attack could easily kill any powerhouse at the scene, let alone if all 9 heads were to attack at the same time. As for the handful of middle-rank lords, although they did not have such a clear perception of Nine Snakes' technique, they were still able to sense how terrifying it was when the giant 9-headed python spat out its shock waves. The aftermath alone made the hearts of all 6 quail. Initially, almost everyone present thought there was a 90% chance that as soon as Nine Snake attacked, Lin Huang, who was opposite him, would die. After all, the attack was already as powerful as that of an ultimate-rank lord. However, they had never expected the actual situation to turn things upside down. Not only had Lin Huang suffered no harm, but he had also confounded Nine Snake's attack immediately. The rest of the raiders initially thought they might individually have a chance to bag Lin Huang as a trophy if Nine Snake's attack did not kill him. However, after witnessing what happened, the 8 of them felt cold chills running through them. Even Silver, the mechanoid, displayed fear. His silver physical body turned dark red at a speed discernible to the naked eye. This physical state was a reaction that would automatically be triggered whenever Silver sensed life-threatening danger. It would temporarily raise his physical constitution by a level. Under normal circumstances, Scarlet Fox would certainly not have been able to restrain himself from asking questions if he saw Silver changing color like this. However, he was entirely in no mood to do so right now. He had already begun rapidly plotting an escape plan. All of them would certainly die if they fought someone that even Nine Snake could not defeat. Their only chance of survival was to seize the opportunity and flee. Lin Huang did not even look at Scarlet Fox and the others. Right now, among the 9 of them, Nine Snake's ability was the only one that drew his attention, albeit reluctantly. As for the rest, he would not even need to use a second god weapon Flying Dagger to kill them. If you hadn't used that move earlier, perhaps you might have been able to last a little longer. Lin Huang smiled at Nine Snake. Nine Snake said nothing, but his expression was indescribable. He had certainly not expected things to turn out this way. Since you attacked first earlier, it's my turn now. As soon as Lin Huang finished speaking, countless electric arcs shot out of his sleeves like blood-red lightning bolts that filled the heavens as far as the eye could see. Nine Snake's pupils contracted slightly when he saw this. However, the blood-red electric arcs suddenly disappeared. A second later, Nine Snake saw the blood-red electric arcs covering the entire area densely, fully 360 degrees without a single gap. Things looked entirely different from where Scarlet Fox and the others were standing. They only saw the electric arcs shoot out and cover the distance almost instantly, forming a blood-red sphere of light around Nine Snake to completely envelope him. This was a new technique that Lin Huang had devised after seeing how the divine magic winged bug used its wings. He integrated teleportation into the divine telekinesis Flying Dagger's use. The moment the millions of divine telekinesis Flying Daggers shot out, Lin Huang teleported them to surround Nine Snake, then envelop him entirely. In less than the time it took for 3 breaths, Scarlet Fox and the rest sensed that Nine Snake's life force had been completely obliterated. Scarlet Fox did not need to think at all. Without hesitation, he hid behind Silver in a flash and summoned a dimensional portal. However, the instant he called up the portal, he saw a red beam of light in his peripheral vision. Immediately after that, everything went black, and he completely lost consciousness. Only then did Lin Huang's gaze shift from the area surrounded by the lightning bolts. He then turned his head to look at where Scarlet Fox and the others were. The 7 people left alive were still in shock. They only reacted when Scarlet Fox made his move. All of them immediately chose to flee. All Lin Huang did was glance over, and a red electric arc flashed across the distance, killing the 6 of them instantly. Suddenly, Lin Huang raised his eyebrows. Out of the 7 raiders, one of them was surprisingly not killed at once. The divine telekinesis Flying Dagger had not gone completely through his body. It had merely left a wound. This individual was Silver, whose body was now dark red. He looked like a metallic being entirely covered by rust. However, this form was the state in which his defenses were at their most powerful. This peak mode would only be triggered when his subconscious sensed lethal threats. His original physical constitution was already at peak upper rank lord level. Now that he had practically elevated a full level, his constitution was comparable to that of a peak ultimate rank lord. This was why Lin Huang's divine telekinesis flying dagger had not been able to completely breach Silver's defenses. However, Lin Huang knew that this mode could not be sustained for long. With a touch of interest, he looked across the distance at the fleeing Silver. He manipulated more divine telekinesis flying daggers to attack Silver for a second time, then a third time, and a fourth. When the flying daggers attacked Silver for the 11th time, they finally impaled his body all the way through. It was not that his defenses had been breached, instead, the divine power and odalic force within his body had been totally drained. He no longer had the strength to maintain this mode. In the end, all 9 raiders were wiped out en masse after being subjugated by Lin Huang's show of force. Only after a glance at Silver, who eventually toppled to the ground, did Lin Huang turn around unhurriedly. He looked in the direction of the colossal edifice behind him, the 10,000 bug maze. Chapter 1687. Royal Supervisor Lin Huang's face was expressionless as he faced the colossal edifice in front of him. He remained where he was, wondering how to deal with this batch of bug tribe monsters. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation began spreading out. Lin Huang immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the spatial fluctuation and was instantly on guard. He had not requested for any assistance. Therefore, anyone who showed up now might well be the raiders' reinforcements. A figure slowly stepped out of the dimensional whirlpool. It was a fairly well-dressed man who was even wearing a top hat. He looked to be in his early 20s, handsome in appearance and possessed of rather extraordinary charisma. Although the other did not release his aura, Lin Huang's pupils contracted involuntarily the instant he saw the newcomer. He immediately went into a state of combat readiness. He could sense that the person in front of him was an ultimate rank lord. "Don't worry, Lin Huang. I don't belong to the group that you've just disposed of." The man removed his hat, revealing neatly slicked back hair, and gave Lin Huang a faint nod. "Let me introduce my humble self. I am Lu Fu, rank S royalty. I'm also the supervisor for this investigation." Supervisor. It was the first time Lin Huang had heard of such a position. Although he was royalty as well a member, even he knew almost nothing about royal's internal organizational structure. Lu Fu had obviously read Lin Huang's file and knew that he had had practically no contact with other royal members. As a result, his knowledge of royal was very limited. Patiently, Lu Fu proceeded to explain. "You probably know that this great world is royal's affiliate territory. Organizations from the outside world have to submit an application to royal for entry, and they are only allowed to enter if we approve. However, if the applicant's ability exceeds the highest combat strength of our affiliate territory's local population, our assessment will be extra strict. The applicant needs to have sufficiently legitimate reasons, or we'll completely deny them entry. However, what many outsiders don't know is that if the applicant's ability exceeds the highest combat strength of our affiliate territory's local population and their application is approved, Royal will secretly arrange for a supervisor to observe the applicant's every move. In Royal's internal department, a supervisor isn't a position, it's a mission codename. Anytime Royal is in need of a supervisor, they will publish the mission. Whoever accepts the mission will be the supervisor of the mission in question. Of course, there are requirements that must be met when one accepts a supervisor's mission. The supervisor's ability must be more powerful than that of the applicant seeking entry. If there are many applicants, the supervisor must possess the ability to keep all of the applicants under control. When this group of raiders applied for entry, I happened to see the supervisor's mission and accepted it, so I became the supervisor for this matter. Lin Huang more or less understood what Lu Fu was saying. The supervisor would be the one who kept the investigators' movements under surveillance to prevent them from behaving as they pleased in Royal's affiliate world. "You're here now because of stirred up trouble by killing the raiders' investigators?" Lin Huang asked, his gaze fixed on Lu Fu. "You're overthinking matters." When he heard this, Lu Fu shook his head, smiling. "It's very common for investigators to die during the course of their investigations. Royal won't make trouble for its members just because of an outsider. However, if the raiders demand an explanation from us, we might just send them the video showing the entire process of you killing all those 9 investigators. After all, the raiders are a top organization in the universe, we can't refuse to give them an explanation." Lin Huang's expression altered slightly at this point. He did not wish to be targeted by raiders in the universe who were even more powerful. He had now killed a peak upper rank lord level powerhouse like 9 Snake. If the raiders saw the video, the next time they would send at least an ultimate rank lord to kill him. They might even send a supreme powerhouse above Lord level. When Lu Fu noticed Lin Huang's change of expression, he continued. You don't have to worry about that. Even if we do send the video, as long as you hide in this world, the raiders can't do anything to you. This is because the most powerful combat strength of the local population in this world is only that of a middle-rank lord. The highest rank that Royal will allow into this world is an upper-rank lord-level powerhouse. Anyone more powerful than that is barred from entry. Even if they do send more investigators, it should be no problem at all. Your current ability is sufficient for you to protect yourself. I can't hide like a coward in this great world forever. Lin Huang shook his head when he heard this. To become more powerful, he would have to leave this great world. You've made your presence known just to tell me this. Lin Huang fell silent for a moment, then abruptly asked Lu Fu, or is there something else? Actually, all members of Royal are under Royal's protection. Even if rank A members offend Lord-level powerhouses, Royal will still protect them. However, if they offend powerhouses above Lord level, Royal will hand over this member without hesitation. That's because it isn't worth offending a powerhouse above Lord level for the sake of a rank A member. However, Royal will protect a rank S member with everything they have, even if that member offends a Dao-level powerhouse above Lord level. Lu Fu paused at this point and smiled, looking at Lin Huang. Lin Huang locked eyes with Lu Fu for a moment. Seeing that Lu Fu did not continue, he could not help but ask, how does one become a rank S member? It's very simple. As long as you possess rank S potential and talent, you're eligible. Lu Fu smiled and continued, to be more specific, you only need to kill an upper rank lord by using lower rank lord level combat strength. That will be sufficient, so I can be upgraded to rank S, then. Lin Huang felt slightly more at ease at this point. Although he usually disliked being dependent on any organization, based on the current situation, Royal was undoubtedly his best refuge. What do you want? Lin Huang calmed down very quickly, then looked at Lu Fu. He knew that Lu Fu had to have some sort of motive for disclosing so much information to him. I can recommend that you be upgraded to rank S. What's more, your chances of successfully being upgraded are very high. Lu Fu smiled as he spoke, what I want is simple. When the time comes, just write my name in the referral column, and that will be enough. When a member is upgraded to rank S or when there's a new rank S member, the referrer gains a handsome reward. There aren't any other requirements. Lin Huang was quite surprised. No, Lu Fu shook his head with a smile. I'm a mere half step away from breaking through to Lord level. There isn't anything I want from a junior just yet. I'm recommending you be upgraded because you do indeed possess the ability. For one, I happen to be able to do a good deed. For another, the reward I'll obtain from recommending that you be upgraded to rank S might just increase my chances of a breakthrough by that much. I understand. Thank you, senior. Once Lin Huang realized that the other was not imposing any further demands on him, he relaxed his guard slightly. Lu Fu left after they had chatted a little. Lin Huang only turned around after seeing Lu Fu off and focused his attention back on the hive in front of him. Chapter 1688. Die. Once Lin Huang hovered before the 10,000 bug maze. In contrast to the massive hive, he was as tiny as a particle of dust. However, he was not afraid at all in the face of this colossal edifice. Instead, he was very sure that the many bug tribe beasts in the hive ought to be filled with respect for him at the moment. For a while, he did not do anything at all. He was thinking of how to deal with the hive and the remaining bug beasts within it. He had no sympathy at all for the bug tribe. This was because the tribe destroyed every place they went to. They would frenziedly plunder various resources in the great world to strengthen their tribe. After exhausting all the available resources, they would migrate to the next world in a carefree manner, leaving the dead world behind. They would then repeat the same process as before. They did this to such an extent that the ancient legends of many tribes even called the bug tribe a bug plague. In essence, they regarded the bug tribe as a type of calamity. It did not matter what kind of sci-fi work Lin Huang had seen on Earth in his past life, the games he had played, or the knowledge he had obtained from being in contact with the gravel world later on. They all contributed to his distaste for the bug tribe. His first thought was to kill all of the hives in the 10,000 bug maze. However, he soon encountered a problem. The material that the hive was made from could obstruct all sorts of energy transmission to a great extent. This not only included divine power and odal, but it also included the transmission of God's soul power and divine telekinesis. Therefore, he could not control his telekinetic flying daggers so that they would penetrate through the hive and kill his enemies. It was also a problem locating the bug tribe queen mothers in such a massive hive. If he wanted to kill the queen mothers in the hive, he could only do it the hard way, which was to go deep into the hive and hunt for them one by one within the hive passages. This would definitely be an extremely time-consuming process. Naturally, there was another way, which was to destroy everything, hive and all. If the hive was crushed into smithereens, the queen mothers in the hive would not be able to escape, much less the rest of the bug beasts. However, Lin Huang still had some reservations about that. He really wanted to preserve the 10,000 bug maze. After all, he had his own bug tribe army. Furthermore, since the several queen mothers were creating more and more bug tribe armies, his original hive would be at full capacity soon. The 10,000 bug maze in front of him was massive enough for the queen mothers under his control to use for a very long time. Even if he obtained more queen mothers in the future, it should still be sufficient for their use. Right as Lin Huang was at a loss, a tremor shook the hive, and a voice came from it. "Senior, we're willing to surrender." Lin Huang was rather surprised. He had not expected that the bug tribe would choose to compromise. What he did not know was that after he had killed 9 snake, the group of queen mothers in the hive had actually been discussing what to do next. All of the top-ranking elite fighters in the entire hive had been killed in action. The highest combat strength left in the hive was a lower-rank Lord-level queen mother, a group of heavenly god-level bug queens, and around a dozen heavenly god-level queen mothers. The rest were old, weak, or infirm. They knew very well that even if all of their remaining comrades were to go into battle, as far as this human male was concerned, he might very well be able to kill them all off with a single attack. Resisting was futile. It would only increase their chances of dying. What about escape? They had already seen what had happened to Scarlet Fox and the rest. After observing and learning from the others' mistakes, they knew very well that running away would only hasten their deaths. Therefore, after the discussion, the bug tribe finally made a decision: they would surrender. This was because only surrender would guarantee them a chance of survival, so their tribe would be able to continue its legacy. Lin Huang narrowed his eyes slightly and pondered for a long time after hearing the bug tribe's offer of surrender. He definitely intended to accept their offer. After all, this would mean that he would be able to obtain a perfectly intact 10,000 bug maze. He was now considering how he should deal with this group of bug tribe beasts after accepting their surrender. A moment later, he finally nodded in agreement. "Very well, I accept your surrender. Come into my kingdom first, then." The hive fell silent for a brief while, but it did not take them long to agree to this. Lin Huang opened up his kingdom, enfolding the dead bodies of the raider team into it along with the 10,000 bug maze. From any outsider's point of view, Lin Huang had probably done this so he could have better control over the hive. However, the truth was that he did not want Lu Fu to see what would happen next, even though he had no idea whether or not the man was still covertly watching his actions. "Come out now, all queen mothers and bug queens rank 5 and above." Lin Huang's voice drifted above the hive after he saw that it had entered the kingdom in his body. "I don't wish to see anyone left behind." Not long after he spoke, the bug beasts began crawling out of the hive one by one. Leading them was the Lord-level queen mother. Its upper body was almost the same as a human. Even to human aesthetic senses, it was definitely an enchantingly beautiful woman. However, although the folds of its armor covered most of the area below its waist, its striped abdomen characteristic of the bug tribe was still visible. There were a dozen over queen mothers who followed their leader out. All of them were in half-human, half-bug form. This was not what they looked like in reality. Instead, knowing that Lin Huang was human, they had intentionally taken on this form. There was also a group of fairly powerful rank 5 bug queens who came out of the hive together with the queen mothers. These were the queen mothers' bug guardians. However, the highest combat strength in their midst was only a half-step lord. Most of them were only high-level heavenly gods. In actual fact, the abilities of this group of bug guardians were already considered powerful in the great world. However, they were nothing compared to Lin Huang. After that, the early intermediate stage heavenly god bug queens, as well as the bug queens and queen mothers that were not yet heavenly god level, came out of the hive one by one as well. Lin Huang was actually a little shocked to see how many of them there were. There were over 40 supreme god rank 5 queen mothers alone. There was one lower rank lord and 14 heavenly gods, while the remaining 31 were not yet heavenly god level. The youngest of them all appeared to have been born very recently. It was only a first-rank true god. There were even more rank 5 bug queens, over 300 of them. However, most of them had yet to achieve heavenly god level. Apart from the Queen Mother's group of bug guardians, the heavenly god level bug queens had basically been killed on the battlefield earlier. There were close to 400 rank 5 bug beasts in total. This was the number of the old, the weak, and the infirm that remained after the defeat just now. Lin Huang could almost imagine how powerful this bug tribe had been before the battle earlier. He felt rather glad that his unintentional action had resolved a massive threat to the great world. Lin Huang observed the rank 5 bug beasts standing before him with their heads lowered. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his mouth twitched up in a faint smile. He had already decided how he was going to subdue these bug beasts. If all of you wish to submit to me, then you should die once first. Hundreds of blood-red arcs shot out as the bug tribe beasts all displayed shocked expressions. The arcs pierced through the heads of all the queen mothers and bug queens present. Lin Huang glanced at the hive, aware that all the other bug beasts in the hive were watching what was happening. He casually gathered up the bug carcasses scattered all over the ground and put them away in his storage space. He then crushed the cards that Xiaohe had just consolidated. Close to 400 queen mothers and bug queens suddenly reappeared, as if the group of newly slain queen mothers and bug queens had been resurrected. Chapter 1689. Returning to the human world after gaining control over the queen mothers and bug queens, Lin Huang let them all go. He had them lead him into the core of the hive, where he then assumed control over it and had Xiaohe turn the core into a card. If he had not subdued this group of queen mothers and bug queens, he might have needed to spend several months just to find the core. However, to save origin energy, Lin Huang did not ask Xiaohe to produce a simulation of the entire hive. Instead, he turned the hive's core into a card and assumed control of the core itself. After all, as long as he controlled the core, it would be equivalent to controlling the entire hive. When he had finished with these matters, Lin Huang had Xiaohe transfer the contract relationships of all the queen mothers and bug queens to the hive's core, except for that of the lower rank lord level queen mother. This way, they would no longer occupy his summoning quota. Although Xiaohe had entirely abolished the limit on Lin Huang's number of summoning cards, the more bug beasts he summoned, the greater the burden on Xiaohe's functions. Transferring the contract relationship to the hive meant less pressure on Xiaohe. Furthermore, at present, Lin Huang found it almost unnecessary to summon beasts below lord level anymore. The reason he had killed those queen mothers and bug queens, then turned them into monster cards, was only so he could assume total control of the entire hive. After all, each queen mother and bug queen had a definite influence in the hive. They each had their own supporters. The more powerful their abilities and the higher their rank, the more influence they had in the hive. If Lin Huang did not have complete authority over the hive and any of the queen mother's combat strength elevated to lord level, or any of the bug queens elevated to pure spirit, it would affect his control. Therefore, he decided to turn all of them into monster cards to put an end to this risk once and for all. Not only that, after transferring the contracts of multiple rank 5 bug beasts in the hive's core, Lin Huang had the queen mothers decree that all the other bug beasts in the hive must establish a new contract with the hive's core within the next few days. This would ensure that he would have control of all the bug beasts in the entire hive. There would be no chances for betrayal at all. After completing all these matters, Lin Huang put away his kingdom and let the hive out. Standing before the colossal hive, he considered for a while. In the end, he decided not to conquer the other hives once and for all. According to the memories xianxia, the lower rank Lord Queen Mother, had shared with him, apart from the 10,000 bug maze, there were still 3 super hives in the great world. The queen mothers of 2 of these hives were xianxia's twin sisters. Both were half-step lords. The last hive had queen mothers that were peak heavenly god level twins. They were xianxia's 2 daughters. These 3 super hives all had lord level bug guardians protecting them. In scale, those hives were as massive as the 10,000 bug maze. Lin Huang thought it over once more but still abandoned the idea of trying to capture xianxia's family in the end. First of all, he had little interest in half-step lord level queen mothers, much less the twins who were only heavenly god level. Naturally, if the twins elevated to become lords, he did not mind making a trip to establish a contract with the 2 of them. Secondly, Xianxia had taken the initiative to surrender, so he had been able to swiftly establish a contract and assume control of the hive. If the queen mothers of the 3 other hives refused to surrender regardless, then he would have no choice but to destroy them together with their hives at that point. If he wished to keep the entire bug horde intact, he would need to spend a couple of months playing hide and seek with the queen mothers in the hive. After settling the matter of the hive, Lin Huang summoned the Gate of All Realms and stepped directly through it. This time, he did not return to the Ricky Star but to the human world. He emerged right away in the Demon Eye Star Zone in the human world. The Demon Eye Star Zone was so named because this super star zone made up of hundreds of star zones of various sizes had the biggest abyssal rift in the human world. From afar, the entire super star zone looked like a gigantic closed eye. Furthermore, this dangerous area was also an exceptionally flourishing location, second only to the core zone of the human world. Lin Huang was planning to establish a branch of the Sword Alliance in this region. This was because land in the core zone was scarce and expensive, and practically every star zone was already occupied by major organizations. Although he was powerful, he could not bring himself to occupy someone else's territory by force. However, the Demon Eye Star Zone was different. Criminal elements and good people mingled, danger and opportunities coexisted. Practically every day, organizations were destroyed, and new organizations were built up. The most flourishing star zone in the Demon Eye Star Zone was called Heaven Island. In this star zone, the 3 most prosperous and bustling planets had been respectively established by 3 Grade 7 organizations: Deluo Temple, Lei Temple, and Sanctuary. On the surface, these planets appeared to be the territory of the 3 saints. In reality, the 7 sects had also established branches on these 3 planets. In a flash, Lin Huang appeared on the eastern cruise planet in Heaven Island. This was Lei Temple's territory. Temples could be seen everywhere. There were not just humans on this planet, but many other tribe members as well. Lin Huang also sensed the aura of many Protoss. This proved that humans were still very tolerant. They did not display hatred or hostility toward other tribes. Lin Huang strolled around for a bit before he found a hotel where he could stay. In the hotel room, he let Sword One and the others out from his kingdom. "Lord Swordmaster, has the crisis been resolved?" Sword One asked as soon as he saw Lin Huang. "Yes, it has." Lin Huang nodded while smiling. However, Sword One and the team still looked somewhat gloomy. The sword servants knew very well that with their current abilities, they could not help their swordmaster. In fact, they were even beginning to slow him down. Lin Huang could tell what his sword servants were thinking and patted Sword One's shoulder. "All of you have actually helped me a great deal. What's more, there are many matters later on that I'll need your help with." Lin Huang then brought up the matter of establishing a branch of the Sword Alliance. After that, he held a discussion with the entire group of sword servants until nighttime, setting out the preliminary plans for the formation of another Sword Alliance. For one, he wanted to found a Sword Alliance in the Great World to complete Great Heaven's dying wish. For another, he wanted to set up a bigger territory so the people in the Gravel World could better establish themselves. Although the Gravel World was currently in Lin Huang's kingdom and resources were much more abundant than before, there was still a definite disparity when compared with the Great World. Lin Huang also hoped that more talented geniuses would emerge from the Gravel World. This was because as far as he was concerned, the more powerhouses produced in his kingdom, the more powerful his godly right would become. Even if these powerhouses left his kingdom, they would still essentially be his people. As they became more powerful, it would still result in a reciprocal effect for his kingdom. Lin Huang was anxious to train up more lords from his kingdom. He had even considered using combat strength upgrade cards to elevate Sword One and the rest directly to lords. However, Xiao He had vetoed his suggestion at once. Cards like the combat strength upgrade card and the advance card could only be used on monster cards. After pondering for a moment, in the end, Lin Huang gave up on the idea of converting Sword One and the rest into card monsters. If he converted them into card monsters, their contract relationship with Lin Huang's kingdom would be automatically be dissolved. In other words, even if he elevated them to lords, it would not strengthen his kingdom at all. Therefore, it would be useless to convert them into card monsters. For another, Lin Huang certainly could not bring himself to kill Sword One and the rest, even if doing so would merely translate them into another form of existence. Chapter 1690. 3 Goldfingers. After seeing his sword servants off, Lin Huang set up barriers in the hotel before he began making an inventory of the spoils he had obtained from his earlier battle. First on the list were the 9 bodies of the raiders' investigators. There were 3 upper-rank lords and 6 middle-rank lords. Unfortunately, Cunning Rabbit was not among them. It was not clear whether his identity as a spy had been exposed and he was afraid of retribution from the club, or for some other reason, but Cunning Rabbit had not come to the Great World with 9 Snake and the other investigators this time. However, Lin Huang had committed his codename to memory. If not for this spy, the raiders might not have taken notice of Lin Huang for a very long time. Now that the raiders' team of 9 investigators had been completely wiped out, the raiders' headquarters in the universe would certainly have made note of Lin Huang's name, even if he was under Royal's protection. Lin Huang had initially intended to stay under the radar as long as he could and try to develop himself further while trying his best to avoid being noticed by the raiders. After all, there were many powerhouses among the raiders and no lack of terrifying entities above Lord level. Even though Lin Huang possessed the abilities of an ultimate rank Lord, he was still afraid of this organization. After removing the equipment and storage rings from the 9 corpses, Lin Huang checked through the bodies carefully, then extracted the kingdoms from all of them. Only after doing all this did he begin to examine the goldfingers he had managed to plunder. Regretfully, out of the 9, only 3 possessed goldfingers. The reason was that only 3 of them were travelers. 9 Snake, the most powerful of them all, was not a traveler. Instead, like Virtuoso's Primordium, he was a reincarnated being. As for the rest, they were reincarnated beings and regenerated beings. Even Silver, the upper rank lord, was a mechanoid. Respectively, the 3 goldfingers came from the short, burly, bald man, the white-robed priest, and the plump man who was the most powerful damage dealer. The short, burly, bald man's goldfinger was a drop of golden liquid. He had named it pure golden blood. As for its effects, it integrated blood from various sources, extracting the body's energy from within the blood itself to strengthen his physical body. The more types of blood integrated, and the higher the rank and level, the more effectively the physical body could be strengthened. For Lin Huang, this was actually quite useful. Currently, his physical body was his weakest aspect. Although he had refined Black Mountain's Goldfinger, the tiny golden man, his current physical strength was only upper rank lord level. After understanding the information on the pure golden blood, Lin Huang did not take long to come up with how he subsequently wished to operate it and utilize it. The second goldfinger came from the white-robed priest. His goldfinger was a golden particle of light which he had named the Holy Light. The sense that the goldfinger gave off to Lin Huang was one of nothingness. He observed it with divine telekinesis for a while and realized that it was actually a photon. He did not know what mysterious changes had occurred to transform it into a goldfinger. This goldfinger's function was also very extreme. The photon could convert all kinds of energy into the form of light, which would then give them the properties of light. This included divine power, odal, and even abyssal energy. The goldfinger could absorb and convert them all. It could be considered a highly unconventional goldfinger. Lin Huang felt that this goldfinger was an extremely simplified version of the eternity fire within him. Practically all of this goldfinger's functions could be fulfilled by the eternity fire. As far as Lin Huang was concerned, it was of no use to him at all. After setting the holy light aside, Lin Huang looked at the third goldfinger, the one from the plump lord. This goldfinger was a metal hammer the size of a human palm. It was dark purple and covered with sigils. Lin Huang casually picked it up and checked it out with his god soul. He could not keep the hint of a smile from showing on his face. This is good stuff. Despite having plundered so many goldfingers from the raiders, this was the first time he had given an evaluation like this. Although the goldfinger was shaped like a hammer, it was not a weapon. Its function was to generate random critical hits. However, this goldfinger was actually not very useful in the initial stages of utilization. In the first stage, its effect could range from 0 to 10 times the damage. The critical index might very well randomly appear as 0, 0.1, 0.01, 0.001, any of these were possible. In other words, not only would the goldfinger not generate a critical hit, but it would also weaken or even nullify the user's attack. It could weaken the strike to 100th or 1000th of its regular damage or even reduce the damage to absolute 0. Furthermore, the smaller the index, the higher the probability of this happening. Therefore, at this stage, the goldfinger was a massive resource sink. When it got to the second stage, its effect would increase. It would now range from 1 to 20 times the damage. At this stage, the Goldfinger would finally stop being such a massive resource sink. The plump lord had cultivated this Goldfinger to stage 3. Its current effect was 2 to 30 times the damage. In other words, critical hits of at least 2 times the damage would be generated in each attack, with the maximum effect being 30 times the damage. That was why the plump lord's ability to deal damage was the most powerful among the 6 middle-rank raider lords. Having this Goldfinger in his possession completely dispelled Lin Huang's initial disappointment at only being able to obtain 3 Goldfingers. This Goldfinger had only boosted the plump lord's close-range damage-dealing abilities by just a little. However, with Lin Huang, it was an entirely different story. Each of his hundreds upon millions of divine telekinesis flying daggers would be boosted with critical hits. Hundreds upon millions of divine telekinesis flying daggers all attacking en masse, just the thought of it was terrifying. Most importantly, this Goldfinger still possessed space for continued upgrades. All he had to do was to refine more Goldfingers. This also piqued Lin Huang's interest in hunting raiders. Setting the 2 other Goldfingers aside, Lin Huang immediately began refining the hammer-shaped Goldfinger. With the Goldfinger's cooperation, he completed the refining process in less than 10 minutes. Lin Huang then turned his attention to the drop of pure golden blood and rapidly refined this second Goldfinger as well. As for the holy light, he gave the matter some thought and ultimately decided to feed it to the critical hit hammer. After all, this item was too extreme. If he gave it to Lin Xin, it might cause her cultivation path to deviate. After the critical hit hammer integrated with the holy light, it immediately went into deep sleep mode. Lin Huang had not anticipated this at all. If nothing else, the critical hit effect he wanted could not be achieved while the critical hit hammer was in deep sleep. He had no choice but to wait for it to finish digesting. He then checked on the status of the drop of pure golden blood in his body and discovered that it did not clash with the tiny golden man. Not only that, it was rapidly strengthening his physical body. Not very long later, Lin Huang's initial ordinary upper rank lord level physical strength elevated all the way to peak upper rank lord level. However, it stopped at upper rank lord level and refused to elevate any further. Lin Huang raised his eyebrows lightly. This was entirely within the realm of his expectations. After all, the short, burly, bald man's physical strength had only been peak upper rank lord level before receiving a complete boost. Furthermore, Lin Huang had already decided on how to elevate his physical strength after this. Chapter 1691. Dao level. Although Lin Huang had only obtained 3 Goldfingers, he was fairly satisfied with matters. Once the critical hit hammer had completed the digestion process and its function began formally taking effect, his abilities would gain another round of significant boosting. This Goldfinger could be considered the perfect match for his divine telekinesis flying daggers. With several 100 million flying daggers attacking en masse, even if there were only 1 chance in 10,000 for a 30-fold critical damage hit, there would still be several dozen thousand flying daggers with the statistical probability of generating this 30-fold critical hit effect. Just this one Goldfinger alone made Lin Huang feel that this round of killing raiders had been extremely profitable. After putting away the 9 corpses, he summoned the Gate of All Realms again. He planned to begin a second round of harvesting so he could obtain another batch of true spirits. After stepping through the Gate of All Realms, Lin Huang emerged in the virtual realm once more. As soon as he teleported over, he sensed intense battle fluctuations. He probed with his divine telekinesis and discovered that, apart from 9 Snake and his 8 team members, there were also over a dozen other figures present. There were 6 auras that clearly belonged to the Abyssal tribe. Out of these 6 auras, 2 were from upper rank lords, and 4 were from middle rank lords. There were 7 other auras human, Protoss, and a member of the dragon tribe. One of the humans and the 1 member of the dragon tribe were upper rank lords, while the rest were all middle rank lords. From the looks of things, 9 Snake and his team had disrupted the initial equilibrium after their arrival, and this had caused an uprising among the residents. Lin Huang's divine telekinesis even noticed that there was a handful of remaining bug tribe beasts scattered across the battlefield. They were fleeing for their lives. Their numbers consisted solely of heavenly gods and true gods. These were most likely the bug tribe fighters that had formed the divine magic winged bug Lin Huang had killed earlier. Since Xiao He had captured the Lord-level Bug Queen's true spirits and turned them into card monsters, only these remaining Bug Tribe fighters had shown up in the virtual realm. In their leaderless state, they could not even consolidate a bug formation. Without a doubt, The true spirits of these heavenly gods and true gods were delicious delicacies to Lord-level true spirits. As soon as the trillions of bug tribe fighters showed up, a group of lords immediately devoured them. When they had almost eaten all of the bug beasts, the lords, true spirits very quickly got into a free-for-all skirmish. As a result, they had not noticed Lin Huang's arrival at all. I didn't expect there to be surprises still. When Lin Huang saw what was happening, he felt happy all over again. He had previously thought that there might be Lord-level true spirits remaining in this area since it had been the largest ancient battlefield for humans in the abyss. However, he had not expected such a startling number of them. After ascertaining the number of true spirits, Lin Huang did not bother continuing to watch them fight. He shook his sleeves, and millions of god weapon flying daggers shot out at lightning speed, enveloping the entire battlefield instantly. In less than the time it took for a breath, true spirits began to die one after the other, turning into origin energy spheres one by one. Within 10 seconds, the entire battlefield had fallen completely silent. The 22 Lord-level true spirits that had just been fighting a fierce battle to the death were now all transformed into origin energy spheres of various colors. As Lin Huang looked over these 22 origin energy spheres, the expression on his face was rather peculiar. Of these 22 spheres, 2 had unusually powerful auras. Although they were currently sealed, the faint auras that managed to seep out from the 2 origin energy spheres made Lin Huang's hair stand on end. What on earth is this? Now that he possessed ultimate rank lord abilities, he could distinctly sense that the power of the energy contained within the 2 origin energy spheres most definitely exceeded lord level. Amid his confusion, the soul-controlling tablet suddenly spoke up. These 2 spheres ought to be origin energies that were converted from the true spirits of regenerated beings. Is there anything special about the true spirits of regenerated beings? Why is their origin energy so powerful? Lin Huang was even more confused now and immediately pursued the matter further. You've come to the right person for answers, at least. One of the previous masters I served happened to be a regenerated being, so I'm familiar with such matters. A regenerated being's true spirit is innately powerful. That's a prerequisite for becoming a regenerated being. After a regenerated being dies, their true spirit retains its awareness of self when it returns to the virtual realm. This also allows them to advance faster than other true spirits in the virtual realm, in terms of becoming more powerful. They're more acute at sensing the fluctuations of Dao seals and reincarnation gateways in the material realm. However, no matter how many times they're reborn or how powerful their abilities in any of their reincarnations, after they die, the true spirits of regenerated beings possess only the abilities they attained in that particular life right before their deaths. After a regenerated being's true spirit is destroyed, however, the resulting origin energy that they are converted into is the sum total of all the accumulated energies of every previous reincarnation of the host. There are 2 possibilities as to why these 2 origin energy spheres are so powerful they exceed lord level. One, they've reincarnated multiple times, and their abilities in many of those lives were fairly powerful. Therefore, upon accumulation, their true spirit's origin energy has exceeded lord level in terms of power. The other possibility is that in 1 or more reincarnations, their combat strength exceeded lord level, so their true spirit's origin energy has now exceeded lord level as well. Whichever reason it is, you've gained an incredible benefit. It's the equivalent of killing an upper rank lord and a middle rank lord, but obtaining 2 origin energies that exceed lord level. You can tell who these 2 origin energies belong to? Lin Huang asked in some surprise. That's not hard. After all, I'm an expert in God's soul. The soul-controlling tablet seemed to be purposely making an insinuation at the brain of the soul with this comment. It then continued, the black one exuding dark red mist belongs to the middle-rank lord-level woman in the red robe. The purple one with its surface shrouded in faint red mist belongs to the upper-rank lord named Scarlet Fox. Which one is 9 Snakes? Lin Huang asked immediately. He had no real reason to doubt the soul-controlling tablet's identification. However, he initially thought that one of them ought to be 9 Snakes. After all, 9 Snake possessed the most powerful abilities of the 9 Raiders. The one with black mist shrouding its surface and a blood-red interior is 9 Snakes. The soul-controlling tablet pointed it out without a pause. Lin Huang looked at the origin energy sphere indicated. He did not think that this sphere was very much more powerful than the silver one. As if it had noticed Lin Huang's doubts, the soul-controlling tablet continued. After a true spirit dies, the origin energy's power isn't entirely connected to ability. It's mainly related to combat strength and God's soul's strength. As long as one's combat strength and God's soul are similarly powerful, the origin energy will be somewhere around that level as well. However, in the material realm, one's actual combat ability is tied to many external factors. It's like that upper rank lord named Nine Snake. His abilities are powerful mainly because he's a reincarnated being. He gained many benefits from the reincarnation dimension. Furthermore, he often battled different enemies in different worlds, which also allowed him to rapidly accumulate actual combat experience. In truth, his God's soul strength and the number of Dao seals he mastered isn't that much higher than that of the other two upper rank lords. So that's what it is. At your current God's soul strength, you'll be able to absorb these two minor Dao level origin energies, albeit with difficulty. However, my personal suggestion is that it's best if you absorb them only when you've elevated to peak ultimate rank lord level. After all, the chances of your God's soul strength breaking through to lord level and achieving minor Dao level within the immediate future are fairly low, but it's certainly possible for you to get to peak lord level. Only absorb them when you've elevated to peak lord level. For one, the burden on your God's soul during absorption will be far less taxing. For another, your absorption efficiency will also be much higher. Lin Huang gave a slight nod, then asked curiously, I've heard of Dao level before, but what's this minor Dao level that you've mentioned? The level above Lord level is Dao level, which is divided into minor Dao level and major Dao level. Using 3000 Dao seals to establish your own divine Dao is called minor Dao level. Using 36 levels of minor Dao level to consolidate divine Dao twice, that's called major Dao level. That's why there's a saying in the universe that goes, 3000 minor Dao, 100,000 major Dao. Is there a level that's higher than Dao level? Lin Huang's eyes lit up. There ought to be. The soul-controlling tablet coughed twice in a slightly embarrassed manner. However, I've only heard about minor and major Dao levels. I've never seen powerhouses as strong as that before. As for anything higher, that would have to be a level that I previously couldn't reach. Alright, then, Lin Huang thought it was a pity, but he was still delighted. This conversation with the soul-controlling tablet had not only allowed him to gain a great deal of new knowledge, but it had also given him even bigger hopes for the future. Ultimate level lord was far from the limit. The universe was certainly considerably more vast than that. Chapter 1692. It's time in the virtual realm cabin. Lin Huang went into closed-door cultivation again. This time, his main objective was to refine the kingdoms of Nine Snake and the other raiders. In the cabin, days went by. Lin Huang completely lost all concept of time as he immersed himself fully in the refining process. It was unclear how much time had passed when he finally managed to refine all 9 kingdoms completely. On average, the short, burly, bald man and the other 5 middle-rank lords had contributed approximately 80 Dao seals, which had given Lin Huang an increase of 483 Dao seals. His Dao tattoos had also shot up to over 2 million in number. Nine Snake and the other 2 upper-rank lords had added 2,728 Dao seals to Lin Huang's existing total, and his Dao tattoos had increased to over 12 million in number. This brought the total number of Dao seals in Lin Huang's kingdom to 4,618 and significantly increased his Dao tattoos to over 33 million. It could be said that this had exceeded the limits for an upper-rank lord. However, this was merely the limit of the power that he was able to use within his kingdom. In reality, outside his kingdom, his ability was still restricted by the strength of his God's soul. Apart from being able to invoke the 3 million levels of Dao tattoo power from his 3 Dao seals, at most, he could only borrow the Dao seal power of the 1,000 Dao seals in his kingdom to give himself a further boost of 1.8 million levels of Dao seal power. As long as he did not encounter a top-notch ultimate rank lord, he could fight anyone at all. However, if he descended into his kingdom, the total number of Dao seals currently within it was enough to defeat all ultimate rank lords. This round of ability boosting was something entirely within the realm of Lin Huang's expectations. After refining the kingdoms of the 9 raiders, he did not proceed with the absorption of the 22 origin energies. Aside from the 2 minor Dao level origin energies, he fed the remaining 20 spheres to Xiaohe. This was because Xiaohe needed origin energy to create various cards. Lin Huang needed Xiaohe's help to create a lot of advanced cards and combat strength upgrade cards so he could elevate the imperial monsters under his control to a level where they could be useful. Furthermore, to Lin Huang at present, lord-level inheritances were not of very much use to him, even if there were sword Dao cultivators and lords with cultivation paths that specialized in God's soul. For those that were truly useful to Lin Huang, Xiaohe could also use a small amount of origin energy to create inheritance cards, so there was no need for Lin Huang to absorb all of the origin energies. As for the 2 minor Dao level origin energies, Lin Huang decided to keep them for the time being. He would use them when he was finally able to do so. He was not in a hurry to elevate his ability at present anyway. The 20 origin energies that Xiaohe had absorbed were sufficient to elevate all of his imperial monsters to pure spirit rank 6 lords. As soon as he returned from the virtual realm to the Demon Eye Star Zone, Lin Huang summoned Yongling and passed him the storage rings from Nine Snake and the other raiders. Yongling immediately sensed the anomaly when he received the dozen or more storage rings. With some curiosity, he scrutinized them. This batch of storage rings isn't from our great world, right? Yongling asked offhandedly as he carefully checked the rings. They're from the universe. Lin Huang nodded with a smile. Yongling paused what he was doing when he heard that, and raised his head to look at Lin Huang. Raiders. That's right. The smile on Lin Huang's face did not change. You handled all of them. Yongling pursued the matter further. Not a single one was left. Lin Huang nodded again. Didn't they send any upper rank lords? Yongling was rather puzzled. Theoretically speaking, since a middle rank lord had been killed, there had to be upper rank lords among the investigators sent by the raiders' headquarters. Yongling felt that Lin Huang's abilities were likely not enough to handle the investigators that the raiders sent this time. Yes, 3 came. One of them had abilities that weren't bad at all, Lin Huang commented with a smile. You killed all 3 upper rank lords? Yongling looked utterly shocked. I happened to achieve a small breakthrough before they arrived. I can only say that they were unlucky. Yongling was rendered speechless. After quite a while, he could not help asking, what exactly is your level of ability now anyway? In reality, he had been wanting to ask this question for a long time and finally could no longer resist the urge. It's almost the equivalent of an ultimate rank lord. Lin Huang silently added, if I don't go into my kingdom. Your elevation speed in terms of ability is just too frightening for words, Yongling exclaimed involuntarily. He could be considered someone who had witnessed Lin Huang's development as it progressed. When Yongling first met him, Lin Huang was only at bronze level. He had seen Lin Huang's combat strength elevate significantly along the way until lord level, encountering practically no bottlenecks at all. All this time, Yongling had even suspected that Lin Huang's Goldfinger had a connection to the elevation of his combat strength. After passing the storage rings to Yongling, Lin Huang wanted to let Lin Xin and the others out from his kingdom. After all, for the time being, the threat from the raiders was resolved, and he felt much more at ease about their safety. Moreover, under the Sword Servant's covert protection, nothing would happen as long as they did not offend any half-step lords or lords. However, Lin Xin rejected his suggestion when he brought it up. Her reason was very simple. She wanted to become more powerful and did not want to be a burden. Lin Zan, Xiao Mo, Chan Do, and the rest also declined to return to the Great World. Lin Huang had previously been worried that they would be bored staying in his kingdom, so he had selected a hive and duplicated it for them so they could kill time through combat training. It turned out they had become rather addicted to killing monsters in the duplicate hive. They could train their combat skills and elevate their combat strength as well. There was no need to waste time moving to another place. The reactions of Lin Xin and the others actually surprised Lin Huang a little. He guessed that most likely, the move back into his kingdom this time had caused them some pressure as well. Naturally, they felt that they ought to become stronger. Even if they could not fight enemies of the same level as Lin Huang, at the very least, they would not hold him back, nor would they give him trouble. Lin Huang had to admire this sort of attitude, however. It was a good thing for one to have a desire to improve. In truth, he had been concerned that Lin Xin and Lin Zan might become too sheltered and overprotected under his aegis. However, for a time after that, he had also felt that as long as he was a sufficiently powerful guardian, it would not matter if his siblings were sheltered. Allowing them to have a stable life was by no means a bad thing. However, from the looks of things, Lin Xin, Lin Zan, and the others had never lost their enterprising spirit. All along, they had hoped to be able to share the burden with Lin Huang. It was just that their abilities were not yet up to par. Seeing that Lin Xin and the rest had made up their minds, Lin Huang chose to respect their decision. He merely informed them that they could return to the Great World any time they wished. Lin Huang was smiling as he withdrew his consciousness from his kingdom. The decision that Lin Xin and the others had made gave him a great deal of comfort. After only a moment of letting his mind wander, Lin Huang soon communicated through his consciousness with the contract within him. He then spoke to his imperial monsters through voice transmission. All of you can stop gathering resources for now. Return to the Demon Eye Star Zone in the human world as soon as possible. The smile on Lin Huang's face grew increasingly brighter after he sent the message. It's time to build my Lord level rank 6 Imperial Monster Army. Chapter 1693. The return of the Imperial monsters. Within less than a day of Lin Huang sending the message, the Imperial monsters returned one by one. This included not just Tyrant, Thunder, and the others who were waiting for advancement and elevation, even by Grimace, and those who had already elevated to the level of pure spirit lords came back as well. Naturally, what surprised Lin Huang the most was Bloody's return. The group of Imperial monsters gathered in the meeting room of the hotel. Lin Huang smiled at Bloody, who was clad in a red dress, and commented, "I honestly didn't expect you to be able to come this time. Didn't you say there would be a surprise when I elevated to 9th rank Heavenly God level? I wanted to see just what sort of surprise this is." Bloody's smile was bright and blossoming like a flower. Lin Huang felt she was distinctly more feminine now compared to before. "Don't worry. My surprise this time definitely won't disappoint all of you," Lin Huang answered, smiling. To maintain the mystique of the surprise, he even intentionally asked Bai and the others, who had elevated to Lord level, to disguise their combat strength to 9th rank Heavenly God level. "Since you've elevated, that means Kylie has as well, right?" Kylie was the only one absent from the gathering of Imperial monsters this time. Lin Huang could understand this. Given her current identity and position, it was indeed quite difficult for her to leave the Nephilic Judge tribe. "She elevated a day earlier than I did," Bloody said, grinning. "She wanted to come too. However, she's the queen of the Nephilic Judge tribe now, so she has to have a half-step lord covertly guarding her wherever she goes. Since this gathering is our private meeting, after all, it would be extremely inconvenient to have an outsider along. It seems we'll have to visit the Nephilic Judge Star Zone when we have the time. If he let Kylie cultivate on her own, it would definitely be extremely difficult for her to break through to Lord level within the immediate future. It might take a few years or even a few dozen years. After all, some heavenly gods would only dare to attempt a further breakthrough after staying at 9th rank Heavenly God level for tens of thousands of years, or even several 100,000 years. Lin Huang felt that he might break through to Dao level in a few years. At that point, it would be quite meaningless for Kylie and the rest to elevate to lords. His purpose for elevating his Imperial monsters, ranks and combat strength this round was so they could catch up with him and take some of the burden off his shoulders. His Imperial monsters were also very willing to take on these burdens. "Why did all of you come back this time?" Lin Huang looked at Bai and the others who had completed their advancement and combat strength elevation. "I suggested it," Bai answered bluntly. "To join in the fun." There was no emotion in Lancelot's voice at all. "I just felt it's been a long time since we all gathered together. We've nothing to do anyway. I thought we may as well come back to visit our old partners and meet some new friends while we're at it," Grimace said, casting a surreptitious glance at Silver Armor, Nine Gloom, and the several bug queens led by Queen Mother Xianxia, all of whom were sitting in a corner. At his current level of ability, he could easily sense that the group of bug tribe beasts were all lord-level powerhouses. The truth was, Grimace was not the only one. Bai, Charcoal, and the rest of their group had also noticed that the new additions were already lord level. Meanwhile, the newcomers such as Xianxia and the others were rather curious about Lin Huang's several existing queen mothers and bug queens. Lin Huang took the entire group of Imperial monsters for a meal. After that, he opened the door to the kingdom and had them all go in. This time, their teleport destination was right in front of the Great Heaven Palace. Lin Huang grandly led the group of Imperial monsters into the Great Heaven Palace. He then used advance cards and combat strength upgrade cards on them one by one. In the palace, cocoons of various colors and sizes rapidly began forming. Bai and the rest watched this familiar scene in silence. They did not interrupt at all. It was not until all of the Imperial monsters had completely transformed into cocoons that Bai could not help asking a question. "There's a middle-rank lord in that group of bug beasts." "Yes, there is. Its name is Xianxia, a rank -5.5 middle-rank lord-level bug queen." Lin Huang nodded, smiling. Bai and the rest fell silent immediately. Clearly, they felt the force of the pressure emanating from this newcomer. It's innately well predisposed, but it doesn't mean that it will always be more powerful than all of you. Lin Huang patted Bai's shoulder. On the path of cultivation, the person you must compete with is yourself. There's no need to compare yourself with others. Bai hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Actually, meeting up with everyone isn't our main purpose for coming back this time. What's your main reason, then? Lin Huang asked with a smile. He knew Bai's character and grimaces even better. He was aware that they would not specially come back just to meet up for a gathering. We want to become more powerful. Seeing that Bai did not continue his sentence, Grimace took the initiative and finished it off for him. We don't want to immediately become powerful with the help of the cards. We want to fight in actual combat to strengthen ourselves for real, Bai added. I don't mind becoming more powerful right away with the help of the cards, Grimace protested innocence immediately. It'd be best to elevate me to ultimate rank lord instantly. I'd become powerful without even having to lift a finger. You wish. Lin Huang raised his eyebrows. Xiao He had the ability to do this, but it would drain far too much origin energy. Lin Huang felt that elevating his imperial monsters' abilities was something that could be done when necessary. However, under the current circumstances, there was no need to do so. Grimace's abilities were fully sufficient for now. Elevating his combat strength again would be a complete waste of resources. Moreover, if they depended on Xiao He to elevate their combat strength every time, in the future, his imperial monsters might not be willing to work hard on cultivation. If not for the fact that Lin Huang felt his imperial monsters' abilities were too far behind his own, he would not have had Xiao He do a collective elevation for them this time. Naturally, Lin Huang knew that Grimace was only half serious when he said this. A way to elevate your abilities quickly, Lin Huang thought quietly for a moment. In reality, he had already been thinking about this matter. However, before this, he had not been sure if he wanted to carry out his plan. However, now that Bai and the rest had requested it, he felt he could satisfy their needs. Let's go outside and talk about this. Lin Huang accelerated the time flow in the Great Heaven Palace to be 10,000 times faster than the outside world, then led Bai and the rest back to the Demon Eye Star Zone. Once he had returned to the hotel room, Lin Huang summoned Mr. Gate, the Gate of All Realms, immediately. Behind this door is a place called the Virtual Realm. You can enter using a virtual body, take part in battles, and obtain origin energy. However, only 3 people can enter per day. Furthermore, once you die, you can't enter for 24 hours. Actually, Lin Huang had initially thought about sharing the virtual realm with his imperial monsters. After all, at their current level of ability, Bai and the others could hardly find any opponents in the great world. By letting them into the virtual realm to hunt on their own, they could elevate their actual combat ability, for one. For another, they could also obtain origin energy. Moreover, the virtual realm was within the boundaries of the great world, and most of the lords were lower rank and middle rank. For Bai and the rest, they were actually the most ideal combat opponents. However, Mr. Gate was currently limited to the creation of 3 virtual bodies a day. In other words, only 3 imperial monsters could enter every day. They would have to take turns. Furthermore, as soon as Lin Huang entered to go into closed-door cultivation, it would occupy a slot as well. However, to upgrade Mr. Gate any further, he had to refine other Goldfingers. For the time being, there was no way to solve the entrance limit. Chapter 1694. Entering the virtual realm for the first time. Is this the virtual realm? It doesn't look that different from the material realm. Charcoal, who had shrunk himself in size, perched on Bai's shoulder and looked around. Are you color blind, little Charcoal? Grimace had a snide smile on his face. Can't you tell that the world is black and white? You're the one who's color blind. Charcoal retorted instantly. Then tell me, what's the color of my sock? Grimace pulled up his right pant leg and revealed a sock with alternating yellow and red stripes. Charcoal merely scoffed. I don't want to answer your childish question. Stop wasting time. Let's quickly locate a target and finish the hunt as soon as possible. Bai interrupted the conversation between the two at once. Grimace finally curbed his tongue. His odal rapidly began forming a star map in front of him. Before they had come here, Lin Huang had shown the 3 of them the star map and gotten Grimace to record it. This is the Demon Eye Star Zone where we are right now. Grimace circled a region on the star map that was similar to a closed eye. This is the biggest abyssal rift in the human world. Based on what Master has said, he's already cleared this star zone cluster. If we want to hunt voids, we'll have to leave the Demon Eye star zone cluster far behind and go to the other surrounding star zones. There might not be any suitable prey within close range. What are you trying to say? Bai asked bluntly. We actually have a hidden choice. Grimace's lips curled up in a slow grin. We can go deep into the abyss and hunt there. Although Master didn't mention it, I'm pretty sure he didn't go deep into the abyssal rift. Bai fell silent for a moment. Charcoal, on the other hand, agreed with the suggestion immediately. I think that works. Instead of wasting time going to other star zones looking for targets, we might as well go straight to the abyss. We might be able to kill over 10 voids in the abyss in the time we spend looking for a void in other star zones. Bai hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed in the end. We can go to the abyss, but first, let's get this straight. The two of you must behave when we go in. That's fine by me. Grimace agreed right away and looked at Charcoal. Why are you looking at me? I always listen to Bai. Charcoal's expression was that of an angelic little child. After ascertaining their target, the three of them quickly made their way to the abyssal rift. As soon as they entered the abyss, they distinctly sensed a malicious intent approaching. We seem to have been targeted by someone through divine telekinesis, Charcoal commented to Bai and Grimace. This advance notice was also for the other two to give instructions for what to do next. That proves we've found the right place. Grimace not only displayed no signs of panic, but he was also thrilled. Don't get reckless. This is the abyss, after all. Bai was much more cautious. Theoretically speaking, true gods and heavenly gods would also enter the virtual realm after they died. However, if there were Lord-level voids in the surrounding star zones, they would end up being food. This was also why most of the voids Lin Huang had seen were Lord-level. Based on the information Lin Huang had provided, it was not hard to determine that most of the voids in the abyss ought to be primarily Lord-level. The reason was that there were many lords inherent in the abyss. Over the years, there must have been a considerable number of them who had died there. A lord occupied one single region, and each region ranged in size from several star zones to dozens of star zones. The heavenly gods and true gods basically had very little space to live. The divine telekinesis strength is normal, it shouldn't be hard to handle. Grimace swiftly evaluated the opponent. After all, he was also a powerhouse who specialized in God's soul. He could roughly gauge the strength of an individual's divine telekinesis strength by mere contact. Maybe I should try first. We'll let you have the first target then, and we'll take turns after that. The three of us can fight one each in turn. If we run into something we can't handle alone, then we'll fight it together. Bai nodded slightly. Grimace had no objections to this. He took a step forward and vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds upon thousands of light years away. Grimace frowned imperceptibly as he studied the deformed monster, which looked like a skinned human with its entire body shrouded in black mist. What a truly hideous creature. The skinned, deformed monster seemed to understand what Grimace had said. It was clearly quite enraged. With a shriek, it pounced at Grimace in a flash. Immediately, golden sigils appeared in Grimace's eyes. An instant later, the skinned, deformed monster's body suddenly froze where it was and did not move at all. It had obviously been hit by Grimace's illusion. Within a mere moment, the skinned, deformed monster's life force swiftly weakened. Eventually, its life force faded away completely, and it turned into a grayish-black origin energy sphere. From beginning to end, Grimace had remained where he was. He was the only one who knew what exactly had transpired in the illusion. As this origin energy, Grimace flung out his hand and grabbed the grayish-black origin energy sphere. He could clearly sense that this human fist-sized sphere contained terrifying energy and a massive amount of information. He hesitated for a second. Instead of absorbing it right away, he returned to Bai and Charcoal in a flash with the origin energy sphere in his grasp. So fast, Charcoal exclaimed involuntarily. The target was more or less what I had anticipated. It was only a lower-rank lord with 5 Dao seals and mediocre abilities. It wasn't proficient in God's soul technique either, so it got hit by my illusion right away. Grimace gave a brief account of the battle earlier. The one thing we need to beware of is not to be contaminated by abyssal energy. Is this origin energy, then? Bai gave a sidelong glance at the origin energy sphere in Grimace's hand. It should be. Grimace nodded. In actual fact, they had never seen what an origin energy sphere looked like. They only had a rough idea from Lin Huang's description. The energy it contains is truly very terrifying. Bai nodded slightly. This thing will definitely elevate our combat strength very quickly. I wonder if there are any restrictions on its use. It doesn't just contain energy, there's a great deal of information stored within it. Grimace corrected him from where he was standing to one side. Are those redundant memories or inheritance information? Bai asked again. I think it might be both. Try refining it, Bai urged. I think that even if there's inheritance information in there, it won't be of very much use to me. I'm too different from that guy. Grimace shook his head. I thought I'd keep it first and swap with both of you when you come across anything that's more compatible with my personality. I think that's a great idea. Charcoal expressed immediate agreement. That way, we can obtain the inheritances we really want to a much greater extent, instead of obtaining a lot of inheritances that aren't useful to us. I think that's a feasible idea too. Bai nodded as well. My suggestion is that we can first refine those that we think are most suitable for us and leave the rest. Not only can we trade among the three of us, but there's also Lancelot and the others after this. Later, there'll be the group that's currently undergoing advancement in the Demon Star Zone. We can exchange with all of them as well. When more people are involved, it'll be easier for us to obtain the inheritances we want most. Bai only turned his head to look at Charcoal after watching Grimace put away the Origin Energy Sphere. You can take the next target. No problem. Charcoal immediately got excited and got into combat-ready mode almost at once. Chapter 1695. Sha Ke breaks out of its cocoon in the material realm. Bai and the others stood where they were, momentarily dazed, before regaining their senses. Although Lin Huang had told them beforehand that the flow of time in the virtual realm was quite abnormal, he could still see that Lancelot and Tang Ran's expressions were thoroughly confused. However, the more puzzled one was Lin Huang. Didn't the three of you find any monsters to target? Lin Huang asked this because he sensed that the auras of all three did not seem to have changed much in terms of strength. We found quite a few. It's just that we didn't absorb the origin energy. After saying this, Bai brought up their idea of the three of them exchanging origin energy spheres. After listening to what they had to say, Lin Huang approved as well. I think that's actually even better. Using it to its full potential will allow for higher overall utilization of the origin energy. I have another idea. If there are any origin energy inheritances that aren't suitable for you, pass them to me. I'll feed them to Xiaohe directly. Bai and the rest had no objections to that. After all, Xiaohe could only create higher-grade advanced cards if it had stored sufficient origin energy. They had now elevated to pure spirit rank 6, but they did not think that rank 6 was the ultimate end. After going in for a while, how do you feel? Lin Huang asked with a smile. The virtual realm is truly an amazing place. There are many battles we can take part in. Charcoal was the first to give an assessment as if the virtual realm were an instance dungeon in a game. There are a lot of powerhouses there. It also made me realize that Lord level is just a stop on the cultivation path, not the ultimate destination, Bai sighed ruefully. Grimace, on the other hand, was all smiles. It's an awesome hunting ground. How long did you stay there? Lin Huang inquired further into the matter since this was something he really could not gauge at all. This was because even if they stayed in the virtual realm for hundreds upon thousands of years, only a moment would have passed in the outside world. We only stayed for less than 5 months, and we encountered a middle-rank lord with around 30 Dao seals. We joined forces and almost defeated it. Unfortunately, that death fiend suddenly generated a burst of power and destroyed our virtual bodies. Charcoal had barely finished speaking before Bai and Grimace's expressions turned somewhat grim. Death fiend, you went to the abyss. Lin Huang frowned slightly. Not death fiend, Charcoal made a slip of the tongue. It was a 4-winged fiend, Grimace corrected hastily. A 4-winged fiend was able to cultivate to lord level. Lin Huang raised his eyebrows and looked at Grimace. Or was it a middle-rank lord? We went to the abyss, Bai admitted frankly. I forbade all of you from going to the abyss because there are a great many powerhouses there. Furthermore, the abyss is gradually entering its waking season, and it's an extremely dangerous period. Even though I currently possess the ability to kill ultimate rank lords, I still wouldn't dare go to the abyss during this season whenever I liked. I've prohibited you from going because I'm worried that you might die there. However, the situation in the virtual realm's abyss ought to be slightly better. At the very least, there won't be as many monsters. Not only that, since all of you entered using virtual bodies, even if you died, your consciousness would directly return to the material realm. Therefore, I won't prohibit all of you from going into the virtual realm's abyss. However, keep in mind that as soon as you die, your hunt in the virtual realm will come to an end. You'll just have to wait for your turn again. You can see right now that only the 5 of you have completed advancement and elevation to Lord level. However, half an hour later, Tyrant and the rest will advance to Pure Spirit Rank 6, and their combat strength will elevate to Lord level as well. You'll have to wait for at least 10 days or so before it's your turn again. So my suggestion is to stay for as long as you can once you enter the virtual realm. As for whether or not you want to go into the abyss, that's entirely up to you. I genuinely forgot about that group. I thought it would be Lancelot and the rest's turn tomorrow, and then it would be our turn again the day after tomorrow. Grimace covered his face with one hand. I told you not to provoke that death fiend, but you refused to listen. Charcoal looked upset. We could have just bypassed him and hunted more voids. That guy's ability was only so-so. We would definitely have won if it hadn't generated that burst of power in the end. Grimace was still somewhat dissatisfied. It better not get killed by the other teams in the interim. We'll go back the next round and finish him off. We're doing it again next round. Charcoal was clearly somewhat reluctant. Challenging powerhouses is also a way to cultivate. Surprisingly, Bai also approved of the idea. You'll just have to think it through carefully since whatever choice you make, you'll have to bear the consequences. Lin Huang did not offer any suggestions. The 2 of you can go for the second round tomorrow. You can choose another teammate from the Imperial monsters that have elevated this round. Lin Huang looked at Lancelot and Tang Ran. There were only 2 of them, one less than the required team of 3. Lancelot barely hesitated at all. I choose Bloody. Tang Ran, standing off to one side, had no objections. He knew that as a veteran, Lancelot had a much better in-depth understanding of the others. That's a great choice. Lin Huang nodded, smiling. Lancelot's choice this time was indeed very wise. Of all the Imperial monsters under Lin Huang, Bloody was the one with the highest intelligence, perhaps even more so than Grimace. It could even be said that her overall planning skills and other abilities had far surpassed Grimace. With her as a teammate, they practically did not need to think at all. All they had to do was follow her. Furthermore, Lancelot was a powerful striker, so he was not in need of a teammate with those sorts of abilities. Therefore, Bloody was an excellent choice. You can try inviting Bloody. However, it's up to her whether she's willing to join you all or not, Lin Huang said with a smile. If she disagrees, you'll just have to look for another teammate. I want to be in a team with Bloody too, Charcoal muttered from where he was off to one side. Little Charcoal, you have me and Bai, isn't that enough? Grimace turned his head and asked in all seriousness. For a moment, Charcoal did not know how to answer this question. Let me see the results of your hunting. After sorting out the second round of team members who would enter the virtual realm, Lin Huang turned to look at Bai and the other 2. The 3 of them immediately took out the origin energy they had stored in his kingdom. There were a total of 27 origin energy spheres. 25 of them were from lower rank lords, and 2 were from middle rank lords. Lin Huang was satisfied with these results. The number of targets was fairly acceptable. After all, the god souls of all 3 had just broken through to lord level very recently. Their divine telekinesis coverage was limited, so their efficiency in searching for voids was much lower than his. He gave the 27 origin energy spheres a cursory examination. From the sense of the auras, most of the inheritances ought to be useful to the Imperial monsters. The group of them had not chatted for very long in the Demon Star Zone before Lin Huang sensed Imperial monsters were breaking out of their cocoons one after the other. As Lin Huang had anticipated, the first one to emerge from its cocoon was the Bug Queen Xianxia. It had previously already been at Pseudo-Pure Spirit rank 5.5. In addition, its innate combat strength was middle rank lord level, and it did not use a combat strength upgrade card. Its elevation time, therefore, was the shortest of them all. However, right as Xianxia broke out of its cocoon, it suddenly sent Lin Huang a message through telepathic voice transmission. Lin Huang could not help frowning when he saw the message it had sent. Chapter 1696. Bug Hordes. Well, there was only a single sentence in the telepathic voice transmission that Xianxia sent. I sensed the prying of the Bug Hordes while during my elevation. Lin Huang fell into a moment of silence after hearing that. He teleported Xianxia from the Great Heaven Palace to where he was. Xianxia, in the black bug shell, was clearly 1-fold larger now. There were no changes in its combat strength. It was still a middle-rank lord, but its aura was clearly more powerful than before. You said that you sensed the prying of the Bug Hordes will. What does that mean exactly? Lin Huang ignored the fact that Bai and the rest were next to him and asked directly. Xianxia organized its thoughts before speaking. The bug horde's will is our bug tribe's supreme will. Its authority is even higher than the Queen Mother's will. All bug tribe creatures are unable to disobey it. I sense the prying of the bug horde's will, but maybe he was just glancing casually. However, as soon as he notices me, there's no way I will be able to disobey any orders that he gives me. That's the thing that I'm most worried about. Have you never sensed the bug horde's will prying or watching you in the past? Lin Huang continued to ask. No. Xianxia shook its head. Only rank 5 bug tribe queen mothers are blessed by the bug horde's will once they are born. Then how did you know that it was the bug horde's will? Lin Huang was rather confused. Because the will was extremely majestic. It gave me the feeling that I couldn't disobey it at all. It far surpassed the bloodline pressure coming from the queen mother that gave birth to me. Although it was just a glance, it gave me the feeling that it could tear the contract between master and I easily. Xiaohe suddenly spoke as well once Xianxia was done speaking. I sensed that too. That unknown will was unusually powerful. Is it really possible for it to break our contract? Lin Huang asked instantly. It's highly possible. After all, my ability is restricted by your combat strength. The strength of the contract I established for you is only enough to constrain Dao-level powerhouses. This is a powerhouse above Dao level. It's entirely possible that it could tear apart someone else's contract. Lin Huang squinted slightly and only spoke up after a moment of thought. If it's not an accident that you sense the bug horde's will when you elevated to pure spirit rank 6, it proves that there's a high chance of queen mothers being noticed by the bug hordes when they elevate to pure spirit rank 6. Can I interpret things this way? Xianxia nodded without hesitation. The chances of queen mothers being noticed when they elevate would definitely be higher. You're from the bug tribe. What do you think the bug hordes will do as soon as it finds out about the queen mother's elevation? Xianxia fell into a moment of silence. It gave an answer soon after. I've no idea what he exactly would do, but if he really noticed the elevation of the queen mothers, he definitely won't allow anyone to bind them with a contract. So, will he destroy the contract? Lin Huang raised his eyebrows. Not only will he destroy the contract, but he will also send his wrath to punish the contractor. Xianxia corrected him. What's the punishment? I don't know, but it won't be as simple as destroying the contract. Xianxia was sure. Lin Huang nodded lightly and he looked at Bai and the rest. They were listening as they stood aside. They heard the conversation between Lin Huang and Xianxia loud and clear. Do you have any decent suggestions to address this situation? My suggestion is simple. Just kill all the imperial monsters that might potentially be a hidden threat. Wouldn't it be the same if you used the extra resources on others? Grimace was the first to speak while smiling. Moreover, the slots to get into the virtual realm are limited. We won't have to wait as long in the queue if a batch of imperial monsters are gone. What he said clearly crossed the line a little bit. Even Charcoal, who was standing next to him, took a few steps to distance himself. Xianxia was so mad that it temporarily could not speak up. If not for the fact that Lin Huang was here, it wanted to hit Grimace directly. I think we can monitor the situation first. If there's really an issue, you can seal the imperial monsters back to their card forms and then come up with a solution later. Bai thought about it and gave his suggestion as well. I agree with Bai. Charcoal flapped its wings instantly and leapt onto Lin Huang's shoulder. Its size had shrunk intentionally at this moment. It was approximately the size of a magpie currently. Lancelot and Tang Ran did not voice their opinions at all. They merely listened as they stood to the side. I'm worried that it'll be too late if we wait for the issue to present itself. I think it's better to nip the problem in the bud immediately. Grimace persistently advocated his perspective. Lin Huang glanced at Lancelot and Tang Ran. The two of them still did not seem like they were going to voice their opinions on the matter. He turned his head to look at Xianxia. What do you think? I'm not sure whether it was an accident that I attracted the attention of the bug horde's will, therefore, I don't know what exactly will happen when the queen mothers complete their elevation. However, I don't think you should decide to kill us just like that. I hope that you'll monitor the situation first, Master. If something is wrong with the contract, seal us. I've no objections to that. You can figure out a solution to handle us when that happens. Naturally, Xianxia agreed with Bai's suggestion. It could not think of a better way to go about things. Let's do it according to Bai's suggestion. Lin Huang made the final decision. Xiaohe's voice suddenly chimed in after Lin Huang had made up his mind. The bug horde's will showed itself again. He didn't try to destroy the contract. He retreated after leaving an imprint on Xianxia. Lin Huang could sense that Queen Mother Xianxia had completed the elevation. He immersed his consciousness into the kingdom in his body and teleported Xianxia before him directly. Xianxia, who had just completed the elevation, was stunned momentarily. It only snapped back to its senses when it saw Lin Huang and Xianxia. "Greetings, Master." "Xianxia, do you feel anything amiss after completing the elevation?" Lin Huang asked directly. "The bug hordes will showed itself. He watched me for a moment and left a blessing imprint on me." An imprint was revealed on Xiaxia's waist as it spoke. It was a complicated black sigil. It looked similar to a tattoo. Lin Huang stared at it for a while, but could not make heads or tails of it. "Do you know the exact effect of this imprint?" Lin Huang asked further. Xianxia did not lie. "That was a good thing at least. It's just a blessing imprint. It's similar to the blessing that we were given when we were born, but more powerful," Xianxia explained. "This imprint provides us longevity, a more powerful body, and improves our chances of producing high-grade offspring. Those are the effects of the blessing." Xianxia looked like it was telling the truth, but Lin Huang did not trust it entirely. "Is it possible that the bug hordes can influence the Queen Mother's thoughts directly?" Lin Huang asked Xiaohe secretly. "The possibility is low, but we can't rule it out completely. After all, we don't know what kind of techniques and abilities the beings above Lord level possess. As such, we can only observe if the remaining few Queen Mothers encounter similar things when they complete their elevation and make our judgment based on what they say." Lin Huang felt rather troubled. He did not expect to have such a situation arising out of nowhere. He had initially been waiting happily for his Lord-level Imperial Monster Army to emerge from their cocoons. Chapter 1697. The Imperial Monsters. Competition. As the Great Heaven Palace accelerated time by 10,000 times, the Imperial Monsters soon broke out of their cocoons one by one. Lin Huang teleported them over as the few Queen Mothers completed their elevations one after the other. After questioning them, he found out that they had encountered the same thing as Xianxia did. The bug hordes left a blessing imprint on their bodies too. Lin Huang did a detailed comparison by scanning them with divine telekinesis. The sigils of the imprints were completely different. Each imprint looked similar, but there were subtle differences. The Queen Mothers had the same understanding as Xianxia regarding the imprints. They thought it was a blessing imprint. On the surface, Lin Huang could not see any problems in these Queen Mothers. He checked them thoroughly with divine telekinesis again, but failed to find anything out of the ordinary. Given that Xiaohe did not sense any issues with the contracts, Lin Huang eventually decided to put the few Queen Mothers onto his watchlist for the time being. He did not seal them into their card forms. Instead, he got Xiaohe to watch these Queen Mothers' cards' conditions at all times. As soon as it noticed anything off, it would seal them instantly. To Lin Huang, no matter what the bug hordes did, as long as nothing happened to the contract, these Queen Mothers would still be under his control. Moreover, Xiaohe would seal them as soon as any situation occurred. It would only take a second. After settling the unforeseen circumstance that arose from the elevations of the few Queen Mothers, Lin Huang questioned and investigated the few bug queens, excluding Xiaohe for safety purposes. In the end, the investigation result was that, apart from Xiaohe, all of the other bug queens did not sense the prying of the bug hordes. They did not have a blessing imprint left on their bodies, nor did they experience anything unusual. Lin Huang guessed that it was perhaps because Xiaohe was the first to elevate, thus gaining the attention of the bug hordes. Clearly, a pure spirit Rank-6 still did not deserve the bug hordes' attention. Not only that, he could tell that as beasts of the same rank, which was Rank-6, a Queen Mother's status was much higher than that of the bug queens. Lin Huang thought about it carefully. He could understand why the Queen Mother's status was higher. Queen Mothers had a certain chance of breeding offspring that were a rank higher than they were. Theoretically, a Rank-6 Queen Mother might give birth to a Rank-7 offspring. Although the chances were extremely low, it was not impossible. Moreover, even in the universe, a Rank-7 being could definitely be considered as somewhat heaven-defying. After handling the bug tribe's emergency, all of the Imperial monsters in the Great Heaven Palace had broken out of their cocoons and completed their advancement and elevation. Lin Huang's Lord-level Rank-6 Imperial Monster Army had finally been established. He began to check the monster cards one after the other. Monster card: Bloody, Rarity, Pure Spirit, Monster Name: Wise Goddess, type of monster. Super Wisdom type, nickname, the Wise One of the Era. Combat level, lower rank Lord level -1 Dao Seal Major. Intelligence, major skills. Perfect parasitism, total control, heart of knowledge, inheritance duplication, minor skills. Memory administration, immortal tinder, consciousness transfer, summon authority, activated. Card remarks, please spare no efforts in cultivating this monster card. Tyrant, rarity, pure spirit, monster name, Genie Combat Saint, type of monster, celestial giant tribe, nickname, Combat Saint, combat level, lower rank Lord level -1 Dao Seal Major. Combat God Dao, martial Dao, combat cultivation, major skills. Combat Saint technique, galactic power, combat God Axe, minor skills. Immortal being of the galaxy, summon authority, activated. Card remarks, please spare no efforts in cultivating this. Bloody, tyrant, thunder, bloody robe, fiend, imp, witch, death knight, fallen knight, warlord, Herculean king, Bing Wang, eclipse boa, dark crescent snake, killer, evil dominator, abyssal fountain, symbiotic creature of the abyssal fountain, 9 gloom, silver armored 9 gloom, as well as Sha K and the bunch of bug tribe beasts. Lin Huang looked at the cards one by one. None of the mythical level rank 4 and supreme god rank 5 monster cards from before were left behind. All of them had been elevated to pure spirit rank 6. Not only that, apart from Kylie, all of the remaining members had been elevated to Lord level. Naturally, Lin Huang only got Xiao He to consolidate a Dao Seal for them. The Imperial monsters would have to do the rest on their own. After all, consolidating a Dao Seal would drain a great deal of Xiao He's origin energy. Moreover, Lin Huang had helped his Imperial monsters to cross the most difficult hurdle. He did not want his Imperial monsters to slack off and get lazy. The Imperial monsters guessed what Lin Huang had in mind. After all, they would have to gather materials to elevate each time before. If not for the fact that they were slowing him down too much, he would not be in such a rush to skip the step of getting them to gather materials. Lin Huang glanced through the many Imperial monsters present. He was planning to give them some pressure. Since everyone is here today, I'd like to be frank about something. The resources that I provided to elevate everyone to Lord level is almost the limit I can bear at my current level. You guys will have to depend on yourselves for the next combat strength elevation. Also, the resources required for your elevation to the next rank, which is rank 7, will be tens or even hundreds of times more than the amount used this time. I'm not sure if I can gather enough resources to elevate all you guys by then when we get to that stage. I'll be honest now, if the resources are insufficient at that point, then I'll most probably prioritize elevating those who have a higher level of combat strength. Also, I'm aware that your combat strength has just received a boost at this moment, and that you're quite proud of yourself, but I'll let you in on a secret Lord level is far from the end. Above the Lord level, there is the minor Dao level, major Dao level and levels that are even higher than those. I'm not sure how far I can go, but I hope that you guys can work hard enough to keep up with me. They thought that they were invincible since they had just been elevated to lords, but instantly felt pressure by Lin Huang's words. When they looked around again and realized they all had the same combat strength and that they were on the same starting line, the pressure they felt became even greater. Although they knew what their master said was to add a sense of pressure on purpose, they understood that they definitely required even more resources to elevate to rank 7. If their master really had insufficient resources at that point, then he could only choose to elevate a portion of his Imperial monsters. If their performance was not as outstanding as the other Imperial monsters, they might stay at rank 6 forever. To the Imperial monsters who had just felt how powerful pure spirit rank 6 was, that was definitely something that was hard to accept. Moreover, there were more levels above Lord level. To most of the Imperial monsters present, it was like a bombshell had been dropped on them. They had not been aware of this previously, and a sense of ambition was slowly growing within them. Lin Huang was secretly relieved seeing the Imperial monsters beginning to develop a competitive mentality. As I thought, only competition can boost their will to fight. Chapter 1698. The application of the pure golden blood. You guys don't have to worry too much about obtaining resources. Lin Huang looked at them and calmly told them about the virtual realm. From now on, I'll send 3 of you into the virtual realm each day to hunt voids and obtain origin energy. You can absorb the origin energy you obtain if you deem it suitable for you. If it's not suited to you, you can swap it with others. As there'll be 3 in a group each time, you guys can come up with your own teams. Also, I've given the slots today to Bai, Charcoal and Grimace. The second team that will go tomorrow will be Lancelot's team. Therefore, after all the teams have entered once, you guys will follow the current order in the future to enter for the second, third cycles. If one of the team members of the team that's supposed to go in has an emergency or cannot make it, you guys can discuss with the other teams to propose a change in the order of entry. Of course, the member who had something come up must communicate with the other 2 members to reach an agreement beforehand. Also, I'll inform all of you in advance if I need to use the virtual realm. The team that is supposed to go in will have to delay their turn to the next day. You guys can ask Bai, Charcoal and Grimace regarding the exact situation regarding the virtual realm. You guys can discuss the swapping of origin energy too. Lastly, I want to tell you something that might upset you guys a little. I'll be taking 30% of the origin energy you guys obtain in the virtual world. Lin Huang mentioned the distribution ratio after explaining the rules roughly. I'll tell you the reasons why I'm taking a portion. Firstly, you guys are actually taking up my hunting slots to enter the virtual realm. If I didn't give you the slots, I could go into the virtual realm 3 times a day. Not only that, my hunting efficiency is much higher than yours. Secondly, Xiaohe requires a huge amount of origin energy to make all sorts of cards, which includes the accumulated energy required to create the higher level advanced cards later on. Most of my share of the origin energy will eventually be used on you guys. My personal suggestion to you guys would be that, after you've obtained origin energy from the hunt, you should consider prioritizing keeping the origin energy that suits you and the origin energy that's suitable for swapping. Let me handle the origin energy that's not suitable for trading. Indeed, Lin Huang suggested taking a share from them because, after giving these slots to enter the virtual realm to the Imperial monsters, it would mean that Xiaohe would lose its source of origin energy replenishment. After taking that into consideration, Lin Huang had been repeatedly thinking about a solution and eventually decided to exploit the portion of the deficit from his Imperial monsters. Most of the Imperial monsters were quite dumbstruck when they heard about the arrangement in the beginning. It was not that they were unwilling. It was just that they did not understand why Lin Huang would suddenly come up with such an arrangement. However, they thought it made perfect sense after hearing his explanation. I have a tiny request before you all start teaming up. Lin Huang's lips curled into a smirk. I need all of you here to provide me with a drop of your blood essence. Lin Huang did not elaborate on this matter any further. Although they did not understand why exactly Lin Huang wanted their blood essence all of a sudden, none of them objected. They went forward one by one to provide their blood essence. Bloody did not ask when she saw that Lin Huang was unwilling to tell them the reason. She went forward as well to give her blood essence. Lin Huang only spoke again after gathering all of the Imperial monsters. Blood essence, alright. That's all I have to say. All of you can pick your teams now. Report your teams to Bloody when you're done. Regarding the order of teams going into the virtual realm, let's follow the sequential numbering of the teams. Bai's team will be number 1, and Lancelot's will be no. 2. Whichever team that reports to Bloody first will be no. 3. That'll be the order. Lin Huang came up with such an arrangement with the goal of preventing them from wasting too much time picking their teams. Although it did not actually make much difference by nature if it was done a few days earlier or later, everyone would have been occupied with thoughts of fighting for the first place. They were unwilling to be placed further behind in the sequence. Within 5 minutes, all of them had come up with their teams. Bloody had also given the sorted list to Lin Huang. He listed down the sequence and dates and made the information public to indicate his fairness. All of the teams jotted down the dates their team would be going into the virtual realm instantly. You guys can stay in the Demon Eye Star Zone for the time being. You can do whatever you want as long as you make it back in time to enter the virtual realm officially. Lin Huang gave them their freedom after he was done speaking. The Imperial monsters surrounded Bai, Charcoal and Grimace immediately and began to ask about the virtual realm. Lin Huang flashed and returned to the Great Heaven Palace. The first thing he did when he returned to the Great Heaven Palace was to adjust the time flow. He then sat with his legs crossed and dripped the blood essence onto the Goldfinger pure golden blood one by one. The function of the pure golden blood was to absorb different varieties of creatures' blood and extract their energy to strengthen the host's physical body. The more types of blood that were integrated, and the higher the rank and combat strength of the creatures, the better the effect of strengthening his physical body. The quantity of blood did not really matter, as the pure golden blood only needed a drop of blood to extract its primary substance. After doing that, it could duplicate the substance on its own. Lin Huang had already thought about how he would use it as soon as he obtained the Goldfinger earlier. After all, he had many imperial monsters under him. Although Bai and the rest only had lower rank Lord level combat strength, their current rank was pure spirit rank 6. The nutrients in their blood essence might have surpassed many ultimate rank lords. As Lin Huang expected, after the pure golden blood absorbed the first drop of blood essence, his physical strength began to undergo a new round of strengthening. The level of his peak upper rank lord's physical body began to loosen. After absorbing the third drop of blood essence, Lin Huang's physical strength finally broke through again, stepping into the realm of ultimate rank lord. As the pure golden blood continued absorbing the blood essences, Lin Huang's physical strength skyrocketed. In the end, after absorbing all of the blood essences, his physical strength grew to peak ultimate rank lord level, just shy of the upper limit. Initially, physical strength had been his biggest shortcoming. However, his physical strength had now surpassed the strength of his god soul. In reality, this result was not really what Lin Huang had expected. He initially thought that, even if he absorbed all of the blood essences, the physical strength boost coming from the pure golden blood would be limited. After all, Bai and the rest only had the combat strength of lower rank lords. He had previously estimated that it would be good enough if his physical strength could break through to ultimate rank lord. He did not anticipate that he would break through all the way to peak ultimate rank lord at all. This round of strengthening is pretty great. Lin Huang was very satisfied with the overall results that far exceeded his expectations. The truth had proved that the Goldfinger pure golden blood's effect was much more powerful than he initially thought. Under the accelerated time flow in the Great Heaven Palace, merely a moment had passed before Lin Huang returned to the Demon Eye Star Zone. The Imperial monsters were still surrounding Bai's team to ask about all sorts of information regarding the virtual realm. Lin Huang was the only one who knew that he had become much more powerful after that fleeting moment in time. As the disparity between the Imperial monsters' abilities and his were too vast, they did not sense any changes from him at all. Chapter 1699. Upgraded to rank S. Over the next few days, one after the other, the Imperial monsters entered the virtual realm every day to hunt for void beasts. Bloody joined Lancelot and Tang Ran's team on the second day. After the hunt ended, she created a clone to return to the Nephilic Judge Star Zone. Given her current identity and status, although Kylie was definitely safe with the Nephilic Judge tribe, Bloody was still a little worried about leaving her alone with them for long periods of time. Bai, Grimace and a small number of Imperial monsters left the Demon Eye Star Zone after getting out of the virtual realm. However, most Imperial monsters chose to stay. Lin Huang would obtain a 30% share of the origin energy collected by the Imperial monsters, daily. Although it was not much, it was better than nothing at all. He did not remain idle over the past few days either. He received the 9 Snake Team's storage rings that had been unsealed from Yongling. The items in there had far surpassed Lin Huang's expectations. Among them, 9 Snake's collection was the most shocking. As a reincarnated being, 9 Snake could not refine Goldfingers. However, there were 3 Goldfingers in his storage ring. Clearly he had obtained these after killing travelers, and had not had the opportunity to trade them. Lin Huang checked the 3 Goldfingers. Almost all of them were of the lowest grade and had mediocre functions. He placed them into the Gate of All Realms to refine them. After spending a few days refining them, the number of virtual bodies the Gate of All Realms could create increased to 6. Lin Huang increased the daily allocations for the Imperial beasts to enter the virtual realm from 1 team to 2. Apart from 3 Goldfingers, 9 Snakes' storage ring contained all sorts of reincarnated beings' tools and medicines. Even Lin Huang coveted some of these tools and medicines. However, these were exclusively for reincarnated beings. Others could not use them at all. Not only that, some of the tools and medicines could only be used in the reincarnation dimension. Lin Huang could not get into the reincarnation dimension, and therefore could not use them. He could only post them on Royal's auction to sell them. He did not have to worry about people bidding on them by mistake since he included a remark stating that these items were exclusively for reincarnated beings. There were many powerhouses in Royal, which meant that there were definitely entities such as travelers and reincarnated beings. In reality and in the universe, reincarnated beings, travelers and regenerated beings were not a secret to powerhouses at the Lord level and above. Though Lin Huang could not use the reincarnated being's tools and medicines, there were other more valuable items in Nine Snakes' storage ring. There were tens of Dao weapons alone. Moreover, most of them were expert-grade Dao weapons. There were even 2 supreme-grade Dao weapons. To Lin Huang, who possessed God weapons, these were valuable items that could be traded. The person who had the second most valuable collection was the upper-rank lord, Scarlet Fox. Scarlet Fox was a regenerated being, which was probably why he knew some of the ancient secret zones and ruins that outsiders were unaware of. There were hundreds of Dao weapons in his collection. However, these were mostly intermediate-grade Dao weapons, amounting to a total of about 60 intermediate-grade Dao weapons. There were over 20 low-grade and expert-grade Dao weapons. There was 1 supreme-grade Dao weapon. Apart from Dao weapons, there were other luxury items such as precious stones in his storage ring as well. These were not just accessories. Most of them were engraved with complicated sigils and could boost one's capabilities to an extent similar to that of Dao weapons. Lin Huang was not too sure whether they were gifts he received or if they were items he planned to give away as gifts. There were hundreds of these luxury items. He speculated that the price of each luxury item was on par with some of the Dao weapons. The one who had the third most valuable collection was not the upper-rank lord, Silver, but rather the middle-rank lord, the mummy-like man. He was a regenerated being too. The number of Dao weapons in his storage ring was only second to Scarlet Fox. There were over 80 Dao weapons. However, most of them were intermediate-grade Dao weapons. There were only 5 expert-grade Dao weapons. Lin Huang also received a surprise gift from his storage ring. There were over 100 bottles with a variety of Lord-level beings' blood essence. Lin Huang immediately thought of feeding the pure golden blood again. There were no surprises to Lin Huang on what the remaining raiders had in their storage rings. The value of their contents was similar to what he had anticipated. The one that disappointed him the most was Silver's storage ring. As an upper-rank lord, apart from a Goldfinger, there was almost nothing that Lin Huang could use in his storage ring. He thought there would be mechanoids who would be interested in those items if he auctioned them on Royal's auction. The Goldfinger, on the other hand, was of the lowest grade. Lin Huang gave it to the Gate of All Realms to absorb without much hesitation. After that, the Gate of All Realms could create 7 virtual bodies daily. After briefly sorting out spoils, Lin Huang posted the items that could be sold on Royal's auction. He evaluated the valuable ones and decided that they could only be traded with upper-rank lords, and ultimate-rank lords, god territories. Those that were not valuable could be traded with middle-rank lords, and upper-rank lords, god territories. Naturally, he did not forget to include the remark there was no limit to the type of god territories. Bug tribe and abyssal ones were also acceptable. As he was not in a hurry, Lin Huang set the auction duration to last a month. The next morning, after doing an inventory of the spoils and posting more of them on the auction, his royal token suddenly vibrated. He thought something had gone wrong with his trades, so he took out his identity token immediately. However, a call request popped up directly as he spread his divine telekinesis over it. Lin Huang looked at the name. It was Lu Fu. He was stunned for a second, before he clicked the answer button shortly after. The next moment, Lu Fu's image projection appeared not far from Lin Huang. "Congratulations, brother Lin Huang." Lu Fu congratulated him with a smile on his face as soon as his image was projected. "From today on, just like me, you're a royal rank S member." In reality, when Lin Huang saw Lu Fu's name on the call request, he had already guessed that he would be calling about this. Nevertheless, he was still slightly surprised. Is the royal rank S evaluation that easy? It had only been less than 3 days. Not only that, nobody came looking for him for assessments of any sorts. After all, as a job seeker on Earth in the past, you would have to go through at least 1 round of interview after sending in your resume before being selected. The company would only get them to start working after meeting the job seeker and deeming the person suitable for the job. However, there was not even an interviewer from Royal for the rank S evaluation this time. Lin Huang thought that the process was a little too easy. Was it easy? Royal's headquarters receives tens of hundreds of applications to upgrade the members to rank S almost every year. There might not be even one person who passes the application over tens of years. Lu Fu looked at Lin Huang with a smile. The passing rate is so low. That fact indeed surprised Lin Huang. What do you think? Lu Fu continued. Your application passed so quickly because I recorded the entire battle between you and Nine Snakes' team. Your ability, talent and potential were shown completely. After the superiors saw it, they passed your evaluation unanimously. Nobody voted against you. Aren't they worried that the video might be fake? Shouldn't they at least send someone to verify the applicant's ability? Lin Huang raised his doubts anyway. Firstly, I recorded that battle video as a supervisor. I used tools exclusive to supervisors to record the video. The video was saved immediately, and was recorded into Royal's network database directly. The video can't be edited. Secondly, I saw the entire battle with my own eyes. The superiors asked about you as well. I'm a rank S member, so I have a certain amount of credibility in Royal. I wouldn't lie for the sake of a newbie. Moreover, some of these entities would be able to tell if I'm lying at glance. To put it simply, your brute force proved your qualifications. You even surpassed the average rank S member standard. Therefore, it was easy for your application to be approved. Lu Fu explained in detail. What's the difference between a rank S and rank A member? Lin Huang stopped dwelling on the difficulty of being upgraded and asked about something else instead. The difference is quite significant. Rank S members are considered to be Royal's core members. There's a great upgrade in your authority, as well as all sorts of rights. Rank S members can apply for resource subsidies annually. There are also the convoy quotas. Convoys will enjoy rank A members' treatments in Royal. The number of affiliate organizations under you increases too. The authority relative to that has been upgraded as well. Also, you won't have to pay any handling fees to participate in Royal's auction. Lu Fu said a bunch of things. I won't go into the specifics. You can check the details and description yourself. To put it simply, rank S members are Royal's biological sons, while members below rank S could only be considered their illegitimate children. Chapter 1700. Kylie's decision. After hanging up on Lu Fu, Lin Huang checked his current account authorization status instantly. Member: Lin Huang, gender: male, authorization level: rank S, qualification assessment: grade S+, combat strength, lower rank lord level, affiliate organizations, dynasty 2-star, misery 2-star. Remarks: he killed Raider's peak upper rank lord level powerhouse 9 snake with his lower rank lord level combat strength. As expected, his personal information page was altered to rank S, and there was an update on his related information as well. He looked at the exact contents of the rank S authorization status in detail. He found out that it was indeed as Lu Fu said, rank S members were almost considered to be Royal's biological sons. Firstly, rank S members could conduct trades of all kinds in Royal without having to pay the handling fees. This authorization perk was not only useful in Royal, but was also applicable to all of Royal's affiliate organizations. As long as it was registered under Royal, he would not have to pay their handling fees. To Lin Huang, this was the perfect time to use his new rank S authorization status. He could seize the opportunity to list a bunch of items on the auction. The rank S authorization would save him the handling fees. Not to mention, the money-saving authorization perk was only considered an insignificant benefit among the many authorization perks included in the upgrade. Among all of them, Lin Huang thought that the most practical perk was the one that gave him complete access to all trial zones. He could not help but compare it to the description of his previous authorization status. Rank A authorized member. Access to any grade 0 to grade 3 trial zones, 30 grade 4 trial zones, 10 grade 5 trial zones and 10 grade world trial zones. Rank S authorized member. Unlimited access to any trial zones. A small number of forbidden areas are excluded from this clause. One must know that the trial zones were either ruins or secret zones. In reality, it was equivalent to one instance dungeon. It would mean that Lin Huang had countless instance dungeons available for him to grind. The resources he could obtain would not be limited to the great world he was currently in. Even the authorization status for the members of his affiliated organizations received a qualitative upgrade. Rank A authorized member. Access to any grade 0 trial zones, 80 grade 1 trial zones, 20 grade 2 trial zones, 10 grade 3 trial zones, 3 grade 4 trial zones, 1 grade 5 trial zone and 1 grade world trial zone. Rank S authorized member. Unlimited access to trial zones of any grades, any great world trial zones and most public trial zones in the universe. Theoretically, the treatment Royal provided was enough for their rank S members to train and cultivate a batch of lord-level subordinates. Lin Huang thought for a moment and registered the Sword Alliance as an affiliate organization under him. Considering that Sword 1 and the rest were at the Heavenly God level, he registered the Sword Alliance as a Grade 4 organization. After passing the Royal Headquarters assessment, he could send anyone and everyone from the Sword Alliance into the trial zones, instance dungeons that best suited their levels. Lin Huang glanced through the remaining authorization perks. Very soon, he saw one that he was interested in: the convoy authorization. Rank S members could set up their own convoys. The total quota of such convoys was 10. As soon as the setup process was completed, all his convoys would possess Royal's rank A membership identity. They would enjoy all of the rank A member authorization perks that Royal provided. Rank S members could add, change or remove a convoy as they wished, as long as the quota requirement was met. Seeing this authorization perk, Lin Huang thought of Bloody and Kylie first. The both of them would possess Royal's rank A membership identity if he assigned them a convoy quota. He could totally grow the Nephilic Judge tribe as an organization under him. He only dwelled on this thought for a second before telling his idea and the information regarding Royal to Bloody and Kylie via telepathic voice transmission. Later on, he proceeded to examine the remaining authorization perks. Resource subsidies. Lin Huang soon noticed an authorization perk that had not existed prior to this. Rank S members can apply for an annual resource subsidy once per year. They can choose a subsidy with a value equivalent to a supreme grade Dao weapon. The subsidy authorization perk can be accumulated and stored without being claimed over the course of many years. The value of the subsidy would stack cumulatively. This means if someone sets it aside and doesn't claim it for tens of thousands of years, they can apply to claim a subsidy that's equivalent to tens of thousands of supreme grade Dao weapons. Lin Huang widened his eyes. One had to say that Royal was generous indeed. A rank S member's annual benefit was comparable to a supreme grade Dao weapon. To his surprise, this benefit could even be accumulated. However, when he thought about it carefully, Lin Huang figured that such a reward would be inconsequential to other rank S members. The reason being that, as Lu Fu had said, most rank S members in Royal were at the Dao level. There were only a few members who were below the Dao level. A supreme grade Dao weapon would look pretty valuable from the perspective of a lower rank lord. However, to Dao level powerhouses, supreme grade Dao weapons would not interest them at all. When he thought up to this point, Lin Huang instantly understood the reason why Royal set up a subsidy system that could accumulate over time. To Lin Huang, the accumulation would not mean much either. It had only been a few years since he started cultivating. Tens of thousands of years aside, he even had no idea what level he would be at after cultivating 100 years from now. Naturally, he would choose to claim it every year. Apart from resource subsidies, there was another reward that made Lin Huang happy. The reward he would receive from being upgraded to rank S was a Dao level item. Just when Lin Huang was thinking about what kind of Dao level item he should pick as his upgrade reward, Kylie and Bloody seemed to have arrived at a conclusion from their discussion and replied to his telepathic voice transmission. We've decided to accept the convoy quotas. Kylie sent a couple of voice transmissions consecutively. I only came to this decision after much thinking. At first, my concern was that I couldn't decide things for the Nephilic Judge tribe as I wished. The reason being that they might not be willing to become dependent on Royal. However, what Bloody said makes sense. I'm also one of the Nephilic Judges. I can try my best to change the Nephilic Judge tribe's fate. This is the only Nephilic Judge tribe left in this great world. There are only a mere hundreds of individuals left, and their fertility rate is extremely low. Although it's a top grade 6 organization that looks majestic from the outside, in reality, they're barely scraping by among all the other organizations that are their equals. Perhaps getting them some backing is the best choice to change the entire tribe's fate. Although it sounds demoralizing to depend on Royal and become an affiliate organization, this great world is Royal's territory after all. All grade 7 organizations are protected by Royal. It doesn't make much difference for us to become an affiliate organization. Moreover, the abundant resources Royal provides could get the Nephilic Judge tribe out of their current predicament. Lin Huang thought about it and replied to Kylie via voice transmission. Do you want to make the Nephilic Judge tribe an organization under you when you receive the convoy status? You guys can decide that yourselves. If you're certain that you want to do that, I'll give you and Bloody full authority regarding management in the future. I won't intervene. Chapter 1701. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. In 2 years Lin Huang would be completely free over the next few days. Royal's auction had yet to end, so he did not want to go into closed-door cultivation for the time being. However, he was not a person who could stay idle. Thus, He got Kylie to help gather information regarding the Myriad Tribe Palace. The Myriad Tribe Palace is a top-grade 6 organization in the God territory. Its overall ability is almost only second to the 5 GRADE 7 organizations with lords guarding them. There's a rumor in the God territory that their Palace Master and Vice Palace Master are supreme powerhouses at half-step lord level. They have thousands of heavenly gods and countless true gods under them. Lin Huang had many thoughts floating about in his head as he read about the Myriad Tribe Palace. The Myriad Tribe Palace was the culprit behind why the Gravel World's cultivation civilization was destroyed over and over again. The Thousand Snake sect that attacked was just a pawn of theirs. If he did not kill the Thousand Snake sect's intruders himself, and moved the Gravel World into the kingdom in his body, the Gravel World's cultivation civilization might continue to be destroyed over and over again. Nobody knew how long it would suffer through this endless loop. Just over 2 years ago, the Myriad Tribe Palace was a giant that Lin Huang could not afford to offend. Since arriving at the Great World, he had disguised himself, taking on many different identities over and over again as he was afraid that the Myriad Tribe Palace would find him. He initially thought that this large mountain would hinder him for a long time. He never imagined that, in less than 3 years, he would arrive at a point where exterminating the Myriad Tribe Palace was a viable option. Since I'm free these few days, I should seize the opportunity to solve this matter once and for all. Lin Huang thought it was almost time to put an end to this grudge. He did not have the ability nor the time to do so in the past, but this was no longer the case in the present. However, Lin Huang did not plan to fight them on his own this time. As he spread his divine telekinesis out, he realized that Lancelot, Tyrant, Charcoal and the rest were nearby. He communicated via voice transmission to his imperial monsters, excluding the bug tribe, directly, gather everyone. We'll drop by the God territory for some training. Almost the next second after the voice transmission was sent, Charcoal landed on Lin Huang's shoulder in a flash. Are we going to fight? Charcoal had a look of excitement etched all over its face. It had initially wanted to get by and Grimace to bring it out of the Demon Eye Star Zone, but they rejected it, claiming that they had some personal matters to deal with. Charcoal had been upset for the past 2 days because of that. Lin Huang figured that they probably went to the abyss and refused to bring Charcoal along, worried that it would let slip their plans and tell him where they went. He did not stop them. As long as they were not killed by Dao-level powerhouses, his kingdom could actually revive the imperial monsters under him. Given Bai and Grimace's current abilities, the places they could go to in the abyss were rather limited, and there was a high probability that there were no Dao-level powerhouses in those places. Lin Huang hit Charcoal's head. You're always thinking about fighting. Why don't you give some thought to elevating your combat strength quickly? Can't I elevate my combat strength by fighting? Charcoal buried its head and quibbled softly. You're speaking as if you're very powerful in actual combat. Lin Huang raised his eyebrows. Do you want to spar with me? No. Charcoal rejected decisively. It happened to see Thunder showing up, and hid behind Thunder in a flash. It merely popped its head out and refuted, sparring with you isn't actual combat training, but being abused instead. The next second, Charcoal felt its body tighten. Subsequently, beyond its control, its body landed back on Lin Huang's shoulder. Where do you think you're going? Lin Huang flicked Charcoal's head before releasing the divine telekinesis thread. Thunder shrunk its body silently as it watched that. It shrunk to the size of a sparrow and landed on the other side of Lin Huang's shoulder. It secretly peeped at Charcoal after managing to stay absolutely still. After Thunder arrived, Lancelot, Tyrant and the rest arrived one after the other. Charcoal, Thunder, Lancelot, Tyrant, Bloody Robe, Fiend, Scarlet Imp, Witch, Eclipse, Boa, Crescent Moon and Dark Moon, the 2 Dark Crescent Snakes, Death, Knight, Fallen Knight, Warlord, Herculean King, Bing Wang, Killer, Evil Dominator, Kurong, Demonic Buddhist Holy Sun, Blackscale, Symbiotic Creature of the Abyssal Fountain, and 9 Gloom, Silver Armored 9 Gloom. Lin Huang felt a sense of achievement as he looked at the 21 imperial monsters before him. It would be an immense fortune for any imperial censors in the Great World to have even one pure spirit rank 6 Lord-level imperial monster. He had more than 21 imperial monsters standing before him, part of the imperial monster army that he had built. Lin Huang even speculated that, even if there were imperial censors with such high-level imperial monsters in the universe, they definitely would not have as many imperial monsters as he did. He soon snapped back to his senses after falling deep into thought. I gathered you guys this time mainly because I have some grudges to settle with an organization from before. I happen to have time to deal with it these few days, so I thought I'd train all of you. The target this time is a grade 6 organization in the God territory, the Myriad Tribe Palace. On the surface, this organization has at least 3 half-step lords. The actual number should be more than that. There's also a very low chance that they have a lord guarding them. The Imperial monsters' excitement clearly dropped when they heard that. Their current abilities were enough to fight middle-rank lords. They had little interest in fighting half-step lords. Lin Huang guessed that they would have such a reaction. To increase the difficulty of the mission for you guys, the task this time is to capture all of the half-step lords and lords at the Myriad Tribe Palace alive, especially the one named Zos. No matter what his combat strength, he must be captured alive. Zos was the individual from the Thousand Snake sect that the Myriad Tribe Palace had given their orders to. Lin Huang only knew the name of this individual. He did not know how the person looked like and what the person's combat strength was. Lin Huang wanted Zos alive mainly because he wanted to learn about the truth from Zos. He wanted to know why Zos repeatedly ordered the destruction of the Gravel World's cultivation civilization. Tang Ran and the rest from the Thousand Snake sect had their guesses. However, those were still guesses and not proven to be the truth. Naturally, keeping Zos alive was just a temporary arrangement. After Lin Huang obtained the truth, no matter what role Zos played in this matter, as he was the person who directly issued the order, it was impossible for Lin Huang to let him go. As for the Myriad Tribe Palace, regardless of how many people were involved in this matter, Lin Huang did not plan to let this organization continue to exist. The reason being was that it was impossible for the Myriad Tribe Palace to not have any idea about Zos giving out such an order. However, the upper echelons of the Myriad Tribe Palace chose to indulge him and ignore it. They allowed Zos to order the Thousand Snake sect to destroy the Gravel World's cultivation civilization over and over again, repeatedly massacring the cultivators in the Gravel World. Throughout the eras, there were at least tens of billions of Gravel World's cultivators who died innocently under the hand of the Thousand Snake sect. The Myriad Tribe Palace had to pay the price for allowing such atrocities to occur. I've already told you guys about the mission and target. I won't say anything further. Let's depart directly. As soon as Lin Huang was done speaking, he summoned the Gate of All Realms and set its coordinates to the Myriad Tribe Palace. Chapter 1702, Love-Hate Relationship. The Myriad Tribe Palace's headquarters was located within the Pilgrim Star Zone within the God Territory's core zone. It was less than 3 million light-years away from the Combat God Temple's headquarters. They could be considered fairly close to each other. Unlike the Nephilic Judge Tribe, whose growth and strength was restricted by its population, the standing of the Myriad Tribe Palace could be described as being like the sun at high noon. Among the top grade 6 organizations, their overall strength ranked steadily within the top 3. Although on the surface they only had 3 half-step lords with top-notch combat strength, the Myriad Tribe Palace had members everywhere. They had at least 3 times the number of members than Death Sickle had. Before Buried Heaven was elevated to Lord, and before Death Sickle was upgraded to a grade 7 organization, in the eyes of everyone in the God Territory, the Myriad Tribe Palace's overall ability was actually no lower than Death Sickle's. That was the reason why Lin Huang had never dared to use his real identity over the past few years since arriving in the Great World. Clearly, his growth rate was pretty stunning throughout his period of incognito living. The current Lin Huang was so powerful that he could end the Myriad Tribe Palace with a flip of his hand. Leading a bunch of Imperial monsters through the Gate of All Realms, Lin Huang's team appeared directly above Pilgrim Star Zone, the planet where the Myriad Tribe Palace's headquarters was. The few half-step lords guarding the Myriad Tribe Palace's headquarters sensed their arrival immediately. "Who are you?" A half-step lord's divine telekinesis voice transmission sounded out. Although they could not sense Lin Huang's team's exact strength, what they sensed was enough to tell that their appearance meant trouble. The few Myriad Tribe Palace guardians became tense as if they were facing their mortal enemies. However, even now, they had no idea who exactly they offended. "You guys can attack now. Don't hurt the innocent." Lin Huang did not waste time and gave out the order directly. He specifically reminded them not to hurt the innocent because there were quite a few non-cultivators living on the planet where the Myriad Tribe Palace's headquarters was. Lancelot took the lead to attack the moment Lin Huang issued the order. He stretched his hand through the air. 4 half-step Lord-level guardians were immediately enveloped by a black sphere. Not to mention charcoal and the others, even Lin Huang was stunned as he watched the technique unfold. What an epic technique! Lin Huang realized from a glance that it was mirror that Lancelot had used. Mirror was usually a skill used as a form of defense to deflect damage. Lancelot used a double-sided black mirror to envelop the few myriad tribe palace guardians this time. Not only would it defend against the exterior attacks, but there was a layer of defense inside as well. He used mirror as a cage to capture the guardians. After all, Lin Huang had said at the beginning that he wanted them alive. Lancelot executed Lin Huang's order quite thoroughly. The rest of the imperial monsters were dumbstruck. Less than a second had passed since the battle began, and 4 half-step lords from the enemy's side had been captured alive. What was there left for them? Just when they were in a daze, a chant came to their ears suddenly. They turned their heads to look. Ku Rong, demonic Buddhist holy son, looked like a Buddha statue with a solemn face. There was a corona that rose above his head. He closed his eyes slightly and performed a hand seal with both hands. A chant with unusual syllables came out of his mouth. Just when the crowd was doubtful of what he was doing, the many cultivators in the myriad tribe palace beneath started flying up. All of them pressed their palms together and looked sincere. They looked like monks who had been in seclusion for years. They were even more dumbstruck now. Who were they going to fight now? All the cultivators had been captured alive. Naturally, Lin Huang knew what kind of technique Ku Rong used. It was just that he did not expect that he would use such a powerful move in such a place. One must know that such Buddhist precepts were classified as weapons of mass destruction in battlefields. As long as his god's soul was powerful enough, even bug hordes numbering in the billions would have to yield wherever the chant spread. Ku Rong clearly had locked on to all the targets with divine telekinesis first with his technique. It did not affect the non-cultivators on this planet. Everyone, including Lin Huang, did not expect that the battle would end so quickly. Less than a second the battle began. Lancelot and Ku Rong had both attacked consecutively and they subdued all the enemies instantly. The remaining 19 imperial monsters did not manage to attack at all. They thought that they would show off their skills before their master this time. They felt beaten now. Lancelot, you're too much. Charcoal could not help but vent its dissatisfaction to Lancelot directly. Master wants them alive. This is the best way, Lancelot responded in all seriousness. Lin Huang said nothing. He appeared in the camp of the myriad tribe palace's headquarters directly in a flash. He glanced through the buildings around that were rather extravagant and walked toward the palace right in front of him. He walked straight to the main seat right across the door. Bring them here, Lin Huang said to Lancelot and the rest through voice transmission after taking his seat. When Lancelot and Ku Rong heard that, they immediately controlled the many cultivators to land in the palace. The remaining imperial monsters quickly entered the palace too. Let them out. Lin Huang nodded at Lancelot lightly after glancing at the sphere made of 4 black mirrors. Ku Rong, who was standing at the side, performed hand seals and chanted scriptures with his eyes shut. Lancelot unsealed mirror when he saw that. The 4 half-step lords saw bright lights before them but, the next second, they heard the chanting of scriptures. Their gaze turned empty all of a sudden. Lin Huang only asked when he saw that, which one of you is Zos? A middle-aged man with a mustache took a step forward looking in a daze. The remaining half-step lords looked at him. Lin Huang took a good look at him. He looked like he was in his early 40s. He had a mediocre appearance with a mustache above his lips. To be honest, apart from him being 1.8 meters tall, this person's appearance was unremarkable. 4,815,162,342, you should remember this number, right? Lin Huang asked expressionlessly. I do. It's a mini-world serial number. Zos nodded with a blank stare. Why did you order the Thousand Snake sect to destroy this mini-worlds? Cultivation civilization over and over again. Lin Huang finally asked the question. Because this mini-world evolved from Alex's god territory fragment. Who is Alex? Lin Huang asked further. Zos struggled for a second when he heard that question. However, he soon answered the question. He's my junior brother. As time went on, Lin Huang and the rest listened to Zos talk about the story of a love-hate relationship between a senior brother and junior brother. Zos and Alex were adopted by a cultivator from a young age. Zos was 2 years older than him. However, from childhood until adulthood, he had lived in his junior brother Alex's shadow. He started cultivating over a year earlier than Alex did, but Alex caught up to him within 2 months. Since then, the gap between their cultivation had grown further and further apart. When the master who adopted them died, Zos was 19. He had yet to step into virtual god level. Meanwhile, Alex, who was 17 at that time, was already at virtual god rank -8. Since their master died, the two of them parted ways. It was Zos who suggested this. Initially, Zos thought he would no longer be in Alex's shadow after parting ways. Never had he thought Alex would soon stand out in the great world. He appeared on the virtual god leaderboard, and then broke through to true god level not long after. Zos did not expect that Alex's shadow would grow even larger after they parted ways. He worked hard at his cultivation to catch up with him. However, he could only watch as Alex's back drifted further and further away. Throughout the tens of thousands of years that passed, Zos would hear Alex's name every now and then. He watched him being ranked on a variety of leaderboards along the way and accrue praise from the masses. His combat strength skyrocketed all the way to the heavenly god level. A piece of news suddenly came one day. Alex had failed in his attempt to elevate to lord level and had died on the spot. At that time, Zos had only managed to achieve heavenly god level through all manners of hardships. When he heard the news, he locked himself in a room for over a month without stepping out. He was not sure if he was happy or sad. Theoretically, he would no longer have to live in Alex's shadow since he was dead. He was finally liberated. He should feel happy. However, Zos could not be happy. Nevertheless, he did not shed even a single tear for Alex's death. On the other hand, the unusual emotions he held inside were festering throughout the month of locking himself in. He hated Alex. He hated the fact that he was more powerful than him in every way. His appearance, charisma, cultivation, every single aspect of Alex was much better than him. He hated that he was loved and respected. He had countless lovers and tens of thousands of followers. He hated that he died young, which destroyed the possibility of him ever catching up to Alex. Not long after Alex died, Zos focused all of his efforts on cultivation completely in order to break through to lord level. He wanted to surpass Alex's highest combat strength when he was alive. During his cultivation journey, he made some heavenly god level friends, and built the Myriad Tribe Palace. Soon after the Myriad Tribe Palace was built, Zos suddenly received a piece of news. When Alex died, his god territory collapsed. A few remnant fragments did not disintegrate completely. Since then, Zos spent many years trying to find the few remnant fragments. Eventually, he finally found the mini-world number 4,815,162,342, which he suspected was Alex's god territory fragment. He was worried that Alex would be reborn in his god territory fragment. To prevent himself from being surpassed again, Zos made a decision. I'll destroy your cultivation civilization over and over again. Even if you reincarnate, you can only watch me surpass your highest combat strength in your past life by elevating myself to lord level. However, Zos did not fulfill his wish in the end. Many years later, he failed in his lord level elevation. He could only go for the second best option, which was to become a half-step lord. Chapter 1703, Distorted Memory. Lin Huang squinted slightly after hearing Zos' story. He then questioned the remaining 3 half-step lords. 2 among the 3 of them were like Zos. They were founders of the Myriad Tribe Palace. They knew about the whole thing from the beginning to the end. The 2's narratives were virtually identical to what Zos had said. However, Lin Huang frowned and fell into silence after hearing their stories. The reason being the stories they narrated were completely different from what the Emperor's heart said. The Emperor's heart told Lin Huang previously that gravel world number 48151623342 was Lin Xin's god territory fragment from her past life. The reason why gravel world number 48151623342 was wiped out over and over again was caused by Lin Xin's enemy during her past life, an Abyssal Lord. The Myriad Tribe Palace was his vassal. Lin Huang went after the Myriad Tribe Palace in order to find out more information about the Abyssal Lord, as well as the complete story behind the whole saga from them. Never would he have thought such a situation would occur. Although Zos and the rest stories had no loopholes, it was completely different from the story he had heard. Did this group of people have their memories distorted? Lin Huang thought long and hard about it. That was the only conclusion he could draw. The Abyssal Lord might be the only one who could distort the memories of these few half-step lords so easily. Remove your control on Zos and let me try again, Lin Huang said to Ku Rong, refusing to give up. Ku Rong nodded lightly and excluded Zos from the chant. Zos very soon snapped back to his senses since he no longer had to listen to the chant. However, when he took a good look at Lin Huang's face, his eyes fell into a daze once again. He stood where he was without moving. Black sigils appeared in Lin Huang's pupils. Tell me the truth about Gravel World number 4,815,162,342. Zos began to narrate instantly without hesitation. However, what he spoke of was still the story of the love-hate relationship between the sect brothers before. It was not that Lin Huang had no faith in the effect of Ku Rong's Buddhist precepts. After all, Ku Rong was a lower-rank lord. The strength of his god soul was barely that of a middle-rank lord. It made sense that his technique would not work on the Abyssal Lord's memory distortion. On the other hand, the strength of Lin Huang's god soul was already at ultimate rank lord level. Theoretically, his hypnosis should be sufficient to dismantle the memory distortion technique that was set up by a person whose god soul was weaker than his. It was a surprise to him that Zou's memory remained distorted. Lin Huang listened to Zou's story patiently. Apart from the additional details, it was basically identical to the story from before. The sigils in his pupils faded. He appeared before Zou's in a flash and pointed his finger between his eyebrows. This time, he read his memory directly. Within a mere second, Lin Huang copied all of Zou's memories. He scanned through the memory images using divine telekinesis one by one. Zou's hundreds of thousands of years' worth of memories were revealed in their entirety. However, his memory about Gravel World number 48151624342 was exactly the same as his story. Not only that, Lin Huang was unable to find anything unusual about his memory. He frowned hard. There were only two possibilities in such a situation. One was that Lin Xin's enemy had a god soul that was far more powerful than his. Another possibility would be that the Abyssal Lord might be proficient in God's soul, an expert in techniques such as tampering with one's memory. Lin Huang was more willing to accept that it was the latter. At least he might not be defeated if they really were to fight. If it was the former, then things would be quite troublesome. After all, the strength of his god soul was at ultimate rank lord level now. If the strength of the person's god soul was so much more powerful, then it might even be at Dao level. It seems like I can only ask the Emperor's heart. Now that it had come down to this, the Myriad Tribe Palace was a complete dead end as a clue. Lin Huang did not plan to leave any loose ends behind. As he activated his divine telekinesis, countless god weapon flying daggers turned into blood-colored electric arcs, penetrating all of the captives' bodies. Subsequently, he casually tossed Zou's and the other three corpses into his storage space. Clean up this place. Lancelot and the rest were stunned when they heard what Lin Huang said. They thought they could leave after this was over. Never had they thought they would have to clean up. Don't you guys think this is a pretty great foothold? Lin Huang said while smiling when he saw Lancelot and the rest looking stunned. The location of the Myriad Tribe Palace's headquarters was amazing. Not only that, the surrounding resources were abundant. In reality, when Lin Huang first landed on this planet, he already planned to take it over. After all, with his current ability, he could be carefree in everything he did in this great world. I'll need you guys to make a trip later. Lin Huang glanced at the group. Clear out all of the Myriad Tribe Palace's branches in the surrounding star zones. Although Lin Huang had taken over the headquarters, he did not want to leave any future troubles behind. He figured he would occupy all of Myriad Tribe Palace's territories once and for all. This would in turn save him a lot of time in developing the Sword Alliance. Population growth and migration would have been a significant hindrance to his developmental plans. However, by occupying this territory, he could simply take over all the habitable planets the Myriad Tribe Palace initially had, which would solve the problem completely. To most civilians, a change in the Guardian organization would not affect their lives much. They would still continue living as they were. As long as the Guardian organization's policy was not overly strict, the civilians would be unlikely to migrate. Similar to the civilians on Earth, life went on when the country had a new president. Migration was a very unlikely scenario for most people. As the takeover plan commenced, Lin Huang could almost foresee the rapid development of the Sword Alliance over the next few years. After clearing out the palace, very soon, Lancelot and the rest left separately. They began purging the Myriad Tribe Palace's various branches. Charcoal and the rest put in all of their effort in order to prove their capabilities. Many Imperial monsters were clearly more competitive in this mission since Lancelot and Ku Rong had stolen the limelight previously. In under 10 minutes, Lancelot and the rest began to return one after the other. All of the myriad tribe palace's branches in the tens of star zones were cleared out. Many busybodies took videos of the myriad tribe palace being destroyed and posted them onto the internet. In the beginning, many thought it was fake news. After all, the myriad tribe palace was a top organization that was only second to the few grade 7 organizations in the God territory. The few half-step lords who guarded the organization were not to be offended. However, as more and more videos surfaced, they could see different myriad tribe palace's branches being destroyed from different angles in the videos. They finally began to believe that someone had really attacked the myriad tribe palace. There were over 20 myriad tribe palace's branches that were destroyed in the videos alone. Clearly, it was not a one-time incident. Instead, someone was really dealing the myriad tribe palace a devastating blow. As those threads with videos went viral on the internet, people soon spread rumors and suspicions about the myriad tribe palace's headquarters being attacked. An unprecedentedly heated discussion broke out on the internet. Chapter 1704, the 7th grade 7 organization in the God territory. Lin Huang saw the heated discussions on the internet as soon as they broke out. Throughout the next 2 to 3 days, the number of topics discussing the myriad tribe palace increased to an astounding figure. Myriad tribe palace became the #1 trending topic on all internet platforms, and stayed there for a long time. Not only did the discussions not let up, but rather they continued to intensify. The reason was that a verified account on the internet, specializing in refuting rumors, visited all of the myriad tribe palace's branches that were in ruins from the videos and proved the authenticity of the matter. In addition, the entire video was broadcasted live. It had provided solid evidence to verify the news of the many myriad tribe palace branches being destroyed. Many busybodies even found their way to the myriad tribe palace's headquarters. They could only see that the door was shut tight, and that many barriers had been erected to conceal what was happening inside. In reality, it was Lin Huang and the rest who occupied the myriad tribe palace's headquarters. He was having a meeting with Bloody to decide on the future development pathway of the Sword Alliance. Lancelot and the rest did not stay idle. Throughout those few days, they traveled to the myriad tribe palace's remaining branches in the star zones further away to clear them out. Meanwhile, Sword One's team sent people to start taking over the myriad tribe palace's branches that had been cleared. On the 5th day, the matter escalated, just when the discussions regarding the myriad tribe palace on the internet were beginning to die out. Suddenly, a thread appeared early in the morning, quickly jumping to the top of the ranks on all the internet platforms. Breaking: a mysterious organization has taken over the myriad tribe palace's stations. The thread caught every netizen's attention instantly. Any organization that dared to take over the myriad tribe palace's stations at such a time would most likely be the one responsible for the destruction of the myriad tribe palace's branches. The thread did not point out that the organization that took over was Sword Alliance. However, there were a couple of videos and many pictures in the thread that bore witness to the entire process of this mysterious organization taking over the myriad tribe palace's branches. This had immediately stirred up a frenzied discussion online. Everyone was guessing the identity of this mysterious organization. They were dumbstruck too. The way the myriad tribe palace had been destroyed was just too strange. They guessed that the mastermind behind the whole thing had to be a lord-level powerhouse. However, nobody knew how many lords there were exactly and the abilities of this newly risen mysterious organization. Within an hour of the thread about the mysterious organization taking over the myriad tribe palace's stations being posted, another thread suddenly jumped to first rank on all internet platforms, revealing the mysterious organization that destroyed the myriad tribe palace. The thread was posted by a verified account. It was a thread with a video only. In the video, the user shamelessly interviewed a few staff members who had taken over the myriad tribe palace's stations. Eventually, they learned from the staff members that the organization was called the Sword Alliance. Everyone looked dumbstruck after they watched the video. What grade of an organization was this Sword Alliance? Why had they never heard of it before? The cultivators in the God territory had all memorized the names of the grade 6 and grade 7 organizations clearly. Most of them even knew about the rather popular grade 5 organizations as well. However, the name Sword Alliance was completely unfamiliar to them. It was not among any of the grade 6 and grade 7 organizations. Very soon, people began to inquire on the internet. In the end, the result all of them found was the Sword Alliance that Great Heaven founded in the previous era. Many people conveniently found information about Great Heaven. This person named Great Heaven was so powerful. He was a heavenly god who suppressed an entire era. Our god territory aside, none of the heavenly gods in the entire great world were his match. Do you guys think this dude named Great Heaven is still alive? Did he rebuild the Sword Alliance? The information said that he died during his Lord level elevation. It's more likely that he reincarnated and cultivated all over again. That's probably the reason why he has only rebuilt the Sword Alliance after so many years. You guys are speculating about this and that, but it's uncertain whether this Sword Alliance has anything to do with the Sword Alliance of the previous era. Perhaps they just happened to have the same name. While the internet was rife with discussions on the topic, the Grade 7 organizations, including the Combat God Temple and the others, got into action immediately and began to look for the Sword Alliance's information. The Grade 7 organizations possessed the authorization to check the registration details of the rest of the organizations. However, they could not find anything about the Sword Alliance. The reason being was that, when Lin Huang registered the Sword Alliance in the beginning, he did so in the human world. He did not do it in the God territory. However, not all organizations were clueless about the Sword Alliance. At least Death Sickle were aware of it. Buried Heaven and the rest already found out much earlier that Lin Huang had built an organization called the Sword Alliance in the human world. In reality, even before the Sword Alliance was exposed, Buried Heaven had suspected that it was Lin Huang behind it all. The reason was that, in the God territory, only a couple of veteran Grade 7 organizations could suppress the Myriad Tribe Palace. Even if Death Sickle, which had just been upgraded to Grade 7, wanted to destroy the Myriad Tribe Palace, it was not something that they could do within a short period of time. Meanwhile, other organizations would definitely notice if any large commotion was stirred by the other Grade 7 organizations. Therefore, it was impossible for them to have done it. Therefore, Lin Huang became an obvious suspect. Now that the Sword Alliance had been exposed, Buried Heaven contacted Lin Huang directly. He asked about the Myriad Tribe Palace. He said nothing much after Lin Huang gave a simple explanation. After all, the Myriad Tribe Palace was at fault first. Lin Huang did not stir trouble with them for nothing, but was rather taking revenge. Buried Heaven then asked about Lin Huang's future plans, and Lin Huang gave him a rough idea of what those would be. In order to grow, the Sword Alliance definitely needed an ally. Death Sickle would undoubtedly be a great ally. In reality, this was within Bloody's plan. Over the next few days, people started to uncover more and more information about the Sword Alliance. It was actually the Sword Alliance that released it secretly. The discussions about the Sword Alliance ranked foremost on all internet platforms. As Lin Huang's team expected, the Sword Alliance's popularity was growing by day. The topic was trending for 3 days. Then finally the Sword Alliance's representative spoke up. A thread with the title, "A Little Something About the Sword Alliance," was soon trending on the entire internet. Naturally, Bloody was the author of the thread. There were not many words in the thread. It merely gave a simple explanation of the grudge between the Sword Alliance and the Myriad Tribe Palace, introducing the organization's internal structure, as well as declaring their future vision. There was a document at the end of the thread. It was signed by Royal. It was a document recognizing the Sword Alliance as a Grade 7 organization. Most people thought it was rather ridiculous when they saw the document at the end. Many netizens had no idea who Royal was at all. However, all Grade 7 organizations and a portion of the Grade 6 organizations knew the document was authentic when they saw it. The Sword Alliance was a Grade 7 organization that Royal legally recognized. Within half an hour of the thread being posted, Death Sickle was the first to extend their congratulations on the internet. They congratulated the Sword Alliance on becoming a new Grade 7 organization. Within 10 minutes of Death Sickle posting their congratulations, the Nephilic Judge Tribe became the second organization to extend their congratulations. Later on, the Combat God Temple, Divine Clapnet, Xeno and Precious Treasure Pavilion congratulated the Sword Alliance one after the other. Among the 6 Grade 7 organizations besides the Sword Alliance, God Capital was the only one who remained silent. Seeing the 6 Grade 7 organizations extend their congratulations, many Grade 6 and Grade 5 organizations immediately realized that it was a great opportunity to butter them up. They extended their congratulations as well. The scale of the congratulations had even exceeded the time when Death Sickle had been upgraded to a Grade 7 organization not long ago. Chapter 1705, Rise to Fame. All of a sudden, the name of the Sword Alliance went completely viral on the internet. Almost all the cultivators in the entire God territory became aware of this new Grade 7 organization. Even the few people who did not know about Death Sickle's upgrade to Grade 7 organization knew that the Sword Alliance was the new Grade 7 organization. After all, the Sword Alliance's rise to prominence was quite different to that of Death Sickle's. The Sword Alliance rose to power by destroying a Grade 6 organization, the Myriad Tribe Palace. In addition, due to Royal's endorsement, apart from God Capital, the other Grade 7 organizations in the God Territory all extended their congratulations. With them leading the way, it caused the Sword Alliance to receive far more congratulatory messages from the different organizations than Death Sickle did back then. Naturally, increasing the Sword Alliance's popularity was part of Bloody's plan. If Lin Huang's ability was still insufficient, like it had been before, he would have naturally preferred to grow his strength while lying low. He would have avoided attracting too much attention. However, he now had the ability to stand tall, and he had the backing of Royal as well. He figured that he could totally grow the Sword Alliance in this great world. By increasing their popularity, it would in turn hasten the development of the Sword Alliance. Lin Huang would not have to worry about many issues that would arise when the Sword Alliance was developing. With Bloody as the advisor, and Sword One's team as the supervisors, they would only require some time to adapt at most. He would be able to fast-track the Sword Alliance's development soon. Although the Combat God Temple and the other Grade 7 organizations had extended their congratulations due to Royal's endorsement, they were actually rather confused. The few lords from the Combat God Temple had even specially requested Peerless Overlord to ask Royal about what exactly happened. As a Royal Rank A member, Peerless Overlord was considered to possess some connections within Royal. In the end, he only received a one-sentence reply: the Sword Alliance's chief is Lin Huang, a Royal Rank S member. Peerless Overlord was stunned after seeing that message. As a Royal Rank A member who had been a member for many years, he naturally knew what being a Rank S member meant. He was clearly aware of how difficult it was to become a Rank S member. In reality, he barely passed his Rank A membership evaluation. One could even say that, in the entire God Territory in this era, only Buried Heaven and him barely had the right to pass the Rank A membership evaluation, what more the Rank S membership evaluation. Moreover, a Rank S member would be a core member of Royal. As a Rank A member, Peerless Overlord would gain far more advantages by simply getting close to Lin Huang than he had gained through hard work all these years. Lin Huang, why is this name rather familiar? Peerless Overlord frowned slightly. He only recalled a while later, he seems to be the guy that those bunch of outsiders from the universe came to capture a while ago. Peerless Overlord soon connected the dots after confirming Lin Huang's identity and his Rank S membership evaluation. Don't tell me this guy has killed those outsiders from the universe. He was terrified just imagining it. He had been in contact with the investigators from the raiders. He could clearly sense that any one of them could kill him easily. Peerless Overlord did not hesitate at all, and immediately informed Zhang and the others about Royal's response and his speculations. The few lords from the Combat God Temple fell into a long period of silence after hearing his words. Indeed, there was no news about the investigators who came. While it could be a case of having the same name, I think it's impossible that it's all a coincidence. It should be the same person. Unfortunately, the Sword Alliance's chief has never shown his face. Otherwise, we could compare it with the image from the Wanted Order. Zhang could not help but ask, Overlord, didn't you find out Lin Huang's personal information from Royal? Isn't there a picture at least? Rank S members are Royal's core members. Their personal information is confidential. I can't find anything about him with my level of authorization, Peerless Overlord said rather helplessly. However, I also think that it should be the same person. He must possess powerful abilities if he's wanted by a group of middle-rank Lord-level outsiders. Even more so since he's a Royal Rank S member and destroyed the Myriad Tribe Palace. The possibility of having two powerhouses with Lord-level ability with the same name is abysmally low. While Combat God Temple and the other Grade 7 organizations were investigating the Sword Alliance and trying to figure out what sort of relationship to have with them, Death Sickle had already finalized all the details of their collaboration with the Sword Alliance. They even signed an agreement and posted the collaboration announcement online. While the bunch of Grade 5 and Grade 6 organizations were waiting and observing, the few Grade 7 organizations had reacted immediately. Death Sickle definitely knew something. They started contacting Death Sickle, wanting to obtain more information from them. Within 2 hours of Death Sickle posting the collaboration notice, the Nephilic Judge Tribe also posted a collaboration announcement with the Sword Alliance too. After all, Unlike Death's Sickle where the upper echelons were aware of Lin Huang's capabilities, Kylie and Bloody had to spend some time before finally convincing the upper echelons of the Nephilic Judge tribe. Combat God Temple was the third one to publish a collaboration announcement. It was because they had confirmed with Death's Sickle that both Lin Huangs were the same person. His royal rank's identity alone was enough for the Combat God Temple to want to cozy up to him. Soon after the Combat God Temple published the notice, Divine Clapnet, Precious Treasure Pavilion and Xeno published theirs in rapid succession. The Grade 5 and Grade 6 organizations sent negotiation invitations immediately when they saw what was unfolding. All of them wanted to be in the loop as well. Meanwhile, the smaller organizations and some rogue cultivators had a heated discussion on what exactly Sword Alliance was. While the internet was still discussing the Sword Alliance enthusiastically, organizations such as Death's Sickle and the Combat God Temple quietly removed Lin Huang's wanted notice that they had initially posted under the threat of the raiders' investigators. The Sword Alliance's rise to fame also made Lin Huang so busy that he did not have time to enter the virtual realm to cultivate. He had obtained a vast amount of Lord-level God territories from Royal's auction earlier, but could not spare any time to refine them. He got Sword One's team to check and amend the few Grade 7 organizations' terms of collaboration one by one before giving them to Bloody. After Bloody revised the terms, he participated in discussions about them with Sword One's team. There were also video conferences of discussions with various organizations such as the Combat God Temple and others. Naturally, Lin Huang had only participated in the collaboration discussions with the Grade 7 organizations. He gave the authority to Bloody and Sword One to handle the Grade 6 organizations, excluding the Nephilic Judge tribe. Apart from new collaborations, Lin Huang got Sword One's team to do a selective takeover of the organizations under the Myriad Tribe Palace. Just like what Bloody said, taking over the Myriad Tribe Palace's organizations would give the outsiders the impression that the Sword Alliance was generous. On the other hand, this could reduce their potential enemies as well. After all, it was possible that the organizations that used to rely on the Myriad Tribe Palace in the past would see Sword Alliance, the one that destroyed the Myriad Tribe Palace, as an enemy after losing the protection of the former. Although the Sword Alliance did not care about that, it would be better to have one more organization under them as opposed to having one more enemy. Furthermore, some of the organizations under the Myriad Tribe Palace were in great shape. There were 4 Grade 5 organizations among them. Though they did not rank amongst the top, the annual protection fee they paid was significant. Lin Huang got his sword servants to run an evaluation. They basically took over any organization as long as their reputations were not below average. Outside the God territory, the human world received the news a few days later. Grade 6 and Grade 7 organizations contacted the Sword Alliance's branch in the Demon Eye Star Zone one after the other in an attempt to initiate a collaboration with them. Lin Huang only managed to finally spare some time to enter the virtual realm after he was more or less done with the arrangements regarding the Sword Alliance. He began a new round of cultivation. Chapter 1706. The illusion of becoming more powerful. Lin Huang sat with his legs crossed and entered the cultivation state in the virtual realm cabin. His priority during the closed-door cultivation this time was to visualize the nameless divine telekinesis visualization images. Among the 108 nameless divine telekinesis visualization images, he was only left with the final 2 that he had yet to complete. He had put it aside because, back then, he would have had to spend tens of thousands of years to visualize the 107th image alone with his upper-rank Lord-level God Soul. Since elevating to Lord level, the strength of his God Soul had reached ultimate rank Lord level. Given that he had 2 God Soul-type Goldfingers in his body now, the soul-controlling tablet and brain of the soul, the visualization duration would be reduced significantly. After calming his mind, Lin Huang no longer hesitated and entered a state of visualization directly. Days passed by in the virtual realm cabin. He spent less than 200 years to completely visualize the 107th visualization image successfully. The strength of his God Soul had elevated directly to peak ultimate level Lord level. He spent over 800 years to complete the 108th visualization image. The strength of Lin Huang's God Soul and Divine Telekinesis elevated again when he was done visualizing the last nameless Divine Telekinesis visualization image. They reached the limits of ultimate rank Lord level. I've finally completed the visualization process. Lin Huang released a long exhale of breath. Although he did not keep track of the exact duration, he was very sure that he spent a fairly long time visualizing the last 2 images. Sensing the speedy transformation of his god soul within his body, Lin Huang felt an inexplicable sense of achievement, akin to the feeling when he had conquered a stage in the games he used to play. However, the second his god soul completed its transformation in its entirety, the set of nameless divine telekinesis visualization images were suddenly crushed, turning into sparkles and disappearing. Lin Huang was stunned for a moment, but soon came to a realization. The nameless divine telekinesis inheritance had clearly self-destructed as he had already completely mastered the inheritance. The owner of this inheritance was a decent person. I can't believe he did that because he was unwilling to have his inheritance being exploited. Lin Huang roughly guessed the mindset of the owner of the inheritance. On one hand, he hoped that there would be a successor for his inheritance. On the other hand, he did not want his inheritance to end up in the wrong hands. Therefore, he set things up accordingly. Since someone had inherited it completely, he would destroy it directly. There was no need for a second successor. Naturally, the risk of doing that was grave. If the person who obtained the visualization images died before completing the visualization, the inheritance might be buried together with the person who died. The possibility of it being inherited would have vanished entirely. Naturally, the owner had to be mentally prepared for this eventuality if he chose to make such a decision. Lin Huang fell into a daze momentarily as he watched the visualization images disappear. He began to worry a little now. There was no way for him to cultivate his god soul in divine telekinesis in the future. Although the strength of his god soul had reached the limits of ultimate rank lord level, he did not think that ultimate rank lord level was his final destination. He wanted to step into the Tao level, he wanted to achieve an even higher level. However, without a way to cultivate his god's soul in divine telekinesis, he had no idea how he would break through to the next level of his god's soul. Nevertheless, Lin Huang did not worry or dwell on the problem for too long. His current combat strength was merely at lower rank lord level. He still had ample time to figure out how to break through to the next level of his god's soul. Seeing that there was no way to elevate the strength of his god's soul, he shifted his focus to his physical strength. He had used the Goldfinger Pure Golden Blood's function to absorb Bai and the rest's blood essences earlier. He elevated his physical strength to peak ultimate rank lord level. He was only a step away from the limits of ultimate rank lord level. In addition, Lin Huang happened to obtain hundreds of lords' blood essences from the mummy-like man's storage space he had killed previously. Although the quality of these blood essences could not be compared with the blood essence he had obtained from Bai and the others, it would be wasteful not to make use of the resources he had obtained. Whether or not they could elevate his physical strength to the limits of ultimate rank lord level, that was something he would only find out after absorbing them. With that mindset, Lin Huang fed the bottles of blood essences to the pure golden blood in his body one by one. Very soon, the pure golden blood began a new round of reaction after absorbing the Lord's blood essences. Lin Huang could sense clearly that his physical strength was increasing slowly. Though slow, the increase was steady. Lin Huang fed it hundreds of bottles of Lord's blood essences. The pure golden blood extracted the effective substances from them continuously to strengthen Lin Huang's physical body. Time continued to pass in the virtual realm cabin. Very soon, his physical strength elevated from peak ultimate rank lord level to the limits of ultimate rank lord level. Although the quality of the blood essences could not compare, there were more in quantity after all. Moreover, Lin Huang's physical strength had already been a half step away from the limits of ultimate rank lord level previously. This round of strengthening had bridged the half-step gap entirely, pushing his physical body to its limit once and for all. The strength of his god soul and physical body had reached the limits of ultimate rank lord level. In reality, this exceeded Lin Huang's expectations. However, he did not plan to leave his closed-door cultivation session just yet. Instead, he chose to continue on. For the third round of closed-door cultivation, he chose to refine the Lord's god territories. He had busied himself over the Sword Alliance's matters for a month. The auction to sell the spoils he obtained from Nine Snakes' team had also ended earlier. There were also the 11 intermediate-grade Dao weapons he obtained from killing Black Mountain and the others. He had traded them for lords, kingdoms on Royal's auction before. He had been putting these aside until now, and he could finally spend some time to refine them now. This time, he had obtained many lords, kingdoms from trading the spoils. He obtained 648 middle-rank lords, kingdoms alone. There were also 211 upper-rank lords, kingdoms. Finally, he had also managed to obtain 8 ultimate rank lords, kingdoms as well. Naturally, the kingdoms he obtained this time were the same as before. They were abyssal and bug tribe kingdoms that nobody wanted. Otherwise, it was impossible that he could have obtained that many. However, the quantity was the only thing that mattered to Lin Huang. No matter what kind of kingdom it was, the Eternity Fire was able to remove the contaminated energy contained in those kingdoms. Lin Huang began the refining process directly after doing a rough inventory. There was no concept of time in the virtual realm. Day after day, Lin Huang did not eat, drink, rest or sleep. It was unclear how long it took for him to finally refine all the 648 middle-rank lords, kingdoms. The 648 middle-rank lords, kingdoms provided a boost of over 38,000 Dao seals in Lin Huang's kingdoms. The total number of Dao seals increased to 43,161. Regarding the number of Dao tattoos, it provided a boost of over 260 million Dao tattoos, the total number surpassing 300 million. The round of elevation seemed to provide a comprehensive boost to Lin Huang's ability on the surface. It even seemed like he could fight a minor Dao-level entity head-on if he unleashed his kingdom. However, Lin Huang realized that, though there were many Dao seals in his kingdom indeed, they seemed to be restricted by the strength of his god soul and physical body. Even in his kingdom, 3,000 Dao seals was the limit he could use. He clearly sensed that there would be a great risk of his god soul and physical body collapsing instantly if he was to use even one additional Dao seal past his limit. His initial excitement faded away. He felt as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed on his face. Looking at the remaining upper rank and ultimate rank lords, kingdoms, he gave up on the plan of continuing to refine them. I should just obediently refine my god sequence chains to elevate my brute force outside my kingdom, Lin Huang said, feeling rather helpless. Chapter 1707. Soaring Combat Strength. Lin Huang continued his closed-door cultivation session in the virtual realm cabin. Noticing that the number of Dao seals he could borrow from his kingdom had reached its limit, he decisively stopped refining more god territories. Instead, he began developing the god sequence chains that were already in his kingdom. Lin Huang could borrow all of the god sequence chains in the kingdom, and had not only used them before, but also studied them before. Therefore, developing them again and transforming them into his own god sequence chains was easier than consolidating god sequence chains from scratch. Days passed by rapidly in the virtual realm cabin. The number of god sequence chains in Lin Huang's body was skyrocketing. It was unclear how much time had passed, but he had finally consolidated 1 million god sequence chains. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Huang resolutely chose to perform unification again. He had been attacked by a powerhouse above Lord level the last time he performed unification, and almost failed to fight back. If not for the lady who attacked in the end, his virtual body would definitely have been destroyed. This time, he was not leaving it to chance, on whether such an entity would appear again, nor whether the lady who saved him before would appear again. He was fully prepared. He spread out his kingdom in its entirety. The god weapon flying daggers in his sleeves were ready to attack. This time, he was going to fight it head-on. It was not the case of him being arrogant due to his increase in combat strength, but rather he wanted to know how large of a gap exactly there was between his ability and a Dao-level powerhouse. On the other hand, he was not worried about being killed. If he died in the virtual realm, all he would lose was a virtual body. Even if a Dao-level powerhouse's technique could affect the material realm, he had other techniques that would allow him to revive. His comprehensive preparations allowed him a measure of confidence and safety in attempting this once again. The path of cultivation, after all, was something in defiance of nature. If he became terrified of powerful enemies due to one failure, he would truly be in a regretful state in future encounters. Lin Huang took action instantly after making up his mind. He performed unification again. It was his 4th Dao seal. The process of unification was pretty similar to the process before. The first stage of unification, psychic communication. In this stage, the god sequence chains would start to possess a fragment of intelligence. They would enter a state of chaos and fight for dominance. In Lin Huang's body, the 1 million god sequence chains transformed into various forms and entered a chaotic state. This process was very dangerous for a person who was performing unification for the first time. However, it was nothing to veterans. Lin Huang had no expression on his face. He merely used his god soul to release some pressure, and the god sequence chains immediately became obedient. The entire process ended in less than a second. The second stage of unification. During this stage, the God sequence chains would change their forms and transform into Dao tattoos to consolidate the Dao seal. This stage was the stage with the highest failure rate for 9th rank heavenly God level powerhouses who were performing unification for the first time. The reason was that the process of Dao tattoos consolidating the Dao seal was similar to nuclear fusion. It would release terrifying amounts of energy. The release of such energy would impact the physical body, God soul and God territory of the person performing unification. If any of the three failed to overcome the impact, the unification would abort itself. However, to a powerhouse whose physical body and God's soul had reached the limits of ultimate rank Lord level, the energy impact of a lower rank Lord level unification could not break through his defense at all. His kingdom was even more sturdy. It could not be moved by the mere unification of a Dao seal. Throughout the unification process this time around, Lin Huang had no expression on his face from the outset. He watched the entire process play out in silence. The energy impact of the unification did not harm his kingdom at all, nor did it affect his physical body and God's soul. He was like a spectator, watching a grand display of fireworks in his kingdom. He watched the fourth Dao seal begin to consolidate quickly. Lin Huang knew that the third stage was coming. Dao plundering. The moment the Dao seal consolidated successfully, the aura that it generated would attract the attention of raptors, luring them from the virtual realm. Lin Huang was currently in the virtual realm. Naturally, countless voids would sense the Dao seal's aura. He lifted his spirit. It was not that he was afraid of the voids that would come in search of his Dao seal's aura. Instead, he was taking precautions against the Dao level powerhouse that had attacked him previously. He was ready to go all out at any time. He did not plan to hold back at all. In the virtual realm, Lin Huang's kingdom descended. It was unknown how many star zones nearby were enveloped within. The sparkling golden Dao seal that had just been consolidated was like a big, golden sun above the kingdom. It exuded an endless golden glow and its overwhelming aura spread toward all directions like a wave. To the void's senses, the aura from the Dao seal was similar to the aroma of delicious food that made one drool. They were like sharks that had smelled blood. They began to rush toward Lin Huang's direction in a frenzy. Lin Huang was expressionless. He clearly sensed the voids that were intruding into his kingdom. From his sleeves, blood-colored electric arcs shot forth consecutively, reaping lives mercilessly. This time, he had killed over 50 voids. The most powerful one even had the combat strength of upper rank Lord level. Lin Huang could not help but raise his brows as he watched the Dao seals glow in the sky dimming slowly. The Dao level attacker from the last time did not come. It was unknown whether it was afraid of that lady who attacked previously or perhaps because of some other reason. Up till the Dao seal's aura had weakened completely and hidden itself deep in the depths of his kingdom, Lin Huang did not see the attacker from before. While he did feel a sense of relief, he also felt that it was quite a pity. He put his kingdom away and turned around. He entered the virtual realm beneath again and started a new round of developing his God sequence chains. Years passed by in the virtual realm. Since the fourth Dao seal had been successfully consolidated, Lin Huang consolidated more and more over and over again. The Dao level attacker never showed up again. Instead, he would reap the lives of many voids each time he consolidated Dao seals. Just like that, he consolidated 10 Dao seals smoothly. The strength of the Dao seals had arrived at peak lower rank Lord level. However, Lin Huang did not stop just yet. Instead, he chose to consolidate more Dao seals. When the 11th Dao seal was formed, the difficulty of unification had clearly increased significantly. Nevertheless, this did not cause any hindrances to Lin Huang. Even though the number of voids the Dao seal's aura attracted was multiplied, it merely increased the number of lives Lin Huang would reap. Lin Huang had yet to halt the development of God sequence chains. The number of Dao seals in his body skyrocketed. 11, 12, 20, 30, 90, 100. When he consolidated the 101th Dao seal, the difficulty of unification increased again. However, it still did not cause any problems to Lin Huang. Although he knew that he had been in closed-door cultivation for an extremely long time, he did not plan to leave just yet. He chose to continue developing even more Dao seals. The number of Dao seals in his body continued to grow significantly. 101, 102, 110, 120, 200, 300, 1000, 2000, 3000. Lin Huang reached the limit of 3,000 Dao seals, similar to the amount an ultimate rank lord would have, but the Dao level attacker still had not shown itself. However, he finally felt that he had hit a plateau. He could not develop more God sequence chains. The God sequence chains that had looked extremely simple to him before felt like they had suddenly been encrypted. Lin Huang tried over 10 times, but failed each time. Perhaps this is the limit before stepping into Dao level. Feeling helpless, Lin Huang could only halt things here and shook his head while forcing a smile. The duration of this closed-door cultivation session has gone on long enough. It's time to leave. Chapter 1708. Even I've no idea how powerful I am. When Lin Huang returned to the material realm, barely a second had passed since his virtual body entered the virtual realm. Within that brief second, his overall ability underwent an immense transformation. Before entering the virtual realm, he had only consolidated 3 Dao seals, 2 of the sword seals were even incomplete. Now that he had gotten out of closed-door cultivation, he had successfully consolidated 3,000 Dao seals. Not only did he complete the 2 sword seals that he had in the beginning to the state of having 1 million Dao tattoos, he had consolidated over 200 new sword seals. That was under the premise that the number of sword Dao heavenly rule was limited in his kingdom, which only allowed him to develop over 200 sword seals. Otherwise, he was more than happy to consolidate all of the 3,000 Dao seals into sword seals. In reality, Lin Huang was not exactly happy to have reached the limit of ultimate rank lord level. He could not figure out what exactly was the issue that he could not consolidate more Dao seals. There was a faint, invisible will that was stopping him from breaking through. It had even intervened with his kingdom and godly right. In his own kingdom, he could only use the power of 3,000 Dao seals. He could not use any more than that. Meanwhile, outside his kingdom, he could only use the 3,000 Dao seals that he had mastered. He could not even borrow any more Dao seals from his kingdom. Lin Huang had a faint feeling that the plateau did not come from himself. It seemed to be restricted by a rule from the outside world. However, he did not get himself stuck in that. On one hand, it was because his ability had risen to an ultimate level. Although he could only master 3,000 Dao seals, he knew that other ultimate rank lords who had also mastered 3,000 Dao seals were definitely not his match. The reason being each of his Dao seals was made of millions of Dao tattoos. In the great world, any ordinary lords would only have over 1,000 Dao tattoos in the Dao seals that they consolidated. Even a genius like Buried Heaven only had less than 2,000 Dao tattoos in the Dao seals he consolidated. Even in the entire universe, it was quite impossible that any lords could compare him with the number of Dao tattoos in the Dao seals they consolidated. The number of Dao tattoos in Dao seals was not Lin Huang's only strong suit. There was his physical body and God's soul. When he had just gotten into closed-door cultivation at lower rank lord level, the strength of his physical body and God's soul had reached the limit of ultimate rank lord level. As the number of Dao seals were growing in his body, and that his combat strength was elevating, it had strengthened his physical body and God's soul over and over again. Although he was not exactly sure if the strength of his physical body and God's soul had reached Dao level, he was very sure that no matter his physical body and God's soul, he was definitely more powerful than most powerhouses at the limit of ultimate rank lord level. Let alone his kingdom. Lin Huang's kingdom contained over 43,000 Dao seals. That was not even the limit the kingdom could contain. Lin Huang would not dare to compare other things, but he was certain that his kingdom would definitely be comparable with Dao-level powerhouses. Apart from his brute force, Lin Huang had many goldfingers, the advantage that others did not have. The critical hit hammer alone that had grown to 4th stage would be tortuous enough. Each time he attacked, there would be at least 3-fold to 40-fold of random critical hit effect. Combined with his vast amount of god weapon flying daggers, Lin Huang thought he should not have any matches who were under Dao level. Moreover, as his combat strength elevated, the few god weapons in his body went through a transformation as well. The god weapons that were initially supreme grade Dao weapons had transformed into Dao level spiritual treasures. Even Lin Huang was not sure which rank they had gotten exactly. He was not even sure how powerful his ability was now exactly. He was not sure whether he had the ability to fight a fair battle head-on with a Dao-level powerhouse with all of his strength. Lin Huang scanned with his divine telekinesis when he returned to the material realm. He soon noticed charcoal in the rest. However, he was a little confused. The reason being under the senses of his divine telekinesis, charcoal and the rest gave him a feeling that they were matchsticks that were currently burning with unstable flame and sparks. He even had the illusion that he could put out their lives with a blow of breath. The aura of Sword One's team was even weaker. They were like sparks that might extinguish any time, while the remaining people were like dots of glow. The strength of their aura was not enough to generate heat. Lin Huang was a little worried that he would put out all of the lives in the hundreds of star zones around if he accidentally sneezed. Is this an illusion coming from the skyrocketed ability? Will I really wipe out everything from a sneeze? Lin Huang could not help but mutter softly. At that very moment, he suddenly felt something watching him. He spread his divine telekinesis and found nothing. The sense of prying vanished instantly. Is that sense of prying an illusion as well? Lin Huang frowned lightly. He did not think that anyone in this great world could escape from the detection of his divine telekinesis. Even if the person was an expert in techniques that could hide their divine telekinesis, it was quite impossible that they managed to do that. After all, the strength of his divine telekinesis suppressed everyone below Dao level. He did not think it was an illusion either. He was a little suspicious that the sense of prying came from a royal's Dao level powerhouse. That was the only possibility that sounded more reasonable as an explanation. The person might have sensed the aura that he spread unintentionally, so they pried. Lin Huang did not dwell into that. He continued to close his eyes to sense the changes as he returned to the material realm this time. He tried his best to familiarize with his body since the skyrocketed ability. When it was close to night time, Sword One suddenly sent a message. The operation of the Sword Alliance is basically on track now. We can prepare for the celebration. Please set a date, Lord Swordmaster. Lin Huang fell into deep thoughts when he saw the message. He had spent too much time in the virtual realm. He had completely forgotten about that since coming out of the closed-door cultivation this time. The celebration that Sword One was talking about was the celebration of Sword Alliance being upgraded. Naturally, being upgraded to a grade 7 organization was something worth celebrating. All of the organizations would hold a celebration when they were upgraded to grade 7 so that the world would know. Although the Sword Alliance had great exposure on the internet throughout this period of time, where almost all cultivators had heard of them at least, they had never officially shown themselves in the public. They could seize the celebration this time to invite everyone over to launch the Sword Alliance officially. This would be the first time the Sword Alliance would show themselves to the public officially. It would be the perfect opportunity to boost their reputation. How many days do you guys need to prepare for the celebration? Lin Huang replied to the message directly. Actually, we're almost done with the preliminary preparations. Now we're left with the official setup, deploying of staff and sending out invitations. I think we can get them done in 3 days at most, Sword One replied instantly. Send the invitations out today and proceed with the preparation for the remaining 3 days. Set the celebration date 3 days later. Lin Huang did not hesitate at all. Let me send the invitations when you guys are done with it. Chapter 1709. All parties' reaction. The cursed planet in the Nephilic Judge Star Zone was a planet that was covered in lightning all year round. It was not only the weather, there was a Lord-level odal lingering above the clouds. It was said that it was a technique that a Lord-level senior from the Nephilic Judge had tribe left behind in the past. It was now being controlled by a half-step Lord through the activation of a Dao weapon. Even lower-level Lords dared not trespass the territory of this planet. This was where the Nephilic Judge tribe's headquarters was. Since Kylie joined the Nephilic Judge tribe, she spent most of her time on this planet. To be exact, she spent most of her time in the tallest holy tower on the cursed planet. It was a giant silver tower that was tens of thousands of meters tall. There was a lady with purple hair and in a white dress at the top of the giant tower. She stood before the window, watching the lightning strikes of various colors flash in the rain outside. It was Kylie who had her military uniform removed. Master has just sent the invitation over, Kylie said while looking outside the window, as if she was talking to herself. The Sword Alliance he founded has been upgraded to a grade 7 organization. He wants us to join the celebration. He should have conducted this celebration much earlier. He has dragged it for over a month. A petite yet busty lady with red hair walked over slowly. That was the clone that Bloody had left behind with the Nephilic Judge tribe. I chose to stay with the Nephilic Judge tribe back then because I initially wanted to borrow their strength to help him as much as I could. In the end, I did nothing. Kylie turned around and looked at Bloody. Indeed, I didn't expect Master to grow to such a level so quickly. Bloody nodded lightly. I speculated that, even if he didn't need 100 years to elevate to Lord level, he would need at least 30 to 50 years, and we could borrow the Nephilic Judge tribe's strength to protect him throughout those tens of years of growth. Turns out he elevated to Lord level within 3 years. It made all my future plans worthless. However, that's not a bad thing. Master becoming powerful saves us a lot of trouble. How powerful exactly is he now? Kylie could not help but ask. I don't know. No matter what, he's much more powerful than I am now. Bloody shook her head while smiling. Don't you have a rough estimate of his power? Kylie continued to ask. No, the gap between our abilities is too great. Bloody continued to smile as she shook her head. I heard from Charcoal that he defeated Bai and Tang Ran when they fought him together. After his elevation, Kylie raised her eyebrows lightly. Yes, from what Charcoal said, they must have fought right after he had elevated and upgraded his rank. Bloody nodded with a smile. There's one more thing that might be a better indication of his ability, Bloody continued to say. If my judgment is correct, he must have killed the bunch of raiders who came from the universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have announced the existence of the Sword Alliance in such a high-profile manner. Those guys were middle-rank lords at the very least. Although Kylie had never come into contact with them herself, when the bunch of raiders assigned someone to send the letter asking the Nephilic Judge tribe to put Lin Huang on the wanted list, she sensed the aura that they did not bother concealing at all. She could roughly estimate their strength based on their aura. You can seize the opportunity to test his ability when you visit him this time. You should give it a shot since you've elevated to Lord level. Bloody had a playful grin on her face. Not interested, Kylie turned down the suggestion directly. She knew very well that, even though she had been elevated to Lord level, her combat ability should be similar to Bai, who was beaten earlier. Bai and Tang Ran were tortured when they fought him together. It would be impossible that she could be Lin Huang's match if she was to fight him alone. Moreover, that fight was something that took place close to 2 months ago. The current Lin Huang would only be more powerful than he had been 2 months ago. At the Blood Sickle shelter in Death Sickle's headquarters, Buried Heaven gathered the couple of Blood Sickle members in the meeting room. Lin Huang sent us a message. There'll be a celebration for the Sword Alliance's upgrade to a Grade 7 organization in 3 days. He invited our Death Sickle to join the celebration. Buried Heaven projected the invitation as he spoke. I think it's best that the few of us here attend it. After all, Lin Huang came from Death Sickle, and he was the one who avenged Old Sun. As a human of Lin Huang's own kind, Gao Ming was the first to voice his opinion. I think all of us should go too. In the entire God territory, Death Sickle should be the ones closest to him. We should support him. Hu Shaner was the second to agree. I've no objections. Boundless Blood nodded lightly. I even think that we can bring some of Lin Huang's old friends to join the occasion. Now let's proceed to the next topic. What gift should we prepare for the celebration this time? Without skipping a beat, Buried Heaven broached the second topic. At the God's shelter in God Capital's headquarters, Shen Tu squinted lightly as he sat at the main seat in the meeting room. There were men and women dressed in luxurious clothes on both sides of the long table in the meeting room. They were in flawless human forms. Tell me what you think about the Sword Alliance's invitation this time. I think we can just give them a symbolic gift to prevent outsiders from calling God Capital rude. An old man with white hair sitting on Shen Tu's left took the lead to voice his opinion. I think there's no need to care. A blonde lady cleaned her nails absent-mindedly. That brat surnamed Lin is just an inferior human. Among the rest of their members, even the outstanding ones are mixed blood. I don't want to dirty my shoes going to such a place. That's right. I wonder where a lowly human got the guts to build an organization in our God territory. A young man with a slicked back hairstyle went along with the lady's comment. Now they've even been upgraded to grade -7. If not for Royal's endorsement, I'd attack their headquarters and sever his head from his shoulders. Are there any other opinions? Shen Tu glanced at the crowd present expressionlessly. I think we should drop by. The middle-aged man sitting on Shen Tu's right spoke slowly, to show our God Capital's magnanimity. We can conveniently check out how powerful their chief is and boost God Capital's reputation in front of everyone as well. Old Ju's suggestion isn't too shabby. The man with slicked back hairstyle sitting further behind echoed his approval. The Sword Alliance is very popular lately. They would indeed be a great stepping stone. We don't have to humiliate them. All we have to do is to suppress them and let everyone know that our God Capital is more powerful than the Sword Alliance. It depends on how the media wants to write about it. All of a sudden, the entire God territory was discussing the Sword Alliance's celebration event. Almost everyone who received the invitation was discussing how many people they would send and what gift they should give. Those who did not receive the invitation were waiting eagerly. They were waiting for the live broadcast stream from the media. After all, this would be a celebration even grander than the time when Death Sickle upgraded. Not only that, apart from the Grade 7 organizations and the small number of Grade 6 organizations who found out that Sword Alliance's chief was called Lin Huang, the rest of the organizations and cultivators did not know that the Sword Alliance's chief was the person on the wanted list. They were very curious about what exactly the Sword Alliance's chief looked like. Chapter 17:10. You might die in the Pilgrim Star Zone. The Sword Alliance's headquarters had become extraordinarily busy. Beautiful lights were lit on the streets of the entire planet. It had a very festive feel. The myriad tribe palaces buildings had already been extravagant previously. After some renovations and adding a couple of Dao weapon palaces, the buildings seemed even more luxurious now. Apart from Kylie and the Bug tribe, everyone under Lin Huang was present. Bai, Grimace, Lancelot, Charcoal and the other imperial monsters were here. They shrunk their size and concealed their combat strength. They did not expose their lord-level auras at all. After all, the number of the imperial monsters here was higher than all of the lords added up in all of the organizations in the entire God territory. Lin Huang thought that it would be too high profile if they revealed their combat strength publicly. After all, he had over 309th rank heavenly God-level sword servants under him. The existence of his sword servant army was enough to prove the Sword Alliance's strength. I'll prepare a set of Sword Dao inheritances after we're done with the celebration. You guys can take a look, though you'll have to depend on yourselves to elevate to Lord level. Lin Huang and the rest had gone to their respective positions early in the morning. Noticing that the guests had yet to arrive, Lin Huang had said those words to Sword One who was next to him through voice transmission. Thank you, Lord Swordmaster. Sword One was secretly touched. He watched Lin Huang grow almost throughout his journey in Sword Dao. Lin Huang had consolidated sword seals and achieved Lord level, yet Sword One had yet to consolidate even one sword seal. However, he knew that Lin Huang had exceeded him and the other sword servants in terms of Sword Dao. Moreover, the Sword Dao he cultivated included Great Heavens and many other sword servants. Therefore, the Sword Dao inheritances he would prepare for them should be useful for most sword servants. Sword One was excited to absorb enough from the inheritances in order for him to consolidate sword seals and become a lord. It's best that you spare some time to focus your energy mainly on cultivation when you receive the inheritances. Let the rest handle other things. I think among the group, from you to Sword 12, the potential you guys possess is enough to elevate to Lord level. Not only that, you have the resources now. You're only lacking the opportunity to break through. Meanwhile, Sword 13 and the rest are rather lacking in innate attributes. However, it's not completely hopeless for them to achieve a breakthrough. It's just that they will have to depend on their luck. Lin Huang chatted casually. Is it difficult to elevate to Lord level with rank 4 qualifications? Sword 1 could not help but ask. The success rate is close to 50% if one is at rank 4.5. For rank 4, the success rate of achieving a breakthrough is less than 10%, Lin Huang said bluntly. Therefore, it's rather difficult for Sword 38 and the rest to break through. Lin Huang knew about the qualifications of the sword servants under him from the beginning. Sword 1 to Sword 12 were at rank -5. Sword 13 to Sword 37 were at rank 4.5. The rest from Sword 38 onward were at rank 4. Sword 1 fell into a long period of silence before speaking again. If they really failed to break through, they can stay in the Great World and guard the Sword Alliance for you, Lord Swordmaster. He knew very well that it was impossible for Lin Huang to bring subordinates below Lord level to the universe. The reason was that the difference in the abilities of lords and non-lords were as far apart as heaven and earth. They would become a burden if they went along. Therefore, the sword servants would definitely be separated into 2 teams. One team would continue to follow Lin Huang, heading to the universe together. The other team could only stay behind. Sword 1 did not really wish for those sword servants to be dismissed just like that. Therefore, he took the lead to fight for a position for them. I think so too. It's true that we need people to stay and guard this place in the future. In reality, Lin Huang had another plan for those sword servants who failed to elevate to lords. However, he was unsure whether it would work just yet, so he thought he would first agree to Sword 1's idea. He knew very well what Sword One was trying to achieve. The two of them chatted for a little bit, and soon it was time for the guests to enter. Sword One's voice spread through the venue quickly. Death Sickle's Blood Sickle members buried heaven, Gao Ming and Hu Shaner are here for the celebration. The Combat God Temple's Palace Master Zhan Guang, Vice Palace Master Zhan Tian and Peerless Overlord are here for the celebration. Xeno's Federal President Link and Vice President Beth are here for the celebration. Divine Clapnet Heavenly Clapnet Lu Shu and Lu Yu are here for the celebration. Precious Treasure Pavilion's Pavilion Master Jin Dafu is here for the celebration. God Capital's God Emperor Shen Tu, God King Shen Ju and Shen Lu are here for the celebration. Everyone looked at the entrance when God Capital's welcome address was announced. They had always been arrogant, believing themselves to be the most powerful ones among the Grade 7 organizations. When Death Sickle was upgraded to Grade 7 back then, they merely gave a symbolic gift and sent no one to the celebration. However, when the Sword Alliance was upgraded to Grade 7, even God Capital's God Emperor, Shen Tu, had come. He even brought along two Lord-level God Kings, Shen Ju and Shen Lu, with him. Many of those present had knowing expressions on their faces. They were from Grade 7 organizations themselves, so they knew very well of God Capital's style. They clearly came with ill intentions. Lin Huang had a light smile on his face, but Buried Heaven, who was not far away, had a slight change of expression. He secretly spoke through voice transmission, "Watch out. These guys from God Capital might have come with ill intentions." The three lords from God Capital glanced around. They clearly paused for a moment when they saw the group of sword servants. However, as they glanced around Lin Huang, Shen Tu revealed a smile. "Chief Lin, we've finally met. I've heard about you too, Lord God Emperor." Lin Huang smiled lightly. No matter what their objective was, he had to abide by the formalities. "Chief Lin, since you've heard of our Lord God Emperor, why did you arrange for our God Capital to enter after all of the other Grade 7 organizations did?" It was Shen Ju who was trying to stir trouble. He looked like a middle-aged man with a thick mustache above his lips. He had the charisma of a mature man, but his words were sharp. Lin Huang said nothing, while Sword One, who was standing on the side, took over the topic. The celebration's guest sequence for organizations of the same grade was decided by order of arrival. Those who arrived first would enter first. We explained this at the back of the invitation. You're not even a half-step lord. What makes you think you have a right to talk to me? Naturally, Shen Ju would not listen to Sword One's explanation. He scoffed and tried to stir up trouble. Odal had been secretly fused into his soundwave as it charged at Sword One directly. Shen Ju had a mocking smirk at the corner of his lips, seeing that Lin Huang did nothing. As expected, he's just a fool who has just been elevated to Lord level. He didn't even notice my secret attack. Just when that thought popped up, he suddenly sensed his sonic attack vanish quietly. He was slightly stunned, but he had cold sweat dripping from his forehead the next moment. A voice was transmitted to his ear instantly. "Old man, you might die if you stir trouble up again." As the soft female voice sounded in his ears, Shen Ju could even clearly feel that the person had blown warm air into his ear. He faintly sensed the warm air penetrate his eardrum and enter his brain. The person secretly left behind some sort of technique in his head. He scanned his head with divine telekinesis immediately, but found nothing at all. Chapter 17:11. You're not worthy. Lin Huang saw Witch's attack, but he did not stop her. Clearly, apart from him and his group of imperial monsters, the remaining lords did not notice Witch's trick. Lin Huang only spoke with a light smile on his face when he saw that Witch had enchanted Shen Ju without him noticing at all. Sword One is my Sword Alliance's vice chief. It was me who decided the entrance sequence he mentioned earlier. To me, everyone in the God territory is of the same kind. There's no difference in status among the Grade 7 organizations. The entrance sequence has nothing to do with the strength of the organization at all. However, there must be a sequence for the entrance after all. Therefore, to be fair, I decided that those who arrive first will enter first, while those who arrive later will enter later. Can it be that God King Ju thinks that God Capital is in a higher position compared to the other Grade 7 organizations? And that everyone should wait at the door until your God Capital has entered before they do? Although the few of them from God Capital secretly thought that, they dared not nod in agreement under such circumstances. Shen Ju wanted to go on and make a scene shamelessly. He wanted to humiliate Lin Huang. However, he realized that he could no longer speak when he was about to open his mouth. What's happening? He panicked at that moment. Not only could he not speak, he realized that he could not even move his fingers at all. It was as if his body had been taken over by something unknown. He had lost control of it entirely. Shen Tu was waiting for Shen Ju to continue making a scene. However, seeing that he stood where he was and said nothing, he could not help but take over the topic while feeling confused. You're overthinking it, Chief Lin. God King Ju has always been straightforward. He doesn't mean anything ill by his words. The entrance sequence doesn't make a difference. Our God capital isn't particular over such things. At that moment, Shen Lu, who was standing on the side, started to stir up trouble. This humble one is Shen Lu, a saber cultivator. I heard that Chief Lin is a sword cultivator powerhouse. I've been itching for an opportunity to spar with you. I've finally met you today. My saber heart is trembling from seeing you. I can no longer hold back my desire to spar with you. I hope that Chief Lin can enlighten me. What are you doing, Shen Lu? Didn't I tell you repeatedly before coming that you can't raise such a ridiculous request on such an occasion? Shen Tu stopped him immediately. However, people who were wise could tell from a glance that the two of them were just acting out a play. To outsiders, Shen Lu had indeed always been a reckless man who loved challenges. However, on such an occasion, it was ridiculous to assume that he had made such a challenge request without Shen Tu's permission. The crowd present knew that the few of them from God Capital must have discussed this before coming. They were here to stir up trouble. It's just a spar between a saber cultivator and sword cultivator. How can that be considered an unreasonable request? Shen Lu continued acting like a stubborn saber fanatic. I believe that, as a sword cultivator, Chief Lin should be excited to spar and exchange moves with a powerful saber cultivator, right? After all, there are not many pure sword cultivators and saber cultivators in this great world. Lin Huang watched the scene play out in silence. He had zero interest in Shen Lu. He was even thinking to himself, powerful saber cultivator, are you talking about yourself? You sure are boastful. The crowd watching said nothing as well. Apart from the few of them from Death Sickle who were worried about Lin Huang, the rest were waiting to see how Lin Huang was going to handle this crisis. In reality, things would be awkward regardless of whether he took Shen Lu's challenge or not. It would be embarrassing even if he defeated Shen Lu. When faced with such a situation, Lin Huang should not fight personally. If there were other lords in the Sword Alliance, they could take the initiative to accept the challenge on his behalf. It would not even matter who won. However, as people looked around, there were many 9th-rank heavenly gods, close to 400 of them, but Lin Huang was the only one who had the aura of a lord. Just when everyone thought that Lin Huang would be forced to fight, a figure walked out. It was a man covered in a black armor. A faint black mist lingered on his body. You're not worthy of challenging the Swordmaster. As soon as he was done speaking, Lancelot's aura skyrocketed, revealing his lord-level cultivation directly. I'll fight in his stead. The many lords present were taken aback. The intensity of the aura meant that this person was at least a middle-rank lord. Almost everyone had the same thought flashing through their heads: there was such an expert hiding in the Sword Alliance. Shen Tu could not help but frown. He did not expect a variable like Lancelot to appear. He initially thought that, apart from Lin Huang, everyone else's aura was at heavenly god level. When he got here, he thought that he would definitely succeed in stepping on the Sword Alliance to advance God Capital status. Never had he thought that someone from the Sword Alliance's camp had hidden his cultivation base. Shen Lu's face was slightly pale. He was just a lower-rank lord. Judging by the aura of his opponent, he knew that he was not Lancelot's match. However, seeing that Lancelot had taken his sword out, he could only bite the bullet. Lin Huang suddenly spoke when the two of them were about to fight. Be gentle, don't kill him. Lancelot paused slightly. Shen Lu's eyes lit up. He did not expect the opponent to reveal such a flaw. The saber gleam turned into a silver glow, flashing through the air at its highest speed. However, the black-armored man before him vanished the next second. You're too slow. A deep voice came from behind him. Shen Lu had only felt a pain coming from his chest. He lowered his head to look. There was a wound the size of a fist in the middle of his chest. He had no idea how or when it happened. It penetrated through his back. The attack would have crushed his heart directly if it was even a few centimeters off target. Shen Lu was stunned momentarily when he noticed that the wound on his chest was not recovering. He then abruptly realized that the attack from his opponent had drained all of the divine power and odal from his body. Are you alright? Shen Tu seemed to have sensed something off. He flashed and arrived next to Shen Lu, supporting his unstable body. "I'm fine." He held back. Shen Lu shook his head. He was already drenched in cold sweat. If the attack earlier had hit his vital points, it would have easily taken his life. However, his opponent calculated the attack perfectly. He merely drained the divine power and odal in his body and stopped instantly after that. Shen Tu saw what happened to Shen Lu's chest when he examined the wound from close distance. He instantly realized what had happened. He glanced at Lancelot in fear. Lancelot said nothing and walked straight back to his seat as if what had happened just now had nothing to do with him at all. Fright flashed through the eyes of the lords in their seats. The reason was that none of them had seen the trajectory of Lancelot's sword clearly. It also meant that that sword alone could severely injure all of the lords present. What's the background of this sword cultivator from the Sword Alliance exactly? Almost everyone present had the same doubts in their minds. Chapter 17:12. Beaten again. Shen Tu's face was ashen. He did not expect that a guy like Lancelot would appear out of nowhere from the Sword Alliance. His appearance had messed up their plans completely. Seeing that Shen Lu's wound was not healing at all, he knew that Lancelot had held back. It was enough to prove that his ability had far surpassed Shen Lu's. He secretly speculated that he was most probably not Lancelot's match as well. He would just humiliate himself if he continued to stir up trouble with him. He peeped at Shen Ju, who was standing still not far away. He secretly cursed him, seeing that he was still standing motionless. This old thing must have been terrified by that sword move earlier. He thought that Shen Ju would make a scene by seizing the opportunity that Shen Lu was hurt. Then he could use him as a way out that would not be as awkward as how things were panning out now. However, judging by Shen Ju's expression, he thought that he had been scared by the sword move, no longer daring to speak up again. "I told you not to cause problems. Have you learned your lesson now?" Shen Tu helped Shen Lu up to his seat after scolding him. As long as he pushed all of the responsibility onto Shen Lu wanting to challenge the Sword Alliance, the humiliation would have nothing to do with him at all. At least that was what Shen Tu thought. However, the people who were here were part of the upper echelons of Grade 7 organizations. None of them were fools. They saw through the trick that they were trying to pull, but none of them bothered to expose them. Everyone was happy to watch God Capital being humiliated. Nevertheless, they just enjoyed the show. There was no need to fall out with God Capital over something like this. Lin Huang said nothing. After all, the Sword Alliance had succeeded in humiliating God Capital. On God Capital's side, Shen Ju, who had regained control of his body, had a grim look on his face. He took his seat following Shen Tu and Shen Lu. "What happened to you? Why did you become mute all of a sudden?" Shen Tu's face turned grim as soon as he took his seat. He asked Shen Ju through voice transmission. Shen Ju glanced at Lin Huang's direction and glanced at the crowd behind him before speaking softly and carefully. "I think there's more than one middle-rank lord in the Sword Alliance. I was affected by a sneak attack. My body was being controlled, and I couldn't move at all." Shen Tu's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that to be the reason. What shocked him was the fact that he did not notice that someone had attacked Shen Ju at all. It only proved that the person who attacked Shen Ju was more capable than he was. It's impossible for two middle-rank lords to appear out of nowhere. The only possible explanation is that they came from the universe. Our great world is Royal's territory. The Sword Alliance's upgrade to a Grade 7 organization was endorsed by Royal. I suspect that this Sword Alliance is a secret pawn that Royal has planted in the God territory. Shen Ju continued to speak of his speculation. Shen Tu fell into complete silence after listening to those words. At that moment, Sword 1 continued to welcome the organizations that arrived later into the venue. Nephilic Judge Tribe's Virgin Kylie, Tribe Leader Abbot, and Guest Elder Bloody are here for the celebration. Hearing Sword 1's announcement, the many people present had interested expressions on their faces. The order of the name list was provided by the organizations themselves. Under normal circumstances, the tribe leader should be ranked first. There could be a few virgins, so naturally their status was lower than the tribe leader. To the Nephilic Judge, which was an ancient tribe, they would not allow for any mistakes in the rankings of identity. However, the Nephilic Judge tribe placed Virgin Kylie first this time, and the tribe leader second. This was enough to indicate that Virgin Kylie's status was higher than the tribe leader. The people could not help but speculate on the exact reason for this. Many of them soon made the connection to the time when the Nephilic Judge tribe had rejected the match-making efforts of the outsiders with regard to Virgin Kylie back then. The reason they gave was that Virgin Kylie was still young and that they would not consider marrying her off for the time being. Back then, many people thought that the Nephilic Judge tribe wanted to settle this matter internally and wanted to marry Virgin Kylie off to a young, handsome talent within the tribe to cultivate an even more outstanding next generation. However, it clearly did not seem like that was the case now. Everyone coincidentally sensed that Virgin Kylie must have some hidden secrets behind her status. Lin Huang had been staring at the entrance. It had been close to 3 years since he had last seen Kylie. Although they had been in contact, and he had been hearing about how she had been doing from Bloody, it had still been close to 3 years that they had not seen each other. The silver-armored Kylie stepped into the palace entrance with the Nephilic Judge tribe delegation in tow. She instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Many men could not tear their eyes away from her figure. Not only was her appearance beautiful, her aura was immensely heroic as well. Bloody was actually right next to her. However, in the presence of Kylie, she appeared to be overshadowed. Given that she concealed her lord-level aura intentionally, it caused many people to overlook her. Lin Huang could not help but smirk seeing that Kylie had not changed much. Kylie glanced around the venue casually. She only locked eyes with Lin Huang for a moment and then looked away. She led the rest of the people from the Nephilic Judge tribe to their seats. Shen Tu stared at Kylie for a long time before finally looking away unwillingly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke in the presence of the crowd. The Nephilic Judge tribe is considered an ancient pure-blood tribe within the God territory. Now that we've met today, I've noticed how valiant the Virgin is. My God capital has countless handsome and talented men, as well as many top-notch pure-blood direct descendants. Abbot, I think we can consider a marriage alliance. Abbot, who had a head full of white hair, had a slight change of expression. However, he soon responded with a smile, "Thank you God Emperor for your kind intentions. However, the Virgin calls the shots regarding her own matters. I'm an old man now. I can't decide for her." Abbot's reply clearly surprised everyone present. Theoretically, given the fact that the Nephilic Judge tribe was in an awkward position in the God territory, they should have agreed instantly to a Grade 7 organization taking the initiative to arrange a marriage alliance. However, he rejected their overtures directly. Shen Tu obviously did not expect such a reply from Abbot. He only snapped back to his senses after a moment of disbelief. He then looked at Kylie with a smile. "Virgin, since Abbot can't call the shots, what do you think?" He secretly exerted pressure on Kylie with his lord-level aura when he spoke. Suddenly, he sensed the pressure he exerted vanish instantly. At the same time, a terrifying pressure emanated from the direction of the Nephilic Judge tribe. It did not only target Shen Tu, but also enveloped Shen Ju and Shen Lu who were nearby. Under its suppression, the three of them could not move an inch. Never had they thought that they would meet another tough one. "I'm not interested." It was only once Kylie's cold voice echoed in reply that the pressure finally faded away. The crowd thought Shen Tu would act against the Nephilic Judge tribe when they heard Kylie's response. To their surprise, Shen Tu merely chuckled twice. "Since the Virgin has no interest, let's forget about it." The people who were waiting for a show to unfold had shock-filled expressions on their faces at the moment. Was this still the Shen Tu they knew? Chapter 17-13. Banquet. In reality, Lancelot, Witch, Bloody and the rest were only lower-rank lords. However, unlike the other lower-rank lords in the universe, each of their Dao seals had been consolidated with over 2 million levels of Dao tattoo power. In this great world, even the prodigy Buried Heaven could only use over 1,800 levels of Dao tattoo power from each of his Dao seals. Without using the Dao tattoo power within the kingdom, the ability of a Dao seal consolidated by Lancelot and the rest would be comparable to when Buried Heaven elevated to middle-rank lord. Not to mention the imperial monsters who had entered the virtual realm a few times and obtained substantial amounts of origin energy, and had basically consolidated 2 to 3 Dao seals. The number of levels of Dao tattoo power in the kingdom had increased significantly. Their ability could not be compared to the time when they had just been elevated to lords. Meanwhile, due to the limited resources in the great world, a middle-rank lord would basically head to the universe when they obtained more than 20 Dao seals. Take Shen Tu from God Capital for example. Although he was a middle-rank lord, he had only consolidated 14 Dao seals. His ability should be roughly the same as the time when Lancelot and the rest had just been elevated to lords. Zhang from the Combat God Temple was perhaps the most powerful powerhouse here, excluding the people from the Sword Alliance. Yet he had only consolidated 17 Dao seals. His ability was far weaker than the Imperial monsters, under Lin Huang. As Bloody's aura was only targeted at the 3 people from God Capital, she did not expose herself at all. This caused the many people present to be confused as to why Shen Tu had suddenly become so amiable. He was secretly cursing inside. The Sword Alliance might just be a branch that Royal set up. Forget it, there's a middle-rank lord guarding them. Why does the Nephilic Judge Tribe, a dying organization, have such a terrifying guy hiding amongst them? He did not think that the middle-rank lord, who had just released her aura from the Nephilic Judge Tribe's side came from the universe. He thought that the probability of the person being a veteran survivor from the ancient era was higher. After all, the Nephilic Judge Tribe had existed for far too long. There were many among them who had been elevated to lords in the previous eras. It was entirely possible that there were 1 or 2 of them who had survived until now, and had chosen to guard the tribe instead of heading out into the universe. He could not help but peep at Kylie. He had a faint feeling that the veteran from the Nephilic Judge Tribe came because of this virgin. He did not notice that Shen Lu, who was sitting next to him, had almost fainted from Bloody's suppressive aura just now. He had been severely injured by Lancelot and had all of the divine power and odal in his body drained. He had just sat down to consolidate some divine power and odal to heal his wounds. The pressure exerted by Bloody almost exhausted all of the divine power and odal that he had just accumulated. Shen Ju, who was on the other side, was worried that the person who controlled his body would do it again. He sat motionless where he was obediently. He ignored whatever that was happening around him. Many people noticed the odd reactions from the 3 people from God Capital. However, everyone could not figure out the reasons behind their odd behavior. They only thought that the 3 had suffered a blow from Lancelot's actions earlier. After the little drama between God Capital and the Nephilic Judge Tribe concluded, the banquet soon went on successfully. Without God Capital stirring up trouble, the rest of the organizations dared not cause a ruckus in the territory of the Sword Alliance. After all of the organizations entered, the media arrived as well. The lowest grade of organization that joined this banquet was Grade 5, and they ranked amongst the top Grade 5 organizations. All of the Grade 7 organizations in the God territory were here. The scale and degree of luxury clearly exceeded Death Sickle's upgrade celebration ceremony significantly. Lin Huang merely gave a short speech to start the banquet. The members of the media finally caught sight of how the Sword Alliance's chief looked like. Many of them were shocked as they recognized Lin Huang as the mysterious powerhouse that had been wanted by all the top organizations previously. However, most of the media personnel present knew that the wanted order had been rescinded quietly earlier. They guessed that it had something to do with the rise of the Sword Alliance. After Lin Huang gave his speech, he got Sword 1 to take over the proceedings. Although Sword 1 was not a lord, he was the Sword Alliance's vice chief after all. Everyone did not dare to disrespect him. Given that he was very experienced in handling such occasions, he quickly took control of the entire celebration. He began to talk about future collaborations with some organizations. You're making everyone envious by being a boss who does nothing. Buried Heaven, who appeared in a form of muscular hunk, walked over to Lin Huang with a glass of wine in his hand. Aren't you one as well? Lin Huang clinked his glass with his. I'm not like you. You pushed your responsibility away. Buried Heaven shook his head while smiling. I never had the right to decide anything from the beginning. Why, are you not happy at Death Sickle? Do you want to join me? Lin Huang raised his eyebrows and tried to poach him directly. It's not that I'm unhappy. Such problems exist in partnerships. When the upper echelons try to take charge, the people below them will have to pick sides. Buried Heaven shook his head. Fortunately, I wasn't a part of your upper echelons. I didn't notice such a problem, Lin Huang teased with a smile. In reality, the problem existed even while you were around, just that it wasn't as serious as it is now. Buried Heaven felt rather helpless. Since Old Sun and the few others died, vacancies have become available in Blood Sickle, disrupting the balance as the different camps fight for authority. Given that I was elevated to Lord and Death Sickle was automatically upgraded to Grade 7, the accumulation of these few matters caused all sorts of problems to surface. You walked too fast and stubbed your toe. Lin Huang suddenly thought of a classic saying. What? Buried Heaven was stunned. He then understood what Lin Huang meant. That makes sense, but it's just so, I just suddenly recalled that saying. Lin Huang laughed out loud. Do you have any solutions? Buried Heaven asked the question anyway after a moment of hesitation. It can be resolved easily if you're willing to take charge. Lin Huang smiled as he looked at Buried Heaven. However, Buried Heaven shook his head. I won't stay in this great world for long. Moreover, I don't like having my cultivation held up by trivial matters. If you don't take over, the split between the few blood sickle members can't be eradicated. Lin Huang pointed out the main problem. After all, their ability and talent levels are similar. Nobody is willing to let the other become their boss. Buried Heaven fell into silence. I think you can take over things in a domineering manner. Solve the big problem first to stabilize Death Sickle's situation. After that, train a suitable successor from among the heavenly gods you already have. When the successor has been elevated to Lord, you can leave everything behind. Lin Huang said those words as if everything was that simple. Do you think training someone to become a lord is as easy as cultivating a cactus? Buried Heaven felt rather speechless. I'm just giving you an idea, Lin Huang said, as he smiled lightly. He had just realized that training a lord was actually a difficult thing. Otherwise, there would not only be 7 grade 7 organizations in the God territory, including the Sword Alliance. Buried Heaven only left after chatting for a while. Lin Huang glanced through the crowd and soon saw Kylie and Bloody, who were standing not far away. Chapter 17:14. Kylie's plan. Kylie did not seem like she was planning to mingle at such an occasion at all. She had a cold and intimidating look on her face at all times. She would take a sip of her drink occasionally. Bloody, who was next to her, looked petite and harmless. She seemed to be chatting about something with Kylie while holding a drink. Lin Huang, who was walking over to the two ladies, soon attracted the attention of the crowd. However, nobody assumed that they had known each other for a long time. They thought that he was interested in this virgin. After all, Kylie indeed had the best appearance and charm among all those that were present. Naturally, Shen Tu noticed him going over as well. He was secretly smirking inside, looking like he was excited to watch a show unfold. This guy surnamed Lin will definitely be beaten up later. Lin Huang picked up a plate of snacks from the table next to the two ladies and handed it to them. This stuff is quite good. You guys should try some. The two ladies were stunned, but soon picked up a piece each quickly and tried it. It's quite delicious. Bloody nodded continuously. Not bad. Kylie took a small bite and began to savor it slowly. This is a rose apple puff, a local delicacy. The filling is made using a type of rose apple that's the Pilgrim Star Zone's specialty. There's nowhere else that seems to cultivate this fruit. The pastry chef is a local as well. He's been making this snack for over 30 years. Lin Huang introduced the snack, seemingly engaging the two in a casual conversation. Shen Tu, who thought that he would be treated to a show, froze at the sight of the harmonious scene of Lin Huang chatting with the two ladies. That hidden powerhouse didn't attack him. While chatting casually, Lin Huang was speaking to the two ladies secretly through voice transmission. Did everything go well with your return to the Nephilic Judge tribe? It went quite smoothly. They're more than happy to have one more lord to guard the Nephilic Judge tribe, Bloody said with a smile. They didn't inquire in detail regarding my breakthrough in combat strength. What about you? I suppose the Nephilic Judge tribe has stopped giving you problems. Lin Huang looked at Kylie. Basically nobody has dared to say anything since I elevated to rank 6, Kylie responded while smiling. It's just that I have a half-step lord following me around no matter where I go. It's been the same even after Bloody returned. Lin Huang asked. They're worried that I'll kidnap their virgin, so they're even more strict now, Bloody said angrily. Lin Huang smiled when he heard that. He understood the Nephilic Judge tribe's mindset. Did the Nephilic Judge tribe agree to join Royal? Lin Huang continued to ask. They only agreed after hesitating for many days. They're just a bunch of stubborn, old people. They want change, and yet they're afraid of change, Bloody commented harshly. It is, after all, an ancient tribe that has been passed down for a couple of eras. It's very difficult to change the many traditions that the older generation has passed down. Lin Huang expressed his understanding. It's amazing that they're even willing to make changes for the tribe's development. When do you plan to head to the universe? Kylie could not help but ask. When I've settled all the things here. I'll definitely need 2 to 3 months. Lin Huang thought about it before answering. However, it won't exceed a year's time. Therefore, you guys should prepare for the future for the Nephilic Judge tribe. Don't let the loss of a virgin ruin the entire tribe. Come up with a solution for a smooth transition. Bloody was Lin Huang's think tank, so it was impossible that he would leave her behind when he headed to the universe. When Bloody left, Kylie would be left alone with the Nephilic Judge tribe. Lin Huang was worried about that as well. Naturally, he wanted to bring both of them with him. However, with Kylie's current standing in the Nephilic Judge tribe, as soon as she left, it would definitely cause shockwaves within the tribe. Kylie definitely did not want to see that happening. Therefore, Lin Huang hoped that they could work together to find a solution to the issue. I have one dependent who is pretty talented. She was elevated to rank -5.5 after I was elevated to rank 6. I can get her to stay and replace me. The dependents Kylie was talking about were the batch of starlight beasts she adopted from way back during her time in the gravel world. However, in order for her to control the group, she'll have to elevate to Lord first. Bloody looked at Lin Huang. Are you guys thinking of making her my imperial monster? To strengthen her combat strength? Lin Huang instantly understood what they meant. Clearly, the two ladies had discussed the plan. When we return to the Nephilic Judge Star Zone this time, we'll introduce her as Kylie's younger sister to the Nephilic Judge tribe, and then we'll bring her back to the tribe. She's just a 6th rank heavenly god now. We'll try our best to increase her combat strength over the next few months. Naturally, you'll have to step in for the last stage, Bloody continued to say. As long as her combat strength is elevated to Lord level before we leave, she should be enough to replace Kylie. Lin Huang nodded immediately after a moment of thought. This solution indeed sounds viable. He really could not do that if this had happened in the past. After all, the chances of him obtaining a complete monster card was quite low. However, there were no restrictions on Xiao Hei's authorization now. All he needed to do was to kill Kylie's dependent and he could get Xiao Hei to extract her true spirit to turn her into a monster card. It would be a piece of cake to elevate the monster card to Lord level. The method was totally feasible. This drink is sweet, but it actually contains no sugar. The main ingredient is the juice squeezed from licorice. The licorice, after a rainy day, will secrete a type of cyclamate. This cyclamate gives it a sweet taste when consumed, but it's actually not sugar. On the surface, Lin Huang was talking about the green drink in his hand. The crowd present noticed the harmonious scene unfolding on his side, so the Nephilic Judge Virgin is interested in talking about food and drinks. They look so happy. It seems like Chief Lin knows well how a girl's mind works. However, some people were upset at this scene. Shen Tu was secretly cursing. I was wondering why they were unwilling to become allies with my god capital. It seems they already had their eye on the Sword Alliance's chief from the start. That old thing Abbott sure is vicious. And they were smart enough to fake the Virgin's cold demeanor. Even this fool surnamed Lin fell for it. Meanwhile, Abbott and the remaining Nephilic Judge tribe elders, who were not far away, were quite upset. They had been staring daggers at Lin Huang as he stood beside Kylie. The longer the three of them chatted, the grimmer their expressions seemed. They had just joined Royal. With the backing of Royal, they had a more sophisticated outlook now. They currently no longer took a grade 7 organization from the Great World like Sword Alliance seriously. They were worried that Lin Huang might kidnap their virgin. Fortunately, Lin Huang did not continue chatting for too long. He walked away after flicking a combat strength upgrade card into Kylie's body. Very soon, Kylie left early with Bloody with the excuse that she was feeling unwell. Chapter 17:15. Little story of the past. Just when Lin Huang had taken a few steps, after turning around, he saw a black-haired lady walking toward him. The lady had black hair and black eyes, her features were profound. She also wore a black dress. The intensity of her aura was clearly at lower rank Lord level. Not only that, she gave Lin Huang the impression that she had just elevated not too long ago. Chief Lin, I've admired you for a long time. I didn't expect our first meeting to be during such an occasion. The black-haired lady walked over to Lin Huang with a glass of wine in hand. Lin Huang tried to recall carefully, but could not for the life of him figure out who the person was. It was only after seeing the doubt on his face that the black-haired lady introduced herself with a smile. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm Beth from Xeno. Hi, Miss Beth. Lin Huang recalled that this person was Xeno's newly assigned federal vice president. He also recalled that, in the guest information that Sword One had sent over, this person was the only one who had no picture attached. The reason was that Beth had been in closed-door cultivation for many years in order to break through to Lord level. Her information was not available on the internet at all. She had only appeared again during recent months. Not only that, she returned to Xeno as a lord. She was then elected as the vice president directly. Now that I think about it, our meeting was quite fated, Chief Lin. Beth took a small sip of the red wine. Fated. Lin Huang was stunned. He was sure that he had never seen this lady before. Beth extended a finger. A black mist spread out from her fingertip. Lin Huang frowned as he sensed the aura of her divine power. The aura was rather familiar indeed. After feeling the aura and running it through his memories quickly, he instantly remembered the imperial monster under him, evil dominator. You are. Without waiting for Lin Huang to finish speaking, Beth raised her eyes and whispered into Lin Huang's ear, I'm Death Goddess who left behind an imprint on you back then. As soon as Beth was done speaking, she backed off while staring at Lin Huang with her beautiful eyes, waiting for his response. Your aura is a little different. Not only that, you're more powerful than her. Lin Huang had a rough estimate of what was going on with this person. To be exact, Death Goddess is a clone of mine. After I went into closed-door cultivation, I left behind a couple of clones to help me handle matters in the outside world. The Death Goddess was one of them. During the final 2 to 3 years of my closed-door cultivation, I recalled all of my clones as I had a feeling that I might be able to perform unification at any moment. Therefore, I absorbed all of my clones' experiences and memories. Thus, I found out about this part of her memory. I was wondering why she left an imprint behind when she wasn't going to stir up trouble with me. I should thank you, then. Lin Huang finally unraveled the entire story when he listened to her explanation up to this point. When he killed Evil Dominator in the gravel world back then, a powerhouse named Death Goddess left an imprint on his body. In reality, after arriving in the Great World, he had been a little worried that Death Goddess would stir up trouble with him. The reason for that was because he was sure that the person was at least a high-rank true god, or even a heavenly god. However, up until he removed the imprint, Death Goddess had not shown up at all. He was actually quite confused about this matter for some time. Only now did he find out that Beth had recalled that clone, which was how he escaped a disaster. If I knew that you possessed such great talent and potential, I would have recalled my clones 1 to 2 years later, Beth said with a smile while covering her mouth. Naturally, Lin Huang knew that she was just kidding. If he considered things properly, he should actually thank Beth. He killed the evil spirit-type monster back then and obtained a gush of tinder from Beth's divine fire. That was how he managed to light his divine fire while only being at imperial level, at the same time obtaining a cultivation foundation that surpassed everyone else. Although the person had left behind an imprint on him with ill intentions, she did not do anything meaningful later on, nor did she influence his development negatively either. Therefore, he held no ill will toward Beth. Moreover, given that she was now taking the initiative to tell him all this, she clearly had intentions of reconciling. No acquaintance is made without a fight, I guess. Lin Huang raised the wine glass in his hand. Beth happily clinked Lin Huang's glass. That's right, it's just a little story from the past. Although she had been elevated to lord, she could actually sense that she was not Lin Huang's match. She did not want to become enemies with Lin Huang. She took the initiative to make this clear as she was worried that Lin Huang would find out about the matter in the future, and that she was the mastermind behind it. After clarifying things, she realized that Lin Huang really did not take the matter to heart. Lin Huang felt warm from the chat he had with Beth. It had been a short few years. The primordium of an entity, whose clone had been enough to scare him and make him fearful in the past, now had lower ability than he did. He also thought that fate was magical. He could not believe that he had such an encounter with Beth in the past, and that he was now seeing her primordium on such an occasion. Many saw the scene of the two chatting. As the chat happened through voice transmission, the others could not hear the content of the conversation. They could only come up with their own guesses. They thought Beth was carrying out Zeno's mission and talking business with Lin Huang. As expected, Zeno came prepared. I can't believe they're using beauty to seduce him. Zeno's newly assigned vice president is really something. Chief Lin seems to be very interested in her. I wonder, what kind of collaboration will Zeno and Sword Alliance come up with? They seem to be happy from the way things are progressing. Shen Tu had been secretly watching Lin Huang's movements. He looked down on Lin Huang even more now that he saw him chatting with Beth for a long period of time. As I expected, he's a fool. He's helpless when it comes to women. When a man has money and power, he can have any woman he wants, no. His flaw is too obvious. He's too timid in the presence of women. Lin Huang and Beth had no idea that they were being misunderstood by everyone at the scene, who believed that Zeno and the Sword Alliance were talking business when in actual fact they were chatting about some personal matters from the past. Even the few people from Zeno were rather dumbstruck. There were already some organizations trying to find out their intentions in collaborating with the Sword Alliance. However, they had not planned on entering a serious collaboration with the Sword Alliance, and had not given Beth any assignments in this regard. Once Beth returned to the group, the President Link immediately asked through voice transmission, "What have you been talking about with Chief Lin?" "Just some personal matters," Beth said rather helplessly. The banquet was coming to an end when night fell. The preliminary discussion on the collaborations with the various organizations was almost done. Lin Huang and Sword One sent the guests out in batches. Most of the guests left directly, while some of them chose to stay in the Pilgrim Star Zone for a few days for vacation. Sword One got the sword servants to arrange the accommodation for the guests that stayed. After all, it was the Sword Alliance's territory. They had to do their best as the host. After arranging all that, Lin Huang spared some time to contact Bloody, asking about Kylie's condition. "She has found a safe place and has begun her breakthrough. I'll guard her at all times." Bloody's reply was simple and short, but it made Lin Huang relieved. Chapter 17-16. In full swing, the media revealed the grand lineup of the Sword Alliance's banquet on that day itself. Not only were there many photos, but also many videos as well. Everyone was discussing it on the internet at the moment. After all, those who participated in the banquet were the cream of the crop from grade 5 organizations at the very least. Regular people were not worthy of participating. Moreover, there were many bosses present at the banquet. Aside from the top Heavenly God level powerhouses ranked on the Heavenly God leaderboard, many half-step Lord level and Lord level powerhouses attended. Including God Capital, all of the leaders of the grade 7 organizations in the God territory were there. None were absent. It could almost be described as an unprecedented grand occasion in this era of the God territory. The netizens started a party on the internet and indulged in gossip. The first thread that went viral was posted by a true God level netizen, the Sword Alliance's chief and the wanted mysterious man. There was a sentence in the thread that went, "Don't you guys think that the Sword Alliance's chief looks a lot like that mysterious powerhouse called Lin Huang who was wanted by all organizations?" The thread soon started heated discussions among many netizens. "I thought I was the only one who thought that way. I thought they looked a little alike when I saw his picture just now, but I didn't think too much about it. There's a high chance that they're the same person. Did you guys notice that the wanted order from before has been silently removed? Now that you said it, I suddenly realized that I really haven't seen that wanted order lately. Oh, my, it gets scarier the more I think about it." In the end, an anonymous netizen replied in a thread below. "They're the same person. The Sword Alliance's chief is called Lin Huang as well. All organizations removed the wanted order because they found out about his identity." Many netizens replied to the thread, attempting to ask for more information, but the anonymous netizen did not reply further. Within half an hour of the thread being posted, an insider revealed that the Sword Alliance's chief was called Lin Huang. This had become the first hot topic of the night. Meanwhile, the second hot topic was, "Who is that?" As there were many powerhouses who hardly appeared in the media, many netizens had no idea who they were. It had prompted the most frequent question that everyone asked once the photos and videos were revealed, "Who is that?" Among those, Lancelot was the one that most people asked about. The reason was because some media personnel who were present leaked the videos of Lancelot beating Shen Ju in one hit. Many knew about Shen Ju from God Capital. They knew that he was a veteran lord from God Capital, and that he was even the current God Emperor Shen Tu Sr. Therefore, Lancelot's performance placed him in the limelight. However, not many could answer that question. Only an anonymous netizen replied to that, "This person is called Lancelot. He's the Sword Alliance's chief's confidant. His details are unknown, and he's suspected to be a middle-rank lord from the universe." There was no other information apart from that. The netizens did not really want to give up at the beginning. They wanted to find out more. However, they could only give up since they could not discover anything. They shifted their attention to someone else. Apart from Lancelot, the person who was asked about the most was Zeno's Beth. Unlike Kylie, who had been the subject of news on the internet before, it was the first time Beth had appeared in public after many years. She had a unique charisma about her. Not only that, she was Zeno's vice president. She was mysterious and powerful. Naturally, She attracted the attention of the netizens easily. I've never heard about this beauty named Beth before. She was elected as Zeno's vice president directly. There's obviously something fishy about this. Perhaps she is in an affair with old man Link O*30. Whether that's true or not, her ability is definitely powerful enough to be able to sit in this position. Which one of you jerks will find out about it? Very soon, someone answered that anonymously. Beth is a super genius who ranked top 3 on the Heavenly God leaderboard when she was a heavenly god. Many people might not remember her now, but she rose to fame before Buried Heaven and King Kong did. However, she suddenly vanished over 7,000 years ago, and there has been no news about her since then. She only reappeared a few months ago, and her combat strength has broken through to Lord level. As she was Zeno's core member before, Zeno made her the vice president directly after her return. The person who replied was clearly an insider. So she's a Lord level boss. We've been rude. As I thought, old man Link doesn't deserve her, a capable beauty, I love her already. Sister Beth, please marry me. After Beth, the person who was being asked about a lot was Sword One. Many female accounts posted threads to ask, who is that handsome man standing next to the Sword Alliance's chief? In reality, the men and women who attended the banquet were quite good looking. However, Sword One managed to attract all of the ladies' attention among all the men present. Lin Huang was handsome himself. Based on his own aesthetic sense, he rated himself 95 points. However, the impression he had when he first saw Sword One was, he's more handsome than I am. Sword One was not the kind of soft, feminine man that many ladies liked. He was the handsome and cool kind of man. As many ladies asked about that, someone soon answered them anonymously. Sword One, a sword servant under Lin Huang and Sword Alliance's current vice chief. His combat strength is at the 9th rank heavenly god level. We have no precise information about him. Judging by his aura, he's only half a step away from breaking through to Lord level. His ability should not be below King Kong and Peerless Overlord. So my husband is called Sword One. I've made up my mind to cultivate Sword Dao and to join the Sword Alliance. Sister, you don't have to cultivate Sword Dao in order to join the Sword Alliance. Cultivators of other Daos can apply to join as well. Who said that I'm cultivating Sword Dao to join the Sword Alliance? I'm doing that for my Sword One. Sword One had never thought that he would gain many female fans overnight. Since the topic, who is that, started, the identity of most of the people at the banquet were eventually uncovered by the netizens. The lords, and half-step lords, pasts were exposed. Naturally, some of this information was true, and some of it was fake. The netizens did not care though. They took each story seriously. I don't care. If I think the threads I read are the truth, then they're the truth. God Capital's God Emperor Shen Tu wet his bed when he was 30. True. God Capital's God King Shen Lu can't get hard. True. God Capital's God King Shen Ju likes young men. This is definitely true. They discovered many things about all of the organizations. The Sword Alliance was the only one that nobody could find anything about. The most they found out was that Lin Huang was a human, and that he might have the backing of a major organization in the universe. However, there was no useful information about his sword servants like Sword One, nor anything about his imperial monsters like Lancelot. Many were making up stories on the internet, but they were soon criticized by someone from Divine Clapnet. The tens of thousands of members from Divine Clapnet have been gathering information for over a month, and we didn't find any information about these people from the Sword Alliance. You guys sure are amazing at making up stories. Chapter 17:17. Buried Heaven snapped. The Sword Alliance's fame increased again after the banquet. Lancelot defeating God Capital's Shen Lu within a second was the equivalent of stomping on God Capital's reputation. Although Shen Tu and the rest from God Capital were extremely pissed, they could only bite the bullet in silence. After all, they were the ones who had sent themselves to the opponent's doorstep to be humiliated. Moreover, it was not only Lancelot. The Sword Alliance had a mysterious powerhouse who easily suppressed Shen Ju. They had at least 2 powerhouses with middle-rank Lord-level ability guarding them. God Capital really could not afford to offend them. Furthermore, they speculated that the Sword Alliance had royals backing in the universe. They dared not take revenge on the Sword Alliance. In the cultivation world, countless sword cultivators were anticipating joining the Sword Alliance. After all, it was called the Sword Alliance, and the chief Lin Huang was a sword cultivator. Naturally, countless sword cultivators were keen to join them. It was a grade 7 organization with a sword cultivator leader. If one could join them, they would definitely obtain many good quality sword Dao inheritances. Many sword cultivators were inspired by Lancelot's sword attack. He was a Lord-level supreme sword cultivator, a supreme powerhouse who defeated Shen Lu of God Capital within a second. If he could give them some pointers, they would definitely benefit significantly. Apart from sword cultivators, there were many saber cultivators who applied to join as well. Sword cultivators and saber cultivators aside, there were many female cultivators who applied. Many of them came for Sword One's good looks. Naturally, a portion of them came for the chief Lin Huang. The applications Sword One received daily nearly filled up his mailbox. Lin Huang allowed him to share all of the mails to the other sword servants, getting the 300 or so sword servants to oversee the preliminary selection. Later on, Sword 1 to Sword 12 would conduct the second round of selection. After the 2 rounds of selection, they would send the successful applicants to Sword 1, who would conduct the final selection. Initially, Lin Huang thought he would get the 12 swordmasters' bodyguards to go into closed-door cultivation as soon as possible after the banquet ended so that they could break through to Lord level as soon as possible. However, seeing the millions of applications daily, he could only put that plan aside. Sword 1 and the rest did not have many complaints. It would not matter if they entered into closed-door cultivation a few days later. As they went through the applications, the sword servants very soon reported the millions of applications every day were just going along with the trend. Lin Huang had only noticed that a viral trend had started on the internet in the past few days. Everyone would show off the application they sent to the Sword Alliance. The most viral thread even obtained hundreds of millions of likes. Apart from some cultivators without an organization, there were some people who already belonged to an organization among the applicants. Some of them were the upper echelons of some top organizations. Even they were going along with the trend. Even Zeno's vice president Beth showed off the screenshot of her mail application. She even mentioned Lin Huang and the Sword Alliance's official accounts. Lin Huang replied helplessly, "Even if I dared to accept you, is Zeno willing to let you go?" Zeno's official account soon gave a weak reply, "We wouldn't dare," scared emoji. Although the trend increased the sword servants' workload immensely, Lin Huang and the Sword Alliance's official accounts did not stop them. They would even interact with them occasionally. Lin Huang and Sword 1 knew very well that they were just having fun. The trend would only last a few more days at most, and it would blow over after that. The netizens who were joining this trend showed that they felt positively about the Sword Alliance at least. Though the trend was ridiculous, it increased the Sword Alliance's popularity. Though the other grade 7 organizations were envious of the Sword Alliance's popularity, there was nothing that they could do. God Capital had been humiliated on the spot, and the remaining organizations dared not poke the hornet's nest. Furthermore, the Sword Alliance was at the peak of their fame at the moment. No matter what the other organizations did, it would be difficult for them to attract the attention of the netizens. Within those few days, things had been heated among the upper echelons of Death Sickle. They had been fighting. It made sense that a couple of Blood Sickle members were jealous of the Sword Alliance taking all of the fame. After all, Death Sickle was a grade 7 organization that had just been upgraded 2 to 3 months ago. However, they did not enjoy the similar popularity and fame from the upgrade. Everyone was giving their opinions, and everyone thought their plans were the best. One day, Buried Heaven finally could no longer hold back and called all the Blood Sickle members to the meeting room. Everyone was present at 9 a.m. Buried Heaven, who was in the form of a young man, projected the viral topics that countless netizens had been discussing recently. The Blood Sickle members looked at the various threads discussing the Sword Alliance. They had no idea what Buried Heaven was trying to do. "Are you envious?" Buried Heaven glanced at everyone present. They kept their silence and said nothing. They were definitely envious, but they could not say so out loud. "Do you guys know why the Sword Alliance enjoys the benefits of all sorts of news and traffic when they were upgraded to grade 7, while our Death Sickle didn't despite upgrading to grade 7 as well?" The couple of Blood Sickle members lifted their heads to look at Buried Heaven. Indeed, they could not understand why that was the case. Death Sickle organized a banquet as well when they were upgraded, and also invited all the organizations. Although they did not have as many participants as the Sword Alliance's banquet had, it was still a large-scale banquet. Not only that, the number of media groups that came to report was no lesser than those who went to write about the Sword Alliance. However, the discussions around Death Sickle only went on for 2 to 3 days. It was not worth mentioning at all compared to the Sword Alliance, who had been trending on the internet for more than a month. Because we're a pile of dust. Buried Heaven did not care that he was humiliating the senior members at all. The Blood Sickle members instantly looked terrible. Since Death Sickle upgraded to GRADE 7, all of you insist on having your own opinion on each major decision we make. You guys fight among each other every time, afraid that you'll receive less credit or lose authority. Not only that, you guys fought for Gold Sickle membership quotas, started your own gangs, and got Death Sickle's members to take sides. What the hell? Buried Heaven, you gathered us out of nowhere just to tell us this? Boundless Blood asked with an unfriendly expression on his face. He was one of Death Sickle's founders. He was the most experienced one. Buried Heaven was only considered a junior in his presence. Naturally, he was rather pissed that he had been scolded by a junior to his face. Senior Boundless, do you want Death Sickle to grow larger and stronger? If you do, then please, all of you, be patient and let me finish. If any of you feel that your personal interest is more important than Death Sickle's, you may leave now. I won't stop you. What Buried Heaven said shut Boundless Blood up directly. The Blood Sickle members all looked terrible, but none of them got up to leave. Buried Heaven glanced around the room and only started speaking again after waiting for a moment. Seems like everyone still hopes for Death Sickle to grow stronger. At least we have the same vision. Do you know why the Sword Alliance is so outstanding? That question got everyone's attention immediately. You guys know that I'm quite close with Lin Huang. Therefore, I've discussed this issue with him, as well as the problems our Death Sickle has. I think he's right. He managed to point out the biggest difference between the Sword Alliance and Death Sickle. The current Death Sickle has no backbone. While Death Sickle was still a grade 6 organization, although the 7 Blood Sickle members had their own gangs, the 7 of us still formed the backbone of the organization when we came together. However, since Old Sun and the rest died, the initial balance has been disrupted. Everyone started to fight for power. Especially since Death Sickle became a grade 7 organization, the infighting got worse. The couple of Blood Sickle members fell silent when they heard his words. Today, this Blood Sickle member would give an order. Tomorrow, another Blood Sickle member will give another order. The subordinates have no idea who to listen to. It's been close to 3 months since Death Sickle upgraded to grade -7. Let me ask you guys this: have you come to a consensus on how you'd like to develop Death Sickle in the future? It's good enough even if there's only one direction that all of us have come to a consensus on. It's been almost 3 months, and we're still stuck in the same chaotic state from when we upgraded to a grade 7 organization back then. We're in an even worse mess than we were in 3 months ago. Do you know how many things the Sword Alliance has done since they upgraded to a grade 7 organization? Although the Blood Sickle members were unwilling to admit it, they knew what Buried Heaven said was the truth. What do you need us to do, then? After a long silence in the meeting room, Yao Ming was the first to speak. Firstly, rectify the mess. The few of you must clarify your responsibilities. Distinguish who takes care of what clearly. Don't intervene in everything. You guys wanting to be a part of everything is making it difficult for our subordinates to work. Secondly, formulate a detailed follow-up plan for the organization's development. You guys must reach a consensus on this. Don't come up with your own plan and then refuse to yield to each other. Use the plan that's the most effective and beneficial for Death Sickle's future development. Announce to the public that it was Blood Sickle who came up with the decision. Thirdly, catch up with the publicity. Try your best to draw attention and news traffic, even if you have to ride on the Sword Alliance's fame. We must recruit newcomers to join us. Fourthly, start collaborations with the outside world. Start discussions on which organization to collaborate with, and what kind of collaborations Death Sickle should engage in. Chapter 17-18. Great Expansion. Lin Huang and team had been busy recruiting new members for a few days after the upgrade banquet ended. Throughout the entire week, the Sword Alliance had received millions of applications, and the numbers showed no sign of slowing down at all. Fortunately, apart from a small number of the over 300 sword servants who were out on their own missions, the rest had joined the assessment team. In reality, it was not only the sword servants. Lin Huang dragged Lin Xin and Lin Zan into the assessment team. Almost nobody in the entire Sword Alliance was idle. Although many applications were obviously just people following the trend, there really were just too many applications. Lin Huang and the rest's workload was heavy. Even after going through many rounds of filtering, throughout that 1 week, there were hundreds of thousands of applicants who passed Sword 1 and Lin Huang's assessment criteria, becoming official members. Some of them showed off the screenshot of their approved applications on the internet when they received the news that they passed. That behavior sparked yet another viral trend. Almost more than half of the hundreds of thousands of people posted their screenshots. Therefore, did you manage to join the Sword Alliance successfully? Became the new hot topic. In less than half a day after that topic went viral, another strange trend appeared on the internet. A bunch of people who failed their applications showed off their screenshots of rejection. Another topic that was even more viral began to trend: have you been rejected by the Sword Alliance today? There were even more netizens who posted the screenshots of them being rejected by the Sword Alliance. There were tens of millions of people who posted them. The strange trend made even more netizens begin to send their applications to join the Sword Alliance. For most, their goal was actually just to participate in the screenshot trend. However, this increased the pressure of everyone at the Sword Alliance even more. Not only did the millions of daily applications not decrease a week later, it had shot up to tens of millions of applications daily now. Lin Huang was not sure whether to laugh or cry about that. Noticing the insane workload, he thought about it and decided to make an appeal on the social media platforms. Thank you all for your love and interest in the Sword Alliance. We're receiving tens of millions of applications daily. I know that many of you are sincere in joining, but many passionate netizens have joined in the fun as well. This has caused a major increase in workload to us. Throughout the past few days, all of us have pretty much been inundated running application assessments all day. Let me suggest a little something here. Before applying, think about what you want or hope to gain from joining the Sword Alliance. Can the Sword Alliance give you what you want? If you think we're suitable for you, then send over your application. If not, you can totally go for other organizations. After all, there are many other outstanding organizations in the God territory that you can choose from. I don't accept your suggestion. Tens of millions of applications daily is too little. Let us all apply and break 100 million applications. I don't care if the Sword Alliance suits me or not. I want to apply no matter what. The melon that's forcibly plucked before it's matured isn't sweet, but it sure is thirst quenching. It doesn't matter if the Sword Alliance can give me what I want. The Sword Alliance has Sword 1, and that's the most important thing. I want to apply. Don't stop me. As soon as Lin Huang posted the thread, countless comments were posted rejecting his suggestion. He had never expected that his thread to halt the trend would backfire. Throughout the next few days, the applications to join the Sword Alliance multiplied again. The highest number of applications had exceeded 50 million per day. The people at the Sword Alliance were speechless now. Lin Huang did not dare to speak up again. He could only get everyone to remain silent so that the trend would pass faster. As the Sword Alliance was recruiting new members in full swing, the other organizations that were envious rode on the fame and began to recruit their own as well. Grade 7 organizations like the Combat God Temple and Xeno relaxed their recruitment requirements and increased their membership benefits. Death Sickle, on the other hand, issued new policies consecutively. They made some adjustments to the organization's structure, and then joined the recruitment war as well. Among the Grade 7 organizations, God Capital was the only one who did nothing. In reality, they were envious, but their pride did not allow them to lower their recruitment requirements. God Capital had always recruited pure blood Protoss only. That was definitely something that couldn't be changed. Meanwhile, most of the pure blood Protoss in the God territory who thought highly of themselves as pure blood had basically already joined God Capital. Most of them who did not join were those who disagreed with God Capital's philosophy. On a certain level, as long as God Capital was not open to accepting non-pure blood Protoss, it was difficult for them to recruit new members on a large scale in this great world. Also, organizations such as the Nephilic Judge tribe that operated as a tribe could only watch as the other organizations recruited members in a frenzy. Apart from marriage, it was basically impossible for a tribe like them to recruit members from the outside world through other methods. Moreover, a conservative tribe like the Nephilic Judge tribe valued the bloodline legacy more. The outstanding bloodline had basically been bred within the tribe. Those who were married off or who had married another tribe were those whose bloodline was not exactly pure. Therefore, the outsiders who joined as a son-in-law or daughter-in-law would not excel in the Nephilic Judge tribe. It had caused a vicious cycle. Many talented young people with potential were unwilling to marry into the ancient tribe. Naturally, their obsolete concepts had restricted their development. Such restrictions could not be solved by having a Lord-level virgin at all. The vital thing was to change their concepts. Their entire tribe needed to gladly welcome change instead of refusing to adapt to the times. The number of applications finally began to drop after the people at the Sword Alliance had been busy for half a month. Lin Huang and the rest were finally relieved when they saw the number of applications dropping. It had been almost a month, and the number of applications had finally dropped below 1 million applications daily. Lin Huang could remove himself from the operation entirely and got Sword 1 to handle the remaining application filtering process. Throughout the month, he began feeling the side effects of the operation. He would now feel sleepy whenever he saw applications. However, the Sword Alliance had gained many new members throughout the month. Most of them were sword cultivators and saber cultivators. There were also many female cultivators. Though they went through many rounds of filtering, the number of new Sword Alliance members had increased by over 800,000 people. Among them were over 3,000 heavenly god-level powerhouses. Although the number was not worth mentioning at all compared to organizations such as the Combat God Temple and Death Sickle, compared to the Sword Alliance from before, it had undoubtedly expanded at least thousands of times over. Bloody had done background checks for the over 3,000 heavenly god-level newcomers one by one before passing them eventually. After passing the assessment, they joined the Sword Alliance's Heavenly God League directly. Lancelot and Killer would train them. Meanwhile, as there were too many members below the Heavenly God level, Bloody could not run a detailed investigation on their backgrounds one by one. Lin Huang used leech pods directly to run a mass investigation. Among the 800,000 people, over 1,000 of them were spies from all sorts of organizations. He used leech pods to control them to forfeit themselves automatically and leave. The other members did not find it strange that those people quit on their own. The reason being was that they knew many had applied just for fun. However, they did not know that those who had applied just for fun had been eliminated in the first round of the filtering process.